You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hi everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda here at TFT EWC with my favorite team of the event representing EMEA. It's Carmine Corp with some of my favorite players in my region as well. So I'm very excited to sit here to do this roundtable and ask you guys a lot of questions about everything related with TFT and this event. When I heard the news that you guys were joining forces, this was like EMEA dream team coming to reality. The 2 best French players in my opinion, with the cousins, Cambiz and Double 61. And the 2 best performing DACH players, the best German players, especially in set 9, I think guys really came up in a big way, Dark Hydra and White Jungler. Do you guys feel the same way? Do you guys have extra pressure with the label of Dream Team?
I don't think so. I think for us we are like a normal team, not really the best team, but I don't feel any pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel any pressure either. I'm just super excited to play along those guys, and I hope we can show off our skills.
Same for me. I'm very excited to play with them. They are a great player, so yeah, we will make it for sure.
When the team was formed, I'm curious about the formation of the team. When the announcement was made, the qualifying points, how that mattered for the team formation, the direct qualification. Was it immediate that you guys reached out to each other and said, let's make a team? Who started the conversation? Were there any negotiations around, let's do this, let's not do this?
I mean, when we see the format of a tournament, we saw like the best player in Europe and what it was, how would you say?
Automatic?
No, he got enough point for qualification, and we know with double he's a good player, and like we're thinking about him if we need to take not French player, and it was
The exception.
yeah with Hydra, and that's it.
They told me like if we team up together, we will be second seed for sure. So
Okay.
it would be like that's why we team up together.
So it's
So we are auto qualified for.
Okay. A mix of respect and direct qualification, how the format worked out. Okay. For me, with French TFT, it's always been very isolated, in my opinion, from the rest of the countries, mostly due to the language barrier and I guess the comfort you guys have playing together. It was surprising to see 2 Germans with 2 French players. Did you have any considerations for teaming up with a full French team? Was it a hard decision in terms of like the flow of your communication during the games?
I mean, when we talk in the game, we don't have any miscoms. Like we talk great, and yeah, I'm very happy about this. It's not a barrier language.
Must be easy to just say, oh,
Yeah.
I'm playing Syndra, and then
Understand. Oh, guys, I have Syndra box with Shojin, so.
Everyone understands
I
pretty
think
much.
we
Yeah.
have good communication in the game. Like no miscommunication.
Okay.
Everything's right set. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same. I feel like our teamwork is good, and we also have fun playing the game together, and yeah, enjoy our time.
How much history have you guys been following the Carmine Corp with their creation, with their success in other esports, and in TFT obviously with the French players? Are you guys proud to be representing this org? Is this kind of a long-term thing? Is it only for this event? Can you guys give any insight into this?
I haven't been following Carmine Corp too long. I just know them from League, that they're a big team there and that they have a lot of fans there, and they're huge there as well. And I'm just excited to play for an org and TFT and represent someone. So I'm really happy to play for Carmine Corp, and I hope I can show my best.
Yeah, same for me. I was very happy when they were asking me to join the org. I really didn't follow them like before. First off, I knew that Dublin Campus were at Carmine Corp and they have like a team in Valorant, for example, or League, but didn't follow them too much.
Okay. Looking at the team dynamics, you guys said communication, everything's perfect. Sounds like paradise playing together. But are there any roles within your teams? Are there any situations where there's one player that has more of a captain role, has kind of the last say when it comes to your big picture strategy? Is there any player that brings, more like mental peace and stability in terms of making sure everyone is calm and collected in stressful situations?
It's actually hard to say. I feel like it's everyone does their job and everyone communicates and says what we need to do. And we know if someone makes a call, we can listen to it and follow it because we know they are great players. So we don't question the decision.
We just trust each other. So yeah, it's easy for us to talk about it.
Do you guys think if a more difficult situation presents itself, for example, in competition like this with a lot at stake, will there be a need for someone to bring more peace to the team? Do you guys think you're all pretty calm players that are going to stay, you obviously have experience playing individually, will stay calm all throughout no matter what happens?
Throughout the game it will be fine that we can remain calm, but maybe after you have a bad loss, someone might be tilted a little bit, but I think we are fine helping each other out.
We have enough tournament experience to stay calm if we lose.
Yeah. 200 collective years of TFT tournament experience. Going now into the meta. This is obviously a new set 12, new meta. Maybe some preferences in terms of certain comps and certain units. Any glaring comps you guys will be playing a lot of? I know Syndra is the obvious one, but when it comes to forecast flex, is there anything you guys are going to be playing a lot of? For example, Karma. Any forecast units you guys think that are underrated that you guys will be maybe still playing despite everyone saying they're not good?
I think we just will play Syndra and Karma every game, and let everything else outside of your game plan.
Okay.
So
Kog'Maw Kassadin, no?
These as well.
Sometimes.
In some spots we would look for them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
But
think
like,
it's
outside of Karma with the forecast, it's very hard to play anything else.
I think it's mainly reroll, and then someone can maybe flex Karma if he has a good spot for it. And
Would you guys say there's any niche strategies you guys are bringing? Any secrets? You guys, if it's actual real secret tech, you don't have to say it. But do you guys think you have things that are not solved yet in the current meta that you guys can bring to the tournament?
I was playing like some games of Zoe reroll,
Okay.
but only if I see like Spellblades at 2-1, then I would try to play it.
And Zoe is not too secret anymore. In the last few days, it's been catching fire on Twitter and stuff. So
Yeah, but like I see it like once in like 5 games in my games. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's not really played right now.
as much as other rerolls, at
Yeah.
least.
I will force Kassadin like you.
Okay. Cam has been contesting on ladder quite a lot these days. What are your strategies around, only one player can lose streak, we have to have one win-out player for sure because it's really important in 4v4. Do you guys have any kind of, structure to how you guys are playing these games?
I think the basic structure is that we want to send someone from the enemy team 8th place, and then one of us to win. So if you get the win, we win the tiebreaker if the points are even, and that's also nice. So we try to grief one of them. So
Riyadh Tactics fully on display this tournament. Holding units, I guess, will be very.
Yeah, whereas who has a bad spot has to go to hold units to at least go 7.
In 4v4 it's different game, like everyone denying everyone, so.
Do you guys have a set player that is scouting and saying, okay, hold Syndra, hold Kog'Maw, or is it just each of you scouting? And
Everyone tell this.
Okay. I would love to have like one dedicated player who just scouts every round and says to everyone, hey, now hold this, now, okay, he sold this, now hold this. Okay. Looking at augments, a lot of new augments in set 12. For 4v4 specifically, it's a different framework in how thinking, augments like Topher work, for example, and a few others. Do you guys have any augments you guys are really excited to play in 4v4 that you guys think have an extra edge in the team format?
Yeah, I would say Pilfer. If you have like a good early game and then you can say like your teammates is lose streaking for sure, and then just say yes to buy the highest cost unit just to give it to you. If you have like, for example, with the Charm Crystal Ball as well, just to play it together. So I think like Fortune is gonna be hard to play. There will be one player from the other team who's gonna open a fort as well. So that's like, if someone takes it, it's gonna be excited to play, but it's very hard.
Any charms you guys think will be very impactful in the team format that players haven't thought about individually?
I mean, the Elder is one of the best charms in the game, and Last Stand as well. So we'll see if we can take it. If we can, we will make it.
And I think in the beginning, Crystal Ball, like where Jungler just mentioned, is really huge because you know who you're fighting, so you can give the communication to the other members, and they know they don't fight those two, so they can kind of figure out the matchmaking more.
Will we see Build-A-Bud into Polymorph in this tournament?
I don't try it.
No?
But
Have any of you pulled it off yet on ladder?
I haven't.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did once, but I got Cassiopeia, I think so. It didn't work.
not
out.
Syndra.
No,
You just need 2 Razor Blades and a Gunblade and maybe she'll do something.
Yeah, maybe she's useful then.
If I have to ask you guys to try and join forces and decide the favorites, the best, the strongest team, the team you respect the most from each of the major regions, what would it be?
From APEC, I would say it's T1.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. T1 or Zeta. But yeah,
Yeah.
T1, I think.
NA, I don't know why, but I kind of want to say Vitality, just because I think they are really strong in the early start of the set. Especially like Setsuko and Soju are usually really strong in the
They already
beginning.
tweeted like when they were 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5
yeah.
in the A ladder, so they were really strong there.
For China, I think maybe Twisted Mind or Falcons.
Okay.
And these two as well, yeah.
Yeah.
For EMEA?
Hey, we will for EMEA.
Cam is already like, well, I mean, you know the answer. Okay, I'll take it that it's you guys. Looking at EWC as an event, obviously for Hydra, your career with esports started with StarCraft way back. you've been playing, since Fortnite days with Double. It's been a long journey, a lot of ups and downs with esports as an industry. EWC, major events, major scale. You guys are seeing here how everything is set up. How excited are you guys to see kind of this dream coming true? Flying out here, meeting other players in person, being able to compete in a massive venue. How important is this for you guys?
It's incredible to play a big tournament like this, to see every best player in the world. I mean, like we play Vegas Open, but now it's the best player in the world, like who qualified with a world point or something like that. So yeah, it's always a pleasure to play versus them.
Yeah, it's really amazing seeing the other top players of the game, and I'm just excited to play after meeting them and talking to them. So can't wait to play my games.
Yeah, same. I'm very excited to play here at EWC. There's every best player from every region. A lot of world champions here, for example. Like almost everyone made worlds once, so it's the top of the top players here.
You guys have traveled here. Any interesting stories already in terms of maybe your prep, your scrims, your travel, any anecdotes that you can share that will shed a bit more personal light on the team dynamics going on behind the scenes?
Double and me, before taking the flight, we play before taking the flight at 7 a.m. And we didn't sleep, and Double just sleep at when we are in the plane.
You guys were grinding non-stop. Yeah. I thought about doing the same thing, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, I guess interesting would be when I had to take my flight, I had to wake up really early to get to the airport. So I woke up at 4 a.m. I opened Discord and I saw that Jungler's still online, still playing TFT.
Okay, so I think you guys are on the same page on many things in life. Okay,
yeah, Wet and Double face each other in ladder, so.
Okay, so you guys knew. You're like, wait a minute, you didn't sleep?
Yeah, at 3 a.m. I was with Double in the lobby. And he's doing the same strat as me, no sleep, playing ladder.
Hopefully some sleep the next few days. It's important, okay guys? That's it for the roundtable with Carmine Corp and their players. I'm Petrus Panda. Thank you guys so much for all of your thoughtful answers, and best of luck in this tournament. I hope you guys know the hopes of EMEA are, very much on your shoulders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I'm Casanova and I'm here interviewing Tidal here at the EWC. And Tidal, I mean, the first thing that I want to ask you is going to be about Zeta. You're working with a new org now, and I just wanted to ask how it feels to be representing Zeta Division.
そうですね。以前よりチームには所属したいと考えていたので、お誘いがあった時にはすごく嬉しい気持ちになりました。
So you were the Runeterra Reforged champion, and you were the runner-up back in Dragonlands, and people often have you in the argument as maybe the best player in all of TFT alongside names like 61 and Hwanmi. And I'm just curious, do you feel pressure to kind of continue that legacy as potentially the best player to ever play TFT?
そうですね。少しプレッシャーを感じることはあります。海外のプレイヤーと比較されたりという経験は今までなかったので、そうですね。優勝して以来はそういったプレッシャーも感じるようになりました。
All right, now I want to talk a little bit more about Magic and Mayhem. What have your thoughts been on set 12? What are some of the compositions that you're very excited to play?
はい、私はセット12が大好きです。コンポジション構成に関してなんですが、僕は好きな構成というより得意な構成なんですけど、エルドリッジをプレイするのが好きです。
There's a lot of respect that the other Japanese players have had for you for a very long time. And now that at the EWC we're playing a team format, I'm curious if you've kind of fallen naturally into a captain role, or if not, what is the team dynamic overall of your team?
そうですね。キャプテンというより、そうですね。僕がインゲーム中は積極的に声出しをしてみんなを引っ張っていくというポジションになったのかなと思っております。
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. Before we end Tidal, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to the fans at home?
日本の方だけでなく海外の方からもたくさん応援されることがあるんですが、そのご期待に添えられるよう EWC で結果を残したいと思います。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you so much for the interview, Tidal, and good luck at the EWC.
Thank you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
day 2 of the Esports World Cup presents TFT. My name is Crusherfit. This here's my big brother, General Ben. General Ben, today 4 teams are going to be eliminated, and when that happens, their keys are going to get crushed. Ain't that right?
That is right, yes.
But we don't need no way to make a crushing happen, because you can crush anything, can't you, Ben?
That is true.
Wait, you try with this key. You sound like an elephant, Ben. But the key's still intact. I think we need ourselves an even stronger piece of crushing equipment. Have we got something like that, Ben?
Right there. But look at this fine specimen of machinery.
Oh my gosh, that could crush absolutely anything. How many keys we're gonna crush here today?
4 keys, Peter.
4 keys. That's a lot of keys and a lot of disappointed teams. We're looking forward to seeing it happen. Ooh.
Second day of TFT at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams competing for the lion's share of $550,000. Today is day 2 of the group stage as well, which means that 4 teams will be sent home. Their keys as well as their dreams will be crushed as they fail to make the end of this tournament. Who's it gonna be? Let's find out.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Well, second day of TFT here at EWC. I'm your host, Ginny, for today, joined on the analyst floor by some of the most loveliest analysts that we have over in TFT. So let's break this one down, because how are we feeling about the fact that after today, only 12 teams will be one step closer to that final and also putting their name down in history?
Exactly. I mean, keys are going to get crushed on day number 2. That's pretty crazy to imagine. I mean, we saw surprises yesterday. We saw some incredible TFT throughout the day. Super exciting to see what's happening in day number 2.
Yeah, day 1, meta developments, not so much. Team play, format developments, very much so. It's a unique format for TFT. I've been living and breathing TFT since the set launch, and I just want more.
How many games have you played?
Don't ask.
100%. I got a chance to talk to players recently, and they were doing bot reviews at night, late bot reviews. The one who won, they were very highful, they were very perfect and joyful. The one who lose, they were very concentrated and with a cold mind. So I would really like to see how they improve, the one in winning brackets and the one in losing.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind particularly is there is that lower bracket, and some teams got knocked into that yesterday. And I want to talk about the expectations that we have heading into this. I feel like for me particularly, when I'm looking at the teams that did really well, and maybe even the upset, Fnatic really comes to mind here.
No, I think that was the big upset of day number one. I think that everyone coming into this, everyone was calling them the super team. Everyone was calling them the best team. They have the reigning world champion, Dish Soap, on their team as well, which everyone was like, hey, they're going to be able to win this group pretty easily. But losing yesterday, now they're in the lower bracket, so it's do or die for them today.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the recap, particularly from yesterday and how everything played out, because that might have been an upset, but we had some crazy games overall.
That being said, with Fnatic, Z10 is a team that I personally know Alan ZQ, their captain, very, very well. Stuart, I've played many games. Alan ZQ has played like 50 more than me.
50
how
more
much
than
is many?
PB, many is like 150, Alan.
Okay,
With
okay.
PB is into like the 300s maybe.
We have to remember, this is like in 8 days as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
So when it comes to individual performances and really carrying your team in terms of knowledge and the nuances of a new set of TFT with the overload of information, Z10, I'm not surprised. They kind of upset Fnatic, and they'll be doing, I think, the same maybe today against T1.
Yeah, other upsets, we have KC also, the first one in qualification because of the points. They have so many representation, going to the worst stage so many times, mainly for KC. Double Canvas also in the last transition round, and also Zeta. Zeta didn't perform as we would have expected, including individual talent for talent from title, but that's when the 4v4 comes in. Is the team good enough, or only the players are performing well?
Yeah, and I think also brings a question in terms of what teams do we think have overperformed. Maybe teams that coming into this, we had certain expectations, or we were a little wary in terms of how they will be performing. If you had to put teams or even players individually that you think have really, really brought a great light, who would you pick?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like the players on Z10, like you said, Alan ZQ as well, have been performing pretty well. The players on MSJ as well, I think a huge upset yesterday, them being able to win the series yesterday. I think overall we've had some crazy expectation in terms of the players coming into this.
Yeah.
A lot of players have underperformed, but also players have also overperformed as well.
Even Fnatic, with the loss, you look at Malala, you look at Dish Soap, you look at, champs, absolute champs in TFT. It was Kyun who was the MVP for their team yesterday, and that's maybe a surprise for many players coming into this event. So I think it's all about, as a team, as a cohesive unit, performing well, learning what happened yesterday, see the mistakes, and coming in today and improving the meta, but also the team play as well.
Yeah, and also the players had well performed, and then maybe they got a top 8, but they helped the team. So it happened with Bintium. He got 8th, then he got 1st, and then he got 8th, but the team won. So that was amazing, 2nd place. And then Michael did the same. Michael is the hero of Toronto Ultra. He got 8th, but then he won it out in the next game, closing the match in a 2-0. So it's amazing to see that we don't have the hero player all the time. They're actually taking roles on it.
Yeah, and I think back and forth from these teams and from the players is something that we're looking forward to, because teamwork really makes the dream work this time around when we have this format going on. But when it comes to the Aramco highlights, the plays that we really thought stood out to us, I think we're spoiled for choice this time around. But let's start off particularly with the first one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the highlights. I mean, in general, we had some crazy highlights. We're going to see the 5th play here. We're going to be seeing the plays.
That's a lot of gold, Stuart.
I mean, that is a lot of gold.
I'm not counting, but it's a huge gold injection.
I think in general, the big thing is being able to try and hit the crazy amount of units. I mean, we see a Tom Kench 3-star there. Maybe not so good by itself, but still an incredible play.
Are you underestimating the catfish? Because I absolutely love Tom Kench in this set.
The importance of Syndra here, obviously the one who gets the Syndra 3 will go as the hero of the lobby, trying to get that 1st place. And obviously the best variation is the Vanguard that we're seeing just now.
And I think that leads us pretty nicely in towards what we've been seeing from yesterday when it comes to that Syndra particularly. I felt like that was the talk of the town, but it was also what every single team wanted to get their hands on.
Most played comp, best stats. In TFT, there's a shared unit pool. Usually if it's the most played comp, you're contesting other players, you're having a bad time. It is not the case coming to day 2. Everyone should be playing Syndra.
I mean, 4 of the 5 best plays I think we're seeing right here.
It says something.
On the down low.
But I think it was also the positioning as well, right? We saw yesterday, especially from like Bintum on T1, I think his positioning on Syndra and the positioning of the front line is also super important.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that the Syndra is also, even though she does AoE damage, she needs to make sure that she targets the right units and you place your front line correctly to be able to protect the Syndra so she can ramp up during the fight.
Besides the Syndra pick that we've seen a lot and everybody in their Goldfish playing it yesterday, is there another champion that heading into today we think we will be seeing a little bit more of? Is there anything when it comes to dealing with the Syndra that we are expecting teams to bring out? Because of course it is a newer set, you're adapting and you're learning as you go, and the meta read here is crucial to be able to close out games.
I think in general, if you want to try and beat Syndra at the moment, I think there's been a lot of tempo comps that have also been performing pretty well. We're speaking of like the vertical comps, things like 10 Portal that we saw yesterday, 9 Fairy as well. I think that is a win condition against the Syndra because the Syndra will struggle against all the healing that the 9 Fairy will do, for example, the 10 Portals with the huge amount of AoE damage and healing that can be done.
Yeah, we had an idea that maybe other 2-cost reroll will be important, such as Cosmo, such as Cassidy, but they're actually not performing. So I totally agree with you, Stuart. The vertical comps, if you are enabled by a significant augment that gives you the emblem, could be the way to go.
I think Kog'Maw was the victim of a lot of griefing yesterday. Yeah. Always Kog'Maw being held by other players. That was a big reason I think it performed so poorly. Cassidy in the right hands with the right understanding of how to play this comp, I think it performed really well. We saw Soju in that game 1 Vitality versus KC. We saw Volta performing 2 games, a 2-0 win against GK, for example. I think Cassidy in the right hands with understanding of how that comp works and how it can tempo Ultra out stage 3 and 4 is a big one. And the new reroll on the block, Zoe Scholars, still I think a misunderstood comp that can do very well in day 2.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be playing out. But yesterday as well, particularly, we had the Doritos highlights. So let's have a look at those because there is so much emotion, action, and just all in all friendship going on here at TFT at EWC. All right, a lot of happiness that we saw yesterday, and I think as well what we need to take into consideration is we're going to be seeing a lot of keys getting crushed today. So this happiness could potentially turn into a little bit of sadness with the symbolic of having to give your key away to the other team, to the team that defeated you. I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. Your feelings about that? Have you seen any keys crushed already?
I've seen some key crush.
Yeah.
I was here last week as well. The keys crush, especially when the key gets hand over, the emotion goes through you as well. It's just like, that feeling is going to be so hurtful. But as you mentioned, in terms of celebration, since this is the first time we're seeing like a LAN 4v4 tournament, it's so great to see TFT players actually celebrating together.
Right?
It's like kind of the first time we've ever seen that. Normally they're celebrating by themselves, but seeing the reactions is so great.
Yeah, and particularly when we're looking at the keys that are going to be crushed, it does end the journey for the teams here. You need to be top 8 in order to qualify for EWC Club Championship points, and you're not going to get that if you're out today, and that will impact the standings. Currently, Falcons, they are miles ahead of any other team with 2 wins as well under their belt, followed up by Team Liquid, but Liquid doesn't really have anyone here today.
Yeah, I want to highlight T1 here, 1,000 points, and if they get a first place in the final day, that's 2,000 points that they could easily have. They've been playing so amazing, and we saw it in the interview. You interview the people from KC, everyone, and they got as the APAC representative T1 with amazing performance, so it's a possibility.
Navi as well in TFT in that top 10, but unfortunately yesterday that was a 2-0 loss, so they have to come back to stay alive today in day 2.
And we're looking at the prize pool as well, and when you're that first space, you really get the majority of the $500,000 prize pool to keep in mind. But when it came to yesterday, we are looking at how the game played out. Zeta going up against Wolves, with Wolves taking that win, and GK against Breaching out. And I think GK, that's the team that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. But from the day one, from the takeaways from some of these teams that weren't able to make it, what do you think was the biggest mistake that we're coming through?
DK had some problem with being physically focused. They had some travel issues making it here, didn't have a chance to scrim as much. I think today that will be solved. And also I think the fact that their meta, they played very off meta. This is the first balance patch in TFT in set 12 where if you get creative, you will be punished. These are top TFT players who love thinking, I'm the best in the world, I can do whatever I want and find success. It's not so much the case.
Yeah, and that's the first match that we're going to be looking up against Zeta, so these teams really are going to have to prove themselves. When it comes to the other matches that we're looking forward to today, are you looking forward to a Falcons Toronto?
Oh, I mean, I think every single game today is going to be crazy, right? I think Falcons Toronto is going to be insane. That's going to be whoever wins that makes it to the playoffs as well, which is going to be really, really huge. But even so, a Common Corp against Twisted Minds, both teams we didn't expect to see in the lower bracket, one of them is going to see their keys get
Yeah, I think it's totally amazing that teams that were the favorites coming in the tier list that every content creator was making around the world are actually now in the lower bracket. So the upset could be more now in the times to come. And the favorite teams who will fall down on day 2.
Exactly, and you're going to get your key crushed if that is the case. But either way, we have our casters ready for a quick checking to see what they think ahead of the match.
All right, well, of course, from what everyone you guys have been saying on the desk, this is a big day. And we can't forget, of course, the journey these teams have taken even to get to the EWC at all.
No, absolutely a huge one here by DK. Like, they went for the open qualifiers over in the Americas region here. Had a rough go at it yesterday, but I think very importantly for me personally, I think that they showcased themselves having a decent understanding of the format, avoiding going into the 8th place in both of their games, and maybe they can carry that on through to today as well, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be a hell of a day.
Great day today. Thank you guys so much for that. I'm looking forward as well to see whether or not GK is going to be coming out on top. But I also want to ask you guys one more question when it comes to the other matches that we have. We've already discussed it a little bit of the desk, but if you have to pick out one of the matches that we're going to be having a look at today, besides GK Zeta, who would it be? Which match do you think everybody needs to keep their eye on?
I don't know, I'm really excited to see Fnatic versus Weibo just because of them being upset in the first round means I think they've got a lot left to prove, and to have a really tough opponent coming in for their second game as well. It's do or die, of course, for so many teams, but Fnatic as a favorite particularly.
And that is also going to be the Jamil Motorsport match of the day. Fnatic going up against Weibo Gaming. And again, it highlights the expectations, but also the pressure when it comes to a team like Fnatic, because looking at it from the grand scheme of things, Fnatic is a team that has had multiple teams at multiple different games. They were here in week 1 when it came to League of Legends. They were here for PUBG. They're now here as well for TFT. They have a lot of teams, but when we're looking at the standings, they're not on there yet.
They're not up there at all. I mean, I feel like in general, the organization came in with a lot of high hopes, and definitely for the Esports World Cup. As you mentioned, I feel like they've been pretty underperforming, and I think a lot of people coming into this thought that Fnatic were going to take them 1,000 points at the end, but now they have to kind of claw their way back after day number 1.
I think for the Americas, this was similar to the KC announcement. This was the dream team for America. You have the back-to-back champs. You have Kyun, who's a very strong player, and Weijin, who's like Jungler, this young rising player who has insane raw skill. That first loss to Z10, I think, really stopped them in their tracks, with their coach Florian as well helping out behind the scenes. I would be surprised if they're eliminated today.
Yeah, but instead we're going to be talking about the first game that we're going to be looking at, GK going up against Zeta. And this is, as we said, a bit of a shoes to fill for both of these teams here. When we're looking at Zeta particularly, from yesterday, what was your biggest takeaway when it came to their performance?
Yeah, totally. Zeta, we were expecting Tidal to be the hero, to be the one who are going to carry the game, but actually he took more of a passive performance. We're talking about this. Stuart, he was actually helping the team a lot and taking the loss, holding units for the rest of the players and trying to go for the team and getting the win. In the end, it was a tight series. It was 2-1. So actually not the best for them. Individual performance, I think it was cool, but I think we will need to see more teamwork. Not only for Tidal, for the rest, maybe rolling at the same time, looking for the combat summon in the same moment and pressuring. We saw, for example, in Toronto, that was the way of playing, and that was the way they could win out and pressure more the rest of the lobby.
I think that just shows kind of the flexibility of this format as well. Not one player can just take one role in this type of format. You know, Taito, as you mentioned in day number 1, was taking that more of a sacrificial role, taking Pandora's bench. At one point, had 6 Syndras on the bench, just basically taking it away from anyone else.
Syndra.
Exactly, not even playing Syndra, just keeping it away from everyone else. But I feel like in general, I feel like the whole team needs to step up. It was a pretty close series yesterday, but I feel like Title and also obviously Taro and Kess, who also performed pretty well at Project PBE.
Who do we think from GK should be stepping up this time around?
I think it's Dobbs. Similar to Title,
Okay.
Dobbs is the experienced player. He's the veteran from Brazil. He's done the best at champs compared to these 4 players. And he did the worst yesterday, similar to Title in terms of the stats. So these are players that have to rise up, become the heroes that are kind of is expected from them. And the biggest thing for both teams, don't be creative. Don't play off meta. Usually you want to, but these I think are the 2 teams yesterday that played the most off meta and had the poorest results.
Yeah, I totally agree. Dobbs has to be the sage. Also, BCLF, a great veteran, going to Worlds several times. Babseda, the new gun of this team, actually so young, only a year in TFT. Most of these players have played TFT since set 1. Since the beginning, Babseda is the new talent that will come up and maybe be the hero for Brazil.
And if you want to cast your vote in terms of which team you think will be coming out victorious, head over to scplay.gg and let us know who you think will be coming out on top. I want to throw this one back to you, Stuart, here, because I'm going to have to throw you under bus. I am so sorry. You're the closest to me. GK Zeta, if you have to give us a prediction, who'd take it?
I think Zeta takes it 2-1.
Okay.
I think GK in general comes in as one of the underdogs, I think, of the whole tournament. I think Zeta with Title on the team, definitely going to step up.
Well, we're ready to head on to stage with Zeta against GK.
The time is here, the time is now for the Esports World Cup, presenting Teamfight Tactics. My name is Jasmine. Joining me on this gorgeous stage, I have Fancy. The magic is underway. The mayhem did ensue for yesterday as well. How are you feeling about day 2?
Absolutely, day 2 is going to be different for other teams, because yesterday we saw a lot of wins happening and a lot of teams advancing in the group stage, but tonight we have a lot of keys to crush. On stage we're crushing 3 keys and another one on the backstage. All of the teams face eliminations. There's no other chance to continue the tournament.
Keys will be crushed, dreams will be crushed, hopes will be broken and shattered. But you know what, Fancy? I think without further ado, we should go ahead and introduce our first 2 teams. First up, we have none other than Zeta Division. The Japanese representatives with Title leading the charge. This might very well be his last shot at redemption. From first in Runeterra Reforged to 17th in Tactician's Crown, it is now or never.
And their opponents, please welcome GK Esports. This team went 0-2 last night, and now they sit at the bottom of their group facing elimination. There is no other way for them to advance other than to win this tournament, otherwise they are out of it. But going 0-2 is something that they have to do, because they are on the big stage and it's time for redemption.
It is time, Fancy, indeed. This is going to be Brazil taking on Japan. The representatives butting heads. Who's going to walk away with a victory?
There's so much to talk about for this match. Zeta Division versus GK Esports. Both of them face elimination. So how about we go to the casters and talk more about this match?
Thank you very much. It's our honor to be able to bring you the opening game or opening series of day 2. As he said, it's going to be a lot of broken dreams. In fact, the great sage Samuel Hapgood did say this is a boulevard of broken keys, and that's what's going to be paving the way forwards for our teams.
But the good thing is they're not walking that lonely road alone, right? They're walking there with their teammates, getting in there, doing all of that work here. We saw yesterday, Zeta Division, one of the closest series overall. Incredible gameplay they showed against the Wolves. Some people define that as an upset, right? Zeta Division losing Title, amazing player coming out of Japan, one of the best to ever do it. But for me, I'm looking towards this GK squad. What can they do? The Brazilian underdogs, a team that many people, many teams even have kind of deemed as one of the weakest teams all in the competition. Now it's time for them to show what they're made of.
Yeah, they lost 0-2 against Branching Out last time round. In terms of lessons learned then heading into day 2 from GK, where do you think they need to really tighten up their play in their game?
I mean, we spoke a little bit with the Branching Out team at lunch just a minute ago, right? And they're talking about the fact that in game 1 they got to play uncontested Syndra pretty much, which is
wild.
Which is incredibly weird to say in the meta that we're in right now, but something that they did do incredibly well yesterday was avoiding the 8th place, right? Their sacking player, Peter, did his job amazingly well, held on, griefed the enemy team, and avoided the 8th place, which opens up so many more scenarios for that win.
You can see on the GK side of things, they seem to be in good spirits coming in today. Of course, 3 games played across the series, or potentially 3 games. Of course, 2 could send a team out. So over to Zeta's division, they went 1-2 against the Wolves, as we mentioned it before, as we get into our first game. Same sort of question, Tile was only able to make into the top 4 a single time across the 3 games. What would you like to see change the most from their side?
Honestly, I don't know what we need to change here, right? Because a lot of the things that went wrong in game number 3 yesterday was down to that opening augment. It's such a critical part of the 4v4 situation because it really is what defines how you're able to push the tempo. And we can see here right now, Peter, it is going to be that golden prelude most likely. So hero augments on the horizon potentially as well to kind of open up some niche reroll lines. Let's see where we end up going.
Yeah, and follow on to what you were saying there. I'm really excited to see if we do get any of our really specific lines coming out in force, as it does seem like, yes, as has been the case across the tournament so far, for the most part of players, they want to bring down the variability of the game. Golden Prelude, exactly as you say, we've got a little bit more predictability to play with.
Also, I will shout out Tidal for using this specific arena. It is my arena of choice as well. Real recognized, real, it is one of those old school ones. Back in the day when we had the damage being delayed, that was how you
survived. Ran away from the damage.
This one was one of the ones we used this one to run away alongside some of the others from that same pass back in the day. But just to see what we're getting on here, Peter. There's 2 reroll lines kind of opening up on this initial observation from Tidal, and we saw him yesterday kind of being one of the players that was going down that reroll line alongside the likes of the Pilfer opening as well.
Well, I mean, let's open up the conversation a little bit, which to further what they were saying on the desk about the different kind of comps that can work well. Honey Monster, Cogmore, which of course we got 2 pieces of here, had terrible stats. David was saying it was because it's contested. Are you of the same kind of mind as well?
Absolutely right. So a little bit of a secret here. I have lost 150 LP this season in 5 games of trying to play Cogmore. Just kind of saying, I'm no expert on this, but I'm an expert of what goes wrong when you play this competition.
You're an expert on what's been happening to our players in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's because it's so difficult to get this composition online when you're having your units cannibalized by the enemy team. Right? It's like them holding that onto them, ensuring that there is no way for you to go. You're so reliant on those freestyle upgrades coming through here. And a very interesting tempo opener, potentially also opening up here for Cass. Look at this, right? Shyvana and Cassiopeia shot prompted against those, but he has the Eldritch online.
Of course, we know the school mascot is potentially going to be coming out in short order to make this an extremely strong start. Not going to be in this case, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes out across the field for any particularly spicy ones.
Yeah, but 2 very interesting augment choices here, but goes directly for that all that shimmers here. And we were talking about yesterday the lack of that Mogul's Mail being brought out, but this time around, it is going to be brought into the mix.
I know you've brought up before with your Mogul's Mail, if you can have that one frontline who can stay alive forever, then it's amazingly good. I think your particular favorite was the Wukong there, your Wukong 3-star being able to stay up and keep that gold generating.
It's just the fact that it's going to be very difficult in stage 2 to get it triggered because a lot of the frontline units will be relatively squishy when you don't have a belt to slam on there. But Mordecai, so in of his own right here, pretty solid units to freeze. That's a little bit ahead of the power curve. Should be able to start farming some gold. But even then, I've had games where I've barely farmed any gold from this item on stage 2, and then I've had to farm 50, 60 gold over the course of a game. It is so powerful. And I'm just excited to see whether or not that's going to be something that Kess can steamroll into a strong opening here. But look at the other side of the field here from ECLF. Double itemization here on the front line, going for the full on-tempo game plan with the Dragon's Claw Hoffman.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Maybe if there was a weak board for Kess to walk into, but we do get little blips on the left-hand side as to some of these, or all of the augments, in fact, that have been picked up early on. I know at breakfast we were discussing Title notoriously picked up the Metabolic Accelerator in day 1. Didn't go well for him. Kaito will do the same thing again for Japan. What's your read on this?
So there are different ways of going about this, right? And a very big one to kind of keep in mind here is going to be the way that you're going to kind of look into things with, because again, it allows you the opportunity to sack for your teammates. You're going to be able to kind of tank the losses a little bit more effectively, because again, kind of like Tiny Titans here, it's a shared HP pool all across the game. So with that continuous healing coming out here, you get to like around 10 extra HP per stage to work with in terms of like being able to kind of figure out where you want to go gameplay-wise.
Yeah, well, hopefully it will work out better for Japan this time. That was kind of the interesting. I think you were saying, back before, you didn't actually want to see Japan changing what they were doing necessarily, just the circumstantial things around their play. So I can admire that, honestly, from say division. Say we've got a plan coming into this event. We've got a particular style we want to play. We know it's good. We just need the dice to fall where they need to.
Interesting Augment here as well on the side of Taro with that Transfiguration here. So we'll be going for a very charm-heavy game plan in the early game. Going to get as many components as kind of play this tempo off. It's kind of something I want to grab for a second here, because it was a double component opener here, right? No free components, which means that any augments that will give you any of those extra components, extra combat power here in the early stages of the game will allow you to dictate the tempo of stage 2.
All right, so Bab Zero with a pretty reasonably good thrown together ball for the time being, but Archer will be coming in here. You said this, we're talking coming into this one Archer player we're hoping to see perform very well, picking up the 2 healthy to make this board last longer, and also having the Ginsu so early on along with that Syndra. This feels like a very solid start.
Yeah, we saw yesterday people full on opening when they picked up the 2 healthy just to get themselves as set up as possible for this Syndra reroll line. Again, the Rage Blade now has become one of the critical items on the Syndra now. The scaling of her ability with those additional casts, putting extra power into her abilities all throughout the game, means that any combination of items that will just allow her to attack and cast as often as possible is going to be much more valuable than raw AP.
Well, yeah, we can see here in this round, even if it looks like it's not going to necessarily get the win against Bab-Zero, who has a Syndra of his own, we have got to skin up, actually, at least doing a very good job of holding on with that extra HP, and Archer not just getting it in a lot of stacks, but actually building up a very solid early win streak.
It's worth noting here, so when you are playing 2 healthy, there's a little bit more synergy along the shapeshifter line as well, right? So you get extra HP to work with on those transformations as well. So super fun one to look at here as well. Opening Carousel, there is a Syndra with a glove here, not the worst options of choice. Is not going to be a blocker here for the enemy team. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here, as we do see Kato going directly for that good old-fashioned Syndra on that Carousel here. Get a brief overlook on what's going on here. Something to keep in mind as we do see the action unfold here. VCLF with that duplicator, we didn't talk too much about the start of the game, Peter, will be something to keep an eye out. Title the same as well.
Yeah, I want to kind of bring us out to the big picture as well. Notable, we've had several games where being able to put down a lot of domination early on has worked out extremely well. We're a couple of rounds away from potentially having GK Esports bring 2 players on win streaks through stage 2.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting to see whether or not that is going to hold on, because they could tag into each other, and then you got to figure out who has the best chance of holding on to the win streak into one stage 3. And that's a very difficult one to kind of do, and something you can't really plan around here at this point of the stage. So it will be very interesting to see whether or not that's going to be the case. If they do face up, it does seem. Never mind, they do not face up. I am missing
to be fair, there's a lot of more Kaisers going around these days.
Board, right, as well. That's kind of like I thought in Milan, like, okay,
it's a spot the difference kind of situation here, absolutely. But so we might see them both getting stopped a little bit short. It looks like on the left-hand side, VCLF is completely fine with this round. The Eldritch Brawl breaking on the right-hand side. I think it might still be good enough at least. Has been doing a lot of work. We've got some stacks on the Syndra. It's going to be tight towards the tail end. This would be huge if Syndra could just finish the job.
I think she managed to finish the job there. Yeah, she did for Archer, right? So,
oh boy.
I put a note here as well, right? So, right now it's a GK Savage in and around the standings as well. Here again, the fall streak not necessarily as relevant as it used to be in the past. You don't get the extra goal for it, but if VCLF and Archer are able to dodge each other here, I'm going to be very interested to see how they're going to invest into keeping their streaks alive.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. GK controlling both the winning streaks, both the loss streaks as well. That's a massive quantity of money coming in. And if we're all about that Syndra reroll, you have to get up to that kind of reroll state faster. It's going to be huge for the game.
Yeah, let's see here. Now, they are going to dodge each other here, so Taro will be taking a beating from VCL Sport here. And again, this is kind of predictable, as I was talking about, with the slam of that Ionic Spark in the early game here, off the back of those early components being dropped here. And when you get a tempo item that's very catch-all, very flexible, in a 2-component opener and you can play for a win streak, identifying that spot and going for it is going to be incredibly powerful because, again, sure, the damage at this point in the game will not be as big as in the late stage of the game here, but you are still putting a ton of pressure on your opponents.
All right, well, great news for Brazilian fans. GK Esports control both of the win streaks. We'll see in a second if they control both the loss streaks as well. Bab Zero, yeah, I think it's not quite as clean for the loss streaks as it is for the win streaks, but ultimately, that's a massive amount of money into Brazilian pockets heading into Stage 3, making it to PvE.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're going to see people start pulling on here. We saw someone with a Kog'Maw 2 more or less on the bench there, so it is going to be an interesting spot to kind of figure out how they're going to approach this here. Dobbs now looking towards a potential multi-striker line here as well with that spell play, something that we've spoken about at length here, really opening up an additional damage source for the likes of the Captain and the rest of the multi-strikers.
Yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about multi-strikers, because of course, we had a lot of stats to pull through from day one. Of course, we'll have more stats when day 2 is done, but certainly the numbers didn't look great for multi-striker, and one that really stood out for me was the very high 8th rate for the composition.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you hit the Catherine free, you get the Catherine reroll itself going. It's absolutely powerful, one of the strongest compositions in the game, but if you don't hit that Catherine, you're then forced to transfer into the Callista as your main carry. Very often you can't find that 7 multi-striker vertical. You are going to struggle to stabilize and could find yourself in an 8th position because, again, when you're re-rolling heavily, you will end up like losing HP. You can't even find that Catherine 2, which will make you stable with the correct itemization choices all throughout Stage 3 and Stage 4. You will not have the time to make the necessary adjustments on towards the likes of the Callista.
All right, well, it looks like we might be running into a little bit of a loss streaking from Zeta's side of things. Taro will be one of those players who's been trying to put together a loss streak of his own. Does have pretty good items for the Syndra. We can see Syndra's everywhere. There was a kind of discussion coming up this morning of saying maybe we are going to be seeing games with 4 Syndra players being played just because the stats back up. That may well be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and again, like, you just gotta have to accept the fact that we're gonna be seeing multiple people on Syndra, even maybe just in the early game for now, but even then, like, it is one of the best item builders to then go into the likes of the Karma composition that we haven't really spoken too much about just yet here. Free to Augment selection coming through now. This could be any free of the rarities, and it will be the silver ones here. So stuff like Pandora's Bench Speaker, very powerful in this format here, because you can buy yourself extra time to get those free stars online. You can also roll randomly into the 2 costs of free, whatever your opponents are trying to hold as well. So it's a really interesting dynamic, and you can kind of pull out a power spike out of nowhere.
Well, we'll see which silver augments come through across the field in a second. As you said, Pandora's Bench is exceptionally powerful. Worth noting, so the Brazilian team, they have the 4 streaks coming into Stage 3. They now only have 2 of those. Japan managed to break a little bit of the hold. Look in the middle of the pack as well on the right-hand side. Title is starting to pick up a little bit of steam. We came into the tournament expecting him to be the big hitter for the Japanese side. Maybe this is the game that happens.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what happens. But with the fact you're on level 6 already, you're not going to be playing the Ashe Jax line you're talking about just a second ago here. But look, again, keep in mind here, Babsera could have just held on to the Cinders, but now we'll be rerolling them instead, trying to get that Catherine, but going with a very AP heavy build here. And again, look at the economy on the side of Taro here. He's gone all the way down, just trying to make himself an absolute menace all throughout this Stage 3 here, relying on that Mogul smell to get him back above the thresholds.
Yeah, picking up the augment to enhance the unit in the center of the board means that we were worried about the Morgans not being able to stay up and generating gold. He's an absolute monster in the center of the field. As we do see Title picking up win number 4. It feels like the field is starting to shift here, Wheater.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about something here, right? So yesterday, Cedar, they lost to Wolves. They were all using the same little legend. All the Cedar boys now on the good old-fashioned Sprite, Peter. So
it's a classic.
It definitely is one of the classics here, so I'm going to love to see that come into the mix now. Babsera was the player we're talking about that had that Kog'Maw 2 on the bench now. Has found himself a very early Kog'Maw 3 here, and that's going to be one of the successful criteria. He also has that Olaf here that can transform into a secondary carry, not going towards the Blaster line with that Tristana secondary carry, which makes the conversation a little different. And I think that from most people here, speaking to Jubei, for example, right, really talking about how they prefer having the Jinx to fund the line and stuff.
Yeah, certainly. I do like that the Hunter's got a lot of different ways to go there. We see Dobbs on the other side with the beginning of the Castellan and reroll, just getting deleted immediately. The single target damage here from the Kog'Maw is pretty frightening.
Yeah, something we haven't spoken too much about here either, right, as we do see Unleash the Beast being picked up here on the side of title, I believe, right? It is an interesting one for sure, because the main things about Kassadin is you need to have some way to avoid having downtime. A lot of people use QSS, a lot of people use the Edge of Night here, but with the Sterix Gauge now providing that CC reduction for a bit of immunity even, right? Really strong, really powerful tool. It just means like you can kind of like go around and do other things with your items instead.
All right, as we come to our Stage 3 carousel, we will take stock of where we are, and we're looking at a very different situation now coming to the back half of Stage 3. We now see 3 Zeta Division members from being stuck in the middle of the pack. They've clawed their way up into the top 3 positions. What a change we were from the start of Stage 3.
Yeah, and I think that's just about like how you manage to navigate your position. We saw a very heavy investment from the Zeta Division side of things in towards this Stage 3. Because the most important stage in the game at the moment is going to be that Stage 4, and Stage 3 really lays the foundations here for that as well. Here we can see one of the biggest adaptations here as well, with the charms now being able to pick up 10 gold for the price of 6, I believe, with all of those missing connections coming in here. Quick small adaptations here as well with the gold remover, getting the items onto the right unit as well.
So, okay, so we switch things across to an Akali carry, at least for the time being, and with the 2 Zergs, you said, going to be absolutely titanic to be able to hold in the middle of the board. We have now got a 3-item Cogmore on the other side, though. I just don't think at this point in the game, even with the Zergs, nothing stands in that Cogmore 3's way.
No, and that's the big deal here. Both on the Zeta Division streaks being broken. Title taking a loss. Observer is by far the strongest player in the lobby right now. Has hit all of the stuff here. But also for better with all these beasts now, it opens up that Akali's secondary carry to do so much more work. When she dives into the backline, she will no longer be CC'd and unable to move. So very interesting to see, especially with the combination of that Edge of Night as well. Doubles of ability as well with the Hand of Justice, just fighting for that longevity in the fights.
All right, so as we come to the end of Stage 3, Title getting stopped in his tracks a little bit, but Kez managed to keep things on. Babsera from the GK side of things, keeping up a good head of steam. Taro, who we're checking with now, you mentioned, of course, the ability to scale up by picking up some more charms as we go along. Still, we've had some good items on our Syndra for quite some time here, and with the Cassiopeia paired for more, again, single target damage to complement the multi-target of the Syndra.
Yeah, but most of the time people will be going for Karma as secondary carry in the composition. And Karma just goes into everything, Peter, right?
True.
Looking at this here as well now, Observer should be more than fine here, especially with that, even though that Elder Spawn will kind of be doing a ton of work to kind of remove the front line here of Babsera, but as long as his Cogmore gets to ramp up with the Rage Blade, he should be more than fine.
So, I mean, again, we came in today not expecting very much from the Cogmore boards here. Is this jittery just because it's not being contested, we're seeing the full potential?
I think so for sure, because again, you also hit very early on, you hit on free too, that's a little bit ahead of the curve as well, so you get to power up, you don't have to exceed all of your economies to like maintain a strong board as well. That's a big deal here. That stabilization here as well is super important. And the very interesting things to note as well is we do get this overlay up here, thank you to our production team. VCLF has not rolled a single time so far this game.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see. I mean, you can trust that with players like Taro and like Kez, who've spent over, we've been just going absolutely crazy on that one. I'm really interested to see, we said Stage 4 being so important, how this one works out with both teams having members on heavy win streaks coming in. But only, again, PK controlling those loss streaks towards the bottom. You have the upgrades coming in. Of course, we'd love to reroll those 2-star units as well for the potential for a big win.
Yeah, really excited to see what is going to be happening here. What is the game plan for the likes of Dobbs here? A player, as we heard David talk about on the pre-show, the player that is seen as the ace here. On this multi-strike line. We know he is contested, you can see right now in the picture-in-picture here, and that is going to be that Akali free coming through on that side of the field here. So, going to be way, way harder for Dobbs, who's already struggling here. And this is one of the reasons why you see spots like this you're talking about before with the multi-strikers having a very high 8-frame. Spots like these could be very hard to navigate correctly.
Yeah, I suppose at least the good news for Dobbs is he's not overly invested in the Akali as of yet. In the same way we saw from the other side of the equation. See how Archer does pick up the featherweights to rely for the Syndra, who is armed exclusively with cast acceleration to continue to be a massive menace.
Just looking at how this fight is going to unfold, we do see that on the topic we've seen 2 Rage Blades alongside a Nash's 2 for Cassia, just all out on attack speed. As soon as you're going to figure out, it's going to be a triple gold game as well to work with, Peter.
All right, well, it does mean we at least keep an even kill, but I do want to draw attention as these augments come in to Dobbs. I believe we'll be dropping in with in a second. These are indeed his augments. we know the Cassidy reroll is being tried, but he's on 23 HP right now, and he still hasn't got his primary carry online.
No, that is a very, very big issue, but we see this time and time again. That is the risk that you take when you are playing into a relatively narrow reroll line, Peter. Sometimes you just don't hit, and especially when you're getting double contested. You see Dobbs now putting the Catalans back into the pool, put him on part of the Pandora's bench as well, as he is going to start pushing up the table here, trying to find himself the Callistas of the world, the Camilles, etc.
All right, well, Dobbs hopefully can come back on a 10-loss streak right now. Very little room to work with. Babzera, his teammate, is still up there with a 6-win streak on the other side of things, but Kato, actually, say this is it actually is going to be the contestant. I'll apologize for what I said before. Not the Cogmore 3 on this side of things, but the Tristana, we seem to be very popular as a complementary unit.
Yeah, they're playing slightly different boards as well. That's worth noting here, and kind of also explains the reason why we didn't necessarily see a huge investment into Tristana on the other side of the field, but we just see how impactful that Cassidy 3 here is once it's found, not from a charm.
Yes, and I think I got misled on that one because of seeing all the Cassidy still left on the bench and assuming that wasn't the case, but hopefully things will be turning around as Title up at the top. We saw that big win streak coming in before, slow down a little bit, but now picking up the pace here again. We know the Cassidy, of course, will be very hard to come by one way or the other, but we have got the enhanced multi-striker in here for a little bit more damage.
You do see now Kaz has gone for the Vanguard line that provides the very powerful action here, giving you access to disruption of the Nami. One of the biggest reasons why this line becomes so popular is you get that very easy Eldritch Fletch into the composition where you don't have to use Elise, for example, as you see on the other side of the field. Terra right now is using Elise as a part of his Eldritch Fort as well.
I'm really intrigued now with Taro picking up the Quicksilver. I don't know if this was a direct response to potentially having a whole bunch of Nami waves coming into your backline.
So Taro slammed this Quicksilver very early on here, and it's one of the different things about this you can kind of do here, like itemization even, is that you need like some sort of attack speed. It doesn't scale as aggressively as something like a Rage will do, but that initial burst of attack speed from the Quicksilver allows you to get towards those Nash's Tooth casts very early on, much quicker, and then the Nash's Tooth casts can kind of start resiting themselves a little bit, so you don't necessarily need like to have the ramping attack speed from the Rage Blade.
All right, so again, let's take stock of everything and where we are. We know we're in Syndra Town. Everybody is going to be going through here and trying to get as many in as possible. So we know, the 3 stars are much harder, for at least for most of the people in the lobby to work with. So if you're one of these players saying, I've got a 2-star in here, is that good enough long term, or you needing to go into additional damage for your composition to really make it work?
It's going to be interesting to see as well here, because again, it is the biggest issue here, but I want to highlight the title selection here just for a second, because we saw him have that early duplicator. He's used that on the likes of the Akali, get the tempo, but also gone into that press the attack, Peter. Super powerful augmenter, really gives you that really big true damage single target burst.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, just having an extra way to push the power of your board, it's classically been the way to do TFT. As we see on the right-hand side, the alternate Cosmo comp coming together a little bit more strongly with our friends on the Tristana side. And you can see Babzera, still very happy with how things are going. I think, completely content just to have the 2-star Tristana. There's just an appendage to the composition where Cogmore is everything.
It's also worth noting, right, Babzera's already level 8. He's just chilling up there. We've been able to go vertically, been able to start working towards capping out his composition here. Okay, Dobbs actually did manage to find that Cassidy 3, I believe, unless he found the same charm again. So, very big spike here for Dobbs, but he's on a 1-loss streak for now. Should be able to kind of turn it around, unless there just sticks towards that Cassidy.
He's a monster! Once he gets stacked up, of course his skills will stack as well. The lifesteal is almost there, but it's not quite good enough. You can see Dobbs is leaning back. The disappointment on his face. He's not out, but he's not powerful enough to get the wins he needs. He's got no more lives left after this.
Now, it's also worth noting here as well when you look at what Dobbs is doing, right, that Kato and Tara are like the next 2 people on the chopping block here for the likes of the Cedar Division squad here. So, because, again, it was a big issue for Dobbs was like he was so far behind in the HP race as well compared to the other players on the Cedar Division side of things, right? So they had so much more freedom to work with, so avoid that eighth. It just opens up so many more scenarios.
All right, we'll see. We'll keep our eye on the round side to see if... Oh, no, in fact, we'll go there face-to-face to see if Dobbs actually up against Title, the member from State Division, on the win streak. This is the worst-case scenario, but the rewards will be big if the Cassidy can make it happen. do see Cassidy's not getting a lot of attention for a while, and he is chewing through that board. Akali is at 3-star, but her attention's divided. She's not doing enough to bring the Cassidy down.
Yeah, the title here has made some moves with the golden remover here as well. Unsure whether he wanted to have the itemization this way around, but interesting to see as well. Again, just shows the power level of these spells. The combo chops coming through here, absolutely powerful, but a nice little upgrade here as well for the likes of Dobbs here. Gets this Hecarim 2 into the mix as well, so that is going to be absolutely critical here as well. Speaking of critical things here, Taro on a 7-loss streak right now, Peter. He is definitely in line to kind of go down and really look at what's going on, but it's worth noting as well that he's one off that ever so important Nunu free, which with that trick to spy class, Peter, would be 2 cards with a Nunu free in the front line.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Metabolic Accelerator working out very much better than we've seen it here from before. I mean, it's on the lower end of HP, but as you said, would be a lot lower than without it. Getting the time he needs to work within the game, as I believe Dobbs will hold on for another round. Just to go back in time a little bit, particularly for Dobbs to survive while taking the win streak away from title, that seems like such a big clarion call to GK to say they've still got a very good chance of coming out of this, I want to say laughably early game with the advantage.
Yeah, so the big front upgrade here being found, we talked about before right now. Big item decisions here as well for Arctor. Had the opportunity to pick up a spatula as well, but no Stamble once here really gonna take his competition over the line. So get that temporary frontline item. Luckily he's not traveling as well, so was able to pick that up just in time.
All right, Taro, we'll see if you've got what it takes to go face-to-face with the Cassin in 3. He's an absolute monster backed up by the red buff on the Callista. This time we've got the Cassiopeia in the mix. She's doing a lot of single target damage. He's focus firing him, following him around the board. But now Cassin is coming for his revenge. And this means Dobbs should be able to hold on. Syndra is not enough single target damage to take him down. Dobbs continues by a thread to stay in the game.
Yeah, Nico was baited in towards the enemy backline here, not protecting that Syndra at all, right? Just allowing that Cassin to walk freely here. We see for Taro still on that loss streak, even though Kato on that loss streak here, even if he did find that upgrade to the frontline, Peter, so not necessarily strong enough right now, even with multiple 3-star frontliners. This Tristana is just not dishing out enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly seen the two parts of the equation here. The Kog'Maw absolutely delivering, the Tristana being a little bit of a disappointment here, and I wonder for Kato if there's going to be anything too much more that actually changes before his game seems like it could end up ending.
Yeah, and this one here as well now. A bit of a team battle between Arjaw as well as Dobbs, but on that 2 HP right now, Dobbs do seem kind of stable as well, so should be no issue to make a charge up the table here. This could throw a massive spanner in the works for the Senior Division squad here. Keep in mind that EK, even in both of the games yesterday, did not go in a single time, and even though it does look like it could be very close here as well, disruption from the Nami. Deal out the damage here, that is going to be the elimination here. Very critical fight, throwing Dobbs out of this game, Peter. That is a big deal.
Taro goes on the same round, but oh my gosh. You could see the heartbreak on Dobbs' face. There's no secret there. Taro actually getting out just ahead because of the HP totals means that GK take their first 8th place of the entire competition, as you said. Same division, they've now got a small advantage, but we do notice Title and Kato, they are still in the bottom 4 right now, and Kato is only got 1 life left himself.
Yeah, and that is a big deal, but we'll be interested to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold up here, because we are looking at a potential triple Zeta in the bot 4, Peter. And keep in mind that if there's a triple bot 4, there is no world in which the team can come back and grab the win. So, a very rough spot being potentially here as well. Thing as one of his teammates right now, nobody's thinking shenanigans have been going on. The Nami wave indirected to the backline here will mean that Kato will be taken out. Cass keeps moving on here. His strong tempo game plan has found him a 4-win streak now as well, but Babsera on the 5-win streak with the Kog'Maw line, just proving that much more powerful.
Oh boy, yeah, maybe if it had been Title in the opposition, it could have afforded to take the L there, but Kez on the win streak as well, but up above Arjo and Babsera, they are both win streak right now. You talked about the auto loss condition of having 3 players in the bottom 4. Right now, from GK, they seem to be on course for potentially having 2 players in the top 2, which of course is another way to guarantee a win.
You can kind of see the adaptation here for the meta after what we spoke about earlier that they kind of struggle with on the GK side of things, right? Because they now have gone in towards really say, you know what, okay, we need to play a lot more than we did before, and I think that has been one of the biggest strengths of their game plan so far here. Title next in line. He's battling VCLF, but VCLF has that Mordekaiser free in the front line, Peter. Such a massive tank. Super difficult to get through here as well. So it is going to be a really big deal here for the global champion in title.
I think he's going to have to rely very heavily on that Kalista, though, if we end up with those big single targets. Of course, we saw before, Akali is not very good at keeping her attention on a single unit for any amount of time. We're going to be bringing out a whole bunch of belts, because I think Tile very aware he needs to bring himself out of his loss streak relatively soon.
But Akali in the backline, Peter, goes to the wrong way to start here, goes back onto the clock ball, but he deals out the damage here very effectively. And that is going to be a heartbreaking loss in this fight for title.
At least Tile keeps hold of the loss streak, but there isn't too much more ground to work with. It's not a horrific loss, and he's the only person with a major loss streak coming out as we check across to VCLF. The only player left from GK who's not streaking right now gets the win of his own, taking away Arcjaw's win streak.
And again, that doesn't matter right now. Arcjaw is more than happy to lose that fight, because it means that VCLF is still more than 2 lives to work with right now, going into stage 6 here. So that is a massive round here. You're really showing the fine print of the 4v4 format.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly in day 2, we've got to consider as well, our players have had the night to consider what happened in day 1, to refine their strategy, to see what worked for other teams as well. So I think you're absolutely right. Day 2, of course, the days to come, we're going to see the quality of the 4v4 play keep going up.
Absolutely here. So now we are seeing the on the side of things here. Arcjaw title here on the bottom of the screen. You see, like, this is the fight that everyone is watching. Just looking at the extra little legends being posted on this board right now. But because there's much better items this time around here with that Rune's Hurricane.
All right, this is the one for everything. We have got the into the backside. She gets deleted. There's still a little bit of damage left. You can see that title just looking on him passively. Will take the elbow, barely survives. This is not looking good for Zeta Division at all. They're on the edge of the knife, and while they get a moment's respite coming to stage 6, title's loss streak remains intact. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, and Babsari this time around giving up his win streak to VCLF. So VCLF again not taking any damage here. And there will come a time where the Cedar boys might have to take a little bit of a risk in terms of being able to go against each other here. And that's going to be an interesting one to follow. But again, this PvE round as well going to be so important here, because if Tyler's able to find that Catherine free, find that Kalista too, all of a sudden he might be back in the game.
There's also, we have Kez in the middle of that in second place right now. Again, a stark reminder of how getting first place in the game very much cannot guarantee you the win. Kez is, certainly pulling more than his weight in the game overall. The board is looking very, very good. Really the key components for this, the more guys are in place from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, one more castle and all that is needed for Tyler, as you can see in the little PIP here. So very important to note that that's something we're going to be looking at here. Cass now very focused here, has to figure out how much can he sacrifice of his own game plan. He's sitting with 74 gold. Peter does not want to make any investment right now, but does not get his teammate.
Oh boy, that's going to be a huge relief again. Reminder after reminder, if title drops at any point, well, at least at this point in the game, where it's seeming like it could be possible. No, Akali into the backline does take a big chunk. Kalista is still up alive, still at the edge of knife, and the ground guard Akali is barely staying up. She's on the absolute edge of title, down to just a Kalista. The CC coming in. I don't think there's quite enough there. The dash is good. There's not a lot of damage on the other side, but no! A heartbreaker. Zeta Division, the rest of the game will be played out. You can see in the camera there for GK Esports, they know this one is done. They're up 1-0 in the series.
You can kind of see just the inner workings of the competition coming together the second that Cassidy Free was found, just how much impact that could have here. But was struggling to find that ever so important Kalista 2. Kalista 2 again would have cleaned out that backline alongside the Akali with that spread of the Rend. But this time around, Peter, it's going to be a surprising victory in game number 1 for GK Esports.
Yeah, I don't think people were really rating their chances at all coming in. I mean, you look at the history, particularly from title side of things, and say, he is a player who's literally been the best in the world, and in a dominating fashion, winning his championship. At the moment, we're seeing a lot of echoes, I think, from day 1 from this division in terms of how these games are going.
Yeah, and again, we spoke about this as well just a little bit ago when we was having lunch with the Branching Out boys, that They were talking about how the fact that this EK squad was not putting enough emphasis onto Syndra. Well, they came back, they watched their VODs, and this time around, they have put on a huge emphasis on towards the Syndra, really showcasing just how powerful this unit is at the moment.
Well, with the game decided and really just the last bits and pieces to pull out here, we can start looking forward to game number 2. So, of course, we'll be hearing from the analyst desk after the series is done. But in terms of during the series here, since we've got this opportunity to do so, we saw a very, very contested 2-cost game here. In terms of implications for the series, Wheater, where should we be looking from here?
It's hard to say, right? Because we had a very similar game plan for Zeta yesterday as well, where they did lose game number 1 in a very close fashion to Wolves. This game is a little bit more dominant than GK than the Wolves one was yesterday. But again, they came back game number 2, cleverly fought out game with a lot of very interesting decisions being made along the way. But this time around here, it does seem like they'll have their backs against the wall. But they know the scenario. They've been here before. They've been on the stage before. They know exactly how to handle the situation. No matter what, I think that this game number 2 here, after they get a short break, they'll go in with a fresh mind and say, you know what, it's a new game of TFT. We know what we're getting into. Absolutely incredible scenes to look out for.
And of course, it's worth noting that GK Esports did go 0-2 in their first series against Branching Out. So this will be their first victory of the entire competition.
I mean, it turns out all they needed to win a game was one of the players to going 8th, you know? Like, they didn't go 8th in either of their matches yesterday. They didn't win any of them. Now, they took the 8th place, was able to grieve correctly, was able to send Tidal, Kato, and Tara in towards that ever-so-elusive bottom 4, securing the victory. So,
is that the secret sauce, Peter? Is that all it takes?
I mean, all it takes is, Peter, it's easy, you know? We have the game plan.
Just go 8th.
No, I mean, just send 3 players of the enemy team into the bottom 4. It should be easy, right?
I mean, it certainly worked here. Oh boy, well, I mean, calling back to the Wolves game, as I said before, it did look very different in terms of what their most effective strategy was. It wasn't the reroll, it was the 10 portal coming in, the big verticals that worked out really well for them. From my side of things, I'm kind of hoping we can get back to more emphasis on that style of play if Zeta Division are going to bring this to a 3rd game.
Yeah, definitely is going to be something we need to keep an eye out for, right? A lot of interesting augment choices being made this game that we didn't see a lot of yesterday, right? We didn't see Only to Beat a lot. We definitely did not see the Dragon Claw augment come out either as well, right? So, but also again, as I was talking about at the start of the game here, very good understanding of GK of how they have to approach stage 2, right? The low component opener, just picking up item-based augments, just running the tempo.
And of course, for anyone who's kind of coming into the international scene, just a little history lesson about Brazil. If you go right back to the beginning into Galaxies and Slooper bringing, getting into 3rd place, bringing Brazil, TFT in general, I have to imagine that he's going to be watching here today and very much approving of what's happening in this game.
Yes, Slooper was one of the OGs of the Brazilian space, right? Really had a fantastic presence there. And I want to have something else here as well. Even though they did overall lose game number 2 yesterday, Arcjor did win that game for them, right? So it does seem like Arcjor is going to be the quote-unquote the hero, the ace player, call what you like, for the likes of this EK squad. So maybe they might be trying to target him a little bit more in the game after this one, right, for Zeta Division. So a lot of interesting things to kind of keep an eye out for.
All right, 2 players left in the mix as we just run down the clock here on an already completed game. Kez looking to salvage a little bit of honor for Zeta Division by at least getting the win here in the game, but again, the stark reminder that it just doesn't matter if the rest of the team are unable to keep up with the pressure. Certainly the board we've got going on here is very good, and perhaps we're seeing a little taste of what could deal with this Syndra. From Kez's side, it seems like he's leapfrogged that kind of power level that's there for the Syndra with his board.
So we saw this from Kez yesterday as well. He was the player to bring up the 10 portal you're talking about. So it does seem like he's a critical player of getting to these high cap board states for the likes of the Zeta Division team. So a really interesting spot to kind of look out for here as well. And also worth noting, right, we saw Zeta do some really good stuff yesterday. They played Varus, for example, right? We saw Kato bring that out, even top 4 with it. Again, he wasn't supposed to be the ace player in that final game for them yesterday, but was the one that made him towards that top 4 against Wolves. So we're excited to see how they will be able to approach game 2 coming up.
I mean, what I love about this as well, we're talking about the different players getting the spotlight here. Of course, with all of our teams being in conflict with each other, they get to share the wisdom of the players amongst while especially while we're still in the 4v4 situation, there's a limited amount they can do while still playing their own game. But particularly, if we end up in a game 2 which is like this, where we haven't had it decided as of yet, you get the entire focused effort of both teams being poured into a single player.
That is definitely one of the biggest things about this format. Like again, like with the shared knowledge, the ability to play 4 games at once is such a critical part. It's all about clear communication. So important here. So what could be the final fight of the game here will be showing out here. Again, Cass, strong individual performance from him yet again here. But it does seem like we should be going into game number 2 very shortly. But just looking at this as well here, just seeing the power level of this Seraph too, even on itemized, just raining down damage across the board. So something as well to keep in mind as we approach the other games. What do you need to play for when it comes to these caps?
All right, well, with the end of that game, we've known it for a while, but now we can make it official. GK Esports with their first game victory of the entire competition. They look chill as cucumbers there, because of course they've had time to process that they finally found their footing in the tournament.
Yeah, that is a big one for them as well. A massive confidence booster for this Brazilian squad. A team that so many people had their doubts about, Peter. And now they are the ones that are on the verge of sending home Seed Division.
I mean, and that's the heartbreak that's going to be taking place across the day on our A and B streams. We've got the 3 eliminations on this stream. We've got 1 on the B stream as well. We will look where it all started out there. And it's ironic, you know, of course, we saw during the game, we also during the replay there, the heartbreak of Dobbs going out in 8th place. But the fact they managed to actually come back from that as a squad makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is something that we need to keep in mind here. This is a squad competition. It doesn't matter if you have the potentially best player in the world and title on your team. Historically speaking, when the teamwork is just absolutely amazing, has been from GK Esports.
Yeah, looking through everything again, we can certainly see that, you know, KS did manage to keep his head above water and did ultimately get the win, but not the win that counted, the win overall as a team. GK, okay, there we go. We missed the smiles the first time round. This time it was gonna be for real. So, gentle friends, as we get ourselves ready for game number 2, the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Showdown will continue after the break.
We're kicking off the Airstream with a high-pressure series here. Of course, our losers match. Neither of these teams want to exit the tournament here. They both have high hopes, high dreams, high aspirations. Let's start with GK. We've got Miguel here.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's always nice to play here in Saudi.
Yeah. It's hot. We're walking across. There's obviously the temperature's hot here and the stakes are high. It's going to be hot when you get into the server as well. You don't want to leave here. Come on.
No. Of course, I want to play more. I want to reach the final, so I can't lose this match.
Yeah. What do you make of Zeta Division?
What?
What do you make of your opponents here?
Oh, they're good. We already played with them in screens sometimes, but I think we are better.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Zeta Division making their way here to the stage for a crucial battle against GK. You could argue it was a shock defeat yesterday, but feels like the mood in the camp is very confident. They don't expect to exit the tournament here at all. I'm just looking to see if I can get a brief word with Joe here, who's at the back. I know he doesn't want to speak to me, but we're going to get a few words with him. How are the team feeling? How's the energy in the roster right now?
Feeling confident, ready to fight.
What do you think went wrong yesterday?
Went wrong yesterday? Oh, it's just a bad day for us.
No, we're just right back in the kitchen ready to cook, right?
Yep, exactly.
How much does pride, regional pride, come into play here for these guys? I know that they're very passionate about representing Japan.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, Tyro told me just now that he is fighting this battle for Japan and the TFT community back there. So we do have the pride in there.
Absolutely. You can sense it. Guys, are we going to win?
Win.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
One more?
Yeah.
Yes is across the board. Back to you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, presenting Teamfight Tactics. We are about to get into the second game of our first series here today. We are at Elimination Station, Wheater, and Zeta Division there might be about to punch their ticket out of here.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, great showcase here. Potentially on our way to another upset as you're pointing out here, right? So this GK squad, they have finally been able to really get locked in, really showcase that they have been able to adapt overnight. And now the question becomes, Peter, can Zeta be the ones that adapt over the course of a small break?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like there were so many disappointments there. I think from Cyxel side of things, we did see a little bit more, but certainly in this game, the contest did, on so many different angles from the Japanese squad did not work out. And I wonder, going into game 2, do you want to take the chance again that you come out on the wrong side of these rerolls with a weaker version of what your opposing team is playing?
I think you kind of just have to accept the fact you're going to be going towards those reroll competitions. They spike so much earlier in the game, which means you're going to be under so much more pressure. The 4-2 roll down will always be very, very wishy-washy when it comes to just your ability to hit those forecasts, even if your entire team are taking them out of the pool. And again, even just the power level of a lot of the forecasts not named Carmine right now is very dubious.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we saw towards the tail end of their Kez did manage to, find a way to cap out. Admittedly, with the Syndra of his own in the mix as well, but, kind of everybody had that, so it kind of goes without saying. But I think you're right, it's a risky proposition, but at this point, Zeta Division, they have to win the game, so I would love to be a fly on the wall in, that locker room and trying to figure out, do they try and play just standard Team TFT as best as possible, or do they go hyper risky knowing that it's all or nothing right now?
Well, we can figure that out a little bit by the selection of the portal here as well. That's going to be an interesting one to kind of keep our eyes peeled for.
And they're split.
It is a split decision, it seems like here. Golden Finale, Component Anvils, Champion Delivery. Champion Delivery is a little extra gold here, is something to keep in mind, but it is going to be a full-on split here as well, so very clear intentions for the likes of Zeta Division. They want that Golden Finale, but it is going to be the Champion Delivery coming through here for the likes of the GK Esports side of things here.
So I don't mind this at all from GK side because, of course, they've got the game in hand already, so they can afford to play in a higher variance environment because, of course, we don't have the control over the Champion Delivery we might have in a Champion Conference, for instance. So there still is a possibility for things to go pretty wild, but I mean, if you take that chance here for GK Esports and the coin flips your way, you're done with the series, you carry on, Zeta Division are done.
Yeah, and that is what it's all to play for here as well. These early pairs will be so important here. Just able to set that tempo in stage 2, just have full control. The biggest example that we saw yesterday was in Zeta Division's Game 3 against Wolves Esports, where Wolves were just able to fully take control over the game and hunt down the Zeta players with those very strong early game pickups here. So, yet again, we see a Jace pair. We do see the Elise pair as well, so a strong shapes opener on the cards here for likes of Dom, should that be one he wants to go for.
Because of course we've talked about as the overall team strategy, just referring back to Dobbs' heartbreak from before, it doesn't seem like a player would necessarily made his peace with being, this is my role in the game to get knocked out slowly and do as much damage as possible. He seemed to be genuinely upset, so I think from Dobbs' side of things, I'm going to keep a close eye on him to see. It seems like he has it in his mind. He's going to be making a bigger contribution this time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that kind of the thing as well is worth noting. When we were doing our theory crafting going into this event, right, we were talking about how each player would have those roles be dedicated at the start, but it has proven to be a much more fluid and flexible game plan coming through, Peter. But we do get those prismatics in the mix to start game number 2 here, and a bunch of really interesting choices on the side of Tara here. Do you go for the Incanna Crown? Do you have the best Syndra or Karma angle? Do you go for I am the carry now? Get that offensive golem into the mix. That is not going to be the choice of augments here. So Radiant Relics also could open up some interesting lines with the Spear of Hirana potentially coming out the back of that.
Well, I mean, we've already talked about how powerful the verticals can be. Certainly in Prismatic Town, we're much more likely to see them. I believe we've got 2 different players who both got access to the Incanna Crown, and Taro will be taking the first of them. Archer on the other side of things going to be building out his board. So in a second, we'll take the whole field in and see how it's laid out.
And we get to see Build-A-Bot, Peter, and often we don't see a ton of in the game, but in a format like this, Build-A-Bot can most of the time almost guarantee you a win streak in the early game. And again, there is not a ton of prismatic combat augments in the game at the moment, so any augment that can really give you that edge in those early game combat scenarios is so critical.
All right, so as we look around the field, we can see we've got Prismatic in there. I believe we had a Witchcraft crown coming in as well. We can see that on the other side of the field there from Bapzera. I'm really intrigued to see how our players approach this. Again, we've seen the verticals can be incredibly powerful. You know, for the Witchcraft side, to be able to get access to the more effective versions of Witchcraft a lot earlier.
Because you're playing a bunch of relatively middling units as well, right? To kind of get access to that like vertical Witchcraft angle, but getting access to potentially 6 and 8 much more effectively means that something like that Fiora will become even more dangerous. You can put the Witchcraft emblem on to Karma. It's been one of my favorite ways of playing it. Surprisingly, 4-cost flex spot that includes Karma, I know. But there's just so much power in those vertical Witchcrafts. When you get towards that 4, 6, and 8, there is just an absurd amount of power to be gained.
And I like what our observers are trying to show us there, that I believe both teams have been able to pick up the Mogul's Mail. We saw how incredibly powerful it was in the previous game. So as much as we got a champion delivery bringing extra gold, now both teams have the extra gold course we're seeing here. We can potentially proc several times across the fight. Not quite there for VCSF as of yet, but as you said, later on into the game, could be an absolute massive source of income.
You also will get that Gambler's Blade on the back side of things, so a strong attack speed item for the Syndra if that's the route you want to go down. So it just all kind of comes together, and that's absolutely one of those like nice adaptations, understanding what's at the top of the game at the moment.
So, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I find so interesting about the meta today, because while it's extremely narrow, and we've of course been talking about, that it's definitely not going to be allowing for our flexible players to get the most out of the whole set as a, because we're so early on in here. We are still seeing a lot of different approaches to maximizing what is successful at the moment, which of course is Syndra.
Yeah, and as well, also something I need to talk about here as well is that immovable object augment, Peter. One of the strongest augments in the game. Gets the increased radius, but also that 70% increased effect of that Randuin's Omen as well. It just frees up your positioning so much more than you normally have to do around the Randuins.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it flashing on the board. That's an absolutely massive area effect. And you said, looking forward to when you've got more units on the board, that's going to be a huge amount of value. We do see, though, on the left-hand side, that we've got ourselves a reroll going through. One thing which we haven't seen very much of is the Warrior reroll. Going around the Akali and the Nila. We might actually we're being teased with it at least a little bit here.
Yeah, but again, it's a Rage Bait slam on the bench. We're seeing an Ashe and a Jax, Peter. They share a trait. What is that trait named?
Well, I mean, it's not Warrior. It's not... Sorry, I forgot all traits. Certainly on Multi-Striker. I'm pretty sure it's still Syndra.
It could still be, but again, with that prismatic ticket, you're going to be able to just roll much more aggressively than you normally would be able to, right? And that's where like your entire power of a prismatic augment comes through. So being able to get that Kassadin or Syndra online, depending on which route you're going to be going down with that Rage Blade. We saw over the course of yesterday, a lot of people actually kind of moving towards that Nash's Tooth being the better attack speed item for Kassadin as well. So it's also worth noting that Champion Delivery can also throw a massive spanner in the works for some players, because sometimes, it's like you're playing Conference and some people just get what they need tailored to them, but sometimes you're just going to get random free gold. Here, for instance, right, getting that Hecarim in there, that's a multi-striker, a very strong one as well to boot. So very interesting one to work with.
And do remember, of course, this was the choice that GK made. They were the ones who populated this portal. They wanted the variability in the game. I think, if anything, I kind of admire it as a way to try and attack the mental of Zeta Division here, of saying, there are going to be things that happen in the game which could help pressure your mental. By seeing your opponent hitting the perfect unit, that puts pressure on you to say, I've got to make a game plan work in an uphill battle I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, super excited to see how this is going to unfold now. And early Morello slammed on the side of Arctor, really just eating in towards that full-on win streak angle over the course stage 2. And if you do a fight stage 2 with the build-up when you have a strong frontliner in the Lilia, that is definitely something that's going to be horrific for your game plan. But also it's worth noting that Lilia free, not the strongest one cost, even with high horsepower being her hero augment, she still falls
we
off.
Don't talk about that augment.
She still falls off very heavily, right? So there is a limited time on Arctor's dominance here. Again, there's something to keep in mind here. If he tags Kato, though, that is going to be very big for the economic game of the lobby here. Steel Division that would then go out without having a win streak going, but Cass does look like he's in a position to maintain a strong loss streak here.
Yeah, and he's the one leading in the loss streak ahead of VLCF. So, of course, if we call back to game number 1, in that instance, GK were controlling both win streaks and both loss streaks coming out of the initial stages. In this case, it's a lot more even in the game. So hopefully, a lot more even in the in the game overall.
Yeah, definitely something that we are going to be praying for here, right? It's worth noting that the one game that Steel Division they did win yesterday, they won on the tiebreaker of winning out the game here. So they haven't had a dominant win just yet.
All right, as we come to the tail end of that, it's looking like everything's intact. So both teams keep hold of their win streaks. Both teams keep hold of their loss streaks. So again, as we go forward, again, continue the further injections of gold. I'm really curious to see how this goes. You mentioned the Gamblers play coming in with the Nashers, exactly as you called from before. VCLF should be able to bring this Syndra up to efficacy very quickly.
And then the big question here becomes, how deep does VCLF go on 3-2? Right? He has the means of regenerating the economy with the Gamblers play, with the Mogul's mail, but it's also a big difference. Like, it's going to be a very big indicator for how he's going to be able to approach this game. Is he going to be going down the reroll route? Is he going to go for the Terror we saw last game? A lot of players going for the Syndra too, and then just pushing levels to kind of just fit out that board in that way instead.
Well, in terms of if we go back to the whole idea of these flexible team roles, do you have a preference in terms of between those kind of two angles? With the between the rerolls and going for the later game, in terms of what you can do for your team.
No, it really depends, because again, a part is just adapting your game plan, right? That's a big deal, just being able to adapt your game plan to what's happening around you. So that doesn't necessarily come down to what you can do for your team. It comes down to, and it gets around the 3-2 point here when people kind of figure out how doomed their spots are. And that is when you gotta make that decision, flip the switch, say, you know what, I'm gonna go into full-on denial mode from here on out. But right now, a very interesting spot being played from Taro, just stabilizing around this Vex 2 with the Vigar as the third mage alongside the Galio. And actually a frontline combination I thought we would see a lot more of this week. We haven't seen as much of it so far, but the Galio Vex core is so strong in the front line, but very often it needs to be tied together with that Nora. Nora being that 5 cost means he's a lot harder to hit normally, but it is an incredibly strong combination here. But already now, Peter, you look at how low that Lilia got at the point of this fight here. Once these 3-2 roll downs come into the mix, if Arcjor doesn't heavily invest, doesn't find a lot of other upgrades around this, that could be the end of the road for that win streak, Peter. But we are going to be going into Prismatic.
All right, Prismatic, and not a drop to drink. So first time around, a lot of our players were picking up their emblems and establishing their boards early on. This time they can go a little bit more out in field and perhaps start to really claim their path through the mid game. You can see here for VCLF, picking up the tiny but deadly. That's certainly an injection of extra power to try and make the most of this gold generation.
Yeah, finds that Syndra 2 on 30 gold, which means he will have a very effective way of not losing any attack speed on the Gambler's Blade, but also won't have to drop below an unrecoverable econ breakpoint.
All right, we've taken a look on the far side as well. The reroll's happening. It doesn't look like we've got a pretty decent multi-striker board coming together, but again, I think you're exactly right. We'll keep our eyes on the overall field. Arcjor with a very time-limited approach up against Bapsira, who's not on a win streak of his own. It does seem like, for the GK side of things, that they've got at least a good route for Arcjor to keep things going for now.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here when you look at the Bapsira side of things, right? Again, I was talking about the Kama being the end destination of this composition here. Blue buff Gunblade onto the Zoe already.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to see some of the few different approaches coming into this one, as Kato, the other win streaker, will find an opponent who in VCLF who's also not making a concerted effort to try and take his streak away. So as we head deeper into stage 3, all of our streaks, no, my apologies, nearly all of our streaks remain intact.
Yeah, but Kato has a Karma already, Peter. It's 3-2, 3-3, found a Karma, Morello already.
That's not allowed.
No, but it kind of explains why we are seeing these two players on a 100 streak here. And again, it's going to be a really big decider of the lobby tempo whenever Arcjor and Kato are going to be facing up against each other here. And also, I want to kind of highlight some changes in the game perspective so far from last game. This time around, it's Kes and Tara at the bottom of the standings here. Tidal has a much stronger tempo-centric line to play for it this time around.
All right, we've got our two win streakers against each other. Let's see if the time has come. to see Zeta Division take control of the lobby. We did see from our little display at the bottom before, this board from Kato is worth just a little bit more, and we've got the variability of those sleeves gloves in the mix as well. The Karma has only got the Morellos for the time being, but it's a real slugfest in the middle here. Both teams barely giving an inch.
Yeah, and that is the big deal here now. This Lilia free buying so much time, but it does seem like that time has passed now. But the overtime coming through, it's Kalista versus Karma in the overtime situation. And the dust stacking up here means that Zeta Kato will be the one to maintain the streak into this ever so important stage 3 carousel.
I think you called it really well, the movable objects in place for Kato from the beginning. Now up to level 7, of course, means those extra bodies, more defensive stats, but that was a real fight. I honestly admired the fact that we saw the more random-centered board, the early game centered board, make it as close of a round as it did.
See Tidal right now trying to figure out which exact component he wants, what he needs to block off here. So it will be a chain vest left open here. And interestingly enough here, Kato went for the free cost rod here, was not confident in his ability to get to the Olaf. A Varus popping up here. He is currently playing a centered line around the Pyro stuff here, but it's going to be sold off for economy. And that's another aspect that we haven't really spoken too much about here, Peter. With the champion delivery coming in, these players will be able to kind of overextend their economy a little bit more, because if they get a unit off of the delivery that they cannot use, it's a very easy way to ensure that you reach those economic breakpoints.
Well, talk to me a little bit about this one, for champion delivery in the context of this reroll meta, because the champion deliveries, they're keeping getting more expensive champions. They're not reroll champions that are coming in for free. They can only really be sold rather than used.
Yeah, Peter, but I need to talk about something seriously here for a second. That's now it's Kalista 2 for Arcjor, so very unfortunate timing for him to lose his win streak in the fight just gone past, because had that not come down alongside those lucky gloves, right, this Kalista 2 would have been his one-way ticket to dominating all out of stage 3 into stage 4. But as you're talking about, to go back to your point.
Yes.
Yes, obviously, again, sometimes you can get some of those higher cost units that does fit onto your pawn. Like, again, if you're playing multi-strikers, you get access to a random Kalista maybe, right? And
sure.
That makes it can be dangerous in case, and then you also just want to have the gold to work with as well.
All right, well, Kato will keep things nice and toasty. A 9-round win streak. One more. And Kato will manage to maintain 2 full stages of undefeated domination. It does mean that everyone else's streaks have remained relatively minimal. VCLF keeping things alive for GK at the bottom with a 3-round loss streak. Kato, though, looking so incredibly good. The 50 gold, 51 gold even in bank, and a 9-round streak. I don't even think anybody's, at the point of really threaten to stop his streak.
No, but it does seem like we saw another huge spike here for the Zeta Division team, Peter. We saw a Kassadin free being found as well. So we have Kato on a 100 streak, one of his teammates now on that Kassadin free as well. So huge spikes all around here for this Japanese team as they make a charge for the second game.
And of course, Zeta Division, they must win this game or the key will be crushed and their journey for the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics will be over. Right now, it's whatever happened between the games, they do seem to have reset. And perhaps, from what you're seeing so far, based on what we've seen in the previous games, Rita, are we seeing what we kind of hope to see? Them trying to stay to their style, just stay the course, or are you seeing more adjustments from the Japanese side?
They're just playing much better TFT than they were in Game 1. I think that is the key thing that we're looking at right now. Things are lining up much better for them this time around. Their Kassadin player hit on his reroll. We saw that go away in Game number 1. Very important deal when you have your reroll players that they need to be ensuring that they're going to be hitting to be able to kind of push the tempo and then start pushing levels and then have to be on top of positioning and stuff like that here. It's also worth noting here that Kato was unable to maintain his win streak because he faced out against one of his teammates. That should take too much HP to push with the Giant and Mighty, which is a 1-star Cinder and a 1-star Karma dishing out the damage.
Yes, no, I was so certain that Kaito was going to be able to keep that streak going. I didn't even notice that one for a second there, but I mean, there we go. A second Karma just arrives on the doorstep like rather that. It seems like the stars are aligning here. Would it not be ironic indeed if it's going to be the delivery here that is the deliverance of Zeta Division?
And this time around, we now saw the likes of Tidal also hitting his 3 stars in that Cogmore reroll line with that Marksman's Toolbox as well. So that is now, we have Kato, who is in a very good spot to play out for the Karma line. Has gone to level 8 on 4-1, 44 gold, really just chilling. Then you have 2 reroll players on massive spikes here. there is just kind of showcase just like how much better this game has gone for them.
Well, we haven't seen a huge amount of Dobbs for a little while, but one of the interesting choices being picked up here very early on, the Preserver emblem coming through, of course. We knew this was going to be at least a somewhat emblem-centric lobby. We do know Warrior Preserver was one of those kind of sleeper compositions that did very well in the previous day, but Preserver's overall still very powerful, but not as popular by far.
No, but the issue is that you don't get a lot of power by having like a Preserver, like your entire prismatic being tied to a Preserver emblem. Obviously, right, like that's another thing as well. As we do enter the triple prismatic, so really big tempo. But Preservers are very often part of the very highest cap boards, just due to the power of Morgana being such a powerful unit to cap out around. Rakan also one of the best frontliners, again, having that duality of healing and damage coming through on his side of things as well. So no golden X at Peter, even though I do think Kato would be in a position to kind of pull it off, but I'm just going to go for the traditional, good old-fashioned new recruit here. Could you do the duplicator to get the counter 2 into the mix, now just play for the massive tempo, try to at least guarantee him like getting fading out to the top 4.
No, I'm very upset I didn't get to yell egg, egg, egg over and over again, but perhaps it will happen at some point during the competition. I think, yeah, it's very measured play, it's very deliberate play at this point, even with the confounding factor of the champion delivery sending in extra bits and pieces across the boards and the extra spikes that might entail. It feels like we're in a game where Zeta Division, even playing more variable play, playing in a more variable environment, it still feels very much under their control and that they're calmly proceeding through a second game that's so important for them.
Yeah, it's worth noting again, they did kind of have everything lining up for them. They didn't have a lot of really difficult positions to be in. Again, they could still all come back around here. Looking at the augments on the side of VCLF, right? Like, again, he has pretty much, he has Dynamite, he has Tiny But he has the continuous gold injection from the Mogul's Mail as well as the Gambler's Mail, right? So he's going to be able to find his upgrades if he's going to be able to roll for them, and then he will be a massive threat just due to the power level in the combination of Tiny But Deadly and Giant and Mighty.
All right, as we look across our players, we'll look for that look of consternation on their faces, but so far we can see like Babzera, a very thoughtful look on his face. There's definitely a lot of planning coming into the later parts of Stage 4 and of course Stage 5 to go. It's worth noting on the right-hand side as well, looking at the HP totals, we are starting to see some of the players dip down towards those lower numbers. Dobbs in particular, 8th in the first game, might happen the same way again.
Yeah, this time around, he's now on that 5 Preserver line here, but his only carry is that 2-star Cinder, and while she is very powerful, she only has the 2 items right now. No items on the Karma here to kind of help out with the damage dealing, so it is kind of just down to that at the moment here. The Witchcraft, obviously, again, very high cap line as well. That's kind of the lines that the GK boys were going for here with these emblems. So if they can get there, can get to those massive verticals, they will have a fantastic shot at capping out perfectly into perfection, but they need to get there in the first place.
Well, I mean, that's the first step for Dobbs, you just saw on screen, did get the round win. And, those Preserver rounds in particular, when you've got so many units that are on the very edge of getting eliminated, just healing themselves up with all the Preserver healing and things, it's very, very tight, as Dobbs will go onto the carousel, not as first pick, but will be a second Morgana to potentially find a very early Morgana too. Unfortunately, Babzera is there first.
Just looking at this thing as well, worth noting that Babzera does have access to a duplicator as well, so could also be a thing to keep in mind that he still hasn't used the one he got from the new recruit on free too. So a lot of spikes still in the waiting room here for the likes of this GK squad, but also worth noting, Peter, they have 3 people that are closer and closer to that chopping block at the start of Stage 5 if the current tempo keeps up the way it's been going so far.
And I always like to look on scoreboard and see what would they need to do to turn that around. The players in 3rd place and 4th place, they need to surmount them to get out of the top, out of the bottom 4. Title, Kez, both from Zeta Division, both on win streaks right now, looking really strong and keeping a lid on his ability to en masse climb that scoreboard.
It's worth noting here, Dobbs kind of doing some rolling here, trying to see if he could find anything else really helping out with stabilization here alongside that second spear of Shojin. But that is not going to be the case here. Instead, he's going to be facing up against his teammate, who is also going to be on that Syndra line.
All right, we'll see. I mean, the Preservers are very, very good. We've got, of course, their movable object coming in to help multiply up that effective health. Wukong is actually doing a very good job on the front line of staying up.
Big point. It's going to be Taro spot. I got baited by the other little legend being there for a second.
Everywhere.
but again, it's worth noting, we kind of see the power of like how long they're able to stay up, even with like this one-star-ish front line. And you're seeing how much time and HP it buys here, as it is going to be Dobbs' board that take a chunk out of Taro, bringing him down in towards that bottom 4, bottom 8 fight, even if Apsera is able to kind of turn this loss streak around.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the HP in the bottom, Dobbs, VCLF, Taro, and, well, Apsera to a much greater extent in the lower barons right now. You're right, like, Taro really being thrown into the lion's den there. Apsera, rather than Dobbs, it seems, might be the first one who needs to really be worried. He's down to pretty much a single bad loss, sending him out.
Yeah, and looking at this side of things here as well for Cass as well, right? You're looking at the multiple freestyle upgrades, but again, that is what you need to do to cap out when you are playing something like that prismatic ticket here. It's a critical aspect of it here. We're going to see the 6 Witchcraft have come alive now for Apsera. That Fiora too, ever so important, but only that singular gunblade to keep her alive and this dealing out damage here means that this counter 1 may or may not be able to dish out enough damage here, as we do have our first elimination of the game almost on the cards here. One more round, Peter, but most importantly, it is going to be that PvE round. The influx of gold, the influx of potentially the last few items could be enough for Apsera to find his way back in towards the top 6 even.
Yeah, I mean, it was one bad loss away, but at least it was almost the smallest loss it could have been. Keeps the loss streak, as you say, into PvE. Dobbs also, I believe, took a loss in the previous round, so we are starting to see the beginnings of materialization of one of those kind of worst-case scenarios for a team, getting the 2 players in the bottom 2 spots.
Also, a very awkward position here as well for Archer, right? That support goal, one of the strongest augments in the game, but not a lot of flexibility when it comes to the positioning aspect of the combination of the Seeks plus the Zephyr here. No option for the frontline Zephyr. You're going to be losing out so much damage on that Callista here. And again, it's a unit that we know a lot of the time is only using 2 items plus that Fairy Crown. So like the Lucky Gloves kind of does the same thing, but you're not going to get that ever so important rage rate every single time. So that's nothing to keep in mind here. The Count could be a good one to pick up here as well if there's anything specifically he wants to roll for. Fiora being one of them, it seems like.
All right, we'll keep an eye out longer term to check back in with Title. I mean, we're getting to see the unleashed form of the Tristana and the Cogwell being brought together. This time round, it's working tremendously better. I think thanks to that extra gold injection, we're talking about the ability to hit, the gold thresholds to get your reroll on much, much quicker, working very well.
And we saw a lot of Radiant Refractors yesterday as well, but this time around we're seeing it on an item we haven't seen a lot of here. It is going to be that Stone Plate here being the choice as well. Just getting that healing in there, getting that massive survivability for the tank, buying time for those backlines we talked about in the previous game, Peter.
All right, focusing back on Apsera for a second, of course. His potential elimination is the front row seat, but it looks like for now, the Witchcraft board, 6 Witchcrafts, as pointed out before, the Witchcraft emblem on the Carmine means she's spreading that across the entire squad. This is not just a win, it's a crushing win against Taro.
Yeah, and again, now it looks like he might be in for that 8th fight here as well. 2 relatively recent big losses here, as the Sailor Boys also have to dish out some damage to themselves now. But look at that bottom 5, Peter. That's a lot of blue right now. The GK Boys not necessarily being in the race here to kind of charge for this game. But we will see here now what is going to be on offer here. A ton of gold on the side of Arcjaw here, going towards that ever so critical level 9. Ops that Preserver count finds that Morgana as well.
I mean, that's an absolute massive difference, particularly when you've got some of these units. As you can see, re-rolling it with the Warmogs as well for a little bit extra front line. But we will see Apsera, he needs to stay alive. He needs to be able to take the win off of his teammate Arcjaw. But of course, Arcjaw on a loss streak of his own, so he's not going to feel too bad about doing that.
But we did say he was on borrowed time with that build-up, but with the Lilia, right? That is his entire Prismatic Augment is a freestyle 1 cost. And again, it helped them stabilize in the early game, but as they've been able to kind of not really do a whole lot here in the mid game. But again, Arcjaw the one that can tank this loss if Apsera still can. That means that we do have our first elimination, Peter. Taro going out in 8th here, which does open up some scenarios, but right now, again, keep in mind that in the bottom 4 alive in the moment in the game here, it is all the GK boys, but also we do have VCLF on that 4 win streak with a ton of gold in the back to work with.
Yeah, that's a ludicrous amount of money, especially when you look at the rest of the lobby and how much money they've been able to hold on to. So very good indeed. Of course, courtesy of a couple of gold-generating items in place since the beginning of the game. VCLF certainly seems to be set up as the hero of the Brazilian squad, as long as he can keep this up.
Yeah, and that's a big deal as well. Keep in mind, dude, you're looking at the HP totals right now. Kes is the only one that's within striking distance of the GK players at the moment here. Both Tidal and Kato, top of the standings right now, have a ton of HP to work with.
Dobbs going to be, I think, given that win over from VCLF there to keep him alive, but it does feel so risky. You've now got Dobbs and Babzera on the single life each. Surely you can't keep them both alive for too much longer.
And that is just the fine line you have to dance on when it comes to this 4v4 format, Peter. It's all ever so important, those singular fights, singular ability casts even in this situation here for Kato that just flips all of this balances here in this format and now onto an ever so critical carousel.
Oh my gosh. I don't want to do the exact math, but I believe that Kaito and Title each individually have got more health than the entirety of the GK Esports side put together. The sacrifices that have been made to keep the members alive have drained the HP from the higher performing players. I think they may have put too much effort into not going 8th.
Yeah, GK right now have a combined HP total of 20, I believe, right?
That's why I don't do math.
I mean, with 7 plus 2 plus 2, that's 11.
Yep.
That's 9.
20. All right, well, there you go, better than I am. But either way around it, the maths do spell a whole lot of trouble for GK, and a third game seems almost inevitable, and they're going to run into each other, the players they've been desperately trying to keep alive. I admired the attempt here, but I just don't know if it was the right move to try and hold all of the cards like this.
Yeah, that's a big deal. You can kind of see one of the reasons why we're still struggling here, right? You do have the Millia too, but still lacking that ever so critical Syndra-free power spike here. And we'll be going up against this Kassadin, but look at how he's ramping around now. Into the backline goes the Akali as well.
Yeah, Dobbs, at least he's avoided the heartbreak of the 8th, but the Kassadin will not be perturbed, going straight into the center there. Or into the center of the backline at least, ripping through, lapping around, and getting the solid win in. It looks like on the right-hand side we do see a bit of preservation, but Dobbs will be out of here. The only question is whether or not VCLF or Babzera will follow. It's just the one.
Babzera on a 4-win streak now as well, able to kind of turn this all around now. Kes in striking distance at 11 HP here. This is so close here, and it's like there are 5 players in the game right now, people that can be eliminated. That is crazy to think about as well here on this side of things. The temporary Dragon's Claw for Babzera's frontline being one of his best choices on offer.
I know, of course, Yanweeda, you've got a lot of competitive experience yourself. It does always feel dangerous when you get to the point where you think, I've got everything I need to win. The only thing I can do at this point, which is different from the direction I'm heading, is make a mistake and end up losing something you should have absolutely won.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have 4, but let's talk about positioning, matchups, how you're going to do these things here. Who do you have, pools, all of that good stuff here. You can see a desperate plea also on the side of VCLF. Means he's going to be able to tank a loss here to Arcjaw and still ensure that they're not going to be going into elimination. But instead, he is going to win the fight here.
No!
Did not tank the fight fully, which means we are going to be seeing a critical elimination here on the GK side of things, Peter. That is a massive risk. And when you had the desperate plea, you had to stay alive for 10 seconds, so you can't fully sacrifice your entire board. And walking that balance and ensuring you don't get run over by the likes of Tidal, by the likes of Kato, is super, super important. Again, Peter, keep in mind, Kato and Tidal currently on 2 loss streaks, the 2 of them, right? There is an opening here for the GK squad. As long as Babzera doesn't go into that bottom 5, it's all to fight for here right now for GK.
All right, well, while the possibility stays alive. Of course, Babzera looking to try and avoid what happened to Kez in the previous game. You win out the lobby, but leave your team behind in the dust. Right now, Zeta Division occupy the top 3 spots. But you're right, the HP Turtles, particularly from Title and Kez, dropping down into a dangerous situation. We could be just a couple of rounds away from seeing maybe Zeta getting knocked out.
Yes, we do have access to the Ascended Charms now. We can see Kato here figuring out whether he wants to pick up the tower. Making an item decision here last second as well. Will be getting a ghost fight here, so doesn't have to make any sacrifice in terms of pure combat power here. A Dragon coming out though for Babsera could be ever so critical.
Yeah, going up against Kez, who's only got 11 HP of his own on the left-hand side of the screen. Keeping an eye on that Kassadin, who's chewing his way through the board. You can see the Fiora on the other side trying to do the same thing. The Kassadin is ramping up pretty well, but he's been left all on his lonesome. And it's looking like the Witchcraft board is going to rip through and make the elimination as well.
Yeah, that opens up everything here as 2 Senior Division players have...
No!
No, the desperate plea from Tidal, as we did see as well. It noticed, and then I saw the overlay, I was like, yeah, but that's a big thing as well here. It knows, like, Tidal is playing a very squishy reroll line right now that is not going to be challenging for the win overall. It looked ever so doomed for the GK squad, Peter, and now they are 2 fights away from beating Senior Division 2-0.
Oh my gosh, there is a 1 life on every single one of these 4 remaining players. The game has been totally reset at this point. You need the first place to win the lobby. That's the only thing that matters anymore. A title goes up against Babsera, both against each other. We'll try and keep eyes on both sides of things. The Witchcraft board goes through him like a knife through butter. That's an elimination first off. On the other side, we have got the Syndra and the Karma board starting to build through. I think we're going to see 1 elimination apiece.
No, it's a double Senior elimination, Peter. GK Esports with the massive upset. Senior Division going out. That is a huge surprise, right? They lost to the Wolves Esports team yesterday. We did not expect that. Branching out, took out this GK squad 2-0 yesterday. This time around, they come back with a vengeance, taking down Senior Division 2-0. And look what it means to them.
That's absolutely amazing stuff. GK Esports, who didn't have a single win to their name before this series started, make a clean sweep here in the lower bracket to keep themselves alive. Let's look it through again. It all went so wrong so quickly for Zeta Division. Exactly as we were talking about, the win was in their hands and it slipped through their fingers.
And a very, very close game here, right? It was almost enough with these reroll lines to tempo it out. But in the end here, they were unable to send that third GK player into the bottom 4. Great resilience from the Brazilian players.
Of course, this is only the beginning of the journey for GK Esports through the lower bracket. Although it's the end of the journey for Zeta Division, I don't think anybody was expecting that coming into the series. Japanese fans, of course, the Japanese players on the team, they've got to be bitterly disappointed with how that one played out.
Absolutely right. Again, we heard from Tyler about how much it means to represent his country, his entire region, have them on his back. But this time around for the Senior Division boys, it was not enough in this 4v4 format.
That has got to be absolutely so devastating. Of course, from this point forward, while GK Esports, they've managed to hold on to life, they're still only going to have that 1 chance for the rest of the competition to try and get to the playoffs and make sure they stay alive. Deciders will be beckoning, but as we look through things again, I just wasn't ready for this series to be over.
Absolutely not here. I thought we were going to a game 3, Peter, but we are not going to be going into a game 3 here at all. It just shows the fine margins that we are balancing on in this format. And we can see even with the quote-unquote wasted desperate plea from the side of VCLF here as he knocked out Arctor into that bottom 4 here.
And I think a good reminder for all of us playing at home with TFT that you can make mistakes in the game and still come out with the ultimate win, because of course the 4v4 format will reward the teams that have the best strategic composure, the ability to play as a squad. Such a huge factor of what makes the team work, and getting the top 2 there with VCLF taking the crown as a #1 finisher on a spectacular series.
Really just a great way to showcase the different ins and outs here, and just showing that there are so many different lines. Peter, if you told me that Build a Bot would have been the top 2 of a game today, I would have told you, you are out of your mind, because I did not expect that tempo to be as prevalent here. But again, just showcasing how you're able to run with that tempo.
Yeah, I would have said, sure, Build a Bot, let's metamorphosize it into something a little bit better. But particularly with Lydia of all units coming in, certainly not a unit that a lot of people will be excited to see, but still making it work anyway.
And even when that win streak was broken as well in the early game as well, you're looking at that, right? And You said, okay, that's going to be into it. That was like, was the entire arc went down the drain. And then we looked at it, and then it came back with that Kalista 2, doing all of that work. But what a game we just witnessed.
I think it does speak well for GK going forwards. You know, for a lot of teams, going 0-2 in your first series, that's going to break your mental going for the rest of the tournament. To come back into your second game, to fight back from the brink, and to be able to just absolutely crush through the series is amazing. But let's head to the stage and hear from them, because we've got lots more to go.
Congratulations are in order to GK Esports. You live to fight another day, but commiserations in way of Zeta Division. Now is the moment that everybody's been waiting for. Could you please hand over your key to your opposition of GK Esports? GG's, guys, thank you so much. We hope you've enjoyed your time here at the Esports World Cup. You can go ahead and join the rest of your team. Thank you again. But Arcture, I'm going to go ahead and kick off our discussions with one another. Can we go ahead and grab a translator as well? I'll make life a little bit easier for you. Obviously, you went from 0-2 yesterday now to winning 2-0 today. For you and your team, what was the key difference between those two matches?
Vocês foram ontem de 0, não ganharam, e hoje vocês ganharam 2 jogos. Qual foi a diferença entre ontem e hoje?
I think we had a hard trip to stay here, so we couldn't train a lot. But last day we trained with some good teams, and we learned a little more about the meta, and we could play better. And also yesterday they learned a lot, so we could win anyway.
Well, I love the fact that you've mentioned the meta. We saw you guys definitely playing a lot more according to that meta today. My question for you is, do you think that that is the way forward, to kind of force those re-rolls to try and secure playing according to the meta?
Foi muito bom você ter mencionado a meta. A minha pergunta é, você acha que esse é o segredo para vocês continuarem?
Yeah, for sure. I think we need to look more at the whole comps, because we used to play some forecast that was kind of bad, you know. For example, I played Frost comp last day, I got 50, so I think I shouldn't play the comp because the comp is pretty bad. I don't think you can play a G too much in this patch, so you need to learn more about this whole comp.
I'm noticing that you and your team were kind of feeling a little bit shaky, so emotions-wise, how is everybody feeling now? What's the plan for the rest of the day?
Eu sei que vocês estavam se sentindo um pouco nervosos, muitas emoções. Quais são os planos para o resto do dia hoje?
I mean, I think we're gonna get back to hotel and train more. I think we need to practice more and more to get better and get to playoffs.
One thing is for certain, the grind certainly does not stop here at the Esports World Cup. Congratulations again. Keep that key well and truly safe, because it will be crushed a little bit later on. So without further ado, it is back over to our wonderful studio.
The grind never stops. GK, they managed to get their first win here, but also they managed to get the key of their opposition, Zeta. They're going to be able to crush that, the first key to get crushed.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. For a player like Title as well, we know Title so well, so close to being really the greatest of all time at TFT in terms of World Championships. Unfortunately, when it comes to the 4v4 format, it just hasn't worked out for them. But I think GK, compared to yesterday, have definitely adapted, as he mentioned, to the meta, and has definitely performed a lot higher standards.
Well, the grind did stop in the journey from Brazil all the way over. This is a team that had to make a really big leap to make it to Riyadh. They had a tough time adjusting to the new meta that's evolving constantly in the very first patch of this set 12. But as Miguel Archel said there, they're now going into the reroll line. UCLF played back-to-back Cinders, I think. So relevant to have at least 2 players contesting the reroll lines at the very least, making it harder for your opponents to hit.
And I think in general as well, it meant the Zeta division was kind of struggling a little bit. You know, in game number 1, they didn't hit the rerolls in the end, which means 3 of their players got the bottom 3. They tried to contest the rerolls, but I think GK in general just being able to conserve a lot more in terms of the gold and being able to get more pressure onto the boards.
Yeah, and that's also the adaptability that we spoke upon a little bit earlier today. When we were looking at GK particularly, we were saying this is a roster that has what it takes. These are players that know how to approach it, but it was a question of, was the trip too long? They didn't really get much practice when it comes to the set, but I feel like the hard work is now paying off, and they have adapted, they've come out on top. But I want to also highlight a little bit when it comes to Zeta, what went wrong for them in these games particularly, especially for the second match. We thought it was Zeta, and then we're like, oh no, it's GK, oh no, it's Zeta, no, it's GK, what's going on?
It kind of went back and forth, to be fair. I think the big thing was that in the end, it wasn't actually the rerolls that came out on top right at the end. It was the Witchcraft. It was the vertical competitions that we spoke about at the start of the day. You know, being able to get the Karma with the Witchcraft emblem. Zeta kind of stuck on the kind of reroll lines, trying to get to that point. You know, title playing the likes of the Cogmore reroll, which, as we know, are not performing really too well. But I think in general, with that Karma and with the kind of pushing pressure that Syndra is playing now, you know, a lot more players are maybe playing towards getting the Syndra 2-star and then pushing levels instead of hitting that Syndra 3.
And the charms were really impactful. Desperately there, we saw almost maybe
so close
that game, the tower, a lot of combat charms at the very end. I think some indecision and mistakes from both teams. I saw Kaido, a lot of gold to roll with, died in the end with 30 gold still left. Dobbs had a fight at the end where he got eliminated, that the Cassidon wrapped onto the Syndra. He lost the fight instantly when that happened, for example.
Yeah, and when we're looking at this game, particularly before it started, I asked you for your prediction, and you were like, oh, it's going to be like a 2-1. It's going to be Zeta. Let's have a look at STC play and see what the prediction came out.
Wow.
63% were going for Zeta. GK genuinely here being the underdog. And you, Panda, you believed in them. You were like, they got this. So how does it feel to be right?
I'm not from Brazil, but I lived there some years, so I have a special connection with these players. I've interviewed them a lot for champs for TFT in the past. All great guys. Dobbs especially, he's kind of the father or the grandfather of Brazilian TFT due to his experience, let's say.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see them pass. I think it was a long journey making it here. They had a lot of troubles to make it to Riyadh. They were shaky yesterday, but I think today, finally, they're in sync as a team, in sync with what to play, in sync with, I think, their potential. Babzero, one of the youngest players in the Americas, popped off this set, coming in here day one, not so hot, now in the top 2 with the Witchcraft, really showcasing his skill as a player.
Yes.
And we were also talking about individual players coming into this who we were expecting to step up to the plate, who we were thinking these are really the players that could potentially carry some of these matches. And it was VCLF when it comes to being that MVP that has had such a phenomenal impact on this game particularly.
Yeah, in general, I feel like in terms of the series, I think he's been the player to really step up in the end. I think that, you know, as you mentioned, Panda, kind of the adaptation from yesterday to today, having that kind of half day to be able to see what the meta is like. You know, we've seen the stats after day number 1 and then just lock in their heads what their plan is for day number 2.
Yesterday was, I think, the most off-meta team was this GK roster. Arcto played 7 Frost in his first game and 5 Pyro in the second. Very much off-meta comps. Now, completely different story in day 2. VCLF, great results. Guess what he played? 2 games of Syndra, knowing that it's the strongest comp in the meta, getting a very good result in his last game as well. And VCLF is a player that, alongside Ego Illusions, who played for Team Liquid in the qualifiers, is considered to have the best raw talent from Brazil. After a very good showing in champs a few sets ago, never really lived back up to that. His potential was never quite there. So I'm just happy to see his team finding success. I think it's overdue, and I think they have the potential to, like Z10, surprise a lot of teams in the rest of this competition.
Yeah, because this was definitely a surprise when it comes to GK being the ones coming out on top. And we had a discussion earlier as well when we were coming into this saying, creativity is not necessarily what we want to see. We want to see what works. We want to look at the stats. We want to look at the Syndra, and we got that, right?
I mean, we got so much Syndra this game, right? I mean, even in both the 2 games as well.
I would say creativity exists, but within the reroll comps, the variants that you play them into, the augments you pick up, the itemization, the positioning, that's where creativity can still shine. Maybe not so much playing a new comp altogether, but within the comps that are known, how do you adjust in the late game? How do you find those little nuanced edges to beat your opponents out?
And also, how do you find those nuanced edges? That's what they did exactly. They were able to capitalize potentially off of some of the mistakes that we were seeing out from Zeta, and they actually get their key and they get to crush it. So guys, like, we can see it happening behind us. They're just gonna put that into hydraulic press the button, and you know what? Enjoy it, because one of the really cool elements about this one particularly, Panda, is that if you are the winner, you're able to get 3 keys from 3 different teams and put those in your trophy. Would you put Zeta there if you were GK?
This is visceral. This is like, I'm a very non-conflictive person. I would feel bad putting the 2 crushed team's keys in my trophy. Zeta A is a tough team. I think they're happy to beat them. Title especially.
Yeah.
He's in the GO conversation after his great showings at champs, alongside players like Bintum and Double and Juanmi, of course. I still think there are harder teams to beat when it comes as a cohesive unit of 4. And I think GK still has a long journey, of course, through playoffs and through just everything that's left in these next 3 days.
But they live to fight another day, right? And that's what matters.
I think the big thing now is they're going to go into the decider match tomorrow. We have to see who they're going to be coming up against in that decider match. You know, branching out or walls is going to be super interesting.
He's enjoying it way too much.
Oh, I mean, he's probably having a wonderful time. I mean,
thumbs
up, yeah.
Thumbs up to the
Is it
crush
good?
machine.
Does it need any adjustments? Are we all good here? But
Can we elevate the force a little bit more? Get a bigger crush?
I mean, especially after yesterday, right? We were speaking in the pre-show to Hubison, and who was saying like they were talking to the GK members, and they were saying how disappointed they were in their performance yesterday. But being able to change that so quickly in such a very quick format, right? It's only 4 days of this tournament.
Smile.
Like, it's so crazy. But yeah.
I don't know who's enjoying it more, Arjo or just being a hydraulic press technician and just being able to see all the keys crushed throughout all the different titles.
There it
in
goes.
EWC.
The zoom in as well.
You're right.
Ow.
But it also represents the hopes and dreams for Zeta particularly, because with this matchup, they are out and they are no longer in contention for any of the EWC Club Championship point. That's also something to keep in mind for them as well. But GKJ should be happy. They get the first key of TFT. That's a milestone of its own.
I mean, getting the first key, getting the first crush as well, it's like it's a victory. You take the minor victories in the end, I guess you could say. I mean, we're going to be seeing 3 more teams, potentially seeing their keys crushed as well today as well. So this is potentially the first of many, but look, you can see there in the end, holding the crush
he's really happy.
of Zeta Division.
It's visceral, it's sad for Zeta, for Japanese TFT as a whole. This is a representation for the country. I think they had a lot of national pride coming into this, but that's esports. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. The losses are tough, but you have to take them and learn from them coming into maybe next EWC, coming into the rest of the competitions in this set 12 Magic and Mayhem. And for players like Tidal, he's had big defeats before. He's come back stronger, I think, for Kaito, for Taro, and for Kess as well. Kess especially bringing Poros to set 9 champs and then relearning his lesson and bringing Earth the next day. And that's TFT for you. Some days with the variance, it's tough to call. But I think overall, GK was the better team today.
I think you put it perfect. I think in the end, Zeta are a team that have talent on their roster, and they'll definitely come back stronger. As you mentioned, whether it's to do in the 4v4 format again, or even just for the rest of the set in general. Title hoping to come back and get that 2 world championships. Being able to be the GOAT in this format. It hasn't worked out, but I'm excited to see where this roster goes in the future.
Yeah, but also sucks a little bit in that sense to be the first team to be eliminated, but they're not going to be the only team that's going to be eliminated, because we are sending 4 teams home today. And our next matchup is going to be Fnatic going up against Weibo. If you were telling me yesterday that this was going to be a lower bracket matchup, I would literally tell you that you're lying.
And the worst part is that both of these teams had very small margins on their losses. They played very good teams. There was a conversation throughout the entire lead up to this event. Which is the group of death? Is it Group B or is it Group C? They were both very, very close. And we're seeing here finally what could be the final walkout for one of these teams at the very least. And it is tough because these are teams that you could have predicted to be maybe finalists, maybe, some of the powerhouse teams coming into this. So it's a tough one.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's crazy. I think the thing is, like, seeing Fnatic there in the lower bracket,
Yeah.
Seeing the talent on there, seeing Throwdown behind the scenes as well, obviously helping this roster, being able to just have that walk and just, I think the nerves start to come in as well, right, for some of these players. This is the first kind of big 4v4 format. This is the first time that these players are going to be put under pressure in this format. Have they learned from their mistakes yesterday? As you mentioned, both these teams had really, really close series. T1 just beating out on Weibo, Z10 just beating out Fnatic, which was the 1st, 2nd, 7th, 8th, which is a really, really tight scenario. So I feel like both teams have a point to prove coming into the series.
Yeah, and they have to prove it, right? This is their last and their final shot, because you are now on that chopping block. If you don't come out on top here, you're going home. Your keys get crushed.
And I worry for Fnatic because this is a team that they feel a lot of pressure. I'm not sure about the CN community online, but I definitely know the Western audiences. You have players like Dishsoap, you have players like Bilala. They've proved themselves individually at champs, sure, but after a loss to Z10, which is a surprise for many people, coming into a hard matchup like this, if they lose game 1, that pressure will be multiplied by 100, and you have to force now the idea of TFT, but also the mental game coming to game 2 and 3 to force a comeback. I'm not, envious of Fnatic as a team. I think they have a very big challenge. Weibo, of course, as well. But I can promise you one thing: this will be an absolutely stellar game of TFT.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to start off looking at rosters, particularly starting off here with Weibo in terms of players that we want to see step up, because we're talking about yesterday when their matchup against T1, it felt so close. It was so close, but unfortunately yet so far. Which players do you think have that ability to be making that difference today?
I think Hangshig is definitely a player to kind of keep an eye on. I think that yesterday he was playing a lot of full open compositions. We were seeing him with open boards, playing things like what doesn't kill you sort of thing, being able to get that extra resources with components. I think he's a player that needs to step up. Easy was a player to highlight in terms of the big carry factor, I feel like, for Weibo gaming yesterday, but this whole roster, I feel like, close series yesterday, they need to step up just that little bit further if they want to take down Fnatic.
But it felt like it was the same for Fnatic, right? It was a close series, but again, just the small marginal mistakes. And small changes that players could be making that can make the world a difference.
Kyun was the MVP. Kyun just do the same thing again. I think Dishsoap in the game 1 against Z10, he played Kog'Maw reroll. He maybe should have leveled when he saw that so many players were holding those Kog'Maws. Instead, I think he rolled 120 times to find Kog'Maw 3, and that maybe affected the game plan for Fnatic as a whole. One more thing to mention for Easy, I spoke to Alan ZQ, who's on Z10 in the same group. He spoke to Easy after their loss yesterday, and Easy was devastated. Emotionally, he felt he played really well. He felt his team played really well. They lost by a very slim margin, and in the end, I think coming back from that mentally, resetting last night and coming into today knowing that, hey, you're here for a reason. You're among the 16 best teams in the world. You're among the best players in the world. You have what it takes to do well. It's tough, but you have to lock in, focus, and try and do your best against a hard competitor in Fnatic.
Yeah, and Fnatic is also a competitor that you need to be a little scared of, as we've said. But again, both of these teams being in that lower bracket is a bit of a concern for us here today. But we had Ian check in with Fnatic particularly ahead of this matchup. Let's see what they had to say.
Standing by with Fnatic's Malala ahead of a huge, huge series. Loser goes home. First things first, how have you reflected on yesterday's efforts?
Yeah, I think yesterday's match was a little unexpected from us. I think coming into the event, we thought we would be one of the favorites. We think that Zero Tenacity had a little bit of a different game plan than what we're used to. It's definitely a wake-up call, and we're ready to come back today.
Yeah, you mentioned about being one of the favorites. I think many have described you as like a super team that are absolutely going to come here and dominate. You can obviously still do that, but are you feeling that pressure?
Yeah, pressure's on, but champions are made under pressure, and that's what we're here to do.
Any changes to the game plan today?
I think we're going to make a few minor changes, but overall, the same game plan. We have confidence in the way we practice and our strategy, and that's what we're going to do.
Best of luck. We will see you again at this tournament after this series, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A few minor changes here that we're hearing from the side of Fnatic, but the same game plan. And that's kind of what we picked up on as well when we were looking at the games yesterday. Just a few minor changes, but stick to your guts.
I feel like most of these players definitely need to step up, though. As you mentioned, Kyun coming in as kind of the memer, I guess you could say, in a way. There was a lot of memes online with Kyun, which is he's the one at the back, kind of just I'm here for, just for fun, basically. But actually, it was him stepping up yesterday, and the rest of Fnatic need to step up as well. Dishsoap, current world champion winner. Milala with that crazy set, being able to win the Vegas Open. So in general, it's going to be pretty insane.
Weijin as well was, I think, deep into the vertical portal, for example, which is a comp that is not considered tier 1 S tier in the meta right now. All in all, I think teams that lost especially, probably last night was a very long night for most of these teams, looking through VODs of the winning team, seeing what they were doing differently. This is not Champs' end of a set of TFT where everything's optimized and solved. This is the very first patch, 1 week into a set. There are still so many nuances around positioning, around optimization, around seeing the best players in the world solving specific puzzles a little bit better than you and learning from that.
Yeah, and that's the adaptability that the teams need to be taking into consideration coming in today, especially when you are on that chopping block. But who do you think from Fnatic or Weibo will stay in the competition? Head over to sccplay.gg and let us know. Feel free to cast your vote because we're going to be doing the same. I want to really quickly hit, if I have to throw it to you, who do you think is going to win?
I've had feuds with North America, but I'm cheering for Fnatic this time around. Let's go, baby.
All right.
Let's go Fnatic. Let's go Fnatic. Well, I think they can do it this time. It's going to be close, but Fnatic's going to take it.
It's a bit of a Fnatic biased test, but we're going to have to head into the game to find out exactly which one of these two teams will stay in the competition and which one will have their keys crushed. So I hope you're ready because we are so ready to see the second matchup of today, of the second day of TFT at EWC. Fnatic going up against Weibo.
I'm ready, baby. There we go. First series of the day, Swift 0-2. One team has been eliminated. Fancy. I'm pretty excited for the next one.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody expected that GK would go 2-0 after their performance last night, but they got the win, and now they move on to the next stage. But the next match is going to be even more exciting, so how about we introduce the first team?
You know what, Fancy? Let's go ahead and do just that. Our first team introducing none other than Fnatic. Losing 1-2 yesterday versus Zero Tenacity, with Kyun leading the way as their MVP. The real question is, can he do it again and lead his team to their victory?
Let's welcome their opponents. It is Weibo Gaming. After their intense game against T1 last night, the Chinese powerhouse faced one of the tournament's favorites yet again, looking to redeem themselves on the big stage.
a big stage that it is, Fancy. The pressure is mounting. The teams might be a little bit nervous. Who do you think is going to walk away with the win?
I absolutely have no idea because both teams are favorites and now they're playing on the lower bracket. So we have no idea what's going to happen for this match. So how about we send it to the casters to talk more about the game.
All right, you heard it on the desk. You heard it on the stage, Clement. This is not the match we expected to see in elimination, Weibo versus Fnatic, but it is one of the most exciting matches that we're going to get, and I am looking forward to seeing how these teams bounce back from the losses yesterday.
The first thing that hit me is just how real it all is. Watching that key coming in from Tidal, just getting crushed down. That is what happens in esports. That is what happens in life. One of these two teams with championship aspirations does have to go back, and just the way that they lost is just so heartbreaking. Both of their series went to Game 3 tiebreakers, where they were unfortunately eliminated by the opponent.
It just shows the level of play in this event, that you can have a team with 2 set champions. The last 2 sets, 10 and 11, and they are in the lower bracket right now, trying to claw their way back, and they're going to have to get through Weibo to do it. We're going to look at our portal selections here. Prismatic Party, Item Payout, and Support Anvil. Looks like Item Payout is what everybody wants to go to, try and limit the variance a little bit.
All right, I think Fnatic is going to be happy with this game plan. They face a bit of an insurrection coming in with Z10. Their game plan was to go for the highest variance possible and just a high roll based on some RNG factors. They definitely got their way, but I think Weibo Gaming has a lot more confidence in their own standing. They're going to go for the more, just the tried and true portals in Item Payout here.
Yeah, and it felt like Weibo's macro game yesterday was incredible into T1, and it was some heroics out of Bintum and Bobe that ended up swinging that matchup. Just some clutch positioning from those 2 players in the final moments of the final 2 games of the series that stole it away from Weibo. And so I feel like Weibo should feel still confident in their strategy and fight through and play around their ace, Easy, who has been doing such an exceptional job in finding those top placements.
Absolutely. Easy was the hero of the team yesterday, going out with an AVP of 2.0, carrying on a lot of different compositions, and this has generally been the CN sort of strategy that we've seen. They have your win streak player, they have your lose streak player. The players in the middle are very willing to go for those emblem +1s, and especially the flexible augment to sort of win out.
Yeah, and I think on the other side with Fnatic, you look at this roster, right? You've got the set 10 champion Malala, Vegas Open champion Malala. You have the set 11 champion Dish Soap. You have set 9 third place Weijin Iverson. And then Kiyun, who a lot of people would have looked at as, he's the outlier. How do you fit into this roster that has so many accolades? And yet, the carry performance from Fnatic in day 1 was Kiyun. He never fell out of that top 4. And he's showing that this is why he's there. He's showing why the Fnatic players were calling Kiyun the glue of the team. He is somebody who helps keep them strong and together. And he's doing a fantastic job playing so far at EWC.
He's calm, he's good, he's very, very consistent. He's exactly what Fnatic needs. I will add, though, the big problem for Fnatic yesterday was that they did not have any first places in that series. And when you lose the tiebreaker automatically, it puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the team because you need to go +2 points in order to win. So that's the big question coming into this series. Can Fnatic engineer a win-out player? Can they funnel enough resources for them? Can they actually get those tiebreaker positions?
Yeah, it's such a big deal because a lot of times we talk about how that 7th place player is actually such a big deal, right? The person who's able to just kind of deny the person who ends up going last and just sneaks past and gets 7th instead of 8th because it gets you that 1 extra point. But if you can't get first, as you said, you need 2 extra points. So suddenly the person who is doing their job, getting that 7th and avoiding the 8th and making the other team get there, it's kind of for nothing at that point because you can't find the point somewhere else in the overall placements, and it gets really, really difficult. And we saw, Easy was the player for Weibo that was doing such a fantastic job in finding that first place and finding those capped out boards. And while we had Kiyun having really good placements across the board, as you said, Fnatic unable to find that first, and that's where we need to see them get that big improvement.
Yep. If they can find a first place in game 1, take it home, I have to say that even though I've been a Chinese TFT stan for the entire entirety of my career. Fnatic coming in with their pedigree, with all their accolades, I would still say they're a little bit more favored in this matchup against Weibo Gaming.
I think that would be fair. I mean, we look at CN and NA specifically, but the Americas as a whole is kind of the two best regions in TFT when we look at performance at international events, right? And they're going up against each other, but this is what should be the best North American team, whereas Weibo, there's an argument back and forth with like maybe Falcons being the one that we should be looking at as the best CN team. So if we're gonna say it's all even between the two regions, you would expect that Fnatic should be a little bit better than,
it would be
Weibo
more
coming in.
devastating for North America if I think Fnatic was eliminated here. Let's just put it that way. Milala going up with a very good start, you know, already 2 upgraded champions with the Spellblades as well, which opens up that Bastion Scholar composition that we have started to see in the previous series.
And this is a really good position for it, already having Zoe 2, Poppy 2 Spellblades, right? Like, this is kind of exactly what you'd want to see. And we saw a little bit of that one cost reroll, a little bit of the Scholars, but we didn't see a ton, right? It wasn't everywhere. It wasn't rampant in every game. I do feel like this is a spot where we should expect Milala to head in that direction.
Yeah, we actually only saw the first time it was played in our previous series right there in the one cost reroll. So a lot of players have been hyping up this composition, but it's not a win-out type of comp. It's one that you want to pressure the opponent a lot. And it really only works in the Spellblade condition. A lot of players aren't willing to go into this line. With Milala's start, though, I think it's perfect. He already has the correct augment, he has the upgrades, and he also has the tier here for the Scholars and the extra casting.
Yeah, the nice thing about the 1-cost reroll versus all the 2-cost stuff is, even though, yes, your teammates can't pull 2 costs out of the or 1-cost really out of the pool to help you, it's not very realistic with how big the bag size is. It's also just a lot harder to get griefed. It's very tough for the opposing team to actually grief your 1-cost all the way to the point where you can't hit.
Absolutely, and you know, in stage 2, it's really important to kind of look at the charms they get, because there's things like Dehance and all ones that massively accelerate the composition. Sometimes you can just have 5 hits in the same shop, and you know, create that point where the 1-cost reroll, it's usually a top 3, top 4 type of composition. Suddenly, it's tempoing so fast, it could become a top 1.
All right, on board with Honglien. You see mentorship immediately picked up. This has been great in this 2-cost meta, right? You've got your 2-cost carries, and their supportive units tend to be the 3, maybe the 4 costs, so the mentorship easily gets to buff up the carries, as well as the front line, which is also trending towards 2 and 3 costs. So Honglien already having that. We're going to expect some kind of 2-cost reroll. Rageblade already slammed, so wanting to find a Syndra most likely is going to be the out there.
And how refreshing is this? Stage 2-2, no 2-star Syndra. In fact, no Syndras on any board so far. The meta really opens up when no one is clearly in a position to be favorable to go into the Syndra line. I think a lot more things are available, especially from the stats that we've seen yesterday. A big point I want to mention is that Warrior Preservers is such a consistent line throughout the tournament, and it's massively underplayed compared to things like the Kog'Maw or just hard forcing yourselves into like Ujinx or stuff like that.
All right, jumping on board here, Weijin has the Pilfer. This can also help out with that Scholars line because he does have the Poppy. Even just giving an extra copy of Poppy over can be quite good, or getting an extra Poppy can be quite good. Looks like here, having the Honeymancer, not grabbing the Nunu just yet. So this is just tempo playing through the Witchcraft, which is quite a strong early game playing around the Zoe.
I gotta say, Pilfer is my absolute favorite augment this new set. There's so much nuance to it. You can snipe out enemy units, and in the 4v4 scenario, you know, if you know you're gonna rotate in your teammates, sometimes they can gift you units. So this is some of the you know, more advanced strategies we should look out for if someone's willing to give those 3 costs over to Weijin.
Can be quite good in that early game, get a bunch of extra gold. Weijin is gonna lose out here. So we look at the streaks going into Carousel. We see Milala and Kazu being able to have the 2 streaks, seeing if they can pick up the 3rd, but Dish Soap and Easy both looking towards the lost streak. Everyone else kind of just in the middle of the pack here. Easy, of course, being the one who's kind of been an ace for CN, for Weibo. Being on that early lost streak, we might see some more of that style coming out of him.
And taking a look at the boards right here, we have Easy and Dish Soap both going for full lost streaks here, both holding a Syndra. They have made their stance very apparent going into this carousel.
Perfect. The open fort single Syndra.
Yeah, I will say, you know, for Dish Soap, he is definitely, he can't get away from this lost streak. You know, it's a little bit more important for him, given his augments. For Easy, he does have the TG early. That's more of a tempo comp. He can just go into win streak if he does find something good here. Preserving those streaks are going to be massively important. And I do want to also point out Kuds, he's playing Cluttered Mind right here. So an augment that we haven't really seen this entire tournament, but it could be a very good win-out augment with all the extra experience points going his way.
Yeah, we have to really look out for these streaks right now. As you said, Dish Soap really can't get away from this, and unfortunately for him, he did slam a tier, which could make the difference if he runs into a Syndra v Syndra fight with Easy, who does not have the tier currently. Dish Soap also now going to just field a board, it looks like. Not going to full... Okay, there it is. Keeps the Rumble, however. I still think Easy is likely to beat him, but he runs into Koza instead, who wants to be on the win streak, so Dish Soap will be able to get away from that. Slams the Ginsu now. Still going to have the danger of losing the streak to Easy. However, going to be able to continue this loss. Really, really good to have the what doesn't kill you. Has a lot more potential for Econ than Easy does, of course, having the sleight of hand, but a quicker transition from Easy, being able to slam that and get a lot of power instantly.
For sure, for sure. I think what Easy could do is actually, the best case scenario for both of them is to find another Syndra that's not itemized and just throw her up there.
Yeah, 100%.
To kind of get the lose streak, the full loss streak away. On the other hand, we did see a Syndra too. She's finally appearing on Kiyun's board, so it does look like there's a strong win-out potential that we're looking for. Syndra with the Vanguard stats, 29% win rate yesterday.
Yeah, insanity from that composition. Really, unless you're playing Karma or Syndra or hitting a vertical, you're not really winning the game. It happens so few times with anything else. As we see, because the level to 6, Malala doesn't get there because he can't. He's playing one-cost reroll. Does not rotate into him, into Kiyun instead, but the two-star Syndra is actually kind of scary. Malala does not want to lose this streak to Kiyun right now, and it's possible that he could. Whereas on the other side, Kazuha just rotates into Hansing, and that's just going to be an easy victory. But that's also a Syndra 2 for Hansing, so we actually just have these Syndras all over the place right now, and the two Lost Streakers might not be able to go into that composition very easily.
And this is why Syndra can field so many different players. It's because you don't really need to reroll for the Syndra 3. You can just keep her Syndra 2. You can have Nami carry. You can have Karma carry. And in this instance, where we're seeing from Kiyun, Wukong 3 as a win condition is also very possible. We saw yesterday, I think, in the T1 games where there was an additional Vanguard from Bobe. Hitting that really made him just win the composition. And we'll see if Kiyun wants to tailor for it. You can tailor your board, throw in the Vanguard on 3-1, potentially get that win condition. He is keeping the Vanguards in check right there on his bench. And for Easy, both of these players went full lose streak, so that's very good for Dish Soap. He is going for the what doesn't kill you, so getting that extra gold, getting the extra Syndra as well. Big finds here.
Yeah, it's great. And, I want to talk back about Kiyun here. We had seen that flowchart on Twitter. I don't remember who posted it, but it was having, is Syndra contested? Okay, did you find Karma? Did you find Wukong 3? And we see the Wukong already on the board. Kiyun can try and push levels, look to play around the Wukong reroll around alongside a Syndra 2, and you can still find a lot of top 4s that way.
For sure, for sure. It is kind of funny, but I have to say it's very honest. That is actually what a lot of players are doing in these games here. We are going to still have that showdown with the 2 win streakers still on the board, 2 loss streakers on the board here. So a lot of tension in the air to see who can get that +3.
A lot of levels. Tries to get a little bit more power. Not going to just full commit to re-rolling the 1 cost instead. Just going to use the Scholars for the early win streaking. Try and transition potentially later into something like the Karma.
And the tension builds. The streakers all stay here.
They're both safe. Looks like Kazuha should be able to take out Kiyun. However, that is Nasher's Shojin on the Syndra. It's a lot of power. Doesn't seem like the front line is enough, though, to hang on. This is a very tanky Jace for Kazuha with the Sterix and the Bramble.
It looks like Malala is going to pivot away from the Scholar Bastion build that we were talking about. Just going to go with the more tried and true route down to Syndra. And we have prismatic augments coming in across the board here. A couple of the really powerful ones have been the generic ones, like giving you the Randuin's Omen, Mighty but Giant. Those ones really help you win streak, and of course all the support golems, as we are seeing on Easy's boards, really help that immediate power.
Yeah, and then we see Dish Soap taking the blinding speed, but already kind of having itemization on the Syndra. Usually it would be, you'd pick that up to itemize the Syndra more with the attack speed and get the ramp quicker. So I'm curious what he wants to do with this Ginsu's in the red belt. Oh, he gives a remover. I forgot about this, yeah. So that's a good way that he can continue to ramp up that power.
Does look like a Cassiopeia angle. This is a champion that we have talked a lot about and have not had a lot of favorable things to say. So we'll see if this is just a midway transition or will he actually run this very deeply. You know, he did a very deep 3-2 roll down to get those 6 Syndras online. And just make sure that, you know, there's 4 Syndra players now in the pool to make sure that they're not going to go into the enemy team.
Yeah, I wonder if Dish would even consider the Casio. We pretty much always see people stop at 2-star, if even, depending on their spot. They might even just keep it 1-star, not spend the extra money. It does seem like in this spot, he doesn't have enough gold to actually buy Cassiopeias if he wants to have a chance to even hit this Syndra in a lobby where it's so contested.
Yeah, he's basically banking on finding another remover later on. Gonna go with the double Guinsus and just stack as much as possible early on. Very interesting strategy. I don't think this is optimal when you get to the late game, but it could be a way to just power through those stacks.
Yeah, of course. And we see the streaks remain for the winners, right? Malala, Kaza, continuing 7 streak. Dish Soap and Easy both snapping their streaks at the same time. But if we look at Easy, he has so much more gold. His transition point is easier because he has that sleight of hand to start things off. He's got a lot of extra power from that TG.
True, and he still has a lot of gold, which is very important here. 50 gold on the side of Easy. You know, he's gone very low, but he can definitely climb back. On the other hand, Malala with one of the best Radiant items you could find here, the Covalent Spark. You know, giving utility, tons of tank, and tons of damage. I expect Malala to be able to win streak quite comfortably all the way to stage 4. We haven't seen what Kudz is cooking here. Looks like he's still on the portal board, and
looks like
unfortunately
lose.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not the matchup he wanted, right? This is going up against Dish Soap, who just spiked heavily. So Malala actually loses his streak to some friendly fire because Dish Soap also really doesn't want to lose. He needs to start turning this completely around for a win streak.
True. Yeah, it's a little bit surprising.
But Gaza lost his as well. Both win streakers going down at the same time, so no massive gold advantages being gained.
Taking a look at the forecast here, Nami is going to be the premium one, a vital carry for the Syndra Vanguard composition. Dish Soap is going to snag that one up immediately. As for the other forecast, you know, these two, after watching Soju get Gwen 2 and then go straight 8th, you know, I'm not feeling too confident about this.
Hide from it. To be a little bit more concerned about the Gwen, but I think there are still plenty of forecasts that are at least pretty solid, right? We saw Fiora actually being really instrumental on a lot of boards yesterday, finding a lot of power there. We even saw some vertical portal. I believe it was Weijin that was actually playing a decent amount of that, not the you know, full cap out, get 10 portal, that's definitely the high roll, but even just playing it just from the normal vertical.
Tremendous amount of Syndra players right now. Basically all across the board, 4 Syndras. The pool has to be very depleted. We're seeing 12 Syndras being taken out here just from Hanshing and Dish Soap. So I expect all of them will have to consider going into more of a forecast-oriented win-out strategy. I don't think it's possible to get the Syndra 3.
Yeah, no one should be slow rolling on 6 for this. This absolutely has to be just pushing levels at this point. And we saw Dish Soap taking these items to try and improve, but he did have to roll down more heavily than most of these other players on 6. And so he will be stuck there a little bit longer. However, it has paid off. He's flipped his streak, whereas we saw, you know, Easy ends up getting to go to 7, spend some money, but he went win-loss, and we'll see where he goes from there. Dish Soap is looking like he should be able to hold on to a streak here.
Yeah, he had the what doesn't kill you. He has 6 stacks of it. Usually you want 8 for the extra component. But we looked at the army chart right there, and he had over 100 gold in terms of his board investment. So definitely going to be just going on the win streak route right here. On the other side, Easy, he has to turn the corner at some point. And it doesn't look like it's possible. Wasn't able to find that Syndra 2. Had actually rolled a little bit on 6 prior.
Yeah, and that's where it's tough, right? We see Easy kind of in the same situation as, you know, Dish Soap going into it, but Dish Soap rolled deep on 6, hit the Syndra, found what he needed, and because there were so many out of the pool from Hanseng and Dish Soap alone, plus a couple other players still on that Syndra, Easy just not able to find it. We'll see what pivot he can make, but being on, you know, Ginsu Adaptive Shojin, there's not another unit in the game that would really love to use those exact items outside of Syndra.
Yeah, it will be a pretty difficult transition out here. In the meantime, Weijin just going for this tempo Warrior Preserver comp. I've been talking about this a lot. I feel like it's massively underplayed. He already has 2 Preservers on the board, and he hit really high on those Golems, both of them being good melee Golem items in the Zeke's Herald, and also just the new and improved Spite.
Yeah, and Kiyun now the one on the massive loss streak, right? 6 loss here, not able to find a Wukong 2. is just going to be on 7, but he has a lot of gold to work with. He's just loose streaking all of stage 3, and we'll see if he pushes 8, tries to go into something like a Karma immediately. Prismatic Orb, though, what are we going to get out of this?
Well, the Radiant items are typically the easiest ones to use for everyone. The artifact ones are a bit iffy. Okay, just to say that, he does get the artifacts. There are some good artifact options, I believe, for frontline Wukong. We'll have to see what he picks up here. In this type of situation for Kyun, with a lot of lines we've seen is actually you want to alternate carry between Karma and a lot of the Preservers. Some people even go for Zillion 3 in some instances. He's going for the level 8, but no Karmas. Has the Camille, but no Karma.
Yeah, not finding the Karma. Finds Rakan. Just a Rakan pair, however. Rakan pair, Fiora pair. Pairs his Wukong, doesn't actually even get the upgrade on it. And
Lighting
as you
is
said,
very good here.
A little bit awkward still having these artifacts, right? There's not a perfect place to put any of them.
Yeah, artifacts is usually the one you want to see the least, just because you're typically itemizing your tank and your carry already. So you might not even have the removers to make use of the new artifacts. Blighting Jewel is a good find because it does look like Kyun is going to go with the Karma composition.
Right.
You get the blue buff, you get Blighting Jewel. Don't build Morello if you already have Blighting Jewel, by the way. You're just griefing your damage. You're casting so often, you actually want something like the Archangels as the last item.
All right, and we're going to see Weijin level up to 8 as well here, using that tempo very well. Has kept his HP high alongside Malala.
Yep, gets both of his warriors here, just needs to get them 2-star. And the artifacts are a lot easier to use for melee carries for the most part. We already see him getting the mittens, so they can't be chilled. Everfrost is not going to matter. And they're also just going to move very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good hit as well. Finding the more important warrior, right? I think Fiora over Gwen for sure. Being able to get that pretty much immediately. Get the itemization slam. There's the mittens to go down. And there's still plenty of items available that are going to work out for this Gwen. So Weijin definitely being able to put this together quite easily and should be a good way to play for a top 4.
I gotta say, Easy looks like he's going out in 8th. This is a free fall type of position for him. He didn't find any of the Syndras or the Karmas to put his Radiant items on. And now let's take a look at Dissob's board. Incredibly powerful with the Syndra 3 online already with so many Syndra players. I think Fnatic was able to coordinate a roll down where they probably got rid of the Syndras on the other boards and gave Dissob enough time to utilize this.
Yeah, maybe if they're holding extras, but Kyun's still playing with the Syndra 2, so we at least know some of them are still in the pool. However, the fact that he was able to hit and was able to go to 7, I mean, that's just massive, right? He was able to kind of keep a lot of extra HP with that win streak after rolling down heavy on 6. He was just 3 copies away, able to get there very easily. He's got mentorship. He's got good combat from his augments by having these extra items, having a combat aug, even if it is just the silver. And now we're just looking at the HP, and the highest HP for the team of Weibo is going to be Keza, who does get a Nasus 2 here. It's going to be a huge pickup. Nasus 2 plus Kalista 2.
Yeah, but I will say his spot is still very weak at the moment. Just looking across the board right here, he doesn't have the Guinsoo's Rage Blade in order to power up this Kalista. That is the core item. Instead, he's having to slam Mittens, which is preferably better on the front line here. So I honestly feel like Fnatic's game plan from here is fairly simple. You know Easy is in free fall. He's not really climbing out of that ditch. All you need to do then is just target the player with the highest win-out potential on Weibo Gaming, and you have this unlocked.
Yeah, and it's looking very good, right? Because Fnatic having just a ton of spots that look very good for top 4. And we'll see if any of those spots can actually convert to a first, but they can still try and push as many of these Weibo players down further after the fact, especially, as you said, Easy is going to be grabbing this 8th.
Yeah, I just don't see much of a way out of that.
1. He hasn't even found the upgrade to Cinder 2. I mean, it's just brutal.
That's just TFT, baby. Some people get 9 Syndras, sometimes you get 1. Life ain't fair sometimes, life ain't fair. We can look across the board here for some of the prismatic augments. Looks like a lot of people did pick up Radiant items here. We also see a trench coat coming in from Malala, so that's a very powerful one, especially in the late game. Malala going for that portal transition that we've seen from a lot of players yesterday. Easy going for this one, and I believe also Weijin played 2 games
a
of
couple
portal.
times. Yeah, and I mean, it's not like we talked a little bit about Rise, and you know, of course, Wida was the one really championing Rise, saying he's the biggest Rise stan. But it definitely just feels like another good out that doesn't require you to get stuck in the kind of re-roll pigeonhole. That lets you kind of play more of that tempo style. And if you're able to find the Nora early enough, this comp is actually good enough to contend for a first. We haven't seen it find the first unless you get to the 10 portal, but it's still at least fighting in that top 2 range if you can get that 8 portal online with the Nora with some itemization.
A lot of times it's just about calling a higher placement than the guy that you're looking out for. So no, you don't really need to cap too high. Just make sure the guy caps lower than you are. For Easy, this is a bit of a face of desperation. He's going to rotate into one of his teammates here. Both of the Weibo Gaming players not really finding their outs. The Prismatic Orb, but definitely a high variance event, and it hasn't panned out for them.
Yeah, he gets to stay alive a little bit longer, and Dish Soap also been in a bit of a free fall, but he is able to level to 8 here.
Huge find on the remover somewhere, so he's able to collect the stacks with the double Guinsus and then move all the items off, get the correct items for his main carries. Is just going to go into the Vanguard standard 3 mage sort of setup with the Yuumi here as well. Something I did want to point out is that Yuumi can actually draw aggro early on, which is, I'm not sure if it's intended or not, but you will see a lot of players, even though you think Yuumi doesn't do anything, they will play her in the front line.
Yeah, it might even give you just one auto attack difference, but it can make the difference in a fight, so every little optimization you're going to want to grab. As now Dish Soap rotates into Easy, and we might see our first elimination, as it seems like Dish Soap does have the overall stronger board. Frontline has gone down, but now the Syndra 3 is on to the Syndra 1, and I think we know how that should go, as Dish Soap will be able to grab this elimination, and Easy will be the first person to go out in this series.
Big loss streak player for both sides, but I think Easy unfortunately didn't really get the extra juice out of his augments. He took Sleight of Hand, which is typically more played with tempo, definitely not as higher cap as Dish Soap, and Dish Soap rolled very aggressively for that Syndra too. We didn't actually see that coming out from the side of Easy. I think if Easy actually rolled for Syndra 2 at least to stabilize, he could have gone a lot farther.
Yeah, I mean, even just trying to fight Dish for it at that point, right, so that Dish Soap doesn't get a chance to even go for this Syndra 3 might have been the better call, recognizing you're both in this spot, and you need to try and make the opposing player just go out in 8th versus, ending up in this spot where Easy did, maybe thinking he had additional outs, as we see a Tome for Hanseng.
Not exactly something you can use, and I believe this might have came from the Prismatic Orb. It could have came from the last PvE round as well, most likely Prismatic. I just can't really think of what he would want here. We have seen some 6 Vanguard, but it's very awkward since you need to place one of those 1 costs back onto your board. So we'll see what he ends up doing. He's actually just holding on to it for now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any splash trait you can put in, but right now we're seeing Blaster and Sugar Crabs as the options there, and neither of those make really much sense at all. Preserver is nice for the board if you can find it and fit another Preserver, but that's also not really fitting the board. It's really tough to actually find some use out of this, as you said, right? Vanguard 6 may be the option, but awkward to play. So we're going to see going up against Dish Soap's board, and Dish Soap once again able to find it. It's the Radiant upgrade for the round from the Charm, and it hits the Spear of Piranha. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, like, I gotta say, Dish Soap definitely had some high rolls this game, and the situation currently is, Dish Soap is most likely gonna win out, take that first place. Easy's already went 8th, so the game plan for Weibo Gaming here is they need all the rest of the players to go into the bot 4. Very difficult to execute here. They will need a lot of RNG coming in from the fight rotations. And for the rest of the Fnatic crew, it makes things a lot easier.
Yeah.
You just want to play for, maximum board strength, HP preservation, and, hope Weibo Gaming knocks themselves out.
Yeah, and I mean, I do feel like the Fnatic team has been playing around a lot of these kind of more top 4 oriented compositions, right? We saw the Warrior Preservers, we saw the Portal composition coming through with the Rise 2 upgrade. We see the HP preservation. Yes, you look at this entire lobby, the HP is so incredibly close, but I think that bodes a little bit well for Fnatic considering their just average board strength. I don't think they're going to just get completely wiped out here, and it should buy them enough time, as we see Hanseng even going to lose to Kyun here in an incredibly close fight, but every single little win like this is so massive in the outcome of this game.
There's just no potential chance for win out here from any of the Weibo Gaming players. We haven't seen Honglian's board in quite a while, so maybe we can check on that, see if they have a chance. But so far, it just looks like this board, I'm not sure if it's your favorite, but it's the favorite of the meta. The Syndra Vanguard board is once again gonna claim first place.
Look, you got to do what you got to do, right? This is the best comp in the meta. You have to just find your spot. We see people contesting it, fighting for it, and honestly, it's a little bit more interesting when you see the entire lobby fighting for it than when it's kind of in the solo TFT, right? Where eventually people are just going to be like, all right, whatever, that person gets first. I'll just play for a top 4 to get my points.
I think Honglian does have the conditions for a potential win now, but I'm not sure if he's hit his copies just yet. We just saw the flash on the right side where he has 3 support items, all of them melee focused and playing multi-strikers. So, you know, this could potentially be some of a turnaround, and this is something that Fnatic still need to be very aware of. We just saw Milala actually knock Jisop down to potentially 1 life on stage 5.
Yeah, that's pretty tough, and Milala having a needlessly big gem and kind of a stall comp with the portal ends up working out really, really well. And the fact that he's able to beat Dish Soap is still surprising, though, because he's got his stacks on Syndra. Syndra 3, his front line's pretty decent, but he couldn't get there.
Pause. That's not the game plan. Let Dish Soap win out. The rest of you claw for a top 3, top 4, and then you have this in the bag. But if they accidentally knock Dish Soap out, that could be massive.
Well, as you said, they put him into danger, and if Honglian does have the conditions to actually win out, as you said, he's playing around the multi-strikers. He doesn't have cast in 3, but if he can hit it, he does have those frontline-oriented support items. He has the Akali 3, and there's a chance that that composition can take out Syndra. We've seen the positioning. Bintum did it over and over again to get that 2nd place in the game to save T1 against Weibo. We can see the same thing from Honglian here if he's able to get the right positioning from these multi-strikers.
Unfortunately, a bit of a low roll on the carousel here. There was no good items for that Akali, so he ended up picking up a Gargoyles. Definitely not what you want to see in this comp. You just want more damage, more burst potential to go in. Doesn't have a Reforger either. So Honglian's spot not looking so hot here. Doesn't have gold for the combat charm.
Yeah, and he's not able to find that last Kassadin. If he's able to find the last Kassadin, right, it's a completely different story here, but it does feel like there's a lot of boards in the game that can beat Honglian, and he's on 2 lives at this point, so he has to find the Kassadin right now. It has to be this next shot.
Kuds is going up against Milala's board. If he loses here, he will be knocked down into 7th, and it doesn't look like he has enough damage to go through all these units.
Look, it's the Nora 2 alongside the Rise. The damage is just massive. We don't even see the needlessly big gem pop, the portal not needing to buy that much time because the damage is just there, and that's going to be a 7th, 8th for Weibo. They need to go 1-2 to win, and Honglian is on literally 1 life.
Wow, this might be a blowout win. What we mean by a blowout is you have 3 players on your team going in the bottom 4, and the game mathematically is already over. We're still going to play them out for sportsmanship, but you know, the rest of the time, Fnatic can do whatever they want. They can get drinks, they can talk about strategy. It's a very chill moment for them. And also, when we're in this spot, it means that Weibo Gaming, they have to go 1 and 2 in order to claw this game back.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the Fnatic that we were hoping to see, right? Just being able to have everybody holding their own. They're all such strong players, trying to play around the win condition, looking at Dish Soap as the Syndra player here, everyone else looking to play tempo. And they're able to just make it happen in this game so far. Now we see Dish Soap gonna look to try and eliminate Honglian, gonna do it, that's gonna lock it up. Just immediately, as you said, complete blowout, 6, 7, 8 for Weibo. Fnatic coming out strong.
Yeah, this has got to be very cheerful for the North American squad right here. You know, they had a very tough matchup, a big upset coming in from Z10, but this time around showcasing that they have the coordination to go against some of the best teams in this group of death.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane, right? We saw how close T1 versus Weibo was. We know how good Weibo is, and the fact that Fnatic is able to have this first game be an 6, 7, 8 from Weibo, just being able to have all these players in the top 4. Looks like Hansing will be able to hold on and not let it be 4 Fnatic members in the top 4. That would have been absolutely demoralizing. However, should be able to bounce back. We know Weibo is a strong team, and just because this first game was so dominant does not mean this series is over yet.
And I do want to mention the strategy that we see out of Fnatic here. They're actually not forcing the rerolls that hard. 3 of these players here are going for 4-cost-centric compositions, which I think have been underutilized throughout this tournament. A lot of times, holding the 2 costs can be very detrimental. You can surely say they all branched out from potential Syndra starts. That is true. But their endpoints, they have these different avenues that they can play for. The Warrior Preservers, we're seeing on Weijin's screen right now. The Portal coming in from, I believe, Milala. And, you know, Kiyun, I think, going for more Karma-centric comp.
Well, it's such a great way to do it, right? You use one of the 2 costs that wants to be rerolled, and ideally Syndra, because it's the most dominant one. You're taking copies out of the pool because you're just running the unit because it's strong enough. And then, as a team, you all go to 4 costs and you go to different 4 costs. And the same thing that happens in 2 costs, where you're taking all of these out of the pool, is happening with the 4 costs. Yeah. You're taking the ones that you need. It's making it easier for your teammates to hit. And all of them were able to relatively quickly 2-star their main carries for their 4-cost compositions, and allows them to play this top 4-centric style. And yes, we're going to start to see them fall off. Hunting might be able to find the first here, as they don't have the highest caps in these comps. And maybe Fnatic can continue their streak of not finding a first place in this tournament. But it doesn't matter if you do this, if you're able to go 2 through 5th.
True, true. I would still like them to get a first place,
I mean,
you know, at least
I'd
someone
like
cap out, you know. It feels weird when you play 4 games and no one takes a first place, but I just want to agree. I think this is such a perfect counter to the strategy that Weibo Gaming had. They were still trying to play, you know, sort of filtering for each other. Very heavy emphasis on the 2-cost rerolls coming out from Honglian's board here. And I just felt, unfortunately, Easy's spot was a little too obvious he was going 8th place. It was a free fall moment. He didn't roll deep enough for the Syndra 2 because so many Syndras were out of the pool already, being held by the Fnatic players, as you were saying. And I think that just made the strategy a little bit too easy for Fnatic. It was very clear what their game plan was going to be. Everyone just tried to preserve HP. We're going for the 4 cost. You don't even need to worry about max caps. You know, in this meta, a lot of times rerolls have much higher caps than the 4 costs, but it's not necessary.
All right, and Hansing, you know, still playing around Syndra 2, able to find the win, but looks like might just be the end of this one. Very, very exciting to see Fnatic pull that stuff out as well, and Portal making a good showing once again. I just think, you know, Fnatic, they had such a tough time yesterday closing out these games, losing out in just these big moments, and sticking to the strategy and having it work. We heard them in the interview when they talked to Ian. They wanted to stick to the strategy, make a few small adjustments. And we see this is how they wanted to play. This is what they wanted to do. It's working here. We'll see if Weibo can adapt in Game 2. I mean, what are the main adjustments you'd want to see?
I think you need to start counting copies and be thinking about not going too far into the 2-cost reroll lines. Fnatic players are very clearly, they're not going to filter the pool for you. So if you get a 2-cost reroll and they're not matching it, it could be a big problem here. I would want to see the tempo slow down. Honestly, this is not a very super fast tempo game. There's not a lot of rerollers going around. So it's going to be interesting to, for my opinion, I want to see Honglian going back into his TFT magician credentials and play for big loss streak, big cap out.
All right, yeah, put Honglian in that zone instead of maybe Easy where he's been in before, because we can't see the 2 loss streaks. But Easy wasn't just playing from loss streak when he was having his success yesterday. A lot of it was from the win streak in the early game, and then just being able to cap out from there. So Honglian, we know he is a legendary CN player for a reason. Give him a chance to shine, find that first place for his team in the subsequent game.
He's one of the biggest streamers, and what we call a Honglian 100 HP game is actually only a 15 HP game, where he goes 11 loss streak and then never loses again. That's kind of the meme that goes along with him.
1 HP is infinite HP. If
exactly.
Just
HP is a resource. You gotta use it.
Hansing able to at least get the morale victory, finding a first place in this one, it looks like. Weijin does buy the dragon here. Maybe you can actually win a round. It's been pretty tough. Hansing has just been winning everything, but Fiora's made it to the back line. Is going to jump away from the Karma and Syndra, though, and while the dragon is buying a lot of time, it looks like it is buying enough time. We will at least have one more fight here, Clement, but we'll see if the charms are still enough for Weijin to actually get the first place for Fnatic.
It could happen.
Make us a little bit happy.
Yeah, I do really like Weijin's board here. He does have the chill, the artifacts onto the warriors here.
Desperate plea by Hansing.
One more fight.
So maybe 2 more fights if Weijin's able to find this.
We have seen Prismatic Orb into Prismatic Orb before, in the championship.
We have.
And it could happen.
Well, and you even called out this Blighted Jewel Mittens being a pretty solid combination, especially with Blighted Jewel being able to go in the Karma. We have Mittens for the front line. I mean, it really does increase the cap of this board. makes it pretty reasonable to be able to take out just the Syndra 2 instead of the Syndra 3.
Yeah, in terms of cap strength, I definitely favor Weijian's board right here. He also has great support items with the extra attack speed. However, it does look like his his warrior on the left side just being completely wiped out by the damage. I wonder how many stacks we have on this Syndra. Going into 6-6, you know, usually if you have like over 150 stacks, it's Desperate Plea wasn't even needed.
Well, without the Dragon, Weijian not able to hold up on the front line against this composition, and that's going to be Hanseng taking that one. But Fnatic will be taking the first game of our series. They just need one more to be safe for the time being. And Weibo now on their tournament life. One more loss and they are gone. They will have their dreams shattered and their key shattered by Fnatic.
Really brings a whole new meaning to I have a crush on you. This is going to be really tough. Weibo Gaming, of course, they qualified as, they didn't have to go through the qualifier. They had the most QP points coming in, so there's a lot of pedigree on these players, a lot of championship appearances. Honglian, as we talked about, a massive star in that region. Now fighting for their tournament lives against a jubilant Fnatic. I think they have all of their confidence back. They know their game plan has worked. I think they're just going to continue with the same thing.
Yeah, all smiles, all confidence. Saw them today at lunch. They seemed very excited about the game. They did not seem stressed at all. All smiles, all confidence, no first places, but we'll see if they can continue that streak but still win, or if they'll actually be able to clutch up and find that when they need it most in these upcoming games. So take a look at some of the highlights. I think some of the highlights for me is just the 4-cost-centric gameplay. We haven't seen a ton of this coming out of many teams at all. Toronto Ultra, maybe the only other team we saw doing it very aggressively because they were playing that early tempo and then just kind of pivoting into these 4 costs because you're not playing 2 costs if you're just pushing levels as fast as possible. And we're seeing that be successful once again for an America squad.
You don't have to be the fastest person in the group or running away from some of the big predators like lions or grizzly bears. You just need to be faster than the guy next to you. That's kind of the game strategy that we see out of Fnatic. A lot of 4-cost centrics, not exactly the highest cap in this meta that we've seen, but enough to get the job done, and they finish with a blowout win versus Weibo Gaming.
All right, and with that, we got our first game done, but we're going to be having more coming up. Game 2 of Fnatic versus Weibo coming right up after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Huge pickup for them. Welcome back to the EWC, TFT at EWC. Got Fnatic taking the first win over Weibo Gaming. Huge pickup for them, coming out strong. Both these teams we did not expect to be in the lower bracket. However, now Weibo is on their final life in this tournament.
A real confidence booster for Fnatic here. You can see Kiyun smiling so happily on his screen there. And unfortunately, a lot of low rolls coming out on the Weibo Gaming side. No Kassadin 3, not even a Syndra 2 going into those final stages there. And the early game not going well. The game strategy being a bit figured out here by Fnatic. We'll see if Weibo Gaming can switch things up.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, we saw kind of the ace of yesterday, Easy, fall flat in this game, and I think it looked tough, right? Because he goes in this position where he's committing into the Syndra against Dish Soap off the loss streak, and we see him kind of commit to items that have to be Syndra. He's not allowed to really play anything else from there without playing just an incredibly weak board, but he doesn't roll nearly as deep as Dish Soap. He's never able to find Syndra 2 because it's so contested in the lobby. He even pushes to 7, but pushing to 7, there's no other composition to kind of go into because of the itemization at that point. So Easy, maybe falling apart a little bit in this game. I know that he was a bit stressed out. People were saying coming into this off the loss from yesterday, a bit devastated by how close it was. But he felt good about his play, and I think he can bounce back strong. We saw how good he was playing against T1.
Yeah, I think Weibo Gaming just need to go back to a game plan where they have more clear win-out spots and positions here. I think they were going for a lot more tempo augments in the previous one. And this is something that they were very good at against when we saw their games against T1. Easy is also known as the coach of the team. He's brought his own study group here, so a lot of the players looking for him to backseat them on their boards, hopefully show them the tech. I think Weibo Gaming still have a lot in them here. It's just about, making sure what you do when Fnatic starts slowing the tempo down and not pushing for those rerolls, going for those forecasts.
Yeah, and we saw, blowout in game 1, but we expect Weibo to come back firing, especially as it is their last life on the tournament, their last bullet in this one. Fnatic looking to close this out quick. They don't want the stress of a 3-game series. Get them a confidence building 2-0. That's exactly what they're looking for. They do not want to be eliminated here in the group stage. It would be a massive disappointment for Fnatic, for America's fans, if that were to happen.
It's going to be hard for Froden to sell me TFT Academy after that. But we'll see what happens. Froden, big friends. We've learned so much from Dissub. He's definitely my most watched in North America in terms of streamers. And this time going for upgraded champions, a bit more of a tempo game plan here. We're going to see which each one gets. For the one costs, I think I really like something like Jax. It's a great solo tank. You can put tank items on him early on. You can put AP items on him. That's usually what I'm most happy getting. I'll just say Warwick, not so much.
Yeah, doesn't really slot into any of the early games that you want. He's not the strongest frontliner. It's definitely a bit tough there. Wow, 2 more copies. Warwick 3.
Warwick 3 game plan.
Probably should stay away from that one, I think.
Corrupt vampiric scepter. I heard Panda talking about it yesterday.
Oh, absolutely insane. No, but we do see an Elise over here, which can be a good early game if you find the Elise plus the Jace. You get the double shapeshifter. Gives you a pretty decent front line for the early stages.
We haven't seen Spider Queen just yet. That's been a big augment in a lot of competitive play. Especially in Project PPE, where we saw Taro doing very well with that line, going to the Syndra. And AP items to start, that's always really happy. We've seen with the carousel play, the 2 items that people deny the most are going to be the tiers for the Shoujins and also the bows for the Guinsus.
All right, now on board with Hong Lian. Not getting a frontliner. I think in general, the upgraded you really want a frontliner. The backliners are nice, but just having that stable 1-cost frontline and then you just find it 2-cost later. I like this better, right? When you get the Ziggs, you're probably not winning against upgraded frontlines. So go to 20 gold and play the full Lost Hong Lian special, right?
Yes, exactly. I love watching Hong Lian. He's so fun as a player because honestly, he's not the fastest player, but he's very precise with his transitions. So he's always able to get out and scoreboard scrapper. He's rolling the other 2. Do we have
there
scoreboard
it is.
scrapper?
Full lost streak, scoreboard scrapping coming through for Hong Lian. Gonna hold on to 2 copies of Kog'Maw here. I'm curious if he actually maintains that or not, if he wants to play into this composition later, or he'll sell them off and make 30.
I was a little surprised.
He sells them.
at how fast he actually clicked that. Because a lot of times you want to check the other players if they have spots that they can full open on you. If they full open on you, then, you know, it's you just lose your streak. So
Honglian says, full loss, no pivot, me lost streak. Team, play around it. Honglian says, I'm carrying this one. I got you guys.
All it takes is for one Fnatic player to full open. Okay, he's baiting them. He's baiting them. It's sold at the end. That's a good move there.
All right, against Easy. So the first time he's just going to take damage. This is a bit unfortunate for the full loss because in the 4v4, as you said, Fnatic just has to try and snipe it, get that full open, make him end up getting a win instead. You are forced to just kind of do this full sell, take a lot of damage strategy. And hey, you were saying 11 loss, 15 HP, turn it around. That might be what has to happen because of the fact that you can't really present too much of a board with danger of just getting sniped.
Yeah, it's very bad in a 4v4 situation. This is why we, out of the high-stakes augments, we haven't seen anyone been taking this entire tournament. But I will say in a solo queue environment, it's actually one of the better win-out augments. One that might get nerfed in the future. Ooh. Very good with the Warrior Preserver line later on.
Bit of a low roll here on the support Sentinel. Kind of tough to have Gem because it's going to walk up. It's probably going to die in the first 15 seconds. You're not really getting the support item out of it.
I will say the Gem has been retooled to be quite good statistically.
Really?
You get flat damage amp at the start, and it also goes up to 25%. So you get 15 early, and then you get 10 early, and then it slowly ramps up. So
I guess 10's enough, yeah. I mean, it's still pretty strong.
If you had a good Vanguard front line like you see here, and every second that Golem stays alive, you get that extra damage in here. Of course, he's not going to win out. He hasn't leveled up. Going against Wasion's board here, which is one of the best boards in the portal.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be an easy win. We'll have to keep an eye on the potential loss streakers from Fnatic because those are the ones who can look to grief Honglian. Right now, just Malala and Wasion with the early losses.
Disso, kind of a high roll with the artifact here, actually got the Suspicious Trenchcoat. Do you want to know the tech?
Yeah, what's the tech this time around, right? We had Lissandra last set for some cool stuff. Yep. What can we do with Suspicious Trenchcoat now?
So the current tech in China is you put it on Nasus, and once he casts, he actually takes HP from everyone. When he splits into 3, he takes HP from everyone around him again, and he can take up to, I believe the numbers is 2,600 HP from everyone.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Targets.
Yeah, that's insane.
So what he wants to play for the combo here, I'm not sure he's going for it, but if you want to play that combo, he just needs to find a couple more Protector's Vow, make sure the Naxus can get chain cast on, and it just devastates any front line.
I want to see it. I hope Kiyun knows the tech here, has the early trench coat to make it happen, right?
Oh, Kiyun, sorry, yeah.
And as you said, yeah, Protector's Vow, it's always been a nice combination with trench coat. Just you get the auto cast as soon as you pop out as well. We'll see if it can get there, but for now, just getting the Elises. If they can get their casts off early on, that's a lot of extra HP for this front line. It should be a great way for Kiyun to keep a win streak.
Yeah, Kiyun's board is looking absolutely disgusting right now. You have 3 upgraded Elises in the front line. Also the Shapeshifters coming in with the Jace as well. So I expect them to win out quite a bit. I know I've said that a lot of times and instantly just something else happens.
Works, right? You say, oh, this guy will win out 100%, and they'll lose immediately.
All right. First look at Honglian here. He, still hasn't committed a lot of things to his board. Is sitting on an open cloak.
Yeah, and a lot of gold with the scoreboard scrapping happening already, right? 40 gold into the carousel. Very ahead of the curve, having all that extra gold from the early game.
Oh, yeah, scoreboard scrapper. Sorry, I don't know why I was thinking fortune favors the bold, but of course this is significantly lower risk. You get your 80 AP every round going forward. And mainly it's just been a Warrior Preserver line. So, if he does get his loss streak broken, it's not as cataclysmic. No. Sorry, I just got a little bit confused with the augments here.
It's still troublesome if he does, though, right? He needs to stay on the low half of the scoreboard, which at this point will be pretty easy because he did full open for a while. But also he's going to need a lot of gold because if he's playing into that 4-cost line and he's losing so much HP early on, he does need to be able to hit as soon as he hits 8 and try and actually full transition.
Oh, Kudz might be going back onto the win streak now. Great setup for the Syndra Vanguard line that we have here. On the imposing end, Easy also trying to play strong win out. 100 HP, should get it here. Sleight of hand, a 2-star Mordekaiser.
Yeah, looking at Kiyun, going to try and keep the win streak against Malala, who is currently carrying a Twitch, which we have not seen a lot of in the early stages of the game, but, you know, if that's what you've got, that's what you're going to play around. Has the Twitch and the Namzi playing around the early Hunters. So yeah, once again, it's just going to be the win streakers staying on top. Easy, probably more in the comfort zone at the top of the tables with the win streak.
The only Blasters or Hunters line we've seen has been played with lots of emblems, double frost emblem. You know, we heard Z10 talk about yesterday. Actually, GK talked about yesterday. No, we're not playing Frost Hunters again. Probably not of the lines. Not one of the lines you're going to expect.
3 out of 4 Weibo players being able to keep a full streak right now. Big econ advantage for the side of Weibo, especially if Honglian and Kuza do not run into each other. And if Easy is able to take out Kiyun, that would also be massive. Looks like they're safe on the lost streak front. I wonder if the win streakers are fighting each other or not here, because Honglian should definitely be able to lose this one. On the other side, Kiyun versus Easy, that is going to be at the top of our tables here. Kiyun does have that trench coat. If we can see these Elises go into spider form once again, it will be massive. One of them gets denied. Saves a lot of HP, and this is a Mordekaiser 2. I did not even realize.
He scales as
2
the
star
fight
is so
goes longer on.
huge.
Yeah, he's been casting so many times. Every time he casts, he gets 10 additional AP, and that feeds into his shields. And again, no focus fire early on to the Mordekaiser means Easy is going to run away as the only big win streaker.
Yeah, and look at that. 3 5 streaks into Krugs for Weibo. Already a massive advantage for this team. And we'll see if Fnatic can find a way to come back, if their spots can be strong enough to contend with just the econ advantage that's going to exist here.
Yeah, and if we look across the board here, there's a lot of tempo going into it. Honglian sticking to multi-strikers most likely, and we have the Vanguard Syndra coming out from Kuzi. So 2 big roll downs that are going to happen very soon. You know, there's a lot of different ways that they could do these roll downs. One strategy you can employ is one person roll downs first, take the champions that they want, then the other one goes in afterwards to kind of get the filter down.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they employ that strategy or if they just decide to roll at the same time, try and race Fnatic on any of that. 50-50 Honglian. He didn't need any more money, but he'll take one more. Yeah, he'll take one more gold.
69
sure.
HP, more than enough to work with here for Honglian. We've seen him, I've seen so many times in games where he just goes down to 10, 12. Very exciting stuff happening here.
Oh, not even worrying about the pre-level, just gonna straight up level 2-6 here. Put a little bit more power on the board.
Gonna do so off interval. Easy. This is a bit of an awkward round for him. He's not rolling the best items in his front line, but it's okay. He's got Honglian, so both of them are gonna preserve their streaks.
Yep, and Honglian maybe leveling to 6 will let him kill a unit, but it's pretty tough against Easy's board with that Mordekaiser in the front line.
It's gonna be interesting to see where Easy goes with this line. He has the Mordekaiser too, which leads, you know, most of the time to believe going for the Syndra line, of course, but we have Kuzi already on that line, set up with the Syndra 2. So how will they pivot out of each other's way is going to be a big thing here.
Second augment selection coming up. Just going to be golds once again.
Looking for multi-striker +1. That would be the best option for him. He has done the correct setup here. He's already tailored his augment, so there's a pretty good chance. I don't think he's going to go for a golden quest, though.
But he's so rich. He has 63 gold already.
That is true. I will say the problem with golden quest is a lot of times you can hit something like the...
Wait, he just took it. He just, am I crazy? He just clicked golden quest, right?
He's
selling up. If he hadn't leveled to 6, he'd actually be so close. But he just clicked Golden Quest.
Oh boy,
Wait, we just had Golden Quest unironically clicked in the match that will eliminate Weibo if they lose.
This is Honglian. What can I say? This is the Honglian style. Let me tell you why I really don't like this pickup. Because a lot of times you can go into Milio, which is purely support, doesn't carry your board, doesn't even give you a Shojin, and you just instantly die. The best one would be Camille. That's the one he's homing for. He has the items for it already. Very strong, has a lot of useful traits, but there's also a couple of stinkers in there.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, if he hits Camille, he like wins the game, I suppose, maybe. I mean, it's so much power from a gold augment, right? 2-star 5 cost 3 completed items is absolutely insane. But getting there is tough. He's 49 HP. This is
putting it all on the lawn.
This is crazy.
I did not think that he was gonna. Combat Casters was right there.
He's 80 more gold. He's not. It's not like he's just there already.
He better hopes that
if he hadn't leveled to 6, he's so much closer.
He better hope that the PvE rounds is just gonna drop nothing but gold there. You know, you typically want full loss streak into 4-1 onto this, and you want to start holding some of the preservers. That's usually how you can cap out your board. I think you're gonna have to sell your multi-strikers. You can't play a low-cost multi-striker line anymore.
I'm in shock.
I am in shock. I'm in complete disbelief here. He could hit the Briar with these items. I think the Briar would be fine as well. Briar, Camille would be good outs. Morgana is decent. Not really the items for a Diana, but you can kind of get away with it. The worst ones definitely though is if he just gets the Smolder or the Milio, I'm not sure Weibo Gaming is going to make it out.
I mean, 39 HP now, goes to Carousel. Going to be able to try and pick up an influx. He just has to grab 4 gold here, right? I mean, there's just no other reasonable option.
This is why I'm a Honglian fan. If I was their coach, I'm not sure I would advise him go here.
I mean, if he can find a pool that's all teammates and they can give him a softer loss, that'd be pretty nice right about now.
Yep, looking across the board, some of these compositions, Jisop going to go for the Kog'Maw line again. We saw him on this line yesterday, averaging a 6, so not really a line he's super comfortable with, I would say. He's comfortable with it, but hasn't done well on it so far.
Looks like he went Epoch, though. Do you think he'll stay within Kog'Maw or try and get something a little bit later, pivot out of it, just playing it for tempo for now?
He could definitely still do that. He has the Gwinsus, you know, that you could go into a Callista 4-cost line like that. But I think that those are realistically the 2 options you have left. Easy, full HP still. Wow. We have seen some people try Veigar, but yesterday the average was a 7.5. It's just way too easy to deny as a 3-cost. So I think he's probably still going to go for more of a level 8 game plan. He's just level 7 now because he wants to maintain his tempo. Weijin getting some really good rolls on the augment choices here. You know, the defensive arts lowers the damage from the opposing team, allows you to slow the fight down for extra stacks onto the Syndra. Also just gives you a Syndra too.
And we see the Syndra is plenty for Weijin for now, actually going to be able to shut down Easy's win streak, and this is huge. He's been on the 8 win streak. They needed to stop this, able to get it done. See Honglian down to 28 life. He will be able to make it to PvE. He should be able to make it to 160 gold.
Yeah, he still has a lot of gold on his board to sell. We're probably gonna have to look at the board army and like subtract a couple for like the 2 stars. But typically it's 4-1, 4-2 for this type of a play style, and there is no room for error. What I'm worried about is he has to have perfect fight RNG. If he rotates into his teammates, even that could be very detrimental.
All right, now we're on board with Weijin, who we just saw take down Easy on the 3 streak, rotates into Honglian. This is going to be a huge loss for Honglian again, but actually a little beneficial to run into someone who's level 6 instead of level 7, especially with how weak his board is. Going to take a little bit less damage than you potentially could, and it looks like he might be able to grab 2 kills. It's kind of the best you can hope for considering the power of Honglian's board.
He better have a massive win out. This is absolutely crazy.
I mean, you set it up beautifully, Clement. You wanted Honglian to go down to something like 11 HP and then turn it around and win out the entire game. And Honglian absolutely delivering on that here.
He's still 50 gold away.
He gets 1 more econ round here, plus whatever gold he can get from Wolves.
Yeah.
And he has 1 more loss available, but that means he would have to do a 160 gold pivot into a full board.
He only has
after
20 gold to sell on his board right now, so I'm not even sure he can do it on 4-1. It's going to come down to these PvE rounds. How much
it has to be 4-2. Yeah, he's going to have to take 1 more loss, I think. No gold.
No gold? Come on. Worst possible roll for him.
He's going to have 1 round to make this transition and stabilize. And then he has to be able to win out from there.
EWC, where legends happen.
This this has the potential to be the greatest play of the entire tournament or the worst disaster of the entire EWC.
I like combat casters. I'm not thrown down for this. I feel like I'm getting strapped onto a roller coaster that I didn't buy the tickets for, you know? I'm just getting pushed on.
This is us waking up in the middle of a lake on our mattress. Not sure how we got here.
Yep. And like I said, it just comes down to what fight cost you get here. There are a couple ones that are really awkward. Even for Briar, they don't give you the perfect items for the champion. Right, all eyes on Hong Lian, the team captain, risking his reputation and his game style, putting it to the test against the best in the world.
Another big loss from Dish. You said 11, how about 5? That's where we're at for Hong Lian. 11 loss streak, 5 HP
balance
in a dream.
budget doesn't even give you gold now.
Takes balance budget anyway, he wants more gold.
Here we go.
Everything to get there. It's Diana.
He has the items
front
for it.
line can be stabilized. Gets a little bit of help there. We're going to see what he can hit. Can he find the 2-star Karma? He goes directly to level 8. Not able to find Karma, not able to find Preservers just yet. Missing everything. There's a Smolder, a Taric. Can he put together some Bastion frontline? Gets the pair. What else can he find? He's missing on everything he wants. As you said, Preservers, he's not seeing any of them. Gets the Taric 2, he's got a bunch of Bastions, but he doesn't have damage. Karma 1 is going to have to make all the difference with the scoreboard scrapper.
Yeah, the win out here. Oh, no, he actually didn't take the... All right, has 2 Scholars in the back. Preservers here. Full items. He's going to have to itemize his Diana now. The big thing about Diana 2 is actually quite powerful because if she can cast twice, she goes into the backline directly to snipe out carries. Start of stage 2, this should be enough to stabilize.
Tries to put it together, goes against Easy. This one should be a victory. He's carrying Hui currently. The board does look powerful for Hong Lian, but is it strong enough to win out? That is the big question that we're going to have. I think this was a good roll down, but he missed quite a bit of what he was looking for.
Yeah, he really wanted to get a little bit more of the Preservers like you were mentioning. He already had the Fiora there, so he wanted to get the Morgana to kind of round the comp out. When you have a big carry, the rest of the team just needs to buff that carry. So Preservers and Arcana are typically going to be your best options in this cap-out board. He avoided some of the worst possible outcomes, and but I'm still not sure about the positions. Strong stage 4 for sure. It's just about if other players can have some miraculous charms that just knock him out. It's very possible that a very strong combat charm could just knock you over.
Yeah, and we see so much gold spent by Dish Soap and Kiyun. Go to 8, roll to 0. They're hoping to potentially even just rotate into Hong Lian now and maybe catch him. But that's a Karma 2 in the shop for Hong Lian. Just sell off one of the Gwens. This comp is now online.
Absolutely massive find for him right here. If the target focus isn't on the Diana, I think he should be fine so far. But it also comes down to where this Diana goes. Wrong direction. We really would have preferred him going into the back line there for the Diana. Does plenty of AoE damage, but not that great against single target. Never mind.
Yeah, he's doing plenty. Double Ginsu Callista, but this is Hansing. Didn't even put in the Fairy Crown. Just wants to make sure he doesn't accidentally take down Hong Lian, who is their ace in this game. We'll be looking for that first place, playing the hero mode. And it's up to Fnatic to knock everyone else out from Weibo into that bottom 4 because Hong Lian is coming for first.
Yeah, and we see Weijin and Malala here now in the 30s in terms of HP. It's been a while since we've been so tied up on Hong Lian's board, so let's take a look at what Malala and Weijin are rocking. Malala going for Preserver Warriors, and in the meantime, we have Weijin going for Vanguard with Syndra, but looks like he's very far off his 3-star copies. Also doesn't have any Karmas or Namis there, so a bit of a low roll situation for Weijin.
Yeah, he has these, Incanter augments trying to buff that up and make the Syndra even stronger, and maybe that would increase his cap quite a bit if he had been able to get to the 3-star, but as you said, he's still stuck on level 6, so I don't think he's going to be the one to threaten Hong Lian. We're going to have to look at these other players, but there's the 3-star. Maybe this is an opportunity.
Yeah, he wasn't there on the carousel, but able to find it at the very last second. Who is he going to be rotating in? On the other side for Weibo Gaming, it's very clear Kudze and Hong Lian are probably going to be their win-out players. So for Fnatic here, they really need to knock a couple of these players out early. Hanxing looks like the one they should be targeting.
BZ was playing the win streak early on, has moved on to be playing around a Nami and a Nasus, but not finding many upgrades. The Tahm Kench, the only full cost upgrade that the board has found. So the front line is relatively stable. Some item slams onto the Nasus, trying to deal some more damage to Weijin. And it looks like it will be successful in doing so. The Nami trying to get through this front line still. Relatively close fight if the Syndra can get through, but it does seem like just her alone. Weijin going to take another big hit.
And so far, I really haven't seen a win out board yet. If Weijin goes down, like Weijin probably has the most potential to win out, but his front line just isn't there. What we've seen from a lot of players is in this situation, you want to kind of mix in. If you get a Briar 2, you get a Nasus 2, mix it in with the Vanguards, propel you further. But if we look at Weijin's spot, he actually rolled a lot of gold. He's stuck on level 7. He's not going to 8 here. So can't really come down to Weijin and the Syndra win out.
All right, Malala on the Karma too. A couple Nasuses on the bench. Still, this board, once again, not looking strong enough to deal with Honglian, and it is on a 2-loss streak so far. Got the Fiora onto the Karma, but she's healing far too much for now. Dealing with Kiyun on the other side, who is playing the Nasus Trenchcoat. He does have that Protector's Vow as well to try and make this happen, blow up the front line. Looks like it might be enough to beat Malala, but Malala taking more damage is not necessarily what side of Kiyun actually wants. Fnatic going to be losing Weijin and Malala very shortly. They're both so incredibly low.
Is there a player that can actually cap out Honglian here? A 4-win streak all through stage 4. It's still going to be very precarious because on the other side of Weibo Gaming, they can't build their boards too strong. If they do, they might accidentally get a team kill.
It would have had to be Kiyun, but looking at Kiyun now, right, this is Thieves' Gloves on Nasus instead of, I guess we got debated by the Nico transforming into Nasus.
Yeah, I think there's still some, good synergy there in the stuns here. He probably just hit the Nasus too, and he probably just had the items on the Nico beforehand, unfortunately. But he could still go into that secret tech we were talking about. Because it doesn't look like he'll be able to knock out his teammates, so they just always have to check their boards and communicate here as well on some of the sides. You want your Tahm Kench on the side up, not on the side of the carries coming in from Honglian.
Yeah, it does, as you said, seem like Fnatic does not have a good way to beat Honglian. And if that ends up being the case, considering Weijin and Malala are most likely to go 8th here, it's going to be hard-pressed for Fnatic to come back in this game. We might have Fnatic blowing out Weibo into the opposite happening this time around.
Taking a look at Weijin, only at 10 HP here. His front line's already crumbling. Kudz is going to take him out.
Yeah, it's just not even close in this fight. The 3-star Syndra just not getting the job done. Weijin gonna go down. That's gonna be the 8th place. Malala also falling in this fight. Double elimination, 7th and 8th. Fnatic having to go 1-2 from here. And yes, while they have the HP, they do not have the board strength to deal with Honglian.
Kiyun just had his streak snapped here. Let's take a look at Dish Soap's board. It's been a while since we checked in on him. And honestly, this is not a high cap-out board. Has most of his offensive items onto the Milio. He's going to have to still transition this further, usually to the Xerath or something else, in order for this board to work. It looks like he's just trying to preserve HP. I don't really see this as potentially being a top 2 board.
Yeah, major polymorph, not even any kind of cheese there to try and go for a 3-star 5 cost and make it happen, since there weren't any 2-star 4 costs anyway on the board. Might see EZ falling soon enough, but got the job done, avoided 7th and 8th place. Plenty of points for the team this time around. And the heroes are still alive. Honglian at 5. What masterful play of the lose out into the win out. We never thought he was going to click it. And he did, and he finds the Diana.
I still couldn't believe it when I was shell-shocked for a long time. But it looks like it might work out here. They're not completely out of the woods. It's 5 HP here at the bottom, but the threats are gone. There's just not enough pressure from the other side.
Yeah, the teammates can continue to sack if necessary, or at least position so Honglian can win. And we look at the boards of Dish Soap and Kiyun, and neither of them should be able to take down this board.
Yeah, they just need to take out Dish Soap. If Dish Soap isn't second, the game is mathematically over. That's all they need to focus on. So it's going to be basically impossible for Dishsoap to hit any of his upgrades.
There we go, easy, done enough. Going up against Kazuha here. Should just be able to fall down, doesn't really matter. This is good to keep some extra HP on yet another potential threat for first, even if Honglian goes down.
Honglian is going to clean up on the other side versus Hanxing, and if you look at the easy board, he knew he was a goner, still holding on to the Recons, making sure that the Preservers are not going to be available for Dishsoap. Dishsoap on a 2-loss streak. Let's see what he needs to keep himself and Fnatic in the game. Still on Recon 1, still on Morgana 1. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find any upgrades here. I'm pretty sure in a 4v2 situation that Weibo Gaming is going to be holding all of his copies for him.
Yeah, just ends up grabbing an Nasus here, getting Hextech Gunblade, nothing too special for either of the Fnatic members.
Oh, finally gets the Recon
too. But he's on 8, rolling to 0 every single round, looking for Morgana 2, looking for Ryze 2, and even with those hits, I don't think he's winning the game. Epoch will come around if he can live to 6-1, get a little bit of extra gas in the tank, but even then, I just don't see a world where he's beating Honglian.
Yeah, and it's not just Honglian either, you know. In this type of situation, Kiyun might need to sack to keep Dishsoap alive. If you accidentally kill Dishsoap, then the game's just over either way, so...
Well, we might see it here going up against Hanxing. Dishsoap, Emilio, gonna give items across the entire board. Everything's itemized, but is it tanky enough? The upgrade on the Recon should buy a lot of time, but the damage just isn't quite there because the Ryze is still only 1 star. Trying his best, but his best does not seem like it is enough. It's going to be the Kalista taking it down. And we had an absolute stomp from the first game, and this time around it looks reversed, even though Dishsoap does hang on with 2 health.
The last hope for Fnatic here. Where are those Morganas? How can you not find a Ryze?
Desperate
Ryze
plea.
probably has to be the easiest one.
Desperate plea. He's holding on to neutrals.
That's huge. That's huge. In this type of situation, it's really important to see what kind of combat augment Kiyun might have picked up. If he has a powerful combat augment, he could knock out Honglian. It's been a while since we've taken a close look. That's probably the best scenario for them. Knock out Honglian, send someone to 5th place, and have Dishsoap in the top 2 players in the top 4. You open up a lot more win conditions.
Yeah, and Honglian's been essentially donkey rolling on 8 as well as pretty much the entirety of this lobby, just trying to find as much power as possible. Beat people down. Dishsoap looks like he will lose once again, but he does have the desperate plea to stay alive a little longer as Honglian going to dominate his fight. He's found plenty of upgrades now.
Yep. Don't look at the right side. Dishsoap is still here. He's still here. The math is correct from our observers, but desperate plea is going to keep him in the game. And Kiyun not even being able to win out. So, you know, even if Dishsoap survives, Kiyun also needs to stay in the top 2 here. So a lot of conditions need to go right. Hanxing we saw was playing I think a very popular build that we've been seeing, which is the multi-striker flex. A lot of forecast focus, especially playing around Nasus. Very strong board coming in here, and you know, going back to the start of the game, this is what I wanted to see a little bit more out of Weibo Gaming. Slow the game pace down a little bit, go more for cap-outs. You know Fnatic has not been able to go first place in any of their games so far, so maybe make that the centerpiece of your strategy.
I mean, it's how Z10 beat them, right? Yep. Z10 played for a lot of cap-outs. They were able to go 1-2-7-8 in one of their games as well to win. They've been able to do it a couple of times just finding those first places right throughout the series. They went first every single game. And so finding the way to play for that high variance, that high cap out, Honglian does it here. Still not guaranteed to win, but he has put himself and his team in such a great position.
Yep, Morgana 2 still not found. Ryze 2 is coming in, but... And then we see the sack from Kiyun. Yep.
Well done by Fnatic. Good team play, as Honglian is probably going to have to hit one of his teammates exceptionally hard here by a little bit more space. And if Dishsoap or Kiyun can find, as you said, a charm to turn the tides, make something happen. Honglian almost goes down. Ooh. It makes it a good loss, but he still takes out Kazuha.
Okay, that's a big sigh of relief. coming in from Fnatic. Again, because they went 7 and 8, they need to go 1 and 2 for the rest of these 2 players.
And
Desperate Pleas.
You can't afford a charm.
Yeah. Desperate Pleas are going to be absolutely huge here if any of the players pick him up. He just fought Kiyun, so he should be going up against one of the Weibo Gaming players here. I think he should be able to take out Han Xing.
Yeah, he did everything he can to get stronger, right? He just grabs this Dragon Claw. There's nothing else he can do. Does not end up putting it on the Rakan, trying to keep a better item open for when the Melio casts. We can see the Morgana trying to stay alive in the front line. Does get the matchup he wants, right? This is Han Xing. This is the only person that he can potentially beat in the lobby. Rakan trying to stay alive a little bit longer as Rise actually has the damage now, but the front line is gone. The Nasus is just far too strong. The damage from the Melio and the Rise coming through the last second. The items, are they there? The Zillion. Can the Zillion do enough? One more cast onto the Nasus. One more.
Nasus still healing?
Zoe. Nasus stays alive. The portal. What can it do? The Nasus does too much. Disshop almost had it. And he's going to go down instead, and Hong Lian and Hong Xing hold fast, hold strong, and Weibo take game 2 and keep their hopes alive in the EWC.
What a game to witness. 10 HP left on the winning team. It came down to a nail biter, a lucky roll of the die here. Scoreboard scrapper into such a strong win out on the side of Hong Lian. This is his style. This is why he's called the Magician. And Weibo Gaming are going to take it to game 3.
Clement, you prophet. You said Hong Lian, I just want him to go on an 11-loss streak, go down to whatever, 1 life, and then win out for this game number 2. You said that was the biggest change that Weibo could make to try and beat Fnatic. And what did we see from Hong Lian?
I just want to say, I know my streamer too well. This is exactly what he does. It's bad for my heart, but I love watching his stream just because of this. He is my hero. Very good win coming out from Weibo Gaming. Lots of close fights going on. But in the end, you know, Fnatic, they continue this trend of not really being able to sort of force feed a strong win-out player. And that is something that, you know, that they should be taking a look at. If you have the opposing team that has a win-out player, it means the rest of the team needs +2 points.
Fnatic continues the streak of not being able to find a first place here in the EWC. This is massive. Z10 showed us before. Now Weibo showing us the power of playing that all or nothing, first or 8th style in this format, because first is so powerful, having that extra point guarantee in any tiebreaks.
Yeah, it's just absolutely massive. I think if it was Panda looking at that multi-striker spot where he had combat casters, I don't think there was any shot that there was going to be a Golden Quest selected right there. Well, thank you, Mordog.
Yeah, we can mark that one off the bingo card, right? I didn't think I'd see a Golden Quest clicked a single time this tournament, and we got it from Hong Lian in this game. It was the Diana. You did say Diana was one that could be an out. There were some misses, but Diana was found in a stable front line is the best way to find your footing in a game when you really need to win out, especially since Karma 1 still a powerful unit.
Perfect open items for Hong Lian as well. Had the Death Cap and the BT, so good win.
Absolutely love to see it. Now Fnatic and Weibo both a single life in this tournament. We're gonna have to see which of them can survive and whose dreams and keys will be crushed. We're going to a short break, but we'll be back with game number 3.
All right, you join me as I embark on an impossible mission here at the Esports World Cup. You know the Club Championship trophy? One of the sexiest trophies of all time? I'm going to get my hands on it. I'm going to be the first person in history to lift it in the air. But I can't get caught as I go on this mission. Hold on. Right, I don't actually need this. We're going to keep on going, because up here is a stage that I don't have access to, but I've been told that the trophy is somewhere in the vicinity. Let's take a quick look around. Look, see? The stage is currently not in use. We're good, we're clear, there's nobody here. Look, 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 look. They're just getting set for something else. But I have been told, hold on, I'm gonna have to go low here. I have been told that the trophy is apparently around this corner. Oh, I think we're good. Come on, follow me. Oh, look at it. I can see it, I can see. Shh, chill, 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 chill. Let's go here. See, look over there. There's the trophy in all its golden glory, and now I'm going to lift it. Problem is, we've got a security guard. Hold on. Hey, man. How you doing? Salam alaikum. The stage. Okay. There's somebody on it that's not supposed to be on it. Can you just go deal with that? I think you should go get them off.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Look at it. Look at this. I could kiss it. And I'm going to lift it. I'm going to lift it in the air right now. Be the first person to ever do it. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Welcome back to TFT at the EWC. Casanova and Clement here on the cast for the final game of the series between Fnatic and Weibo Gaming. One of these teams will be going home, dreams crushed, after this game of Teamfight Tactics, Clement, and it has been so incredibly close between the two.
And boy, would I miss all of these players. Whichever one goes back, it's going to be heartbreak. It's going to be sad for the tournament because the caliber of these players, their storylines has just been absolutely amazing. 2 global champions on the side of Fnatic, on the side of Weibo Gaming, 3 players that have represented their region, China, going all the way into the global champions as well. And their team captain brings it home. My style, my way, high risk, high reward.
Yeah, Hong Lien saying, you know what, team, I will be the carry now. I will take you on to victory. I will take it with a golden quest along the way. Getting that Diana 3 from that on a single life, 5 health remaining. Massive roll down. Doesn't even hit everything he needs, but does do a beautiful roll down, not skipping any units, putting together a board, not playing too greedy on that 160 gold, and being able to put together a first place performance.
A 4-2 before he starts to win any rounds in the game and he transitions into a victory. This is the, game theory optimal style to play to play Teamfight Tactics. You occur the most gold, you get interest earlier, so that snowballs effects later on, but the big problem is you have to transition quickly and precisely to stabilize. I just want to say, kids, don't try this at home. You have to be very practiced on it.
Yeah, and I think you were good to point out, hey, he's not the fastest, but he was so precise. I've seen roll downs way quicker than that, but speed isn't everything, because we see people do those big 100 gold roll downs where they roll so fast, and they skip a unit here or there. They maybe aren't getting every single thing that they could get. They're looking for particular things. Hong Lien just built the best possible 4-2 board that he was given off of the rolls that he had, and then from there was able to turn it into a winning composition.
What a fun way to bounce back from Weibo Gaming. It was a complete blowout in game 1. We have to, harken back to that game. They tried to play a little bit too much tempo, while on the other end, Fnatic was holding all of their Syndras. This time around, I do think that they adjusted their strategy, have a clear win-out player, and we saw a lot more 4-cost boards on the other side as well, going for the Kalista sort of flex level 8 playstyle that has been very popular in the Chinese server.
And with so many players on this Fnatic roster who have been praised for being lethal in checkmate formats, The fact that they have not been able to find a first here at the EWC is insane to me. All of them have needed to win checkmate formats in the past. Weijin having one of the highest first place rates in the North American tournament circuit of all time. Malala's done it twice in a single set, Vegas Open and the Set 10 champs, Dish Open Set 11, and they haven't been able to put together a hero moment to get that first.
I'm not really sure if it's in their team strategy. They have played very mid-tempo, sort of just outpace the other team, go for cost if you need be, not playing for the highest cap. The thing about having a designated ace on your team is you have to coordinate it very well around it. Honglin could have been knocked out in any one of those rounds in the previous game. They all had to make sure that their boards weren't strong enough to beat him. And you have to do that a lot of times when you have an ace player. He might be playing from a big lose streak. He might be playing from high-stake augment situations. So I wonder if can Fnatic pull it out here, because it's so important. We haven't seen them do it, but against Weibo Gaming, you can't just let the magician run away with it.
And I believe that Fnatic can. When we talked to them before the event, they said that they don't have a single player that's playing like an ace. They don't have a single shot caller, but they pick it based on the spot. And any of these players is capable of playing a win-out spot for first. We just talked about it. They're all good enough to do it. So if they see that spot, I am confident that they can piece that together. But it does, as I agree, not seem to be in their macro strategy. It seems to be they want to play this tempo, and it worked beautifully in game 1. Game 2, not so much.
It's going to be super exciting because Fnatic has to shift gears up here as well. What a great best of 3, you know. Best of 1, a lot of it comes down to random luck, but in an extended series, you see the teams battling back and forth with stylistic adjustments, going for each other's throats, and into the game we're gonna go. You know, these teams have been pretty mundane when it comes to portal selection. Do you want anything spicy this time?
I get the assumption that in the 44, none of these teams are going to go for anything spicy, except maybe like Z10 or something like that, where they really like playing into that variance because they think they're good enough individually to just make it happen. I don't know that I see either of these teams picking a high variance portal, and there's not a huge option for it other than Radiant Item, and everyone's going to stay away from it. Loot Sub is the other option, but 3 champions. We're going to get some more boring portal selection here, Clement, which I know you're so happy with.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be true. Loot Sub is I think it would open up the meta a lot, though.
It would, yeah.
A lot more spatulas being thrown out here. And this is part of the sort of Chinese team style that we've seen. A lot of their players in the middle of the pack do tend to go for alternative lines with emblem +1s, give you those open routes, and not try to congest on the 2-cost rerolls.
All right, we just looked through these openers. 3 champions. It's just going to be extra gold. So someone could look for that open fort, make a lot of early extra gold here. You look at Hanqing holding on to a Veigar. As we mentioned, it just really hasn't worked out so far. The 3-cost reroll being too easy to grief, not really allowing for this composition to shine. It was averaging, what, was 7.5 in the previous day.
Terrible.
Just not able to get anything going.
Yeah, you have a much lower cap compared to champions in the 2-cost range like Syndra. Also, there's only 18 cards in the 3-cost card pool, so the enemy team could very easily deny you your 3-star chances. Every team that we've seen go into the 3-star lines have honestly regretted it.
All right, the full sell there just to make 10. Hansing finds a pair of Jacks. Jack's one of the 1 costs I think has performed the best. Just absolutely insane tank. And then just leads you into that multi-striker line if you want to go for it.
We could be seeing a lot more, I think, 4-cost centric lines here. It is going to be a gold opening here, so if you have a good gold opening augment in 2-1, you could just go straight into leveling. I think this is something that both of these teams actually prefer quite a bit this time around. I was doing the stats yesterday and looking at the 2-cost reroll lines, it was over 50% of the meta.
All right, well, these are some of the most important 2-1 augments of these players' careers. This is an elimination match in the EWC. You do not want to be going out first. There's so much prize money on the line. And we're seeing the potential for a prismatic ticket, but a movable object fits more in the strategy we've seen out of Fnatic. Very good tempo augment, very strong for win streaking. But Kyun potentially looking for the win out with the prismatic ticket, trying to play that hero, maybe go for Syndra, go for the 2 costs.
Definitely going to be heading more towards these low-cost rerolls. That's typically what we've seen. We heard from Alan yesterday they were trying to get a prismatic ticket 3-star Taric to win the game. But that's Z10. Z10 has their own style.
Z10's a little wacky. They got it done, though. They made it happen. But also looking at Dish Soap, that's level up. This is another augment that's kind of looking towards more of the win streak, or not the win streak, the win out style.
Yeah.
Trying to push those extra levels.
Oh, and Weijin getting some very unorthodox lines here. The Frost plus the Hunter. You know, Frost Hunters is a line that was very strong in PvE. Then people realized it just wasn't actually that good. Only played once here, but he does have the augments for it.
We even heard in the interview from GK playing some Frost line and not really being happy about it, never playing it again, said sorry for playing Frost. However, Weijin's kind of pushed towards this, right? You Frost Hunter.
You can't ignore two emblems.
You have to play Olaf, right? You have to play around this Olaf. You have to find the items that work for it and try and make it happen.
I wouldn't be too happy with that emblem. I'll just put it that way.
Sure, no, absolutely not. But maybe, I mean, if this is a hell of a time to have to make that work.
Yeah.
And try and play into Olaf, who has been the 4-cost that even in our pre-show yesterday, you said was one that everyone was going to ignore, no one wants to play. And I think that's been correct throughout the entirety of this tournament. But now we've got a signal that it's just going to have to happen.
This is a very good start coming in from Dish Soap. He has 3 Eldritch, 3 Multi-Striker, one of the best openings you could ask for, and also hit a Neela too. So even though he's going for a level up, which is, you know, usually a level 9 strategy, he's going to be very healthy early on.
Yeah, playing high tempo, slamming items, right? And slam this adaptive helm, and just try and make sure he can win as much as possible, go full win streak, make gold in that way. And when he pushes levels later on, level up is going to make it so Dish Soap can actually push to level 9. We see a lot of people stuck on level 8 all the time in the current meta, just trying to roll down, get as strong as possible, take the other players out. But Dish Soap actually will be able to push that just a little bit higher.
It's very important in this meta. Typically, we see the 4 costs as being underpowered. You really want a lot of the 5 costs on your board. Xerath Arcana is a great way to kind of cap everything out. And Diana, Briar, they all have big CC chains to go after that Syndra. So, you know, sometimes level up, level 8, but in this meta, definitely level 9 is the goal here. Another Indomitable from Hanxing.
Yeah. And Malala just going to be able to grab the upgraded Randuins. We saw this as an option as well instead of the golden ticket for Kiyun, or the prismatic ticket, that is. But Kiyun ends up not going for it, plays Lost Streak, plays for prismatic, whereas Malala takes it and tries to play for win streak.
And we have seen this
Quick
start
level up
quite often here, trying to preserve his win streak. I believe this side... Okay, so this is Malala with Indomitable.
Look at that support golem. That's Moonstone Renewer plus a Randuin's pretty solid pickup. Moonstone, you want to live a bit longer, right? But with Randuin's, it'll be like second row, so you'll have a little bit of time with the Renewer. It's just a lot of tanky stats, and especially for the early game. It was pretty ridiculous to try and keep a win streak. Surprised that there was a loss earlier on.
Kudzu also finding a Neela too, so a lot of people having some luck with this character. One of Bintum's favorite. We saw this being an alternative line yesterday where, because everyone's going for 2 costs, you can go for the open Neela.
Yeah, it was 4 copies already. It's a ton of copies of Neela already hitting the boards of these players. Looking around at the augments. A couple Shimmer Scale pickups as well, which is going to just inflate the econ for CN once again. It's Honglian and Easy, the 2 players who have been the aces for the team, having early 2-1 augments that can lead towards a win out, and Honglian on the lost streak once more.
I will say it does look like Kiyun has more chance to preserve his lost streak because he can just full open. That's looking like what he's about to do. And the key thing is, what sort of reroll line will he go for with the prismatic ticket? He secured himself a Gwinsu's early on, which opens a lot of lines. I think it's the most flexible. You know, you could go for the Ujings. We said it's not best statistically. And of course, good old Syndra is there with the double Vanguard here. It's just going to be about if Honglian or Kiyun is going to sell their board. Honglian probably cannot sell his because of the Mughals Mail.
Yeah, and Kiyun finds the Wukong. I think potentially he wants to hold that and potentially go Syndra Wukong as the way that he actually rolls down for, because Wukong 3 is such a powerful way to win out as well. Gives him more options. If he rolls at 7 instead of 6, goes for Wukong, goes for Syndra, can pick up Karmas, can actually find ways to continue to cap that board even higher. Kiyun going to take the loss. He did sell his board, it looks like.
What an obscene board from Dish Soap early on. Playing level up and, you know, still keeping a full win streak. Let's see who's going to be contesting. Easy doesn't look like he's going to be holding on to his.
Yeah, Malala able to shut that down. Huge as Malala had just lost, being able to grief another streak in the game. Massive for Fnatic. Dish Soap, the only one on the full win.
A very strong start for Fnatic here. As we talked about, Kiyun can grief Honglian. I don't think Honglian can really do anything about it. So if they have the matchmaking right, then they just cut off the ace from the previous game.
Look at that Swain 2 that was picked up on the Frost board.
Wow.
That's so big because this composition, it's not the best, right? It's really not that good. But if you can keep tempo in the early game around a Swain 2, get an Olaf on a good cadence, he could probably play for a top 4 because having the 2 emblems buffing up that unit, that main carry, even if it's not the best carry, it's still going to be a lot of power, a lot of stats. And you can just stat check people if you're able to find it.
I think the most important one is going to be play for 2 Frost. That's what we've seen, at least in Project PBE. 9 Frost is a decent win-out condition, but even 7 Frost does lag behind. Dishop looks like he's going to be able to just kite through this matchup quite easily. On the other hand, Honglian, I think Honglian did win his matchup.
Honglian leveled to 5 and won there, so I think looking to pivot into win streak immediately, maybe recognizing that Kiyun was in his pool, didn't want to play that lottery, and instead made the board strong and said, hey, if I'm going to run into Kiyun, I'm going to hit him hard.
Yeah, so you know, he's probably on 47 gold, so doesn't mind just going into the win streak. Of course, he still has to preserve that win streak in order to make that play worthwhile. Meantime, Hanxing just going to go for the Kog'Maw reroll line. This is a very hotly debated issue amongst a lot of players. Yesterday in the stats, it had a 22% top 4 rate. So very, very bad in the stats. But when we ask the players, they say that it's not about how good you do on it. It's just to make sure that you're better than the opponent's team's Honey Answer line.
Yeah, of course, right? Just try and send them 8th. Get whatever placement you can scrounge up from there. And because Kog'Maw, I think a lot of teams are starting to not want to go there, it might open up the ability for Kog'Maw to kind of come back into the meta, rotate back in, because teams will avoid it a little bit more, and you might find a lane where you can actually play it open.
Yeah, what we've heard from the players is they still believe in the line. They think it's very strong, but it's one of the worst lines to play if contested. Doesn't look like anyone's going for the Honeymaster there. In the meantime, Kiyun with the full loss streak going into multi-strikers. And let's take a look at the Frost Hunter board. This is a board that I honestly haven't had that much experience on it. Usually you want to... The issue about this board is most of the hunters are low cost. So you want to play a reroll line. But in the meantime, you also need to go wide and very tall in order to fit the Frost line in. So it's a very awkward line. I haven't seen it being optimized yet.
Yeah, rough matchmaking for Fnatic as well. Dish Soap on the 5 streak. Weijin was just building up this 3 streak with a lot of tempo on Frost. One of them has to lose it here, and that hurts the team just in general. Both of them really wanting to maintain this. We see it looks like it will be Dish Soap doing so, and that might be for the best. Weijin, with this setup, is just trying to find the highest placement he can, right? He saw this Wandering Trainer. He knows he's stuck into Frost Hunter. It's not going to be the winning line for his team, but if he can find something good, make it happen, that's all he needs, right? 5th, 4th would be incredible for Weijin's spot.
It's actually pretty big here, as the chance for gold augment's not that high after Prismatic, so it means that the Wandering Trainer has a good chance of finding an emblem to boost his comp up even more. Gold augment is most important, I would say, for multi-striker and also for Frost Hunter. Those 2 lines, a lot of emblems open. Big roll down coming in on the side of Kiyun.
He's missing everything right now. Oh. Does find the Wukong too, but he rolled so much gold, and it's just a pair of Syndras. There we go. Not the roll down he wanted, but he does find 6 Rumbles, gets a Syndra 2, which can be enough, right? And gets the Wukong too. So the board is at least upgraded. He can break his loss streak. He should be able to win for a little bit. And he has the Ginsus ready to go.
Didn't really catch what he got out of Replicate, but there's no tiers here, so it's not going to be able to get that Shoujin's in just yet. This should be decent for stage 3. I haven't really seen any board that should be able to cap this. Hanxing, you know, hasn't rolled down yet. Stuck on that Kog'Maw too. Don't think he's... Oh, maybe. Okay, never mind.
Dish finally going to lose his win streak, it looks like there in our picture-in-picture. Easy going to take him down. So not going to be able to maintain that throughout stage 3. Unfortunate, since Weijin just had to lose that one. But Weijin lost another round afterwards, so not able to find all the strengths he's looking for. This, Shimmer Scale into Epoch. Easy looking for that cap out as well.
Yeah, going for more of a, slower level 8 strategy here, getting all the gold he can. And this is a very good board on 3-3 as we see the rest of the gold augments being selected onto the left side. Kud's going for keepers, which does signal more of a melee build here. We're going to have to take a look at what that is. No extra emblems coming in for Weijin. I would really like to see the extra frost emblem.
Yeah, at least be able to have a chance to try and play the vertical in this game. Instead, though, just going to be the support golem coming through. Just find some extra power for the composition. So much gold for Easy. 40 gold, level 7 on 3-3. Very accelerated by the Shimmer Scale.
Yeah, a 3 gold round coming in from Easy on level 7. And it will be bows coming out from Kiyun's Replicate. Actually not going to go for a tier build at all on the Syndra. Full attack speed stack.
Yeah, and this loss hurts. Kiyun really needed to kind of break the loss streak, but it's continued. 8 losses.
I'm kind of surprised on that roll down. I think it just comes down to not having combat augments at this point, going up against a lot of strong support golems. Let's take a look at the forecast. There is a Olaf for Weijin.
Olaf. Yeah. Nobody's going to take that away from you, Weijin. You can
True.
Nobody's stopping you there.
A very key piece as it fits all of his emblems there. And taking a look at some of the other win streak players on the top of the board, Easy. Wow, Easy win streaking with double gold generation. That's going to be a scary player when it comes to late game.
Another roll down for Kiyun. Prismatic Ticket should help here. Finds another Rumble. Still just missing on the Syndras. There we go. Double Syndra shop. 1 Rumble away. Sells out to buy the Vex. Another Syndra 2.
3 away. Might need to sell some of these other 2 costs here. I'm not sure if he's going to go for both.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going for Galio, he's close to Galio. Might have to just give up for the time being on either the Tahm Kench or the Mordekaiser.
So it looks like Milala and Hanxing are just going to take each other out. Both going for the Honeymancer line here. Should give some reprieve. No. No.
Oh, the wave from Nami, can it buy time? It just doesn't.
Oh.
Kiyun just doesn't have the stacks on this Syndra either. I think that's the another big deal is he's lost so much that the Syndra has not gotten stacked up and he's losing all these fights. Galio 3, sure. He needs some big hits from Prismatic Ticket here. Rumble, Galio, 2 more Syndras, only 10 gold.
I mean, surely this should be stable, right?
2 cross, 3 cross, 1 more.
Mordekaiser 2 as well.
Finds the Vex 2, but he can't level the 7. I mean, he just has no gold. He can't go 7. Needs to find the Syndra, but he's so far behind, and this was supposed to be one of the heroes for the team. This was supposed to be the win-out player. And while he's found the front line now, he doesn't have the items. He doesn't have the Syndra online. He doesn't have the stacks going.
It's just pretty unlucky. We didn't see that many Syndras outside of his board, and you know, this is always the dangers of playing full loss streak into big roll down is sometimes you can just miss those roll downs.
And it was maybe the least contested Syndra has been all series.
True.
And it was Prismatic Ticket. And Kiyun just not able to find the units.
I will say though, this is, I consider it a salvageable situation from him. Okay, so Honglin's holding the Syndra Zero, he has 5 copies.
There it is.
He does have 2 3-star frontline units.
Yep.
And is only 1 off Syndra. So once he hits that, I still think he has a very high chance of stabilizing on stage 4.
I think so too. I think he can get there. Level 7, he already has the Vex. Ready to go. Hit the board. He just needs that Syndra to show up ASAP. It cannot be a couple rounds. It has to be here, has to be 4-1.
Yep.
Just can't really wait much longer.
Also going to the full lose streak mode here. There's 2 players outside with, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure Hanxing's playing for the Kog'Maws, but he's going to take it. Nice.
Such a massive hit. Saves the game for Kiyun here. We'll see if it's enough. but he does have the upgraded Tom Kench in the front line as well, so his Vanguards should be able to hold strong. 2 3-stars, rest of the front line's upgraded.
Yeah, I don't really see any board beating him as of now. Should be safe into going later into the game, stage 4, stage 5, build up his economy once again. In the meantime, Disop already level 8 on 4-1 with Martyr. This is going to be the ace player, the cap-out player coming in for Fnatic.
Yeah, able to find the Nora. This time around, a couple players playing that kind of more first-rate style when we'd seen Fnatic previously always playing more for tempo. But we know so many of these players are good at playing for first. And Disop going to try and show it here. Gone to 8 already with this level up on 4-1. Finds a 5 cost to play around. Losing that fight, though, to the Frost. See if that composition can come together as well, because I know Weijin is just scrapping for placements.
Kazu with a big win streak, 5 there. I think he's on the multi-striker lines. We are looking at, I believe, Hanxing's board, trying to cap out onto the Kog'Maws. On the other hand, taking a look at Easy's board, going into some of the Bastion Scholar line, not a particularly strong line. I don't think this is going to be the win-out player for them.
Ooh, reinforcements taken.
Didn't hit anything? Didn't take
Finds
it?
Fiora.
Okay,
there it is.
There you go.
Exactly what he was looking for. Hanxing putting together a strong board.
Oh, so he pivoted off the Kog'Maw. Okay, good move there. Is going to go into Warrior Preservers.
Found a Diana as well. Sells a lot of the board off, but that will pair with the Bastion, gets the Pyros in.
Yep, this is exactly how you want to build the board out.
Hadn't slammed items yet, going up against Honglien. Can hold back, but it depends who they want to win here. Looks like the items are going to start to come down, though, for Hanxing.
Small point of worry is that there still is no sustain items coming out on the side of Fiora. Of course, she does have the Knight's Vow and the Warrior proc there. It's typically not enough. Meanwhile, for Honglien, already with the Xerath, so potential ability for some Ascendant Charms coming in.
Oh, Kiyun losing again. The multi-strikers reroll in this game, able to get it done. That was a Jax 3. Kiyun so close to that win, but taking another hit, even though that board feels like it should be so stable.
Wow, Keepers, very good Randuin items. He's very far away from the Kassadin, but it doesn't matter. It's the Jax able to carry through. And I like this build coming in from on the side of Akali. I think Akali is just not a very stable unit most of the time, so just play full tempo.
Yeah, just slap a TG on and just hope for the best. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And we see the pressed attack being picked up. 4-2, massive hit to be able to make this comp continue to win streak in stage 4. Keep Keza potentially just making it into the top 4 for sure with that, holding on to so much extra HP.
Milala is holding on to the Kassadin, so after Hanxing pivoted away, Milala now putting his focus onto the multi-striker, trying to keep the other 2-cost reroller down, because he will be rerolling a lot himself. But his spot is very precarious. Hasn't hit any of the 3-stars. He's contesting his front line against Kiyun, and he's only on 20 gold, so the non-win-out players in Weijin and in Milala, I think, are in a bit of trouble here going later into the game.
Yeah.
Weijin actually going for the, I like this augment a lot, Everfrost. Good pickup for him.
I bet you so much of the audience has never seen this augment. Can you explain what it does? Because, come on, nobody's playing Frost right now.
It gives you an Everfrost on a dummy, essentially, and once it hits 0 HP, then it sort of goes into stasis and then regens back again. It's a very good stalling option. I like it a lot better early game, of course, but it fits with the entire Frost kind of philosophy there. Also gets stronger with your Frost Soldier, just changing around the focus.
Makes sense, and there we go. Malala gets to hit now.
Okay, 4-5 hit. It's a little bit slow.
It's too slow for this to win the lobby, but if he can hold on for an extra placement or two,
he's
be
just
massive.
Taking away all the Kassadins. That's all he needs to do here. Let's see if he can break the win streak of Kudzu. If he can do that, hang on as long as possible, make sure Kudzu just doesn't run away with the game. That's his job.
He missed the Nunu, found the back line, but he can be supplemented by this Randuin's. By a little bit of extra time, make the front line stronger, even if he hasn't found the 3-stars.
Going up against Easy, already with the Karma 2 here. Front line gets an additional item.
Yeah, the Mogul's Mail doing so much work, but Tarek 2, so tanky. Malala gonna take another hit.
In the meantime, Kezu putting Dissoap very low. Dissoap only on 14 HP, and he only has 4 gold, so he doesn't even have the gold to go to level 9. This is the problem with a lot of times when we talked about level up. You need to go to level 9. It's not something where you can roll a lot on level 8.
Yeah, Dissoap went to 9, 14 life, didn't get stable. So look, just Nora 1.
Ooh. No legendary upgrade yet. Very tough situation. Does find the Morgana at least.
The rest of the team re-rolling 2 costs for the most part. The 4 costs are not pulled out of the pool. Dissoap in a lot of trouble, runs into Kiyun. He's not beating Kiyun here. Kiyun did not weaken himself because Kiyun can't really afford to. If he's to fight anybody on the other side, he needed to be strong enough. Dissoap likely gonna go to 1 life here. He needs to find some kills at the very least. Make sure he doesn't just fall down. Looks like he'll get enough kills.
Still holding on to dear life. His backline is getting targeted now. Everything falling down. And that's just the danger of level up. You know, you go in, you have to bet on those 10% odds.
1 life for Dissoap. Only 10 gold. See what he can get off of neutrals here. Hansing, the only one from Weibo in danger as of right now. Kiyun and Malala, both kind of free-falling, but Kiyun is stabilized. Kiyun is stabilized on the Syndra. Malala, not so much. Still level 6, needing to push levels after hitting that Cogmaw.
Yeah, Malala is going to go bot for no matter what happens. I think the big thing for Dissoap here is just hope that he gets some more gold, that he can get those legendary upgrades. Nasus 2 would be huge here. Okay, that's
a lot of gold.
Yep.
Melio to instantly upgrade on Nasus.
He's hitting.
Recon 2. Nora
huge
pair.
hit, huge hit.
His damage is still lacking, but the Melio can help out with the items.
2 shapeshifters in the front line. Going to be TG onto the Fiora. This should be a very strong board at this point. He is a little bit suspect onto the... I think the front line is still a little bit weird. He doesn't really have the items where he wants them to. But if he can stall out, maybe there is a chance. Rotates into Weijin, though, who has a win streak.
Yeah, and that's Wei 3 being played around. Says, you know what? No, it's not Olaf. It's Wei. And you need the cast quickly from Melio, but there's no mana generation there. Melio gets the items out. Looks like stable enough to at least beat the Frost board from Weijin. Not who we need to see Dissoap beating for Fnatic to be finding the win, though. Hanqing goes down. Is that the 8th? It is.
Oh, that's a sigh of
goes to Weibo.
So even if the Fnatic has someone go 7th here, there's going to be +1 points going in. And the good news is Kezu is finally cooling down, the 5 win streak player, all through stage 4. But not able to hold his cast in. Malala doing his job here, making sure to deny on the 2-cost reroll.
Dragon picked up. Terrifying for Dissoap. If this ends up being the combat, try and eliminate him. Akali 3.
Oh, it's all going to be about the positioning here from the Akali. Multi-striker with press the attack. But
it's Malala on the other side. I think if you're Fnatic, Malala tanking this pressure, not the worst situation.
That's been the plan for a very long time. You know, Malala just doesn't have a win-out condition.
Dissoap, front line, falling apart, but Melio gives a lot more HP to that Nasus. The damage just isn't there, though.
Nasus
the
falls
damage
down.
just isn't there. The Taric stays alive even longer. One more cast from Nora, it doesn't come through. Melio does enough.
Oh, he gets one more knapsack cast, and he stays alive. Dissoap, 2 HP, still there. That was so close. It was the last cast coming in.
Another upgrade for Kezu. Easy, still so strong.
3 players here with less than 15 HP. Stage 5, the minimum damage is 11 here. If Kiyun just loses by 2 units, he's out.
Kiyun has to hold on.
Plot a nail biter.
Dissoap has to hold on. Malala's done what he can. He might have to sack for his teammate if he runs into him. Looks like here, Dissoap, this fight looks winnable.
Karma 2 with perfect items with a very bad roll onto the Ornforge here. Double Luden's not going to do much.
Trenchcoat comes out, breaks. giving items from the Melio. Looks like it's plenty for Dish Soap. The Karma's still doing lots of damage though. There is a tank in the front line, still alive, living for far too long. One more cast from Melio. Doesn't quite do enough. The Nora, Dish Soap's down. Dish Soap goes down.
Dish Soap dies to the Ghost?
And now Malala and Kiyun both on a single life. Weijin losing as well. Top 3 is Weibo. Bottom 3 Fnatic. A heartbreak for North American fans, for America's fans.
Not like this, not like this. We don't want another blowout game. I want a closer comeback. But who can carry Fnatic here? But we talked about Malala doesn't really have a chance. Kiyun low-rolled very heavily early on. He just needs more tank items. Let's see if he can potentially stack through. On the other hand, for Weijin, I don't really see this single blaster unit being enough.
Weijin is never supposed to be the hero here. Playing around that Frost Hunter from early on. Just trying to make as best as he can. Kiyun and Dish Soap, the spots to try and cap. The Prismatic Ticket, the level up. But Dish Soap gets taken down in these final moments, never finding a true carry upgrade. Not having the damage on his board. And Kiyun can't find that Syndra even though it wasn't as heavily contested.
Things are getting very dicey for Fnatic. I just can't have an optimistic outlook here. I want this game to be much closer than it is. Malala, I think he's done his job. He's brought Keza down a little bit, but the pivot from Hanxing was, I think was pretty clever at some point.
It's Malala versus Kiyun. One of them has to go. Kiyun has the better shot at winning. Malala's going to go down. Weijin has to hold on. Weijin has to deal damage
to
the CN players, but he lost.
HP. If Fnatic have one more player in the bottom 4, then it's mathematically over. The most star-studded roster in the tournament just going out in the first elimination bracket.
Massive upset by Z10, taking Fnatic down, sending them to the lower bracket. With Weibo, I'd still consider it an upset over Fnatic, even though it is much closer in our initial expectations of these team skill.
I definitely had Fnatic a tier above Weibo Gaming in my own list so far. Let's see if they still have a chance. 5 HP between 2 Fnatic players.
Honglien still so healthy, and that's the next person on the HP. Weijin fighting against Easy, having to play around Frost, having to play around Hui. Not a unit that we have seen much success from. We do have the Olaf in the back line, able to try and keep Malala alive. Can he pull it off? The front line's still there. Weijin going to lose this fight. Weijin goes down, and that's the nail in the coffin for Fnatic. 3 in the bot 4, and Weibo Gaming will eliminate the tournament favorite, the favorites from North America, and they will take their key and crush their dreams.
The 2 most recent global champions in Malala and Dish Soap go out in just the group stages, not even being able to make the playoffs. Weibo Gaming proves that CN is not a region that you can underestimate. They're only the 3rd seed out of that region, but putting on a masterclass, a beautiful series where they were blown out in game 1, came back on Honglien in game 2, and got a lot of luck on their way in game 3.
Time and time again in Teamfight Tactics, we talk about CN, North America, kind of the best 2 regions that we have, and CN coming to try and prove that they still are on top. Just because they have a drought of winning set championships, their streak was never a fluke. They still put the most players into the final day of championships, and they're going to try and put the most teams into the final days of the EWC.
Kutsu finally breaking out with some laughter. It's been a while since he's been on the international stage. He's going to get his name out there. Feel incredibly happy for this player. It's been a long time in the TLC competing. And yeah, I just think this, this game, unfortunately, I don't think Fnatic did a lot wrong there. Malala, he brought Hanxing down, but the issue is they went for a lot of high cap play styles, and unfortunately they low rolled a ton. Unfortunately, level up from Dish Soap didn't really work out. He had to roll a lot on level 8 to stabilize, wasn't able to do so, and then low rolled on level 9 again. It's just heartbreaking to see that from some of our best players cannot get away from a bad Mork Dog moment.
Yeah, and Kian, right, low rolling, trying to find the Syndras. We did see that Hong Lian was holding 5 copies, but when it comes to Syndra being held, I think this is one of the games where she was being held the least, and just still not being able to find it with the prismatic ticket. Malala not able to find the Kog'Maws. Yes, he was contested. He was keeping Hongxing from being able to go for that. He ends up getting the outplacement. He does everything that he can there. Dish Soap pushes to 9, rolls enough gold. You would think it's enough gold. Does not find a carry unit, even though he upgrades the front line. And the Melio, while it's great, you want an upgraded Melio. It's great for capping out your board at the very highest. You still need a carry to anchor around, and just never showed up.
His backline carry was still 1 star when he was eliminated, only able to find the Nora 1. So, just a unfortunate moment coming in here. Kiyun also going to get eliminated. Of course, we're going to have to play the game out for sportsmanship. I just feel so happy for these players. Easy especially. He is the only player on this roster that has not been to a global championship, but all of the other members are talking him up. He's the new young talent. He's the one with the study group, the coach of the team, the ace in their previous series, and now he's going to be able to move on with that pedigree of the EWC group stage, beating Fnatic, no less.
And look, there were worries at the start of this series, right? He had such an incredible day 1, and then he starts out with that very tough 8 that it looks like might have been able to be played a little bit differently, a little bit better. But Easy bounces back in games 2 and 3, having phenomenal placements, doing a really, really solid job. And honestly, though, the all-star for this one, for this series, you got to look at top of the tables here, Hong Lian. Game 2, incredible win-out strategy, playing in his style, his way, in a 4v4 setting, and getting it done to keep Weibo alive, keep them in this series, and give them this final shot at that last game where once again, he's playing for this first place.
It's just going to be a golden journey for him. Because, final carousel, the players are already celebrating at this point. Let's see who they want to buff up the AVPs, AVPs do come into MVP consideration, so it's possible that they would want to give this to Hong Lian.
Yeah, I mean, I think the MVP of this series, regardless, might be Hong Lian.
Yeah.
But I think as far as AVPs are concerned, it's also likely Hong Lian. I think with the first place in the last game, top 2 here, should be getting it done. Really, really well done by him, and it's great to see him show up big. I think Hong Lian, somebody that I've been missing on the international stage. We haven't been able to kind of have him back for a minute, and being able to see his play style come to fruition here in EWC is phenomenal.
You know what the funniest thing would be afterwards? If Weibo Gaming looks around and said, Kiyun, we want your key. World champion. Now we're going to take Kiyun's key.
Kiyun, and he deserves the respect, I think, in these games. Kiyun, another top 4 for him, right? Fnatic still unable to find a first across the entire tournament, which is so uncharacteristic for this roster. But Kiyun, the one that I think a lot of players were kind of making fun of him just because you look around at the rest of his team and you see all these accolades. But Kiyun has been a strong veteran in the North American region for so incredibly long. He's been good in the NA region time and time again, and just not able to do it. But there are your winners on the screen. Weibo Gaming takes out Fnatic here in game number 3. They will advance. They're going to be the ones still having a chance to make it on to day 3 and beyond.
Beautiful story from Hong Lian. He actually did very well in sets 8 and 9, but took a bit of a hiatus in sets 10 and 11, not really having that international accolades to look forward to. Now Hong Lian is back in full force. He's leading his team. He's leading China. And I think we have an old veteran might be coming back into the field for us.
Yeah, and looking at Malala walking up, Weibo going to be going to grab that key from him. Somebody with such a immense trophy case. Belt from Vegas, Champs Trophy. Now going to have to give up his key. Weibo Gaming going to take that away.
True. I have to say Malala definitely has the most legendary run, the most memorable run, the golden roll. If you discount the TOC MSI, for sure. I think if I was Weibo Gaming, I'd most likely still take Malala or Dish Soap's keys here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see, looking at some of these highlights coming through, Hong Lian able to cap out around the Xerath in this game to be able to find the win. Kiyun held on for so long, trying to get this Syndra, finally got it stacked up, but 1 HP and a Dream, not enough. And at that point, team already been eliminated.
what a great comeback. A blowout from game one. It looked really, really fast for the series. Not so hot for Weibo Gaming. They pivoted into the outcap. They identified the one weakness in Fnatic's macro style. They exploited it. And in game three, I think they were rewarded by the RNG gods of TFT.
Absolutely, and I think the fact is, it still feels weird to say Fnatic could not play for first, but it seemed like they couldn't. It was proved in the Z10 series where the Z10 was able to make that happen, and then once again, we see here Weibo Gaming exploiting that weakness, Honglian finding back-to-back first in these final two games to close it out.
Sometimes you have to take big risks if you want to go for the ace, and sometimes it just doesn't happen, like with Frost Hunters.
All right, well, with that, let's send it down to the interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have Honglian after that amazing 2-1 win against Fnatic. But before we start our interview, we have Dissob here to hand over the key to Honglian for it to be crushed later in the tournament. Thank you very much, Dissob, and great job for playing on this match. For my first question for this interview, I do want to talk about the Golden Quest. For game two, a lot of people didn't think that you can do it, but even though it was very risky, you still went for it and you won the whole game after being placed 8th. So why did you risk everything and, risk the potential of losing the whole thing?
也是比较幸运吧，后面比较幸运，我拿到了一个，因为金秀出了这个皎月，然后我觉得我当时的可能操作上还是比较不错的，然后就是成功的活下来了。
So he said like after this game, the game I was playing, it was very complicated because I was fully on control that I was good to use that moment. And I was sure that if I use the Golden Quest, we might have a chance to win. So I did that and I was right.
I mean, honestly, you were 5 HP, very close to being eliminated, but you were able to pull it through, and that was very impressive of you. But I do want to ask you about the format for the tournament. What do you think about it so far? How are you adapting as a team to this format?
现在你们有新的格式，就有些新的格式，然后你跟你的团队，你有什么样的感受？你们觉得这新的格式怎么样？
我觉得大家就是对局里面的话，就大家讨论的非常多，就是大家沟通的很不错。然后比起一个人游戏的话，大家可能更注重就是比如选秀的时候要限制别人，就是更多的去针对别人然后就可能对团队是更重要。对。
So as a team, we have a lot of discussion that we did before the game, and what we're supposed to do is like to have the teamwork, and this is the way we did, and this is the way actually we win the game, and we will win a game.
I mean, honestly, with the way that you guys are playing, it is definitely looking good for you guys to go to the playoffs tomorrow. So thank you so much for joining me on this interview. We'll get that key ceremony crushing going, but for now, let's head back to the studio.
Fnatic against Weibo. Starting off today, I said you would be lying if you told me this was going to be the lower bracket matchup. But the fact that Fnatic is one of the first teams to be going home and have their keys crushed, what is going on?
I mean, it's just absolutely wild, isn't it? From talking to them before, the amount of time they put into prepping this, going to London, doing 13-hour days, grinding, preparing, putting everything in place. It should have been their crowning moment.
It definitely should have been, right? And you look at the individual talent on this Fnatic roster as well. It is some of the greatest talent on offer in the world, in the North American region. These players are so talented. Again, back-to-back set championships as well from the players there as well. Like, it is a major surprise that we see them go out in such fashion.
Yeah, and I think as much as potentially for Fnatic, a couple of shortcomings here and there, they started off on the right foot. But it's really Weibo Gaming that we need to sing their praises here, because they were able to take down Fnatic. They have made it work. And then themselves yesterday against T1, it was a pretty close game too.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's the thing. You're going to need to take down some big guns on your way back through. It's just, as we've heard from players before, even if you're in the lower bracket, you're not out of contention, but you need to show that you're capable of more than what got you to the lower bracket in the first place.
Yeah, again, like the understanding of the risk management of a game like TFT that we saw coming out of the Weibo Gaming team here, right? The pick of the Golden Quest, the willingness of doing the mathematics correct, right? I was sat there and we were like, okay, so we're gonna get to 4-2, we're going to cash it out. And it did to perfection. 5 HP into the perfect rotation as well. It was a team effort. It wasn't just Hong Lian absolutely, you know, doing a perfect transition. He did a fantastic transition and then was able to be bought time by the fact to get queued into 2 teammates before he started queuing to the Fnatic in Team 2.
Yeah, and looking as well, particularly at Fnatic, one thing that they mentioned was they were going to stick to the game plan, but make small incremental changes. Did you feel like some of these changes were coming out? And if so, what prevented them from actually succeeding?
Well, I think, one of the big things we were discussing during the game itself, and I know, Weezy, you were very high on as well, there has been the question of how do you deal with a Syndra being absolutely everywhere all the time. And it felt like, we have Fnatic coming into that game with something of the answer. The Rise being taken without it being a portal-centric Rise necessarily. And we did see it work at times. They stuck very closely to being, this is going to be our ace in the hole.
Yeah, we saw it with the Guard Breaker as well, making me very happy. I've been talking about this combination for like the entire week to anyone that wanted to listen, but it wasn't just enough because, again, you need the player to go first. And as you're talking about on the casting desk, no first place for Fnatic all weekend. It is such a critical thing to be able to secure the first places in this format, and that has been the biggest issue for them so far.
Yeah, but when we're looking at Weibo Gaming and we're looking at the players that they had, we said that this is a star-studded roster. They have great players. And when we're looking at the MVP, particularly the player who come out on top, I guess you guys are already going to guess it here, Hong Lian, because he had a phenomenal performance so far against Fnatic, and that is something that we really wanted to see from them coming into this.
Oh yeah, I think particularly for it to come out in the second game as well, where they're down by a game, the momentum is against them, to choose something as risky as going on the Golden Quest and say, you know what, if this works out, we're going to have everything we need to bring this series back to a Game 3. And as you said, before Victor, having the team enabled, just give a little bit of extra time when the quest had been cashed out to get fully on his feet. I think it was just a great display of individual skill and teamwork coming together.
It's also worth noting Hong Lian is the player we've been highlighting as the ace of this team. He's the superstar player, as we were talking about, like a player that's been kind of absent from the global stage for a while, but everyone in the world knows about this guy's potential, and we saw how he just navigated these amazing situations back-to-back in these 2 games.
Yeah, and maybe absent for a while from that international stage, but he's on it now, and he's a force to be reckoned with.
No, for sure, and I think that's one of the things that's a testament to these players. Even if you've been away from 1 set for 2 sets, what got them to the top of the heap the first time round still remains, and Hong Lian, I think, demonstrated that very well in this game.
Absolutely right. Just being in there, just, like spending a lot of this time in the top 4, really being in those power positions, just showcasing how you navigate a variety of compositions. I think that is something that really needs to be talked about as much. Like, this guy's versatility, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we're looking at Fnatic, and I still want to touch upon this a little bit because I feel like there were a lot of expectations on their shoulder heading into this. There were a lot of, okay, they have some of the greatest players that have ever touched the game. This roster is going to do great, and unfortunately for them, they fell short. And it feels like this seems to be a little bit of a theme when it comes to how it's been going at the Esports World Cup, because Fnatic has a lot of rosters in a lot of different games, and unfortunately, with them being the second key here today that is being crushed, they're not going to be in contention for any of the Esports World Cup championship points.
No, for sure. I mean, ultimately, I think, like the tournament, like TFT, you can stack everything in your favor, and make sure you've done everything, literally everything right, everything you could ever hope for, and still you're only giving yourself your best chance of success, but it's never going to be a guarantee, no matter how big or small your name might be.
Unfortunate outcome for Fnatic here, and they will have to get their keys crushed. But heading into this, I asked the analysts on the desk, who do you think is going to win? And they said Fnatic. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So have a look at the SDC play. Even 67% of the audience was like, oh yeah, Fnatic's going to take this one home. So they were very much the favorites, and I feel like so far when we're looking at the games today, it has been the story of the underdogs. GK first, and now Weibo.
Yeah, and I think that's a warning to all of the teams, because especially when you're in the lower bracket, you've got so little room to work with. I think maybe you're coming into as favorites in it, especially once things start turning against you. You may not have just kind of prepped in that kind of way, say, oh, what if things go very differently than we would have expected?
Yeah, I think that those expected outcomes here, again, you're looking at the level up from Disher. Like, he played a very strong tempo plan, was supposed to be the ace player cashing out there, and then that was supposed to be the play. But also the wandering trainer down, we've seen them be so exciting all throughout this weekend already. And then you end up with straight away literally forced to play a suboptimal free cost reroll line, right? A couple of different emblems on that dummy, and we would have had a completely different scenario.
We would have had a potentially completely different key that was going to be crushed, but it is Fnatic whose key will be crushed by Weibo Gaming, and they are doing that as we speak, and that is something that we also need to talk about here a little bit. It is another element of the competition. You hand over your key and it gets crushed. And at the end of the tournament, if you are the winner, if you take home that trophy, you get to pick 3 keys to put in there. And considering the names on that Fnatic roster, if I was Weibo, I'd put Fnatic's key in there for sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I still, it sticks with me, every one of these key passes across. I mean, of course, Dishlake most fresh in mind, just how tender passing that key was and how cruel it is to crush it right there. But I'm absolutely with you. Very much worthy of being saved from going into the main totem. You want to keep that win on record.
Yeah, it is one of those, like, big wins you're going to be talking about years down the line. You took down the most informed team in the world, potentially, to make it to just a consolidation final as well. Like, the job is not done for Weibo Gaming either.
No, absolutely not. And as you said, there's a lot of different teams along the way that you will have to take down with you. But for Weibo Gaming, I think this is such a huge moment. And if anything, a huge confidence boost going into their next matchup. Because if you can take on Fnatic with the players that they have, with the roster that they have, with the track record that they have as well, who's left? Really, who is going to compete against you?
Yeah, I mean, the world is absolutely your oyster at that point. I think as well, as we start getting deeper and deeper as we move towards the playoffs, the way that teams have come into the tournament, the way they're approaching it, start to solidify. You just get, the proof of the pudding of saying, this is the way we're going to approach 4v4. It's always going to be different than pretty much every other team. In this case, the kinks, I think, have been worked out somewhat. I think you're absolutely right. This is a great foundation for a lower bracket run.
Like, a big thing to also keep in mind here is the teams that went into that upper bracket now. They've also had that extra day to kind of fix out the small quirks you're talking about. Yeah. Are they going to be even better than what we saw from them yesterday? Like, team like T1, like, what do we expect from them, right? They took down this Weibo roster in very dominant fashion in that final game of the day yesterday. So, absolutely incredible to see, like, what we're going to expect from these teams going forward.
Yeah, and time, I feel like, seems to be the most precious resource that we have currently in this tournament. We heard it from GK as well earlier today, where they're like, yeah, first day we came in, we weren't too familiar with the sets, we didn't have too much time to relax, but now we're ready to go. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring out. But again, it means that every single team, as we're going through the days, as we're going through the stages, they're leveling up alongside everyone else.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point about the time part. I think that's the gift that you really get from the upper bracket. You play you play less games to be able to get into the playoffs at all. And because, of course, we're broadcasting on the A and the B stream every single match being played, you can absolutely know everything that got your opponent to where they were, every strategy, if you've got the time to make that read.
And the strategy is Syndra. Hey! But we also have an interview with Fnatic, as this is unfortunately going to be the last one for them on this stage here for TFT at EWC. So let's head over and see what they had to say.
Dish, so commiserations to yourself and the Fnatic boys, but I gotta say, you guys fought a good fight, especially when it came to game 1, but where do you feel like it started to kind of get away from you boys heading into second and then third game?
I feel like the second game, it's just, we feel like if, I forgot who had it, but the player who had the Golden Quest, we feel like if it was kind of likely that he went 8th, but Diana and a couple other ones were the ones that stabilized them, but we felt like if he had rolled like Smolder or Amelia, we had a good chance of sending him. In game 3, I hate to be like so dismissive because there's definitely something stuff we could do, but it just felt like the power of the Prismatics comparison was just way too much. Especially like Shimmer Scale with Syndra, and then that support golem would help the multi-striker a lot. Just didn't feel like we had enough power to compete. Yeah.
Well, I feel like with the new set, there's been a lot of talk surrounding Syndra and how incredibly OP she is at the moment, but how do you continue to see this meta kind of evolve with the new set as well? Where do you see it kind of going from here?
It's just up to Riot Games to see how they're going to change it. There's going to be a new patch in a week or so. Definitely not a fan of the current meta, but it is what it is. We have to play on it, so that's all we can do.
And how would you kind of sum up the EWC experience that you've had so far for you and the team as well?
It's been really cool. Just like it's just been really nice, all the accommodations. The venue is really, really sick as well. So it's been a pleasure to be here.
And what's next for you and the team? What is the kind of plans moving on from here?
I think the rest of the team is just going to focus on solo tournaments coming up in a couple weeks. I myself might take a small break from competing. Maybe like a month or so, and just focus on streaming and stuff instead.
I like that. And have you got any words that you want to give to the fans that have been cheering on Fnatic or anybody else that's watching right now?
Oh, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just variance. Like, we don't suck. You guys can still root for us. We're gonna be performing in the next set. I'm pretty much guaranteed the next World, so come go and root for us then.
Now's your chance. Go ahead and plug your Twitch channel.
Oh yeah, twitch.tv/Dishope, and also check out tftacademy.com for the best comps.
There we go. You heard it here first. Thank you so much for joining me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Veracity Ender. So that was a lovely interview. A shameless plug coming through over there, but that's us wrapped, done and dusted with the second best of 3 of today, and we're going to be heading into Dr. Suleiman El Habib match of the day. Falcons going up against Toronto Ultra. This really important thing to note here is that the winner will head into playoffs. So this is not an elimination match. You're not on a chopping block. You still get one more shot if you do lose. Where you're going forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only series today that's not about survival. It's about prestige. It's about positioning your team as one of the top teams in the tournament. Both of these teams have not lost a game as of yet. This is going to be setting the flavor for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and I've been talking about this Ultra lineup as a team that we did not know where they were because individually their peaks have been very, very high. And now they get the chance to potentially take down the tournament favorites overall going into a potential upper bracket match.
Hey, Fnatic at some point were the tournament favorites, right? So you got to keep that in mind. Anything can happen here in Saudi Arabia. But we're looking at Falcons, and this is a roster that a lot of people are talking about in terms of how great they are individually, but also I feel like from what we've seen so far, when it comes to them playing this 4v4, they kind of have it down.
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, as a roster, you know, I know Weezer was particularly high on the team coming in just because of their historical success. Again, I think we're seeing that kind of re-emerging, that potential being realized here. But they're coming through and they're dominating games. They're getting a ton of finishes in the top 4 and leaving very little room for their opponents to get in and make any real impact in the game.
All I'm going to say, if you have Flancy as your coach, if he's not even good enough to be on the roster, like, just imagine how good this team is, okay? Like, Flancy, one of the greatest players of all time in that coaching role, and you have some of the newest upcoming greats as well on this team. It is such a fantastic composition of players.
It sounds like a difficult quest for Toronto Ultra, but that is also a roster that questions we had around them coming into this, but it felt like, considering the fact of how dominant they have been performing and the fact that they are yet to lose a game, if anyone's gonna give Falcons a run for their money, it could be Toronto Ultra.
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone's been kind of making fun of Toronto Ultra for being on the older side of things, but I think they're just the more seasoned side of things. Okay. And they're also fueled by bitterness for being underrated.
Bitterness?
Yeah, I thought the Robin songs. The fire in his eyes, the iron in him from saying, yo, they're not a favored team coming in, but ultimately they went up against Lance Par. They beat them in 2 games without taking a loss. I think they're beginning to prove themselves. This is such a great opportunity for them to show they've still got it.
Yeah, I think a lot of question marks were around Michael coming in, right? He didn't have the greatest performance at the Inkborn Fatal Tactician's crown. A player that has been probably the best player in the Americas consistently. Obviously, players have had much higher highs. Someone like Replay, you know, set champion in his own right as well, and you have Robin Songs, one of the most historical players in terms of like just his sheer impact and incredible tournament runs. And then you look at the last player, you look at Relic, you look at one of the most like common historic players as well. Been to the League of Legends World Championship as well, so you have so much experience.
I mean, look, we can talk about this for hours, right? But we also want your input. Which one of these teams do you think has the highest chance of closing this one out and being the first team to be heading into those playoffs? Is it going to be Falcons or will it be Toronto Ultra? Head over to sccplay.gg to cast your vote and let us know. But you two are going to have to do the exact same thing.
I can't imagine a world in which people will be voting for Toronto Ultra at this point.
But will you?
Oh, no, I will. I will absolutely go for them.
Great.
I think my prediction is nobody will vote for them right now, but they will vote for them on their next series when they're playing in the playoffs.
Well, we're ready to head into the 3rd game of today. Falcons against Toronto Ultra.
Oh my goodness, Fancy. There we have it. We're halfway through today here at the EWC. What a way to end out that series. My goodness.
Honestly, who would have thought that Fnatic is going to get eliminated so soon in the tournament? They got their key crushed, and all the North American fans are very sad about that. But hey, we got so many more matches to have on the big stage and also so many on the backstage. So how about we introduce the first team?
You know what? I think we should go ahead and do it. Leading in the Team Club Championship so far. First up, we have none other than Team Falcons. With promising results being a long time coming for this team, but with a dominating 2-0 victory versus Na'Vi, it's about time we find out if EWC is the event that they finally sorted some brand new heights.
Honestly, their opponents are not easy to take down as well, so please welcome Toronto Ultra. They had their first match on stage going 2-0 versus Onsepa, looking very confident and not dropping a single game. But only one team can be at the top of their group.
Damn right, only one team. One team will be walking away from this. Who do you reckon is going to be looking for the bragging rights? I'm thinking Team Falcons might walk away with a win here.
I mean, honestly, Robin said yesterday during the interview that they are going to go 2-0 against Falcons because they are the best team in the Esports World Cup. But let's see if that's what's going to happen. Let's see if they can live up to their words. But for now, let's head back to the casters to start this game.
All right, thank you, Fancy. We're going to be jumping into this game. A little less heartbreak on the line for this one because no keys are going to be shattered. However, this is the two big dogs in the tournament right now. Both of them going 2-0, looking incredibly strong in their groups. And while North America may have lost two of our champions with, Dish Soap and Malala, we still have replay.
Yeah, 100%. And now this is the lead, no, for America. Toronto Ultra having such great results, as you just mentioned, 2-0 in the first bracket against Onsepa versus Falcon, also a 2-0. These are the best so far, and now is the best, the main transmission that you will see, where they will have the performance of who will champion or qualify to playoff. Important. Already Wolf are there. T1 versus C10. We're finishing playing. We have to see who else. And now we'll see the other one that is going to quarterfinals.
Yeah, and in that last matchup, we kind of had Fnatic being considered kind of the best team from the Americas coming in, the star-studded lineup. But for CN, that's Falcons. Falcons is that star-studded lineup. And Fnatic fell to CN's maybe second best or third best team that is here. And now Toronto Ultra, who maybe was considered second best or third best from the Americas, is taking on #1 from CN. But Toronto Ultra has proved us otherwise. They have looked incredibly good with their tempo style of play. And we'll see if they can keep that up against the Falcons or if the Falcons will just be too powerful for them.
Yeah, it's very important that Toronto is playing maybe not the American style. They're playing the Asian style. They're playing, as you sort of say, a lot of tempo, a lot of win streak. They're rolling at the same moment, and they're actually communicating so much. So talking a little on the right, we have Robin on the top. He's the sage. He's the one who's contemplating maybe taking the loss for the team, sacrificing on the bottom. Relic, the captain of the team. The heroes are in the middle. Both Replay and Michael, they have been playing amazing and trying to go for that win out comp at any moment. So keep an eye on those two. Keep an eye on the fourth, because maybe the game gives you something else and the roles can be changed also.
You know, people talk about this team and they always bring up age and they talk about how, the old guys, Robin's the grandpa, whatever. But I actually
the experience.
Think that
we like to say the experience, the veterans.
I was going to say, I think the experience that they have, there are not a lot of players that go on tilt too easily. And even if they do, there's players like Relic and Robin who really don't, that can help calm them down. They're good at sticking to a game plan, coming up with these good strategies and just sticking to it, having strong mental. And I think a lot of that is very beneficial in a format like this, a team format where they can play together.
Yeah, and telling about a possibility here, Catherine 2 already for replay. So this is the game plan. 4 stars, he has a great item. Normally you want the Ginso because you want to scale out of it, but you can also go for the Archangel as a possibility. So now this could be the player that goes for that win out. We have to remember, Syndra is the reroll that is consistent. In case of castling, normally people were playing it by tempo, cast, so it wasn't performing very well, but this is the start you want to have with the castling, already having 2-star, and with the possibility of doing a win streak.
This spot is ridiculous as well, right? Because you also get the Akali to start things off, so you're going to be able to buff up your board, immediately finding a lot of copies of the units you want. Portable Forge comes out. Is Mittens Kassadin a thing?
I haven't seen it. Mittens is not in the best moment.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Defiance to go for. No, it's Mittens, so there it is.
I hadn't seen it, but I'm like, that kind of makes sense. I mean, you just want the melee carry. Attack speed is very good for this unit.
Yeah, and then you can slam, right? You can go for the Archangels if you want, and you already have the speed by the Mittens. So interesting the possibilities here with this artifact for replay. And now on the left, we're seeing a little of the rest. Michael going for Frost. So not a vertical that we've seen so much, but with this augment is actually enabled. So it's a good possibility for him going for the Olaf and going for the vertical Frost.
And we see replay not slamming, and in fact going to look for the loss streak here. Runs into Michael. Michael's going to get that early win. in. Doesn't look like he necessarily was looking to full win streak, but he's playing 2 3-cost champions. He does have Swain and Hui already, so we can see where that Frost angle may have come in, but this is a composition. You know, you heard GK Esports saying, never again.
Yeah, what we saw also Wei Shen in the last round, he performed well with it, has good tempo, it's not a win-out comp, but if you have the spot and Michael recognizes that he has it, I think it's totally playable. Obviously, you need to be aware of contesting the rest of the comp, being able that Syndra doesn't go out of control. Talking about Syndra, here we have the Galio, the Vanguard start, that is the best way to play Syndra with that strong front line. And now, no items yet, he doesn't want to slap the static, he wants to go for a good offensive item. He could slam the bow if he wants to get some scaling in, a little of attack speed. So now Shago or Sako, that is actually the name that now he has on his back. He changed it a little while ago. We'll go for this performance. So at least one Syndra for now.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this board, though, it's Spoils of War and not a ton of power. We see Replay actually being able to now swap in the Kassadin, sees that this is a Spoils of War on the other side, slams the mitten, says, hey, I'm going to try and beat this, and not let there be any pickups.
Yeah, this is a forbidden tech, because normally Spoils of War, as you say, you normally want to play it in win streak, but in his position is also fine. Normally, you do a small lose streak in the beginning, and then when you ramp up, normally it's with Syndra with 2 items, Syndra 2, then you go for the full win streak. But in that moment, you need to roll so much gold. He could do it at the delayed 3-1 maybe, but then he cannot lose. He needs to ramp it up because you're losing all the power of the augment that normally should go in the early stages.
And we saw KC try this against Toronto Ultra yesterday. Did not work out.
It didn't work.
Against Vitality yesterday. Did not work out at all.
Yeah, it's tough because it's not the normal way you can play the augment, but it's totally a possibility. Now, Kitu or here Chitu as with a good comp. Portal is one of the best early game. The thing is the angle that he will try to have to play something else. So for now, he's playing flexible. He's still with 100 XP. So he's the player who will try to go for that win streak. Now facing up against his partner. So he will maintain for sure the win streak coming up into the carousel round.
Yeah, of course. And sleight of hand, great tempo early on. We'll see how that win streak maintains, as there are a couple strong boards. Even Michael, the Frost actually having a lot of tempo in the early game, being able to just get... Evan Frost just so powerful in those early stages. The attack speed going down, getting those stuns is so incredibly good.
Yeah, and also it helps with the Syndra. Syndra will not scale so much. It will reduce the speed, so maybe Syndra will not have enough stacks. So maybe that's part of their game plan. It's like, okay, let's grief Syndra, because I'm reducing the amount of possibility of capping Syndra in the late game because she's not making as much thanks to this Frost. And now some possibility of 3 costs that are interesting. Here we go with the first pick, trying to go for that bow to close out another item. Now we're seeing a little of the boards of the rest here in the back, so we can look at the angle of each of them.
Yeah, Robin going for the lost streak, playing towards Kog'Maw as of right now. We'll see if that continues, but we did hear a lot of players still respecting this composition, and if it does open up, because it was performing so poorly, there is opportunity, right? Didn't work for Malala in that last game, but he did actually contest the other Kog'Maw, and he plays better, right? So it does work out sometimes. Looking at Relic as well, not seeing too much from there. A lot of tempo from the side of Toronto Ultra once again.
Yeah, and replaying his part. He's playing still the Kassadin. He lost the first one, but he won the second 2, and now this is Kassadin also. So Soko getting the Banshee's Bell is the best item you can get as a support item for the Kassadin, because normally you always want to give him the possibility of not being allowed of crowd control. So having this item means that he can give more offensive or defensive items to the Kassadin, so it's like a 4th item for your carry.
And there's Falcon's version of the Kog'Maw. Here we go, is going to be on that line as well, as we jump over to Chitu, who we do know is going to be going for that win streak, playing around that sleight of hand. Should be able to get that done one more round, though, afterwards, and we'll see if he runs into Michael, and if Michael is able to find that win with the Frost early game.
Now with 5 Frost, this is a very strong early game. We haven't talked so much about the vertical because of the... it's very difficult to have it as something that ramps up or has tempo, but having 5 Frost this early in the game is very good for him. He will have additional damage, additional power for the compound, and Relic, who we haven't talked so much, now has the Vanguard augment. This will enable to have more power on the front line, but he still hasn't slime items, so that Syndra is not scaling so much. He had it early, so he's the one who will be contesting the Syndra. Maybe going not for Syndra 3. I heard about him very much that he likes to play it more tempo, so he actually will recognize exactly his spot and go for Syndra 2 early, because he has to take it away and then reanalyze to see if he can go for 3-star or not.
All right, Michael gets the free win streak here, running into his teammate Robin Songs on the Kog'Maw. On the other side, G2 runs into Replay. Replay can try and contest the streak, actually gets the TG user down, slams the Hodge on Kassadin to get some early healing and just tempo. We've said it over and over again, tempo, 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 name of the game for Toronto Ultra, and Replay will shut down that win streak and keep 2 win streaks for Toronto Ultra going into Krugs.
Yeah, it's very important what you say. It's totally tempo. Maybe it's not the best healing item, but works. Panda, for example, he's a 1-3 Kassadin. I want to say it here on Cast, are one of the best casters here in TFT also, and he loves to play the combat. He loves to slam this item. It's amazing. You get the healing, you get the tempo, as you say. Additional power for the early game. Of course, Kassadin is more of a scaling champion, but this will give the tempo that he actually needs. Michael maintaining the win streak, and here we go with the full lose streak, but Robin and Ice have a delayed lose streak also.
Yep, Robin is kind of contesting with here we go. We're going to see those blasters. We're going to see the Honeymancers come through for each of these. So we'll see which one of them gets the better end of it, because a lot of times these are our 7th and 8th place players are the ones that are going for the Kog'Maw and holding hands and contesting each other, not letting either side hit.
Yeah, normally Kog'Maw, we have seen that it's not a comp that can win out having a 2-star. You have to go for 3 stars, so you have to stay on level 6. You cannot go for tempo. Some people have tried it. We saw Soyu trying to do it with the Gwen 2, for example, and then trying to go tempo. It's not possible. You actually need the combat 3 as soon as possible. You need the front line also with the Nunu, and normally the Tristana has not been a good carry in this composition, even if you get a 3-star early.
All right, we'll have to see on 3-2 if there's augment selections with the level 6, which of these players, or if both of them go for the aggressive roll down to try and hit. We've seen a lot of players contesting each other on these 2 costs. Yep. Rolling first doesn't always net you the victory, but sometimes you can completely lock your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, let's see now Michael trying to maintain a little more of the win streak going up against G2. G2 strong, analyzing también, getting a little items in there. Let's see if it's enough going to the backline, the Galio. But I think it looks good here for Michael. His full comp is still winning, and the Everfrost is gaining so much utility for the rest of the team. This is a great spot for him. This will be great, Cass, because we will see the Frost comp that we haven't seen so far performing. How will it end? Because Michael is a player that will want to go 9. He will want to cap out the board, so we will not see a comp of tempo. We will see the final board that you want to see in a normal Frost game.
Yeah, we'll see how Michael can make that happen, right? We see he has a pair of ways, so this win streak has a lot of potential to continue. If he just hits that naturally in his shop as he's trying to push levels here, he can actually just win out all of Stage 3 as well, right? Trying to find that even more, especially if he can find the Swain upgrade alongside it. As we see Silver augments coming through, see some of these pickups, and the roll downs are going. Here we go, and Robin both chasing right now, but Robin rolling way heavier at the start, down to 24 gold already. Found Nunu 2, Kog'Maw 2, a couple extra copies of the Nunu as well. He is ahead of the curve past Here We Go. Definitely starting to get it done and finding potentially a stable spot.
Yeah, a lot of value rolling, and as you say, very deep, going to 20 gold. Now rolling again, Here We Go recognizes that this is not enough. He needs his frontline 2-star at least. He doesn't have the Rumble 2, he doesn't have the Nunu 2. Robin is stabilized perfectly, and Here We Go decides to maintain a little economy, but now this is not the best spot for him, because he will have to roll from now from behind. And you really want this power up. Remember, this is a comp that has an initial power right now when they have everything 2-star, and then it will be very delayed until he gets the 3-star.
Yeah, Robin definitely doing a good job of making it so Here We Go is not going to be able to hit. He rolled so quickly. Robin moved very, very fast, rolled about 35 gold just instantly, gets down, buys as many units as possible.
Yeah, and that fight will be important because we need to remember, Kog'Maw is not having the best of stats, so of those 2 players, the one that doesn't go 8th, I'm not saying they will do bad, but probably those are the 2 that will go the worst. One performance will be great. So now Robin has that possibility. He will preserve so much HP that even in the late game, if he loses, he is ensuring a 6 or a 7th place.
It's very funny to look at it like that, but it is. You're looking at these 2 players, and they're playing their own minigame.
Yeah.
They're playing basically just outplace the other, and you've done your job for your team, and you have to hope that your team can get it done the rest of the way. Basically, Robin's eyes are on Here We Go. He has to keep shutting him down and make sure that he outplaces. And right now, Robin has a hefty lead.
Yeah, and the mirror for the other part is Sako. Sako going for the Kassadin together with Replay, so they will both be contesting that line. It's a mid-turn line, so they're the ones who will go in the middle of the pack. and try to outperform each other. If someone gets the casting as soon as possible, it will be amazing. And now Shaka with the Kalista early, this could be a good win condition for him. He decides to go for the Thieves Glove here, so he will be dependent a little on volatility to get good items, but for now, he's actually very, very stable. And Michael now losing the win streak, and the one with a win streak is Saka. Very, very strong with the Cassadin together with the Kalista.
Yeah, 6-win streak and also picking up Tiny Titans, so just a lot of extra HP here for the team, right? Gonna hold on a lot on the streak. Once the streak starts to break, then Saka can use that to kind of reduce the power of the board and help the other players on his teams preserve HP.
We're looking a little also of the units. Relic already with the double Shojin on the Syndra. Great, great possibilities for him. Additional damage. He will scale a lot into the late game. His mirror is ice. We can look at him in the bottom left on the corner. Also with mana generation now with the attacking health and also the Ginsu. So both going for the late game. These are the players that should be the hero, but in terms of Toronto, they have two heroes, I think. So they have Michael with the Frost possibilities, maybe more volatile cast, we don't know how he will perform in the late game, and Relic with the possibility of getting that Syndra 3 as a cap-out board, together with the rest of the board of directly the Falcons.
All right, and looking at Replay's board here, he's getting pretty close on his roll downs, right? Akali, Kassadin, both 6 copies, still 30 gold at level 6. He did push a little bit harder than his opponent, Xiaoge, and was able to actually find a lot there.
Yeah, he's very good. And normally we don't talk so much about the Akali, but Akali what it has is has access to the backline. So there it is. Just as we were saying it, she goes to the backline. She cannot perform until the end. The items didn't help her, but that's a good possibility. When you have that Akali 3-star, she can access the backline and maybe obliterate maybe quickly the Syndra or the rest of the comp. So that's the win condition that you want to go with and have the possibility to preserve more HP.
Very important win for Here We Go. We saw he rolled down again, this time able to find the Kog'Maw 2, the Nunu 2, actually put together the board as we jump on board with Relic. Has a Blitzcrank 3 on the roll down, finding the Syndras, 2 Syndras on the bench. Has the 2-star on the board with double Shojin, so should be able to ramp that up. And you mentioned the Vanguard augment early on. Now with Exiles, just so many shields, so much damage reduction, so much extra health.
Yeah, I want to recognize also the camera. Let's look at the players. Toronto is constantly talking. They're constantly saying, okay, we're going for rolling the next stage. Now we're strong. And now we're seeing Replay with his cap off power with his Kassadin 3. This will be so good for him because he will be strong and he will delay Saka on the rest of the comp. So even though Saka is very strong, he will be, obviously, it will be more difficult for him to get the Kassadin. So it's very easy for the rest of the team to hold 1-2 Kassadins and then Saka cannot get it.
Yeah, there you go. And I mean, having the mittens means that Michael is going to have to take
there
a big
you go,
hit from
or here we go.
You can never actually deal with it because the mittens just blows through that augment, absolutely invalidating it. It's kind of nice for them, though, because it means that Michael can just be as strong as possible, even if they want Replay to be a hero at any point.
Yeah, I think multiple heroes is the way to go, and then simply you go with Robin avoiding 8th, as you were talking with the Kog'Maw. Robin did his job, he stabilized, he's preserving FP, and now you have 3 players in Replay, in Michael and Relic, that are good to go to the top 4. So if you're right, there's a game plan, a very positive game plan here. Saka, we're seeing it again. He knows he will not get this Kassadin, so he decides to sell. He will go for Tempo, and we have seen this cast. Kassadin Tempo is not performing. He will need to get the Kalista 2 very, very early and then cap out the board with the legendaries.
And this Kalista is running with the Thieves Club, so this is not even really where you want to be.
It's volatile.
For the tempo, it's good tempo right now, but when you get the Kalista 2, you can't actually cap out by playing around the Ginsus and playing around the unit. So you would have to end up selling this one. You actually have to find 3 more copies of Kalista or a remover to actually make this work.
Sure. Now we see in Robin, he's still value rolling. I like this play for him. He knows he doesn't need to win the lobby. He needs to take out as much units as possible. So here we go. Cannot cap. So both of them are going to 0. Still 30 gold here and rolling deeper. Here we go. Both of them rolling here for 1. Nunu close to the Nunu. No one still hitting any 3-star. But they're both very, very, very close. No one hitting and we're both contested. So this is the normal. This is the.
Okay.
There it is. No items for Nunu, so that's important. Even though it's a Nunu 3, no items still for him, so he will not get the additional performance. When he gets additional item, it will be a good possibility for him to go to perform even better.
Yeah, and Robin is still very close, right? So even with Here We Go hitting that Nunu, it's just 2 away for Robin. Still potential of getting there. 1 away on the Kog'Maw, 1 away on Trist, but Here We Go is right there in step with Robin Songs. Whoever hits these first, I mean, it is such a massive advantage being able to win a couple extra rounds. You really need this to come through So actually it could come down to rolling a bit of the dice between these two players this time around. I think Robin rolled early, he got there first, but he didn't find the hits in time, and now we've got a Prismatic to change things around.
Okay, blinding as a possibility. Tiny Bot Deadly again, giving I'm the carry now is very good. You always get that big golem or sentinel helping you so much. But he goes for Tiny Bot Deadly, getting additional speed. That additional speed will help Karma a lot, spreading the damage and making her more and more useful. He already has mana generation, so now speed, the casting will be so much for him. And now in the right, we'll have Michael still rolling for the Frost, trying to find that Olaf. He's not appearing, so he's now rolling. He already has 5 ways, so that will be his win of 6 now. That will be the win out possibilities. Remember, there's 18 copies, so it's relatively easy to hold some ways, but either way, if the enemy team does it, Michael still has a good chance to hit.
I think Michael is kind of okay if the enemy team starts spending a lot of their econ holding ways. I think considering the state of the game, not a lot of players have a lot of econ to spare, and wait costs 3 gold. If they want to keep trying to hold ways right now, I actually think it's a win for Ultra. And the problem is if you don't hold them and Michael hits, I mean, that's also a win for Ultra.
Yeah, totally agree. Now Chitu on the backside, still with the Karma, try to hold on a little. Front line for the other part for Michael is falling off. He has now he's using a Varus still for now and wins again. So very good for him. And Saga maintaining win streak. No, Saga.
Kog'Maw for Robin.
Yeah.
He's hit the Kog'Maw, he's hit the Tristana, 1 away from the Nunu. We know that Here We Go has Nunu already. Here We Go on a 5 streak as well, which is very important, right? You see, actually, it turned around where Robin before was the one salvaging a lot of HP. Now Here We Go has been able to find a 20 HP advantage, but he has not found the Kog'Maw and is relying on that Tristana.
Nah, he looks very good. He has good items. He has good front lane with that 3 items on the Nunu. Nunu 3 will be obviously amazing for him, and that's the way to go. Let's see if he can hit. And now we got the mirror of him. Here We Go. And now one against the other. So let's see who performs better, the better sword or offensive power by Robin, or the better strength in the front line by Here We Go.
Both of them are missing half of their Prismatic Augment. We'll see Robin getting that Fishbones for Tristana. We'll get 1 more Infinity Force for this Kog'Maw, but I think the Kog'Maw 3 is generally the difference maker here, and just barely, but Robin stops the streak and deals some damage to Here We Go, and it is such a big win. As we look at G2 also barely able to snap the streak as well, no longer on that full loss.
Yeah, and now it's very important the foreshadowing, because they're actually testing, knowing when to go rolling for charms. They're actually rolling now here when they know they're going against the enemy, trying to go for an offensive charm is very important for them. So now is the stage where we will see maybe not much economy for everyone, because they want to manage and preserve HP as much as possible. Final possibilities here, Relic still with the Syndra 2, so not getting the cap that he needs, but still very healthy on HP, so he has a possibility of going for the win out. He has the Blitzcrank 3, so that would be a good frontline for him. Normally not regular seen in the Syndra comp, but he got it, so yeah, I think it's a good chance of, as we were saying, preserving HP and then ramping it up in the late game with another carry and another tank.
Yeah, because there's still potential caps from replay, pushing levels, not going for the Kali 3 as well, but potentially going towards that 7 multi-striker. He's got a lot of extra HP, and Mittens is still, you know, reasonable itemization. It's not everything you want, missing the QSS, but it's still quite strong. And we look at Salka, and there's not as much of that capping potential, even though he's tempo 2 level 8 as well. It's a little bit harder because you don't have that 3-star to play around.
He has HP, so maybe he will manage HP from now on, helping his team, because as we were saying, he's not in a possibility to cap even more his board, so it will be interesting for him, maybe taking out a unit or transferring some other things to help the team and avoid going 8th, avoid that important positioning here. So Relic going off against replay. Now we have a team in scenario. They want to preserve HP as much as possible. The Kasa going into the backline. And now when it scales, it's amazing. It's good to see. I thought the Mittens will be the replacement for the Ginsu, but no. It's additional. Yeah, both of them.
Yeah. And I love the move speed on Mittens actually looks really nice on Kastanen. Yeah. Because some of the times when he's walking to one side of the board and the carry's on the other, he ends up losing out. He actually loses those fights because he's not lifestealing, getting the shields to survive. But in this case, he actually just gets there immediately, and then he gets to go to the next place. So helps out in those kind of small niche circumstances where you lose fights.
Yeah, I love to see this also from Robin. He decides to go for the fishbone here on the Kog'Maw, so that Kog'Maw will have the chance to go into the backline. So remember, it will be totally random, both the auto attacks and the performance, the ability. And now going off against Chitu, and on the left, that's the composition. And here we go on the right, going up against Relic.
Yeah, see if Relic can actually take this down. Very tough. Both Kog'Maws have kind of come online, but here we go. Not being able to find the Kog'Maw 3 itself is such a massive difference, and we might see him start to hemorrhage quite a bit. Looks like he does have some game here into the side of Relic at the very least, but no, that front line, the Blitzcrank, holding on for so long, and we get one more knockup from the Nami, but it's not quite enough. Wow, just barely any HP, and Robin ends up being the one to take the loss to Cheetu, who was on that full loss and converted to a level 8 board.
Okay, now we're seeing again replay final phase to complete items, so everyone will get a lot stronger. Everyone who's saving, looking for that final build, will have to accomplish it now. And replay very comfortable here with the win streak, 6 win streak for him.
Hit Camille.
Yeah. I hit the Camille.
So he just hit Camille.
That's so amazing. That's so good, gross. Getting the multi-striker in once again. And one of the better units, because it's single target damage that will perform so much better together with the Kassadin and obviously the Kalista in the late game also.
Well, we got Prismatic Orb here, so here we go. Got a bunch of money to try and push levels after the fact, and did end up finding the Kog'Maw, which is massive. That's exactly what he needed. He was able to preserve HP due to the front line being better, and now Robin only on 20 life and kind of lost the advantage of having the Kog'Maw over him.
Yeah, he got the charm, so he probably has in his rotation the enemy. So he should have Toronto Ultra. He got the Honey charm, so the Beast will be more aggressive this time. So be very careful and aware of this, and let's see if he finds out. Normally they do it when they know they have 2 in rotation. Maybe normally it's 2 in rotation and 1 of the partner. And now he goes up against Michael, so good decision from him to even strengthen himself so much. There's the Olaf, but still Olaf 1 for Michael. He has the pair, but still not maybe the win-out spot, and still far from the way.
Yeah, and the itemization quite good for the Olaf, but as you said, just 1 star, probably not enough to get through this front line. It's taking quite a while. Finally gonna shoot through the Nunu. Hui might have a chance to get something done, but gonna be tough to take them both out, and just the Hui too. Moonstone Renewer, fully supportive itemization on the Hui. Not able to do it. It looks like Robin may have lost again as well. No, he does pick up the win. It's Ice dropping down to 9 HP. So Ice, we haven't really seen much of this entire game, but he has fallen all the way down. He might be the one contesting for 8th place.
Yeah, 100%. Now we see the Pyro emblem here going on for Shago, gaining so much attack speed for the Kalista. This is great for him. He was only preserving HP until now, but this Kalista with great itemization, easily gets 2-star. He's trying to go to level 9. He's getting as much gold as possible to do that switch. And I want to recognize that Michael now, with what he has, he doesn't have the wave 3, so he will need to go, he will not be the hero. He will not be the player who cap out. Ice now performing his contested relic, going for the Syndra.
Replay, Mittens going into the Eternal Winter from the side of Ice. It's going to help out a bit, and he found another upgrade, Wit's End, to replace the other healing. However, the stuns coming through from Nami might be enough, as we see the Kassadin has ramped up, but he just keeps getting CC'd. Ice going to stay alive, and Replay going to take another hit.
Yeah, great for Ice here, preserving his final life. He's only 9 HP, and now Robin is the one in the danger zone, so we'll have 2 players, Ice and Robin. And remember, 8th place is very important, because whoever gets the 8th place almost enables or requests the rest of the team, at least for one, to get the 1st place and cancel it out. So it's very good to avoid it, especially for mental on the game. And now we see the split screen and Kitux. He's fine. He has the Milio in the back, the 3 preservers, but also not a win-out comp.
Yeah, a good combat AUG though, with the Tiny but Deadly, and a lot of other players not able to find a lot of combat from their augments might make a big difference as we see the mirror match. Robin versus Here We Go, but a beautiful Shroud coming through, hitting the entire team. Robin having a lot of power on this Kog'Maw, but is it enough to deal with the back line? He's still weaker, his front line is gone, but there we go, the Kog'Maw gonna take out everything for Here We Go. Robin gonna hold on a little bit longer. Can Ice be defeated by Michael? It's just gonna be the way, and it doesn't do it. So Ice holding on, and now Michael and Robin both on 1 life.
Oh my god, great start for Toronto Ultra, but taking the lead now with the performance for Falcons. I love the way they come back. They actually perform very well. They had a plan, and now with the final possibilities of this carousel to get itemization. So great performance with the comeback. Normally, Toronto performs well and maintains tempo, but now they couldn't do it. So actually, great teamwork from Falcons that could be the difference between turning around the game.
Yeah, and we saw it looks like Relic or Replay was able to beat Cheetu. I think it was Relic with the Syndra 3 fully online now with the Radiant Ginsu's off the Radiant Relics. And because of that, that's a problem, because Relic now can't be the one to finish off G2 here. It's going to be someone else. Relic needs to rotate into Ice. Needs to take him out.
Yeah, let's see if he have that performance. Remember, he's the one who did Ice 0 gold, everyone spending as much as possible, and replay still 50 gold, so probably going to cap out later into the game. Shaga in place, Michael strong, but again, yeah, now Olaf 2 trying to go for it. 7 Frost, so a lot of power in this comp, but as we know, is not the best vertical in the game right now.
Runs into Relic. It's going to be tough, and they did not want to be the ones fighting each other. Robin into replay as well. Hopefully the teams could have weakened themselves, but I don't think they could have, considering the rotations. It might just be Robin going down. He takes out the Kassadin. Kog'Maw staying alive, trying to deal the damage, but he can't get through the Hecarim.
No,
Robin
they both
Michael
are taking out. Robin's still alive. Let's see if it's enough. The Nunu taking the damage.
Like
no,
he's gone. Both Ice. No, Robin and Michael 7-8. G2 also taken out by his teammates, but this means that Relic replay have to go 1-2 to make this happen.
Yeah, 1-2 is the only possibility here. Remember, this is a group format 4v4, and they need to cancel out the 7 and the 8 from Robin and Michael. So actually a very difficult spot. I think if someone can go 1-2, it's actually replay and Relic. So there's still a good possibilities, but the chances are obviously now all in favor of Falcon.
Yeah, but here we go. Ice still both on the chopping block. Saka with the Pyros and the Callista having to try and cap out with this board. Does not have to cap out for a first, though. A second will do. Runs into Relic, who has the extra Incanter with that emblem. Trying to get even more power for this Syndra. Just a couple more casts and she gets it done. But the Callista, it's just the Cassiopeia. One holds on. Relic gonna get some very important damage onto Saka as Ice goes down. Replay and Relic both winning. Starting to look good for the Americas squad, even with that 7th, 8th, but it is not over yet.
Yeah, so important. We see the small celebration from Relic and also the punishment there for Saka. He's actually knew he had it so strong, and it was such an important victory. As you say, Ice now goes away. Relic and replay need to hold hands and go 1-2. So very important to see who they're going to face off and managing not economy right now. We will see probably now the level 9 from replay, the roll down, and then going for combat augments, charms, especially now that they're probably going against the rest of the team and the competition.
Yeah, here we go. A little bit of a roll down for replay.
Okay, he decides to stop. Okay, he's waiting, they're talking. Okay, there it is. Let's see if he goes for something a little more offensive. Okay, mana generation, flexible items, also going for the front line. Could be for the Callista, even for a little chunk there. He doesn't have much front line still to get, maybe for the Shen. And, okay, they knew. Okay, he's going up against Relic, but I think it's the... No, it's not the Ghost.
No, it's
okay, they're going...
But double elimination potentially available here. Relic against Here We Go. Feels like this might be the end of the Kog'Maw. It's kind of made it as far as it can. Here We Go playing a phenomenal game, making it this deep, but Relic going to take him down. On the other side, looks like the Callista is going to be able to do enough against replay. Replay needs Relic to be the hero for the team. Needs him to rotate into Saka and finish the job.
Okay, now it will be very important. Who gets the Ghost? And Relic is the one who has to take down Saka. We already seen the detail, the final generation here for Saka and Replay. Replay is not able to get the win here, so they're actually talking now, making final preserves, and Relic simply needs to get as many Kog'Maw charms that what he can, whatever is possibility here now. Probably the Dragon that we have seen so much, so good here, and going now. Okay, he knows he's not going against Shaka, so he decides to weaken his board and have another chance for replay to even cap out his board even more. So good decision for him, getting the main tank out the Blitzcrank, and now more possibilities for the team as 2 versus 1 to go against it. But great to see this strategy by Toronto.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does make the Ghost also weaker for Xiaoge, but I think he would have likely been able to find the win regardless into the Ghost.
Sure.
He also bought a charm, down to 0 gold there. Bought the charm to try and stop any crowd control from coming through. So now there's an opportunity. Relic is on a single life, cannot tank for replay any longer.
Yeah, it was tough. It's interesting that they decided to go for this. Maybe Replay had an out. Maybe he has something that he can go for to improve. And now the split, the screen on the right, Shaga. This is important. He's the one who needs to survive. A second place is enough for him to take the win for Falcon. There it is. Okay,
Relic.
now.
He has to be the hero for his team here. Deal as much damage as possible, but this is more than one life regardless. On the other side, see the Karma, we see the Blitz still carrying so much, getting so many shields. It is enough here, it looks like, for Relic to take that win, but can they still secure the 1-2? Because that's one more life for Shaga.
Okay, there it is. Let's see itemization. Shaga trying to complete something, as you were saying about the Kalista. He actually doubled down the comp. Great items for him. And now maybe going for an additional tank here. Relic and Shaga thinking about the rest of the chance. Look at that. They're actually fighting in the moment in the carousel. So there it is. And now Relic with the possibility of getting additional tank damage and frontline with this Vanguard emblem. And Shaga also additional strength for him. And this should be the final round according to the placement, or unless Shaga is going up against Replay and beats him. So this could be the end of the war. Remember, Shaga only needs a top 2 to get the wins for Falcon. Any other result is a win for Toronto Ultra.
He can't afford the charm just yet. There's Earthquake. He could sell a Varus, but he has the pair. Feels like he has to hope that he can beat Replay without it. We don't see the sell. No charm coming through. Replay. Second chance to be the hero. Relic has done it time and time again. 2 wins already. Riri just has to get 1 here. Close it out for Toronto Ultra for this game 1. Find the 1-2 to save Robin and Michael from that 7 and 8. It's just the Kassadin. It's not enough. That's going to be the Kalista doing way too much. Replay going to take a loss here. Shaga going to survive, and Relic, is he able to hold against the Ghost? He is.
It doesn't look good because Replay got the cap of exactly what he needed, and he got the Arcana. He got the Seraph in. He bought a lot of charm, so actually Seraph giving it a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
See a fist pump from Relic. I'm pretty sure Toronto sees that Relic should be fighting Shaga here.
Nice. Nice. He has a combat augment, so maybe he has the chance to go here. Shaga not getting any charms here, so this is very relevant. He doesn't have the gold. He knows he cannot buy something, so this could be. There it is. Okay, he bought it. He got the Earthquake at the end.
He gets the Ghost.
Oh,
he gets the Ghost.
He loses the Earthquake. This is not the chance to do it. So maybe the Ghost of Relic shouldn't be enough power to do it. And now in the mirror, Relic should win against Replay.
Oh, it was so close, but Falcons have some big heroics for players like Here We Go, making this very tight. But look at the fight. Look at that Relic taking out both Replay and Shaga. No, the desperate plea from Replay. The desperate plea from Replay. He survives. It makes all the difference. We didn't see it happen. That must have been the fist bump.
Oh my God.
Shaga. The heroics from Here We Go to make the top 4 out of a horrible situation for not. Desperate plea has been the biggest charm or hex, depending on which side you're on, for this entire tournament. And Toronto Ultra is going to start with a 1-0 over Falcons, who might be the biggest favorite in the entire tournament.
So important for him in the individual strengths. Falcon, the best in the competition right now. So many worlds, so many performance here, taking the win against for Toronto Ultra. So good for them, for the mental. And now Relic and Replay will only play it out to see who gets the best AVP, and maybe for the photo, the X photo that will have the MVP in the end of the game. So, so happy for Toronto, but I have to call it out. This has been the most close game we've seen so far, and they're both playing amazing. This is a masterclass of 4v4.
This was beautiful. Here We Go looked like the easiest 8th we've ever seen, and he managed a top 4 out of that. What a beautiful game from him. We saw G2 also in a spot having to roll down aggressively, taking a combat augment instead of some of the other prismatics that we had seen come in time and time again, like the carry Sentinel, because he knew the rest of the board wouldn't have been strong enough and he needed to hit. There we go. It's insane. It's insane to see. Ice also 9 HP, holds on for a 5th. Somehow, Toronto Ultra pulls this game out of a hat.
They're so happy now. They know they took it. They know they play well. They know they recognize the spot. And finally, in the end, getting that charm for replay, avoiding the loss, getting the 1-2 to finish and cap it out. Important, don't play Frost. That's the advice I'm getting for this game. Michael had the perfect initial start for the Frost line. He had the perfect Omen, but he even with that gained an 8th place. So not the rest. They're now going on top. Something happening here. And good mental for them. We want to see Falcon also once again. Here it is. Relic already with the Syndra 3. He was the hero. He was the one who had to go for the winner comp. Going up against Michael here. Double elimination for Toronto Ultra against their own team. And this Kalista was the final boss for him. Shaka, very good with the win streak, getting early the Kassadin and then trying to cap out the board. He could easily have won this for Falcons, but in the end, Toronto wrap it up.
Beautifully done. And Robin, in the interview yesterday after their 2-0, said that they were going to 2-0 the Falcons. And they're halfway there. They've got the first win. They've just got to get one more. But Falcons are definitely not going to make this easy on them.
Okay, and now we see then the closing it out. Important, the series now goes 1-0 for Toronto Ultra. So the Falcons, we need to step it up for the game. And now we are going directly for a break, sending out cash.
Yep, we're going to send a break here, and we'll have game 2 coming up next.
Come on, Relic!
Come on,
nice.
Cliff 3! Come on, Cliff 3! Come on!
Vamos! Let's fucking get it.
Ready, set, go.
You join me next to our secondary stage as our next two teams get set for action on the B stream. But let's take a quick look in the rearview mirror at what just went down. T1 versus Zero Tenacity is done and dusted. Here are some key points. In game 1, Travis Squat's high-risk augment choice led to an 8th place finish after his losing streak was disrupted. Moving on into game 2, T1's Dooney Zuni And SCSC finished 7th and 8th, needing top 2 finishes. And Zuzo from Zero Tenacity won with a powerful Karma board with 9 Witchcraft. Cogmore Reroll achieved a top 3 placement for the very first time, with players now more cautious about committing to it. And Syndra usage declined in the first 2 games as players start to explore new strategies and adapt to the patch. T1's strong mid-game performance gave them the lead in the last game as they managed to place 3 Zero Tenacity players into the bottom half. So what I'm trying to tell you is T1 progressed into the playoffs.
All right, we're back to the caster desk. Thanks to Ian for that update. T1 finding themselves qualified already, taking down Tenacity, Zero Tenacity there. Massive Zero Tenacity gonna have to deal with Weibo Gaming. The 2 teams that were able to best Fnatic are now gonna have to face off against each other.
Yeah, in the next group bracket, what the Wolf, they're the first one to qualify just early today, winning it out against Branching Out, and they already qualified against to this quarterfinals for the playoff that we will have according to this, and Branching Out going off against the Brazilian team, the GK Esports representative of Americas.
All right, in game 1, Toronto Ultra taking down Falcons. 1 game away.
With a desperate plea.
With a desperate plea. And now 1 game away from qualifying to the playoffs themselves. Falcons are going to have to hold off this very aggressive America's squad that has been making quick work of everyone in their path, but the Falcons continuing to put up major fights. We're looking to see if they can hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, let's see what they propose here. And I really like the way the game was played on game 1. They actually recognized the spot perfectly. 2 people playing Syndra, 2 people playing Kog'Maw, fighting it out for the last place, and 2 people playing flexible. Michael going for the Frost, didn't work, but he punished the rest of the lobby for tempo in the early game, and that actually could have made the difference also in the HP balance.
Now we see our start Prismatic finale. So we'll have to keep our eyes trained for those Prismatics on.
Are you a Prismatic person, Cass?
I like them.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have fun.
Okay.
But like I don't compete in this game, you know? I cast, so I like the crazy fun thing because it's more fun to look at.
You like the Syndra early for Relic also?
No.
No?
No. Well, for Relic, I will show my
Syndra,
America's
that's
bias.
funny also. That's cool.
And Relic played Syndra phenomenally in the previous game. We'll get to see it once more. Relic gonna commit to this right out the gates. I think Orb Syndra is kind of, it's telling you something. It's telling you, hey, it's time to complete the 2-0 over Falcons. I think that's what it's telling Relic right now.
Yeah, I like the spirit about Falcon. They are very composed, and they started talking a little more. Normally, when the start of the game, the previous game, they were not talking, but now even with the loss, their communication at least improved a little. I don't know if it improved. It augmented. It's more a little now. And Toronto, I really want to highlight that they're always talking. It's a calm. It's not like they're aggressively going up on each other, but they are making sure they have all the information they need on every stage.
Yeah, Xiaoge going to be able to pick up a Kassadin 3 multi-striker early game. Played the multi-strikers very well in the previous game. Using it to tempo into Kalista. We actually thought he was going to crash and burn a little quicker than he did, but able to find a replacement Kalista, get it upgraded, get the Pyro Emblem, made a lot of very strong plays to give his team a shot, narrowly missing out on that second place. A desperate plea, the only thing that stood in his way.
Yeah, remember, we just saw the placement there, so Wolf and Zero Tenacity already with the ramp up for the next stage, and now we're seeing the augment selection. The Spyfor, Pilfer that he got in here. Pilfer. Yeah. So additional economy. Remember this announcement that whichever unit you kill first, in the next round you will get that unit. So you get additional gold ramping up every second. So very, very important, not only for you, but to hold a unit for the rest of the lobby also.
All right, Robin, going to get Pilfer of his own. Relic, having that Syndra goes, you have my bow, which I think is a very solid pickup alongside the Syndra. You get a bow, but also the additional attack speed. Get that stacking right away.
Yeah, and so important that now Syndra BIS, the best items you can get her are 3 attack speed item or 3 mana generation items that the Beast, no one is itemizing now pure HP into her. Now we see Robin with Dragon early. We haven't seen him much, so there it is. The big old guy I really would like to see him in League of Legends also.
Nomsy? Yeah.
Yeah, the Nomsy. Very preferred. There's a school of Nomsy, the Church of Nomsy, someone says. And Dragon is a scenery that I really wanted to perform cast. Normally 2 Dragons maybe in early game to get the wound healing, but in the late game, no one's played so far in this set 3 Dragons. But since this is the start of the set, the Magic and Mayhem, I think there will be a huge evolution of the meta. I think it's a beautiful set, and we will have some crazy things to talk about also in the future.
Have you heard about the legendary multicaster Pyro Smolder, where you need both emblems to make it work?
The bipolar Smolder? I got it with the Pyro. I didn't have him with the Multi-Striker. That seems nice.
All right, but we are going to see, hey, we've seen this before, but we saw it from replay. We got Mittens Ginsu, this time on a Warwick, potentially a Multi-Striker's angle as well from this side. So you see that getting kind of slammed down. So maybe G2 will say, hey, my spot is better. Xiaoge, I'm going to need you to step away from this line.
Yeah, Jax is normally not a carry, but makes more sense for him to make the hold. He can get a remover later and hold him for the multi-striker. And now this way he can make tangle. So that's actually the most important for him. Going up again, here we go. Ice against Replay in the early game. Let's see a little of the units. He has already an Ayla on the other hand. And a Shapeshifter now for Replay. And with the possibility, we know that when we go for this, I think that's the hero augment of Elise. So that will be very cool to see in terms of Replay. We'll see confirmation now.
I think that's the Bramble. The Bramble upgrade.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why he's got that Bramble on the Elise as well.
Cool. And now here we go again. So it will be here we go with the Syndra and maybe against Relic, who is the one who had it. So these are the 2 players that will go with this tier S comp. Now going with the Solarium very, very early into the game. A lot of shields. And normally when you have the Solarium, you want the Banker. So the additional healing of the additional shield will give you a lot of durability. So you get that ramp up with the scenery. So very good position for him. And already telling the rest of the lobby he's playing Syndra Vanguard and he's not peeling away.
And he's letting the Syndra get pilfered here to continue to try and deny it from Relic. Getting picked up
that's
by
so
Xiaoge.
good.
We just saw that being put in the front, noticing that Xiaoge was in the pool. So it's at least 2 gold, and at best, you're denying Syndra's from the pool.
Such a good play to see. And now taking advantage of everything you can. As we said, this is one of the teams, the two of the teams that have most screams in the whole placement here. They have screamed by themselves. They are screaming the 4v4 since maybe 3 weeks ago when they're both in boot camps. Toronto Ultra made boot camps in Madrid. And of course, the players represented for China have been together for a long time now, getting together. Maybe they were not friends in the past, but they play together so much that they know each other. So, and I really would like to know the internal story that they have. If they have friendship, what's happening in their head. I know the story for Toronto, but I think when we saw the energy, the way they were talking, the pacing, I think there's at least a very good relationship within the Falcons.
Yeah, they seem locked in and they seem like they're playing together. That last game was so incredibly close. I don't think anybody on that team can be upset with the way they played. I think they played a phenomenal game. At the end of the day, Relic was able to cap out even higher just by having that Syndra online from very early on. And we'll see a couple of win streakers in this lobby. 2 more rounds to go. Replay and G2 are the ones, and you can see why with that Jax, those items being so insane. And on the other side, playing around this Bramble augment, which gives a lot of early power, and it's on this double shapeshifter setup, which has been so good at being a crux of players' early games.
Yeah, the early game is so amazing. Maybe the fallout in the late game for the shapeshifter, for sure. 6 shapeshifter is better than 8, for example, and there will be now the possibilities. Robinson with the, again, with the Kog'Maw, already with the Kog'Maw, already with the Tristana, and on the left, we see who will be his competition is Ice, already slamming now the Infinity, and that will be the IE, and that will be the contested. So very clean. Normally in the rest of the game, we see maybe 4 people playing Syndra, and then someone pivoting out into the Karma, but now we're seeing actually something more organized. When someone has the spot, they respect that spot, and one person from the other team contests, and it's very organized. I think this is the future of the 4v4, and this is the way we will see gameplay from now on.
All right, well, Relic and Robin are the 2 full loss streakers here. It doesn't feel like anyone from Falcons can go for the, full sell board and try and stop them. They're all kind of playing a more tempo-oriented style, and I don't think it makes sense to sell and he boards, gets the Nunu, because if he does run into Robin, he wants Robin to be able to pilfer this Nunu.
Nice.
Very good play. At the worst, if they break each other's streaks, they at least give a Nunu over. Doesn't happen this time around, but we do see that Relic gets to keep the loss streak, and so will Robin.
Okay, so this is perfect for Toronto. Remember, lose streak is okay. In terms, you maintain it and you get so much economy. I was talking to Relic yesterday, and he told me normally that's the winner spot, to go for the lose streak in the early game and then have the chance to do a big rollout for Syndra, stabilize, and then take away the units as much as possible with the value rolling. So Robin going for the Kog'Maw, he will probably do a roll down here on 3-2. And finally, itemization here. No Nunu for him, as you were saying, trying to get him for the Pilfer in the previous round. Didn't accomplish that, so now maybe trying to go for the 3 items into the Kog'Maw. That's the main carry. Remember, Tristan is not amazing. And he will go already with the Ginsus on the Syndra. He will generate so many stacks here. That's amazing for him. And, there it is.
Wow.
In the orb.
You see the
he
pop-up
celebrated
there
with the
camera.
fist. Syndra 2 coming in for him with the orb, so amazing. The Kassadin, we haven't seen her performing so well. Syndra is the star, and Kassadin maybe only a transition if you want to get encounter in the early.
Oh, and then another in the shop. He's at 5 copies already. It's
He's
massive.
laughing.
He's laughing.
He's laughing. He
Here
knows.
we go. Kind of an all-star in the last game. Yes, it was just the top 4, but with the Kog'Maw spot, he had the fact that he top 4'd from there was insane.
Wow.
Once again, having a spot to be a hero for his team, this time on the Syndra. This time not just playing for the highest placement he can imaginably scrounge up from a terrible spot. This time having the premier spot to try and win for his team.
This is interesting also for Shago. He has the Syndra. Obviously, he will not be the one going for the reroll Syndra, but he can use it in the early game, maybe to avoid really forgetting it and maybe transition this Syndra into a Karma. We didn't saw Karma in the previous game, and we know that's the TRS comp for Epic for 4 cost, so that will probably be the transition for Saka.
Yeah, we'll see if Replay can hold on to this streak now. Slams a Sunfire Cape even, just slamming every single thing he can, right? Guard Breaker slam, Sunfire Cape slam. Flexible to what compositions he can play and just the strongest board possible, keeping the win streak, keeping the pressure on the opposing team. Relic and Robin both on the full losses. They're both re-rolling for 2 costs. We have to see this roll down from these 2 players. They're going to do it, that simultaneous roll down, taking out the different units that each other doesn't need.
Okay, their next item, augment here, mentorship here. Great augment for Robin, getting additional power to the rest of the comp. And as you were saying, very good the way he's performing for them. Replay with the perfect win streak, and Relic in the bottom with the perfect lose streak together with Michael. So together with Robin. So perfect spot for them. A lot of generation here on the roll down, trying to go for the unit. So Relic stabilizes at least with the Syndra 2 items for her, 2 mana generation or attack speed items. So this is perfect for Relic. He's stable. He didn't break the 30 goal. He has the lose streak, and now he can start to go for the win streak with a Syndra that already has some additional stack in her mind.
Yeah, great for Relic. Have to recognize, here we go, spot of really high rolling these Syndras and rolling all the way down. Feels like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Relic should keep the option of pushing levels with Syndra 2 open to himself instead of locking into having to roll on 6.
Yeah. So naturally, if he gets one more, maybe somebody rolling. But as you said, we know who's the one who goes for the win out. So very interesting to see and how he will manage the HP in the late game. So in the right, we see Replay. There's a Kassadin on the other side trying to go. That Mitten Kassadin also 2-star. So they all roll here to stabilize. And Robin, I think it will fall down. The Kog'Maw still Kog'Maw 1. So even though he rolled deep, it's only 11 gold. He didn't even got the Kog'Maw 2-star. So this is very bad news for Robin.
Yeah, tough for Robin not find that. Gets a Jinx upgrade here, so can play that instead of the Tristana. Doesn't have to roll for Trist, can just roll for Cog. There is also the option of him trying to play this from tempo.
Yep.
It's a little bit tougher with Kog'Maw. You really need that Kog'Maw 3. But we could see Robin try and play at least to level 7 and then roll for the Jinx as well. Not a lot of gold in this spot to do so, though, and not a ton of HP to work with.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Jinx in this comp because you don't get there. But normally that's the win out of the Kog'Maw comp. You need to hit early the Kog'Maw, hit early the Nunu and the front with the Rumble 3, and then go to level 7 and get the Jinx 3. That's the normal way to cap up the board, but obviously they don't let you get there, and the comp still maintains only with the Kog'Maw as the carry.
And Ice is going to go ahead and contest. Right? He's going to go into the Kog'Maw composition. We see the slams onto the Jinx instead. We'll see if he ends up just pushing to 7 before rolling at all, because we already see that Robin has the 2 stars, so you're not going to deny him too aggressively. And you have an HP lead right now, so you need to try and play a little bit more tempo and then go from there, having the 50 gold. We'll have to see how Ice decides to play that spot, because he's the one whose job it is to keep Robin in 8th place.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see who managed to get that hero spot for both of the players. We have now possibilities. Here we go, obviously, for Team Falcons, and Toronto still lacking that chance. Michael, obviously, with the green streak, could be the one maintaining it, but again, he's playing tempo, so he needs to have a real scenario, a real way of looking at a win-out comp. And for now, good tempo for Toronto, but better scenario to win out for the Falcons.
Ice had a spatula, so Relic is kind of forced to take it, because it's Robin and Relic picking first, and Robin needs more items right now to stabilize than Relic does. Relic is in a relatively strong position, but they can't let Ice get that Tactician's Crown for free, so Relic is forced to take the spat, and it's generally not your favorite thing in the Syndra composition to see a spatula.
Yeah, he will try to look for another spatula and try to get a Tactician Crown, maybe go for additional units. Syndra is a board that you always can get something else in, either vertical Incantors or going even for more Vanguards is always amazing. Shago now showing the 5 Eldritch, so that Malphite will go into the game, getting good trial control, especially to the left of the field. And now we're going again with Sokka, going up against Replay.
Yep, we're going to see that replay. Looks like this is Michael's board here on the win streak.
Yep. Michael Riri.
Hold on. He does have the unified resistance. He's got a lot of tanky stats. It looks like Michael's going to hold on to this streak, which is very good for the side of Toronto Ultra. Michael going to be that high tempo player for this team.
Okay, it's good. So he maintains this 5 win streak, no one with a lose streak, so they are preserving HP. Is simply trying to manage here as the best as possible. So Michael, if he maintains one more cast, is very important. Getting 7 win streak coming up into the neutrals is so much economy for him. He can play tempo and go very fast to levels 8, even in 4-1 before the rest rolls. And with that additional gold that he has managed to generate, he can do anything. He can grief the rest of the players. He can maintain units to avoid a ramp up from the enemy. So this is a great position for him. And it will be even better, as we say, if he maintains the win streak.
Look at this. Level 6, G2 rolled down, forecasted in, and found 4 Kog'Maws, just holding them on the bench, denying Robin.
He has more Kog'Maw than Robin.
He does, yeah. and Ice on the other side, right, only having the 1 Kog'Maw, but going to try and play around the Jinx. Itemized it already. Just going to push levels. Not going to reroll the Kog, but just going to hold on to those units and play them in the early stages. Try and just utilize them to stabilize the board a bit, recognizing that his spot is not to win. His spot is just to continue to grief Robin. While G2 on the other side is griefing Robin, but also has a chance to try and go for the reroll multi-strikers. Only 3 castings, though.
Is it enough for Michael? But no, he loses the win streak. This is huge for Falcon because now it's a more parity game. The parity is very advanced, it's balanced. So this is very, very huge. Here we go, is the one with the win streak now generating a lot of economy. And I think they are very balanced. No one is now getting the lead, and now the roll down, the early roll down in neutrals is very important. They know in 4-1 everyone's rolling, so they are value rolling now on neutrals to get additional items that they want, and then according to what they get, they will roll out again. So very good use here of the tempo and the timing for Cheetos.
Yeah, and we see here we go on the Syndra, just 2 copies away, quietly finding that unit. Haven't seen Relics set up for it either in a little bit. I know he was trying to lean towards that direction. However, Syndras are getting cut very heavily here. Just a couple more gold to roll. Here we go, gonna have to stop.
Yeah, he didn't got it. He really needed to get it here. So even though he got like 6 Syndras in the early game, the game didn't support him from there on. So a good high roll to avoid Relic to go for that win condition, but in the end, couldn't cap it, didn't have the luck there in the roll down. Now going up against also Toronto in the other part, so it's Michael going up against, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough for Here We Go. Because he stayed on 6 to roll for this and hasn't found it, he may start to lose a lot of HP. But fact is, he's been on a win streak. The front line has been stable, and he's getting stacked up on the Syndra. So even though not able to hit and stuck on 6, he's able to salvage a lot of HP. Win streak goes down here. Michael stops it. Very important to continue to stop the flow of economy for Here We Go. But we'll see if it can get turned around, because now we've made it to that prismatic finale that we knew was coming up here. What's the pickup? Witchcraft emblem for Replay.
Okay, this with tempo play, probably going for the Karma Fiora as a possibility here for him, getting that.
Fiora.
Okay, there it is. Fiora 2 is very important for him because that's the items that he have, and the Witchcraft will allow him to spread as much damage as possible. And there's the Morgana, so huge for him. Morgana is the best Witchcraft in the game because it spreads the
debuff, right?
malediction, to all the team. So huge hits here for Replay.
Massive pickup to go alongside this. Fully rewarded on that prismatic choice. Being able to get the extra Witchcrafts in. This does open up some potential to cap out the board heavily. We see the vertical being played by Replay. 5 right now. He has the 6th in the emblem. Can use the Gwen as an item holder for it.
Yeah, there he goes. And now going up against Chitu. Chitu still with the casting. He's lacking 2 still, but holding that Kog'Maw. Now with 5 copies in the board, so Robin will not be able to hit that easily. And now Replay is so strong. Now, so amazing, as you're saying, the Gwen holding up, and now going up only against that Nasus that is actually wrapping up. Looks
like
down.
Cassidy's going to be able to deal with this. G2 able to stay on the win streak, stop Replay, but Replay has some high cap coming from this board if he can find all the upgrades. Still on Fiora 1, Gwen 1, just everything is 1 star.
Okay, now Relic is still with the Syndra. He decides it's not possible to go for the reroll, so now he's tranquil. He's simply going for a little more tempo. There's the Syndra once again. He will obviously hold it there in the store. And now with the level 8, he simply gets a Nora. So Nora, amazing unit, giving additional damage to the Syndra and additional durability. So it will be more important for her, a 4th item, if you will, to ramp up a little more the damage now in the late game.
And big thing here, he's got the Spear of Piranha, which is insanely good for the Syndra. Best Radiant item in the game, and even though it's only Syndra 2, it's a lot of power. Going up against Replay, right? It's going up against his teammate. One of them is going to have to take another big hit, and they've been trying to hold on to this HP, but Falcons are coming out on top right now when it comes to the HP game. They have a ton more health than the side of Toronto Ultra.
Okay, once again there. So we said it, even though it's not Syndra 3, Syndra 2 is so strong that he's actually very performing here. And there's another Morgana that could give a little more into the depth of that Witchcraft. So maybe a target to Grief there as a possibility. And now Robin going up with the rest of the comp. Robin, we see in the front, he has the Jinx, he has the Kog'Maw, but still not stabilizing enough. He's in the worst position of the team, so he only needs to avoid 8th, and I think his job is done. I think it will be very difficult for him to accomplish that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Ice is the one that they have to target, try and send to 8th on that 7-loss streak. Only 2 gold, level 8.
And he already has the Smolder. So you were talking about the bipolar Smolder with the Pyro and the Multi-Striker. He only has 1 emblem right now, but he also has 2 other items. So Ice, even though it's only Smolder 1, with this great item, it's very, very hard to take him out. Also because he has more HP, but he's obviously in the contest with going 8th together with Robinson. So they're laughing. Good spirit there for Falcons. They're actually performing here. Roll down on the right for Robinson. He's not hitting once again. And here we go now with the Syndra 3. That's why he's so happy. And now going up against Robin. And 21, not enough to take him out, but it will certainly leave him only in 1 HP or 1 life left into the later rounds.
Yeah, Robin got completely shut out this game. All of those Kog'Maws being held early. The griefing done incredibly well by Falcons, trapping Robin into this line, not letting him get anything done. Down to 1 life. He's going to go down for sure in one of the upcoming fights. Even Toronto Ultra probably should not try and protect Robin. They need to keep their HP as high as possible, and they need to play for the other 3 players. They're all currently winning, right? Replay, Relic, and Michael all found wins there. Just got to let Robin go at this point. He's been held hostage by all of the CN players on Falcons. Yeah, it's a new 3 now. It's not really going to do too much. And as you can see, Robin, in the time that he's going down, griefing the Cassidans. Because, yes, this is more gold. He could try and have hit the Nunu earlier, tried to find the call. Robin recognized that, you know what? I'm done. They got me.
Yeah.
I have to hold on to these Cassidans and try and slow down the rest of Falcons.
Okay, now the possibility of going. He's going up against Relic, and Relic is, I don't know how weak he put himself. The front lane doesn't look that strong. I think he might have taken up something, but maybe not enough. No, not for sure. So Relic will take out Robin in this stage, and now this is an 8. So the win condition, the first win condition that we now see for Toronto is to get 3 players of Falcon in the bottom 5. And that would be the way to go. It's very difficult, so I think the lead for now is on Falcon's place, especially with its 8th place, and having a hero. There's not a significant hero here, and now Chitu, with the Kassadin, this will probably go to a game 3.
Yeah, the Falcons doing a great job griefing and also finding their pickups, right? Here we go, you know, we saw laughing because the Syndras definitely got high rolled a bit, but G2, this has just been slowly getting towards that Kassadin. Robin was griefing it. Falcons find
laughing.
A way to get Robin out of there, and now those Kassadins come back in the pool, and G2 is able to convert and find that Kassadin 3. Meanwhile, you know, you've got Xiaoge just pushing levels, playing towards Temple, playing towards this Nami, Eldritch playing towards 3-star Mordekaiser as a big carry for the composition.
Yeah, not only maintaining the base of the comp that now is playing again with Nami. We haven't seen her as a main carry in the rest of the comp. Normally it's a support for the Karma. Karma didn't appear, Nami making the win, and as you said, the win more will be that Mordekaiser 3-star if he managed to get it. So a support Karma here, getting a little in, and good position for him. So tough pot for Toronto, and great spot for the Falcons to try to expand this series into a 3rd game.
Going up against a replay, finds the Gwen upgrade, but still yet to find the Fiora. Has the Karma as well. Some big upgrades can come through for replay. There is capping potential to try and win this game. Fiora 2, Morgana 2, Karma 2. It can start to get there, but for now it's not enough. And there's not a lot of health to work through. Not only just on replay himself, but on the entire team of Toronto Ultra, and so they can't really afford any losses right now.
Yeah, so much crowd control there for the Nami making the win, and now we finally see Michael with his tempo play. He started with good HP preservation, and he's going with the Calixta Flex. Board here now, the Arcana going for the Hecarim additional physical damage for the rest of the team. So ramping up all the damage possible, and now he changes. He finds the Seraph, so now he knows he bought a lot of charms, and now giving the Arcana emblem to the Seraph, this will enable the whole team to have additional true damage.
Still just on the Callista 1 though, and on the other side we see Callista 2, this comp but better. It is the Smolder as well, but Pyro Emblem not on it because that is a Callista 2, it's much stronger. Trying to get a lot of this damage out, but Michael's going to look to find another loss. Ice has stabilized down at 16, might be able to hold on even longer than replay or Relic can, and Toronto Ultra can find themselves in a 7-8 once more. And this time it does not look like the 1-2 is in the cards.
Yeah, totally in control. The Falcons here in this game showing up again. With great gameplay. Even in the last round, we said it, game 1, even though it went to Toronto Ultra, the performance from the Falcons was totally amazing, and now once again with a very clear performance, being the favorite, the absolute favorites in this stage, and also with the 8th of Robin, now the position of Toronto is too difficult. Remember, if replay goes 7th here, the only way for them to win will be Michael and Relief doing a holding hands 1 and 2, and now in this position, that scenario is very unlikely.
Replay versus Ice. We saw the upgrade, the swap to the Karma. Trying to get the Witchcraft there. Does it do enough to deal with the Callista? Needing to shut down Ice to have any chance in this whatsoever, as the Falcons have been dominating this entire game. And this came from a start that was so good for Toronto Ultra. They had 2 loss streakers, 1 win streaker, whereas Falcons had nobody on full streaks going into the first neutrals, but they've been able to turn things around, especially with some of these big hits of the Syndra, of the Kassadin, and they might be looking to completely shut out Toronto Ultra with all 4 of those members making it into the top 4.
Yeah, I think Ice's position, for me, he was at the best, because he's actually using the Pyro Emblem in great place. He was performing well. He griefed Michael from the Kalista, avoiding him. We see Michael, he's still Kalista Kalista 1, and they actually performed amazing, not only to grief the 2 costs, that is the normal thing. They griefed Kalista for Michael. Michael was the one with the best tempo or ramp up, and he couldn't perform. And now he will bleed out, and there's no win condition. Now the win more for Shaga. See, he's laughing once again, very, very happy. They know they have the game under control.
They just pilfered him a Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Great team play from Falcons. That is so huge. That is probably one of the reasons he's been able to find so many copies and still have all this gold. Just when he runs into teammates, they're feeding him Mordekaisers. He's ramping up, finds the Eldritch emblem as well. Going to be able to get to 5 Eldritch pretty soon here on the level up. And Jaga going to be in such a great spot to continue out for this top 4. Michael going to have a lot of trouble getting through this Mordekaiser 3.
Yeah, and not particular comps that we've seen so much. So Ice with the Kalista, Shaga going with the Nami carry and performing this well. This is a statement for the rest of the field. Normally, no one is placing well with tempo compositions, and now getting this win with so much dominance, I think it will help so much the mental of them, and it will hurt Toronto Ultra. So actually, the third game that we will for sure have right now will be very, very tough. We have seen Toronto Ultra only in a winning position. They haven't lost until now even one round. 2-0 in the first round, in the first series, and gaining or winning the first, and we see it in their physical performance. They're actually feeling the pain, but they're still talking. So it will be very good to see how will they adapt until the next day.
Yeah, they'll have to see how they can improve on the next one. We can hear them chatting back and forth still.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out the strategy for the next game, as it looks like they will get absolutely crushed. This might be our first game where a team goes 4 players in the top 4. Absolute destruction of Toronto Ultra in this game number 2. So it looks like Relic is, going to go down to here we go. Absolutely brutal from this Falcon squad.
Yeah, there it is. So Relic goes down, Michael goes down. 4 in the top for Falcon. Total domination here. Obviously, it doesn't matter in the point, because it's 1 point either way, but mentally you will feel crushed.
Yeah, it's like, crushing. I mean, you never had a chance in this game. Maybe that's for the best though, right? A close game loss can hurt you a lot. In this, Toronto Ultra, what if they just say, you know what, we got more dogged. Let's try again the next one. We know we can win. We won the first game and go from there. You can see Falcons laughing, having a good time. This is a good revival for them, right? They lost a crushing defeat where they put 2 of Toronto Ultra's members in 7th and 8th, and they couldn't hold the line against Relic and be able to stop them from getting that 1-2. And this time, they get to just dominate their opponent, and that's going to bring up the spirits of the Falcons. Both of them going into that final game are going to need to be at their very best.
Yeah, remember, this is a series that will get one of them into the playoffs. No matter the result, the loser will go to the loser bracket and a final chance to also achieve that quarterfinal possibility. So now Shaga with the setup, he's very strong. He's only playing now 5 Eldritch. And I really want to highlight this comp because we normally don't see the vertical Eldritch performing now with the, also a great legendary in the middle there. The Briar with 2-star, they're just having fun right now. We haven't seen much legendary, but I think it's because they're using so many resources in the early and mid game that no one gets to level 9. So at least having to see the performance of this is amazing. Morgana also, Morgana 2, we haven't seen her. And now it's simply a way of who's winning, who get the better AVP, and that will make a difference in the later games to see, I don't know, the MVP of the game, for example, but not much else to be played here as competitive-wise.
Well, yeah, I mean, we also, going back to the 5 costs, I mean, I think one of the big things is just we don't see them getting to level 9 because oftentimes we see them, yes, using resources in the early game, but also even when they go kind of faster to 8, they're just rolling on 8 repeatedly until they can cap their board, and it's just never happening. Like, it's getting to the point where these level 8s, they're just getting as strong as they can and either capping their board and then buying their opponent's units, and then or just trying to cap their board and not reaching it. So
yeah,
no matter what,
or buying charms. You also have something to do with that goal. Yeah. There's so much things you can do that it doesn't make sense to idle for 5-6 turns when you're already past 4-5 in the round to simply try to go to a level 9 where a unit will not make the difference. It's more important to help the rest of the team and trying to accomplish the rest. Now we're enjoying these final boards. Write it down, chat. Now you can see how or additional possibilities and not only the Syndra as the final cap board. So they're still laughing. And I would really like to know, I think later in production, we will really want to know the translation about what the Team Falcon is using. That would be great, great material, because they're enjoying themselves. They're actually so happy about this result, and I think this will give them so much strength and trust for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's big, right? And we just have to wait for this game to play out. They're playing for that additional... It's a big reward, the MVP of the entire tournament, when they get to the end, right? So definitely wanting to find that AVP, but I think for them, they're just happy. They've got the win on this game, too. They're still alive. This was their backs against the wall, and they really showed what kind of team they are by bringing out the biggest win in the tournament so far. And I think Falcons have to just be feeling great. They're a tournament favorite. They're coming in. They lost the first game so narrowly, and they dominate in the next one. Now they just have to get one more after this, and they can move on to the playoffs.
Yeah, Falcons, the favorite of this EWC. Remember, they are very high up there in points, and Teamfight Tactics gets an additional 1,000 points for the club championship, so that will be huge for them. And they keep laughing. I love it. They're still very, very happy with the performance, and now going up against the final carousel that we will have here. Here we go, also contemplating the rest, talking. I would also like to see Toronto, to see if they're talking, what are they contemplating so far. And now, well, here we go, goes away. So Ice, Shaka, and Cheetos will be the one contesting that first place, coming up into the third game.
All right, well, let's talk about the next game then here, Hubei, right? What do you think Toronto Ultra needs to do in the next game to kind of bounce back from such a poor result in this game number 2?
I mean, it's more about how do you transfer what you already practiced into the game, right? So, for example, in the series that they won the 2-0 against Once Pal, they said, okay, we played the way we've been playing on Scream, and the way the game went out, we were already in that spot 20, 30 times. So it's actually good for us. So what they need is actually, as you said, a game plan from the start and the game to help them gain that game plan. In this case, we only saw tempo in the early game, but there wasn't like a particular direction. Besides Relic, that obviously he had the Syndra early, he could go for the cap out. Then when Here We Go got those like 6 Syndra, the game plan went aboard. So they tried to play tempo, they tried to go for something else. It wasn't enough, and now with the end of the game, Falcons with this win bring us to a game 3. They're still enjoying themselves, and it will be at least in the ramp up and in the acquisition, in the transmission for the next game. They seem like the favorites, and Toronto Ultra will have to make adaptation. I mean, I think it's simply clean sleep for them and play as they should, because I don't think there's something to change. They're actually playing well. The game needs to help them.
For sure. I think this game was not close enough for you to really look at it and gain too much from the result. Robin absolutely shut out by the Falcons, being able to hold on to so many of his units, making it completely unplayable for Robin. There's not really anything he could have done, especially since its job was kind of to play the Kog'Maw in this spot and go against, I can't remember who was even on it in the early game because they pivoted out, but from there, just being shut out and the rest of the team just not able to find any purchase, right? Relic going towards Syndra, good Syndra spot early on, but here we go. Getting a couple Syndras off of orbs, being able to find them early, making it so Relic can't really go for that win out spot. Just across the board, the units they were looking for being found by the opponent faster, and it just leads to this 4 bottom 4s for Toronto.
So important for them, and now a break, final break here, and we will come back with the final game of the series, Game 3, Falcon versus Toronto Ultra.
Hi, my name is Counterfeit here for EWC. I'm going to be talking for a little bit with Robin Songs representing Toronto Ultra. Robin, welcome. Let's jump right into it, really. I'd love to hear a little bit about how Toronto Ultra as a team have been preparing for EWC.
Oh yeah, so us 4, I guess it might be different from other teams, but we weren't really like close friends when we got together. So we basically boot camped in Spain and Madrid, and we spent a lot of time together, boot camped and stuff. And then I think we went from like being strangers to like really, really good friends. So I think that helps a lot with the team chemistry and stuff.
Well, so can you tell me a little bit about your teammates then? So of course, Michael, we replay them on the Attack Champion and Relic on the team. Could you kind of give me a little insight into each of them.
Yeah, so I think a lot of teams underestimate us because they're not really known like NA players, and people usually they're from LATAM, and people usually underestimate LATAM players. But I think they're really strong. Michael's been at Worlds like 3 or 4 times. Probably, I'm pretty sure Michael's the best player in LAS, and then Relic is the best player in LAN. They're both like Perma rank 1 in the regions. So I think they're really good. And then Replay obviously is a world champion. So I think we are actually a very strong team that people underestimate because we don't have names like Dish Soap or Setsuko or whatever. But yeah.
Looking to the tournament overall then, how do you think the tournament's going to go for Toronto Ultra?
Oh, I think we're going to smash it. I think we're going first.
Yeah? All right, that's very confident. I like it.
Yeah.
All right, so Robin, like the Vegas LAN before, this is a chance for players to come and spend time in the space in Riyadh here together. What's that experience been like for you?
Yeah, so I've been playing TFT since set 1. So I'm one of the quote unquote OG players, and I've been competing since set 3. And to seeing it from competing in your bedroom and not being able to meet anyone at all to coming to Riyadh and gonna be playing in a whole stadium and is very exciting. I just see it TFT going up, playing in the bedroom to a small TFT LAN in LA into Vegas and now Riyadh and upcoming Macau. TFT is going to really big places, and I'm super excited. It's kind of surreal.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Well, so last of all, then, before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out my mom. She's been my biggest supporter ever since I started competing. I moved out now, but I used to live at home, and she used to make me noodles, because noodles is good luck in Chinese, and then she'd make me noodles before tournaments. And yeah, and then ever since I moved out, I haven't been doing well in tournaments, so I think it's a mom diff. And I want to shout out my girlfriend. She's also been very supportive of me as well. And want to shout out to my teammates, Toronto Ultra. Let's do this.
All right, no, thank you so much. All right, so that's been Robin Songs representing Toronto Ultra. My name is Counterfeit for EWC. We'll see you guys again soon.
One between the Falcons and Toronto Ultra. We have one game to go before one of them advances to the playoffs. Casanova and Hupe-san on the cast. Look at the excitement, the anticipation from these players right now as they get ready for a massive match in their careers. Yes, they still have another chance if they lose here to make it back through the lower bracket. However, getting that slot in the playoffs now as the first seed from the group, so important for each of these teams.
100%. We need to remember both of them got here with a 2-0 clean sweep in the earlier stages. The one who wins goes to the playoff. The one who loses go to the loser bracket and has to face off once more. If they get a loss there, they're eliminated from the group. So the spirit is very important. I see Toronto and I see them good. I love the spirit that I'm looking. We already know that Falcon, even after a loss, they can perform. And now this is the test for Toronto Ultra. They have only won until now, and now is the first loss for them with Falcon. So it will be very good to see them. And I see them well. I love to see them laughing, enjoying themselves, both teams. So this is the best series I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's all smiles. I think after a loss like that, the best way is to laugh it off, right? You just, this is, as we said, the most crushing defeat in a single game in the tournament so far. 4 in the top 4, 4 in the bottom 4. But oh well.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
what?
okay,
It's 1 point, as you said.
Yeah,
no
you see the other team on the other side, it's Falcons, they're good, they're amazing. So you have to recognize that, but we're also good. And Robin was saying it in their interview just now. We know we're good, and we know we're being underplaced by a lot of tier lists, but we can perform, we can win this.
They've already beat them once, right? You just have to beat them one more time. It's not like you got to keep beating them over and over again. It's just one more time, one more game, one more shot. Try and qualify to the playoffs here. Toronto Ultra versus Falcons. Let's jump into this Hupe. We got our options: Prismatic Prelude, Treasure Armory, Support Anvil. It feels like we might be getting a Prismatic once again.
Yeah, going into the convergence now. Everyone waiting in the middle. So this is very tough. Okay, they move at the end.
There it
Not
is.
trying to give information. I love this. They stood in the middle. They didn't want to give information. In the last second, everyone going for that pre-loop that you just call out cast. So we will start with a Prismatic that are very volatile. So we could see anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get the spice right away. But the thing is, you said volatile, and yet both of the teams opted into it because the other options were also relatively volatile portals. I mean, I think the support one is even scarier, right? If the other team just 4 great support anvils and you don't get anything good for your team, you might just lose from the portal itself.
Yep.
Prismatic gives you a little bit more opportunity. You've got the rerolls to try and mitigate some of that variance, and Treasure Hoard is kind of the same, right? If you don't have gold when you go into it, someone else does, and they get the perfect setup, it's going to be really tough to play around. A lot of players do not like it, so really looking for this 2-1 Hoope. This is such a massive 2-1. This Prismatic choice, so big.
Yeah, 2 augments normally are the ones that we're looking here that are the high roll spots, and then we have a lot in the middle ground. So support golem, anyone who gets support golem will go for the win streak, and anyone who gets prismatic ticket will go for lose streak, and then try to go for that 2-cost reroll that are so important, obviously with a priority on the Syndra.
Yeah, and we saw in the previous series, Weibo using Shimmer Scale in that final game. Those 2-1 Shimmer Scales being huge. That's another thing that we got to watch out for if any of these players can grab that. Try and play for that first place.
Okay, no one still with any placement or any path. Good front line now with the Jays. Great units for the Alien. There's a Nunu. Okay, so it could be a possibility. He already has the Tristana, so Shaka with a possibility of playing Coldmaw here. No items yet as a possibility of slamming.
Here we go.
There it is for him. Wandering Trainer. He rolls the rest, maybe committing to this and trying to go for a win-out spot with one of the verticals that we have seen. No, he finds something else that he's doing. Maybe March of Progress, probably.
We saw that at what cost from Relic in their previous series.
Yeah.
When they played that full tempo, that full court press, and were able to get it done. March of Progress has been a relatively popular Prismatic since its inception.
Okay, I think we've seen on, we'll see it later, but I'm very sure Michael got a very interesting element.
There
so
it is.
There, at what cost? So
Jaga.
Level 6 immediately for him, playing with a lot of tempo here, trying to punish the rest of the lobby.
Finds a lot of pairs, but he's level 6 now, so trying to find the upgrades for these 1 costs a little bit harder. Still good potential to do so as we look at some of these picks. Ice pumping up. Here we go, March of Progress, also going to be tempo. Chitu going for that hedge fund. So we have kind of Ice and Chitu playing for the late game, playing for first place. Xiaoga, and here we go, playing for tempo.
Relic also maybe going for the loss and then going for the win out with this prismatic ticket. And Michael has that interesting augment. I really want to highlight it. And it's an augment that will allow him to, if he gets 4 units 3-star, he gets so much additional power. It's like Fortune. But with additional, we will see him later when he performed Ice. Already with the Syndra. Syndra 2 for him. Gets a Wukong early. Probably the best game. He didn't have any frontline, so he should be stable until now. And obviously, he cannot level up, so he will have to wait until that level 6, that natural level 6, to ramp up into the March of Progress.
So which 1-cost reroll will we see from Michael? Probably Scholar, right? It has to
it's
be
the only
every
one.
time.
Yeah.
It's the only one to play.
Yeah, normally, even because you need to have it as soon as possible. So you have to reroll 1 cost, and Scholar is the worst. That's the Clement Chu comp. He loves to use it.
Well, we'll have to see if Michael can hit those in time, because that cash out is insane. It's really, really strong. And the Scholar board is good enough. Even though usually you want to play it with Spellblade, the upgrades that you get from the adventure is going to be amazing, and that's going to be worthwhile. We look, both Relic and Michael going to be the ones potentially looking to loss streak through stage 2 for the side of Toronto Ultra. Here we go on the other side for Falcons, going to be on that loss streak, but he is level 5. So it's not going to be easy to hold on to that against Relic and Michael.
Already 40 gold for Chitux, going for the hedge fund, so perfect spot also for him. He doesn't have a win streak or a lose streak. Normally you want to maintain that lose streak, but he couldn't, so he won the last round. So the economy will not be perfect, but hedge fund is such an amazing element. He already has 2 Kassadins, so the direction is there for him. Replay. Now with that huge golem, and he also goes for the Ginsu, so it's perfect. The golem will give him so much support. It will tank, and then the Ginsu will give the ramp up with the Soy. Perfect unit and perfect setup to try to go for the win streak.
What an insane multi-striker golem for this. I mean, that is absurd to set up with a Kassadin. You can also play around Fiora with this, though. However, with the Ginsu Slam, I'm thinking Multi-Strikers kind of looks like it wants to be the future. I mean, maybe you can even just rock it with the Syndra. I mean, I guess there's other options. However, just having that Zeke's plus the Knight's Vow, so insane.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a spot on Multi-Striker, he can tempo it out, try to go for the Kalista. Kalista Flex has also been performing. It's not very big a lot, and it has mixed results, but it could also be a possibility here for him.
Seeing the carousel pickups. No spatulas early on this time. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, and Michael, we're seeing there, he already has the Zoe, he has the Lilia, he has the Poppy, so going for that reroll. Additional, remember, 4 units need to be 3-star for him to get the cash out.
We'll see what Relic decides to roll for as well with that prismatic ticket.
Okay, there it is. So we want to get Scholared in. And normally the cap out of this board would be Ari plus Hecarim. After we already have those 3-star important in place, normally the 1 cost and the Ari if we can, and then you get the ramp up with the Arcana. So it's a great composition. Even without this prismatic, you can play it, but this is the perfect spot to do it, and even go for a green out. Normally this comp is a top 4 comp. With this Aumet, with the proper cash out, it could be a top 1.
And we got Xiaoge going up against Here We Go. Here We Go was the one trying to look for a loss streak on Falcons, but Xiaoge's probably not the one you want to run into because you end up taking a lot of extra damage since he is already level 6. Replay up against Ice. Replay will be able to hold on to the win streak for now. One more round into neutrals as he shuts down Ice's win streak.
Yeah, there it is. Ice was there with good results. He has pumped it up, so it's not the worst. Normally, in the later stages, he will have the additional attack speed. And I really like the proposition that he has with the Syndra, stacking it up and then gaining additional resorts. Now, Xiaoge still going here, tranquil with him. 100 going up against probably replay if they face off. This will be very important. I will decide the only one with a green streak coming up into rocks.
Yeah, Xiaoge is going to be an uphill battle for Replay to actually beat. It looks like he's going to hold on to this Galio. Consider just econing to 30 if that ends up being his matchup, and I think that might be the case. But goes up against Relic instead, so gets to hold on to the win streak. Does not run into Xiaoge. Relic wanting to lose anyway with that prismatic ticket. So Replay and Relic both getting their wish in this fight. Very good for Toronto Ultra. On the other side, Xiaoge runs into Michael. This is beneficial. He wants to be hitting all of the Toronto Ultra members as hard as possible.
Yeah, this is good for everyone. So the game plan, as you were saying, Cass, is performing for both teams, both with a good proposition, everyone with direction, and they are playing well. So this will be defined by the little things, who are making the rolls at the perfect spot, who are getting good charms, and who makes the roll down and punish the rest of the lobby in a particular spot. So the field is very balanced right now, so they will need to perform at the highest level, even in the minimal detail, to get this round and to get the series. Remember, for everyone coming into the transmission right now, the series is close at 1-1. Whoever wins this game will pass to the quarterfinals, will pass to the playoff, and whoever loses will go to the loser bracket with a final chance to advance in the later rounds.
Here we go, already with a Syndra 2, starting to stack that up. Going for the adaptive helm, not finding bows early on. In fact, still not finding a single bow, but gets an additional tier, which can work out. There's finally a bow. Could just be a snap Ginsu's. And then look from there with the tier, find the Shojin later on. All that mana generation.
Okay, Michael, maybe he needs to roll here. Yeah, for sure. Maybe to 30 even. It's very important for him to get a little ramp up. He doesn't have a lose streak, so he doesn't need to maintain it right here. So getting deep. Holding the Warwick, this is interesting. So this is a variation of the comp. If the game gives him Warwick, he can get a lot closer to the 4/3 cost that he needs. He rolls to 30. Didn't hit much, but he needs to do it because there's a lot of units you need to hit. And if he goes to level 5, he will be very late. So now going to 30, it will be very easy to once again ramp up to 50 gold and then slow roll. So maybe in 4 rounds cast, we'll start seeing that cash out coming in for Michael.
Yeah, I do like just keeping the Warwick option open. The game was just giving him the copies, so just 3-star it. If you sell it later for your comp, that's great. You just use it for the cash out, and that's all that matters. Just got Replay, gonna hold on to the win streak, still into 3-2, avoiding Xiaoge even longer. This is just huge because usually taking this at what cost means that you can prevent anyone else from win streaking alongside you, because nobody is going to beat you getting that level 6. So speedy, but Replay has done so. He's avoided Xiaoge. Now he gets to push to level 6. He's only 1 level behind. It's actually possible now to contend with this at what cost.
Yeah, G2 planning to roll even a little more here. He thought about it. No. He thinks he's okay. He got the Akali early. Akali 2. He has the Kassadin 2 also, so great spot for him. More Akali. He decides to keep rolling here. And good. Now Relic trying to ramp up there and getting that additional Jinx. So now getting... Normally people... Okay, I was just going to say that Tristana 2 is more important, more impactful right now, but normally you want to play with the Jinx. He decides he needs to be stronger right now.
Yeah, we see Relic able to find 5 Kog'Maws, 6 Nunus with the Prismatic ticket, still kind of holding on to about 30 gold. Lot better situation. We see him actually slamming all the items on Tristana for now, potentially because you're going to transition those over to the Jinx later. Also, it's Golden Remover, so you can just actually, whenever you get the Kog'Maw 3, you can just swap them over easily.
Okay, Xiaoge in the left, going up against Ice. Should be an easy win for him. Ice still holding up that Syndra 1.
Replay hit Keepers to go alongside this Golem that has Knight's Vow and Zeke's, and he found Kassadin 2 with Quicksilver alongside that Ginsu. This is the spot that multi-strikers can win out. It can go first. This is a very crazy position for Replay, but he did roll a significant amount of gold. He's down to nothing.
Yeah, so he will need to temper it out until now. We saw he doesn't have Akali, so that carry will be 100% the Kassadin. And now in the right, Michael, who decides to keep rolling a little. He's still far. He has the Warwick, as you were saying. He has the Blitzcrank. He still needs 2 units
close
to beat 3-star and then get that cash out. So as soon as possible, as he can get it, it has to be very important for him. He cannot delay it so much, so he will not be able to maintain 50 gold for much units. So maybe he did a good roll down there. We'll see later. And now going up against the same team, Replay and Robin.
Yeah, Michael rolled deep, right? It's down to 20 gold. But he's 1 copy off of the Poppy, 2 off of Zoe. 3 1-cost units away from just having that upgraded adventure come through, get all of that extra bonus, and
2 more.
He
already had Warwick and Blitzcrank, so 2 more for him, and he's
exactly.
good.
Just exactly. It's just 3 single copies of 1 cost.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, and now Robin, we've seen it there. So starting up here, the 4 cost here. And let's see if it's something interesting. We should take a look also at the bottom side. We have the rest of the comps. So Robin already with the Shojin and the Ginsus for the Syndra. Syndra also for here we go 2-star. So both of them stable until now. Relic holding out that Tristana with good item. As you say, maybe the transition to the Jinx or maybe stay with the Tristana if he hit the 3-star as a possibility. Michael with the 3-star very close to it. Replay super strong. And the mirror of Replay will be Cheetos that already has the Kassadin, but maybe the Akali is the one who will perform for him.
Yeah, and G2 was much richer, but we see G2 down to 15 gold right now. Rolled all the way down, didn't find Michael. 1 more unit, just 1 more Zoe. And he gets the reward, but only at 10 gold here. Scary to try and roll down any more from this point. Finding the Poppy, very helpful, but he is going to roll. He's going to send it. All right, sends it just to 10. Had the heck room to sell off after the fact.
And it's amazing to see that Xiaoge and Replay still hasn't faced off. They're still 8 win streak each, and that would be so huge for them. They are the heroes of this comp, and they are the ones who want to go for that cap out.
Oh, and here it is. They finally face off. But Replay has powered up, and now this actually wants to be a fight he finds, and he's going to be the one to keep the win streak, because just look at this Kassadin, the Nashor's Tooth, another very strong pickup. You already have Omnivamp from the Knight's Vow. You've got the shields from the Keepers, so being able to just get more damage with that Nashor's Tooth, so good for that Kassadin. Replay shuts down Xiaoge's streak and gets to hold on to his own.
Yeah, here we go also. We have to mention 3 itemization with mana regeneration and speed, so that Syndra would scale so much into the late game, so he will also be a hero for there. And there it is. There's the cash out.
2 support items, TG, and then an Anvil.
This is a good one. This is a good one. We have the TG for the additional units. Normally in a 3-star, any front lane 3-star could be the Blitzcrank, could be the Warrior for now until we find something else, and 2 additional units to funnel out additional speed and also AP for the rest of the comp. Here it is. He gets the Martyr. So additional support also for the comp. And now Michael could start achieving a good win streak, going up now against Relic already with the Kog'Maw 3.
Oh, it wasn't even just a normal TG. It was an accomplice TG. Additional support items coming through there, being able to give even more power to this board. And as you said, it is kind of like a fortune cash out. We get there with the Scholars, and we'll see what this last augment is. If it can be something like Spellblades, Michael can actually genuinely cap this out very high.
Let's see how he performs. Remember, he wants now to go deep into the Scholar, so he wants to find the Ari, he wants to find the rest of the unit, and that Hecarim to accomplish the Bastion in the front line and try to get the Arcana in. And now it's just going up in hill and up in levels for him. Now the split screen, here we go, and Robinsons, the ones with the higher chance. So Syndra in the front, once again min-maxing the possibilities here, protecting a little, and trying to go for a better spot. So Robin has the mirror. He's good, but I don't think he's in a great spot. He still doesn't have additional tank units, but he has the Syndra too, and that's what really matters.
Yeah, and he's got some scaling from his initial augment, right? The Living Forge. Yeah. He's going to keep getting more and more of these artifacts to try and continue to buff up his board the longer this game goes on. So we'll see if he can continue to find some strength in that way.
Okay, so early 4-1 roll, especially from the rerollers, trying to avoid anyone who's going fast 8 to take out more units for them. So still far away from the Syndra, but getting additional units that will help him at least get more difficult for the rest of the team or the rest of the enemies to contest him.
Yeah, here we go, playing the Shapeshifter variation. Recognizing the Vanguard front line, going to be a little tough to get to, as G2 using all that money finds Kassadin 3 and Akali 3. That's going to hurt Replay's chances of getting there on both of those units, but Replay having so much health to work with, still on that 10-win streak.
Yeah, very important, this 4-1. Huge role, as you just mentioned, and now going up against Michael. Michael very strong. Doesn't seem like it's enough. He doesn't have the damage, and that Kassadin is totally obliterating him. Michael in a decent spot, but Cheetos is now totally the hero, and he could easily, with this comp, ramp it up and punish a lot of the lobby and get a chunk of HP there.
He hit PTA.
Oh my god.
Ridiculous.
The best
G2
augment for this comp.
The player to watch, the player to look for the win for Falcons. Already having the 3 stars and then hitting PTA. This is definitely a way to get first place in the game. And now you have to look to the side of Toronto Ultra. Who can get first? And if no one can beat G2, you have to be able to stomp out the rest of the Falcons.
Yeah, and I think that will be the way, because there's a clear win-out comp in case of Falcon, and there's not in the case of Toronto Ultra, so they will have to ramp it up. They will have to bring 3 people from the Falcons in the bottom 5, and obviously they will not be able to avoid that press to attack with the Kassadin 3. So a very, very difficult and tough spot for Toronto Ultra. Let's see how they manage.
Yeah, Relic at least with the golden ticket, able to find this Vanguard front line, finds the Rumble, finds the Nunu, and he's got that Kog'Maw online, 3 away from the Tristana, but at least the core of the composition is put together. It's not a first place comp, but he can play for top 4 because he has hit the board. He's already level 7. He's doing all right in this game. On the other side here, you can see Michael with his 3 stars, able to start dealing some damage to the side of the Falcons, getting a little chunk onto Xiaoge.
Okay, let's do a little recap. Relic, he's strong, and he's able to maneuver a little. Ice and Hugo will probably be a little concerned, so there's a possibility there for Toronto. But it's close. It's very close, Cass. I think both of them are recognizing their weak condition, but they're both close. So it will be down to who preserves more HP, who makes the changes here, who are rolling for charms to be sure to avoid that someone escapes, for example. So Michael will be one of them. He has many resources in place, and he will try to avoid that in the middle ground. Let's see this enough. He finds the Taric as an additional tank, and now funneling all the damage with the Warwick with the support items in the back.
He's against Ice, and he needs to start hammering this home. They need to put Ice into 8th place. We saw Ice escape many times so far this series and place much higher than his position felt like it should. This time it looks like Michael's going to be able to deal some damage, though. That Syndra is cranking through the front line. It's just too many 3 stars at this point, even though they're 1 cost. All the support items giving so much tanky stats to the 3 stars, scaling off of that HP, working so great, and Ice is going to take another hit. Here we go, also falling quite low. Toronto Ultra making it happen here. Everyone except for Replay winning their round, dealing some damage to the side of the Falcons.
This is huge for Toronto because Ice has a ramp it up augment. He has the pumping up. So in stage 5, he will be so strong. So trying to avoid him to ramp up now is very important because later stages he will ramp up with the Syndra and he will ramp up with the pump it up. So actually good win for them. Still isn't out. 8 lose streak for Ice, but he is getting stronger naturally into the game.
Yeah, Ice having no money and the front line not being good for him just yet. Has just a couple rolls here. Paris is Tom Kench, but he'd only have 1 roll left. He has to decide, do you want this summon Voidling? Do you need to try and stay alive longer? He is going to grab it.
Yep. Yeah, he needs anything. Anything that can give him a chance to avoid getting eliminated in this round is huge for him, trying to avoid the 8th and not giving a possibility to Toronto Ultra. They already have a hero. Now they need the stacker to avoid going 8th and giving a better chance, an easy chance for the Falcons to achieve this victory. Remember, game 3 of this round, 1-1 Toronto versus Falcons.
We saw Relic find the Tristana 3. He's getting even stronger in that Kog'Maw reroll build. Now Robin Songs having a chance to put down Ice for good in this game, in this series. Needs to send a Falcons player 8th considering Chi2's spot. And we see so far a lot of power for Robin Songs.
Oh, he's out.
Takes down Ice. Ice will go out in 8th. Robin getting it done for his team here. They needed to trap Ice on that pumping up, on that scaling, not let him break free of stage 4. And they do so. So even though Chi2 might have a runaway first place coming through, there is still some parity with the 8th going to the Falcons.
Yeah, 100%. So both win conditions weren't achieved now for Falcons, so it's an open game. I think they're parity, even though Ice goes down, they're not underdogs by any means. They're very, very powerful, so the rest of the game will define the rest. Karma 2, now here for Shaka, with a possibility of making the change. The Norra, very important unit. Norra 2 will be very hard to achieve, but if he gets a Norra 2 early, or at least with the gold that he has, this is one of the best legendaries when you have them itemized. Very, very strong, a strong utility for the rest of the game, and now the Karma will be the additional damage. So, good gameplay and good fast 9 composition here for Shaka.
Yeah, let's see if Relic, while still in his power spike, can get some damage down onto Shaka, because he will get outscaled with this Kog'Maw composition. He's got 1 item slot still remaining for the Cog though, so there's a little bit more power that he can get, and for now he can deal some damage to this Falcons lineup. That is Relic's job right now.
Huge.
He is the hammer. He has to deal as much as he can to the Falcons.
Okay, and once again here we replay taking a loss against Michael. He has a lot of HP that he preserves during the early game thanks to this golem, so actually helping the team here, good to see. And it's close, guys. It's for anyone here. The Syndra doing good here. As we remember, both of these comps, anyone who has Syndra is scaling right now. Cassiopeia also with the Ginsu as an additional damage, but it's not popping up for him. Shyvana 3, no items, so no frontline. Now he's expecting to make the change. He has all the items now in bench, and now will be the pop-off. Trying to go also for the Briar as a possibility. We have them in the bench, so that vertical of 6-8 shipper will come in and try to win more time for the Ginso to ramp up.
Yeah, right now just having the 5 in, but as you said, with the Briar, getting 6 online, very possible. 1 copy of each, 1 cost. That means you can find Elise or Jace if you want to play for all 6. And there it is. 6 Shapeshifter in. Now, it's just about hitting Briar 2!
Oh!
And here we go, finds
so
it!
Huge!
Incredibly clutch because he's the one on the chopping block.
Yeah, and now you can put the items on Briar. You weren't, and now
Nico
the Nico.
3.
He has choices now. He can do anything he wants with the support item, maybe funnel in the middle. This is huge for the Falcons. Here we go, going again.
Here we go, gets to hold on once more. So many times we've seen these Falcon players back against the wall, last couple of rolls, and they find exactly what they need. Briar 2, Nico 3, and it's just too much for the Xiaoge board to deal with. Now Xiaoge is just going to be tanking with his HP to try and help the rest of the team. However, Karma actually doing a little too good in this fight. Here we go, might be taking a little bit of damage from his teammate. Very close, but yeah, Xiaoge. Uh-oh, that's not what Falcons want. I think this 6 Shapeshifter board is a little bit better for the overarching game plan here. Potential look for the win out, but that just shows the weakness of 6 Shapeshifter. It is something that a lot of people have thought the 4 Vanguard version a lot better.
Yeah.
We're seeing Shapeshifters falling a little flat into the Karma.
Yeah, normally in the late game it falls down, but you want to see what he has. He has the 3-star with the Shyvana, with the Nico, getting the early Briar. Normally, it should work, but well, the Karma in the later stage was so amazing for the rest, and finally taking the loss. So here we go, only 1 HP less, and now we're going with the final comp. Relic. He's the one who can take it out.
Oh, no, it's not Relic's board.
Okay.
This is instead going to be Replay's board.
Nice.
Relic was just watching. He knows they have to take out. Here we go. Relic is the next on the chopping block for Toronto Ultra. He's done kind of everything he can with that Kog'Maw board, getting as strong as possible in this Prismatic lobby early on. Looks like it will be one more survival for Here We Go. Replay going to take a little bit more damage, but he preserves so much with that streak in the early stages of the game. Relic finds a win. Somebody has to take down Here We Go.
Okay, Here We Go knows he cannot lose the next round. He gets the dummy here, so additional power, additional front lane. He needs to give additional time to that Syndra to scale. He doesn't have much damage. That's what's important, no? He has so much front line, but there's lacking so much damage for him. Now, the additional damage that he needs comes with the Cassiopeia, and now with the possibility of that Nasus 2-star to even give him more time to ramp up the double Ginsos. He goes with a Ghost, so this is good news for him. He goes against Relic, but it's Relic's Ghost, so less power for him.
Yeah, Relic's Ghost, and there's so much power. Here We Go hit every upgrade, and that's going to buy him time to get the Nasus 2, make the board fully upgraded. If he can find something like a TG for the Briar off the carousel, he is in business, as Relic trying to hold on as well, going up against Cheetu, who's kind of fallen off. We've seen a lot of losses for this multi-striker board. Maybe not as free of a first as we initially thought, which bodes very well for Toronto Ultra. Relic going to deal even more damage to Cheetu. 3-loss streak. We thought this was going to be a runaway. It's not the case. Multi-striker's hitting a lot of the things that he needed, but not able to find further upgrades from there.
This is so huge for everyone. Such an amazing gameplay. Relic probably trying to go for the Vanguard emblem there, thinking it into the end, trying to think if there's anything else that need to be griefed, and it's more important for them now, thinking about the Karma, thinking about their Diari, so he goes for a crowd control and trying to avoid this late game that is so important.
He didn't have a third Kog'Maw item, so now it's his third Kog'Maw item. Very, very important that he's able to pick that up. Probably didn't have a chance to grief here because he needs that. He's actually strong enough to win some rounds still, and he has some fight left in him. He has some ability to help his team even more by getting stronger, getting this onto the Kog'Maw. As we're going to see him roll down again on 7, just looking for a good potential pop with the charm, and he will get to complete an item with that glove he has open on the bench.
Okay, let's see what he decides. He can go... Okay, he decides to go for a little more frontline. He was good there, so the additional, the secondary carry, the off-tank now with the Rumble, additional damage for him with the Crown, getting so much HP and also AP for him. And now once again, Here We Go. Win position for him in terms of unit. Let's see if it's enough. And he goes against the 3-star Kassadin.
Yeah, he's against Cheetu, and once again, we're going to see that Akali fall way too early. Looks like Here We Go will survive, but that's going to start to put Cheetu in a very precarious situation. Yeah. On a 4 loss, going to be falling even lower. This is a big loss as well because one of his carries died immediately. So now this is going to come down to a single life potentially for Cheetu as well. And Michael going to take a hit as well. It's getting very close on the HP.
Yeah, how much can you help your team? Because we saw Kitus that maybe he took outside some of the multi-striker to make sure that Here We Go wouldn't lose, but it was a total obliteration in the next round. So now it's up for everyone. Kitux, Michael, Relic, Here We Go, less than 20 HP. Replay only 21. It's for everyone. Anyone can win. This is the final round. Whoever wins the series classifies to the playoff.
And Chauga finding the upgrade onto the Xerath, onto the Karma, onto the Nami, everything going his way. He's now in the position. We talked about, hey, maybe he shouldn't have held on to HP. His spot wasn't good. No, it was even better. He'd made it to 9. He hits everything. Looking for that first place. So Toronto Ultra has to hold on. They have to take out, Here We Go. They have to take out as many of these other players immediately. As we see Michael versus Relic, one of them will be eliminated. And Robin really needs the win versus Here We Go. Nami perfectly positioned, crowd controlling both of the backliners, but now it's can they get through the Nico? It looks like Syndra can. Syndra 2 has scaled, the Living Forge has scaled, and Here We Go is sent out of the game by Robin. You see a stand up from Michael, he pops off as they take out Here We Go.
The total celebration here for Toronto Ultra. Amazing for them. Getting ice. Here We Go. And Kitus out.
They've locked it in. That means 3 of them in the top 4. Toronto Ultra are advancing to the playoffs, taking down the Falcons, the tournament favorite, the underdog team from the Americas. People asked, would there be an issue with language barrier, with communication? Would they not be a strong enough team because they don't have all the accolades? And they proved everyone wrong, making it out of their group as the winners in a very difficult group with the Falcons.
It's the noodles. Robin said it in the interview. The mom of Robinson getting the noodles for them, getting the lock in, and not only the lock, the preparation. These guys prepared so much on scrims. I talked to Relic. They were in Madrid for 2 weeks, making a huge advancement in the way of playing, knowing how to play 4v4 in a best way, and the communication is perfect. Michael said it yesterday, I love my team. I have so good teammates, and they have been supporting themselves so much. We have now confirmed that they will advance to the playoff. They will go, or they will be in the playoffs with Wolf. They will be with the rest of the teams, and we will decide tomorrow the rest of the team that will advance. So great for Toronto Ultra, great for the Americas.
Yeah, it's huge, and Falcons can't be too disheartened yet. They still have another chance to make it through. Sure. They're going to the lower bracket, and with the performances they've been putting up, I would be shocked if this team does not find their way out of the group stage. The fact that it came down to just a few HP in this game, it came down to Toronto Ultra having to have a miracle in game 1 to go 1-2 after the 7-8. This Falcons team are a force to be reckoned with, and the fact that they've fallen once does not mean they will topple so easily.
Yeah, they're still tier S in any tier list that we have. They've been playing amazing. The second game demonstrated that, playing so good. And I love to see it. We learned so much about the teamwork here, the Pyfer being used so much for the early game to try to funnel units. Even if it doesn't work, you try to look for that out, and it actually worked for the rest. Now they're just shaping it out. Very happy with their performance, and Toronto Ultra once again qualifying to the quarterfinals. This is great. This is great for Americas. And as you said, Falcon still with a chance. They will play tomorrow. They will go with the winner of the loser bracket from today from this Group D and try to achieve then the rest and the transmission, the qualifications for the playoffs.
And Relic with yet another top 4 for this team. He has been an absolute rock for everyone on Toronto Ultra. The team
Do you have him
captain.
as the MVP, maybe?
I think
he should be, right?
I think so, especially after game 1 as well, just holding on for his team, getting that first place. I mean, we'll see based on, AVP, etc. Sure. But in my opinion, I think Relic, so far for Toronto Ultra in the tournament, not even just this series, has been the MVP and doing it from that captain role. It's so impressive to see him do this.
Yeah, and performing with Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw didn't have results yesterday. One of the most played comps and higher than 5.5. I think 4.5. He has like a 5.9 on yesterday on Clement's stats, and he wasn't performing, and he played it well. He just said it in the early game. He gave the game to Tristana. He gave not in the normal way. He didn't go for the Jinx, even though that's the way that he normally plays it, and recognizing his spot to actually penalize the lobby with full strength. And now they're celebrating. They're still talking about it. They're still, okay, what should we have done? What are we doing here? And obviously taking good performance. So glad and so happy for them. And also, as you said, I'm expecting Falcon to also advance in tomorrow's matchup.
Yeah, finding another good out. We saw the Vanguard Nunu was kind of the way he played around this Kog'Maw composition to increase the cap. You heard Ian say in the update from the B stream, we saw Kog'Maw finally get a top 3 placement the first time in the tournament. Well, now we've got 2 times as Relic has done it once more here. And Robin, I think, a big bounce back in getting to be the hero in this game. Robin very frequently has been taking the Kog'Maw role. He's been going, 7th or 8th or whatever, just trying to fight against the opposition. He did it in the first 2 games in our series. But in this final game, it was his Syndra being able to take out Here We Go that made all the difference. And now fighting for that first with Xiaoge, yeah, it's kind of a point of pride to get that first. But Robin showing that he can not only play the supportive style for his team, but he can be that carry that we know and love from North America. We're in the regionals in the past. He has that record-setting, that tone-setting regional performance, that 1-1-1 flag 1-1. We know he's good at being able to cap out boards.
Yeah, they're all good. They're amazing. And it's good to see the styles, right? Because even though in TFT you want to be overall, everyone has their own style, but they're actually sacrificing for the rest. So very good to see. I love the format. There's the fist bump. It wasn't put in the middle, but now once again, and now Toronto Ultra confirmed to qualify CAS for quarterfinals, and I'm so happy for them. A team that has been underrated in all tier lists so far. People are starting to believe, and this will be with the loss of Fnatic being eliminated in the previous game. Now Toronto Ultra will be, together with Gikai, the possibilities of America of transferring into playoff and compete in the great stage and try to get the trophy for the region.
Yeah, carrying the torch for the Americas and doing it in the best possible way as a team of mixed regions, right?
Sure.
From the original regions before we got the merger, we have LATAM players and North American players on this roster, and I think it's beautiful. I think it's great for the Americas when we have that continued improvement between those two regions, sharing a lot of their tech with each other and getting better and better and better, because at the end of the day, as the Americas region, we just want to keep being one of the best regions in the world.
Yeah, people were talking about Toronto, maybe not Vitality. We didn't know how will they perform. They did a good performance in the later stages of yesterday, also winning against Carmine Corp. So America's performing, and obviously China demonstrating good usage, good tempo. Maybe Twisted Mind not with a good position in the first round, but now we're seeing Falcon. They're playing absolutely amazing CAS. This was a master class of how 4v4 should be played. Love to see it, and I want to see more of it. This type of tactics, I think it will be refined even more into the later stages, but this is what we want to see. This is what we came for.
For sure, one of my favorite series of the weekend by far. And again, I think Falcons just absolutely terrifying to be playing against. They crushed Toronto Ultra in that second game, and all the other games were so incredibly close, coming from very, very close placements, not able to actually get it done at the end. But we are going to get to go down to the stage and interview a player from Toronto Ultra.
Wow!
Replay, congratulations on making it through to playoffs, but let's go ahead and replay everything that took place during that series, starting with game number 1. Making use of that desperate plea, talk to me about team communication, because everybody upstairs was yelling at the screen.
Yeah, I think game 1 was kind of like everything seemed to be going correct at the end of the game, at the beginning of the game. Like at the end of the game, I hit a dragon to win a fight into desperate plea to let Relic not kill me into us winning. I mean, I think that's just like charms are a good part of the game, I guess.
Everybody in the team was yelling. What was communication like?
I mean, it was pretty clean because, I mean, we're trying to stay focused in the game, and we mostly just yell out of the game and before the game.
Well, for game number 2, that wasn't necessarily the case because all 4 of your players ended up in the bottom 4 of that matchup. So was there anything in particular you feel that you guys could have worked on or that Falcons did particularly well?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a combination of like our game was a little bit low roll, and we also had like some miscommunications in Carousel where we didn't take the right items, we didn't deny the right stings. So it was not a well-played game by us, but it happens.
Well, a little birdie told me that you boys were boot camping over in Madrid prior to heading into EWC. So tell me, how vital was that for you, especially with the new set having come out?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, when we started playing the scrims, we legit lost almost every single game. Like, we were getting 0-5 and whatnot. But I mean, we've been playing scrims for a lot of days now, like probably like multiple weeks. And that our results have gotten better and better, and we've gotten a lot better too.
So basically what you're saying is boot camping has definitely helped you boys heading into this.
For sure, for sure. We spent so much time every single day, like scrimming and practicing, so.
Well, best of luck in playoffs. Congrats again to you and your team. I'm gonna let you go ahead and join them. But without further ado, it's back over to the studio.
Thank you so much, Arasi and Replay. Congratulations here really is due for Toronto Ultra. Knocking Falcons into that lower bracket. Was that on your bingo card for today?
It definitely wasn't. Team Falcon was a heavy favorite, and I have to say for them, this could have been a very easy 2-0 series. We just heard Replay say, Game 1, Desperate Plea plus Dragon, Charm saved the day, and Game 2, Falcons really decimated them, putting all players in the bottom 4. So I still think Falcons has a great chance to advance to the playoffs.
And also, like, again, like, I want to, like, talk about this. Like, for the first time in this tournament, we saw a full-on top 4 split. Right, and also now we're going in there and they're going out in a blowout style as well, getting the reverse hit in there, but also some of the things going right we talked about as well. Right, the desperate plea before the dragon, then the desperate plea. Just absolutely everything coming up the correct way for Toronto, but the mental fortitude that they showed, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and that mental fortitude is something they're going to have to head on to as they're going to be heading into playoffs. But similarly for Falcons here, because I think by far this was one of the most favorite teams that we had competing at TFT and EWC. But they're now one game away from going home.
I'm still not too worried about them. This is the first time we see them on the mainstream, and we get to see their style. They're relentless in punishing people on the bottom of those rankings right there. We saw the game in Game 2 versus Robin Songs, and Chitu was holding more Kog'Maws than even Robin Songs was having. So they know a very heavy tempo style. They're going to target you one by one, take you out of the ladder, and then they just roll in with the big hammers on the top with the tempo players.
Also, again, Chitu was playing a really interesting style, right? Going with the hedge fund, but instead of going for those heavy fast 8, fast 9s, you see normally he went for a tempo roll down plan with the Kassadin, really showcasing that you can use these augments in very different ways.
Yeah, and we're looking at Toronto Ultra here, and I think coming into this, they were not really the favorites, if we're being completely honest. And I feel like today has been the story of the underdogs. We saw it with GK, we saw it with Weibo, we're now seeing it with Toronto Ultra. I mean, I'm loving it, I'm enjoying this, but what is it specifically that Toronto has done so well in these games that has allowed them to come back? Because you're right, the second game was really, really scary.
Well, it was a bit of luck in the early one, but for Game 3, I think they had a lot of diverse game plans. The Kog'Maw, as everyone was talking about, not so well when contested, but Relic sees it's wide open, hits on 3-2 with the 3-star Kog'Maw, makes a statement, and they also recognize who their win-out player was going to be. It was going to be the Living Forge on Robin Songs. He started winning every single round once he hit the Horizon Focus and Nami combination. Leviathan goes through, takes 30% max HP off of every unit in its path, and that was the win outcome for them. Congratulations to Toronto. They surprised me.
Absolutely. And if you had to pick out one player that you think would deserve that MVP title, a player that has really stood out to you here, who would you give it to?
I mean, I feel like Relic, right, again, as the cast was all talking about, really showcasing his pedigree as a player. And again, the player that kind of before him was talking like one of the leaders together with Robin Songs. And again, Robin was kind of stuck on Kog'Maw duty for a while. Then it's Relic's turn to go on Kog'Maw duty. All of a sudden, he gets into a top 3. I mean, if that is not an MVP performance, I don't know what is.
Well, actually, the MVP, as much as this would have been deserved for Toronto, Falcons have had a phenomenal game so far, regardless of the results here, and they'll be the ones who take away that MVP title, which I think further only solidifies the dominance that we've seen from them.
Absolutely. You know, these players, I think it's going to go to Schalke probably. He's had that good win-out position, was second rank, and I really liked his boards, which were very unorthodox. We finally got to see the Arcana level 9 board. In my opinion, the highest cap that you can get in the game with the Xerath at the very end. So I'm not sure if it's Schalke, but if it is
Schalke, yes.
Yes,
correct.
okay, I got it right. I think that Schalke definitely deserves it.
Also, I kind of want to stick to the point about those unconventional board states, right? Michael going down that upgraded journey, right? Going through that, getting a great cash out as well from that as well on top of it.
I think it also, for me personally, brings the question in regards to creativity with this set. I feel like we've seen not a lot of it at all, to be completely fair. And maybe this is kind of showing that there could be some alternate, different ways that we can approach these games.
And also, again, Falcons in the last game, Clement, we were talking about it, they were double contesting Syndra while the other team was also holding Syndra, right? It was a little bit of a messy team play situation going on right there, but absolutely, again, just a great series overall provided on every single facet.
Schalke coming in from the JOC tournament. We don't even see him playing TFT for the most part. He plays on mobile game, comes in, is the MVP of the squad. Great story from him. Always does it when his team needs it.
What more can you want, right, from one of your players here? But we also asked you guys when it came to the predictions, which one of the teams you think will come out victorious. And the SCC play results are in 85% for Falcons. This is the highest percentage we've had so far today when it comes to voting for one particular team. And unfortunately, you guys were wrong. That's all I can say about that.
Local fans out in force, but I guarantee you, I still have faith in Falcons. This was the series they should have won, if not for those desperate pleas.
Absolutely. Again, it just really showcases how strong and how you need to be able to play around every single situation when it comes down to it, because every single point of HP gives you that much more time to find a charm like Desperately to buy you even more time and buy your placement.
Yeah, and we also still have another match to go, and that is the Dr. Suleiman El Habib showdown. And something to really keep in mind here is the fact that we have KC going up against Twisted Mind. I think KC yesterday didn't necessarily hit the mark that we expected them to with that 2-0 loss against Vitality.
Was a very slow game plan coming in from them. Usually you want your win-out player, only one of them, and only one can lose streak, but they were going for 3 players lose streaking at the same time, and they just got completely ran over. I expect them to go more heavily into the rerolls, catch up to the rest of the meta.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's very worth noting here. We're going to see a team that's going to be completely locked in now. Understood that their take was not necessarily the correct one. These players individually are just absolutely amazing at what they do, but on the other side of the field, this Twisted Mind team is no slouch either.
Yeah, when we're looking at Twisted Mind particularly, that's another star-studded roster. But I feel like especially when we're looking at the likes of Fnatic, even though you have rosters that have players that are absolutely individually brilliant, it doesn't necessarily translate into that team environment because you need to approach it a little bit differently.
I still think they need, sorry for going back into the heroes, I still think they need their ace in 60 seconds to start performing because he was the player with the most points during the open qualifiers. They rely on him to outcap his boards. This is what his career has been built on. Yesterday, averages 6 in the placements, not what they're looking for. If he's online, I still think Twisted Minds is in a good position.
It's also amazing to look at the fact that like you're looking at a team where Hwanmei isn't even your ace, right? Like, it's actually unreal, like, how stacked this team is.
And even though they are stacked, I think as well, another thing that we really have to highlight here is this is another elimination match. The match that we had earlier was the only one that allowed promotion. KC or Twisted Mind are going home, and that's another key that's going to be crushed.
I don't know which key I want to see getting destroyed right here. There's so many GOATs here. Double 61, most potentially the Western GOAT, and Hwanmei, the Eastern GOAT. Both of these players have 4 times at the Global Championships. They both have championship titles here. It's going to be a heartbreaking moment. Whichever one has to go home today.
Let's start off with Twisted Mind particularly and dissect not just how they were playing yesterday, but also this roster. We're already highlighting the fact that they have so many individual talented players on this team. But what is the combination that you think is what they need to do to be able to step up today?
I mean, you need to see 60-second and Hwanmei firing on all cylinders right now. Really need to take a bit of load off of the likes of Ryu and Snowy here as well, so they can get in, feel comfortable, because again, like those Hwanmei and 60-second are 2 of the most experienced players in TFT, period.
We have seen Zirek go more for the 4 cost. I would call him the scrapper on the team. He's not trying to win out. He's just trying to avoid going the 7th and 8th place and play whatever composition comes his way. On the other hand, you have Ace, who is 60 seconds, who is the ace of the team. You need him to cap high. You need him to go for those first place and your tiebreaker wins. Snowy is going to be the newest member on the team. He has less pedigree than the rest of the roster, but has been winning a lot of local tournaments in the Chinese TFT scene. So I think Snowy is going to be the most likely player to come in with new tech to kind of surprise us, but the veterans have to carry the most of the load.
When it comes to Twisted Mind yesterday and how they were performing, what do you think was the biggest issue with their approach to the game that has knocked them into this lower bracket?
I mean, Clement kind of spoke about it already, right? The fact that 60-second was on that 6.0 average set, right? Like, that is just not good enough when you need to be the player that's performing, the player that's being set up, getting all those resources funneled in. You need to be able to figure out a way for 60-second or whoever they might chase to be a different ace. You never know, they could change it up, but make better use of the team resources.
The story was very similar to Fnatic. They failed to get a single first place during that series, so, you know, you have to cap high, you have to win those tiebreakers to get it in. I just think Twisted Minds, I'm a huge Hwanmei fan. I was so happy to see him shake his hand. He is the best player in TFT. He's so creative. And it's been a while since he's done something on the international stage. I would love to see him pick it up starting in EWC.
And they have to start today. And they have to start against a roster like KC, who we also had high expectations of coming into the match yesterday against Vitality. Didn't necessarily go the way that they were looking forward to it. What happened there?
I mean, they just look combative. They look out of place, I think it's safe to say, right? They were looking a little bit like they weren't playing full-on 4v4 Teamfight Tactics here, right? You have double, like, full-on open forwarding, but not necessarily capping out in big enough ways, which just sounds like almost weird to say when you're talking about double and campus, the 2 players that really pioneered this really incredible cap-out style of TFT all the way back in the start of 2020.
Really want to see them clean up their lines a little bit because they went the most into Jinx and the Vigar line, which are both averaging below 6 in place. So if you just avoid those, play a little bit more tempo, get in with the meta, and only have one win-out player. Maybe double, maybe canvas, just one on the team. I think it's much easier to play around.
Well, let's see what KC had to say ahead of this matchup, because we have Ian ready with an interview, so please do take it away.
All right, I'm now joined by Double from Carmine Corp. You're in a bit of trouble here, in theory. Of course, if you lose, you're out. You feeling that?
I mean, it's the last chance. I think we can do it, and I hope we will make it. But yeah, tonight is the last chance for us, and I hope that we will win. We will win the match.
You're, of course, considered one of the EMEA GOATs, right? Arguably a global greatest of all time. Do you find these environments somewhere that you thrive, or do you still, even at your level, feel that pressure?
No, I don't think there's a pressure. I mean, I have no pressure in tournament, so I just play my game, and I hope that it goes well, and I hope that it will go well tonight. So yeah, never pressure.
Both you and your opponents have suffered 2-0 losses yesterday. Are you going to be switching things up here and try a different approach?
No, I think yesterday we were missing something, but I hope that tonight we will be complete. But if we play our game that we were playing in our last scrims, I think we will do well.
Whatever was missing yesterday, they are looking to find it here tonight. Best of luck, Double.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, they seem confident, locked in, and I think, again, a little bit of time that they've had between yesterday's match to today, potentially they figured out a different strategy.
Absolutely. KC, we know what they've seen at Worlds. All the EMEA fans know they're known for capping their boards and playing really, really well. Maybe to the level of this board as well.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, you're talking about the global stage performance here. We could be in a world where we're seeing the current champion of the sets as well as this runner-up eliminated here without even making it to the playoffs.
Well, let's head over to you guys and ask you the real hard-hitting questions. Which one of the teams do you think is going to be able to close this one out? Is KC going to stay in the run, or will Twisted Minds have another go? Let us know. Head over to scplay.gg and cast your vote. Or do you guys think that the bunnies are going to win? Because look at them.
They're so cute. You have to try and draw them out. Yeah, absolutely. I will say, I'll give the tip to the listeners out there. Twisted Minds is going to win, okay?
Don't. You cannot be biased.
I will ride my biases into the sunset. Carmine Corp all the way 2-0. Let's go.
All right, so we have a Carmine Core, we have a Twisted Mind, a little bit of a disagreement here on the desk, but we are ready to head into the final best of 3 of the day. The loser will have their keys crushed, and the winner will head over back into this lower bracket. So I hope you guys are ready, because we are now heading into KC going up against Twisted Minds.
We are back once again, everybody, and fancy, we are down to our final elimination game of the day. By the end of today, we could have had 2 of our favorite teams being knocked out here at the Esports World Cup.
Ooh. Absolutely. I mean, it was such a good match. Everyone thought that Falcons are definitely the favorite in like coming into the game, but then Toronto Ultra, they held to their word. They said that they can win against Falcons, and they did just that. But now we are up next with another elimination match and one more key to crush from the big stage.
That is right. Dreams will be shattered once more. So without further ado, our first team is none other than Carmine Corp. With 2 long-standing players and 2 more joining just a few months ago, can they forge some extra team synergy after their loss yesterday and live to fight another day? What do you think?
Honestly, it's really hard to tell. They are a favorite to win the whole thing, but their opponents are also the same thing. So please welcome the home team, Twisted Minds. This roster is highly regarded individually, coming in second from the fearsome China qualifiers. But they lost their game as a team first last night against Mirai and Sejong. And now they have to fight tooth and nail to stay in the tournament.
Tooth and nail it is, but which one is going to be coming out looking fiercer is the real question. Dare I say it, I'm going to go ahead and back Carmine Corp once more. I hope they don't let me down.
mean, honestly, we heard the desk just now. They're talking about today being the underdogs day. All the teams that weren't the favorite won their matches, but we have two powerhouses right now for the final match. So how about we send it to the desk and talk about the game more?
Welcome back, everyone. We're here for series number 4 today. I'm Petrus Panda, joined by Stuart for another very incredible series. And once again, Carmine Core, the closer of the day, this time facing off against Twisted Minds. If you were to ask any of our viewers, start of the tournament, you might think this is the final because these two teams were favorites. Somehow, Stuart, yesterday they both got 2-0'd. Of course, very difficult competition in this group. We had Team Vitality with Soju and Milk absolutely dominating, and the Korean team. Also, MSJ doing a really, really good job, and I think one of the big upsets alongside Z10 beating Fnatic.
No, I think that's the big thing, right? I think coming into this, I mean, we knew that this group going into the tournament was kind of basically the group of death with so many powerhouses. I think MSJ definitely being kind of the underdogs. But the big thing now is that with them both being in the lower bracket, it's going to be difficult now because both of these teams, if they lose this series, that's it for them. They're gone. Carmine Corp, you know, so many talented players in the EMEA scene that we've covered for so many years. Even same on Twisted Minds as well. Hwanmei, incredible talent. 62nd as well. Like, this series could go either way.
And Group B and C really followed a similar dynamic where you have these, you know, talks of it being the group of death. Both had very strong teams, and suddenly the in theory worst team in the group played spoiler. Z10 beating Fnatic. Now Fnatic is out after losing today as well. Similar case for MSJ, the Korean team beating Twisted Minds, and now potentially throwing a wrench in the plans of every other group in what could be a group of death. So this is why we're seeing such a tough matchup right away, and this is really stellar players from across the board from 2 different regions. I think Clement put it best on the analyst desk in talks, you know, entering this game. Double considered the Western GOAT, Hwanmei considered the Eastern GOAT from CN, and both players really peaked earlier into their career. They've won champs, now a lot of sets to go, but they've still been incredibly dominant, especially Double, obviously, second place, last champs.
No, definitely. I feel like both of them are still performing incredibly well. Maybe, again, as you mentioned, not to that high peak that they did really early on in the TFT competitive scene, but I feel like now both teams are coming into this, both teams having already played a series yesterday, they both want to try and bounce back. And I feel like today has been a kind of momentum day in terms of like communication, right? I think communication has been so key in these series. You know, teams that have had these boot camps, you know, we saw last series with Toronto Ultra. We know that Twisted Minds has also had a boot camp. They came into Saudi Arabia quite early, with Twisted Minds being a Saudi org, so they've had a bit of time to boot camp. But it all comes down to this. It all comes down to potentially 3 games of TFT.
And let's talk about the portal for this game. Number 1, completed Anvil, which means that a few things can happen. First of all, if you're playing Syndra and you find a Shojin, a Rageblade, one of the BIS items for Syndra, you can start scaling those casts much quicker. We see already some very strong options. Support Golem and Pilfer were there for Double 61. It will be the Support Golem in the end. And, well, talking about BIS Syndra items, there is an Asher's, there's a Rageblade. Unfortunately, there's not a Syndra right now, but, you know, a few more different shops, that can change.
This is where the communication has to come in, because everyone's going to get a completed Anvil, right? Loads of people are going to get different options, whether it's Rageblade, whether it's Nash's Tooth. You could also get Quicksilver for likes of Kassadin as well.
I love the Rageblade pickup. I mentioned it a lot yesterday on my cast. It's, I think, a very flexible item in terms of all the rerolls. Kassadin is a good Rageblade user. Syndra now has become a good Rageblade user as well. Kog'Maw, even in the worst cases, can also carry a Rageblade, if not Jinx later on, if you have a remover, even Tristana to some extent. But right away, we see Zidue with a Rageblade already slammed and a Syndra there as well. The Randuins adding some extra tank ability to this board, allowing that Syndra to scale, get those extra casts in.
Yeah, I mean, even if you want to play these kind of tempo boards, we've been seeing quite a lot as well. If you don't want to go for the reroll in terms of Syndra, even though it is the best user, you can use it on things like Kalista later on as well. And I mean, worst case scenario, you could also probably use it on Carmine. No, again, another user that could be really well. So, in my opinion, like you said as well, I feel like Rageblade is probably one of the best, if not the best item out there at the moment in the current meta.
And a loss here for Zidue, usually a good thing for Syndra players because you have the priority on the first carousel. You have that chance to complete your second BIS item for that Syndra, which matters so much more than it usually does for finding BIS in your units because of how Syndra scales into the late game and can become an absolute win condition in her own right. One more thing to mention, I wonder if anyone's picked up any kind of Mogul's Mail because I think with the extra completed item, it means you have a second or a third tank item already built, and you can get so much more gold value. It's, again, one of those scaling situations that, again, can become a win condition in its own right.
No, definitely. And I feel like in general, what we're seeing at the moment from these early stages is a lot of players not really slamming their items. We're already seeing it from 3 boards at the moment. We've got the 3 components on the bench, and we're just slamming, you know, little components, not even completing items, because we have that one completed item. That's 4 boards now that I've seen. We see Dark Hydra on the other side as well, not actually building items and completing items, because no one really knows what direction they're going in. There's not a lot of Syndras, there's not a lot of Kassadins that have been put on these boards in the early game.
Unfortunately for Hydra, picking up Epitaph, it's usually an augment you want to pick up at 4-2 because you have that many more units. You get immediately a lot of great value. It's a great combat augment. Then, early game, things like Unified, for example, similarly, do not give that much value. You just don't have that many units to get that scaling value from. So Hydra potentially going to lose streak stage 2. I think playing to Kassadin, it looks like as a BT slam, can of course go into a flex Fiora game plan, but that would delay, I think, his game plan by quite a bit. You can't really lose streak all of stage 2 and 3 and stay relevant in a 4v4 format.
See the charm potentially being picked up. Coin flip, does he win? Doesn't look like he won. No gold this time, unfortunately, for the coin flip.
Well, he did win. He has a Syndra with a Rage Blade.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't win everything, right? You know, you can win the Syndra, you can win the Rage Blade, but sometimes you have to win the coin flip as well. That's what TFT is like. But Campus going to be taking up the Plethora as well, being able to get the first unit that they can get from the enemy team once they kill it. This was actually used really, really well, I believe, in the previous series, where it was, I believe it was Replay who was loose streaking, sacking the entire stage. He actually bought a Nunu, put it in his front line because he knew that his teammate wanted a Nunu, and I think it's such a cool strategy in which it can come around in terms of offense.
And I would say you can dream even bigger than that. Why not do it with 4 costs as well? There is a super secret strategy of trying to go for a 3-star 4 cost by having your teammates feed you, you know, a Karma, a Fiora, some kind of unit where you already have 5 or 6 copies. You call to your teammates, hey, I need this unit. Try and play on your front line for a round or 2 if it fits to some extent without, you know, breaching your game too much. And I can hit a 3-star, maybe make that a win condition. So it's a very interesting augment. Yeah. Very good augment in the stats. Solo play, but in 4v4, it has that little extra team play element if you think outside of the box.
No, I feel like it definitely is even better, to be fair, in 4v4 play compared to the solo as well. As we can see all the other augments at the bottom as well. We can see support
picks up
golems.
the Nashor's Tooth component on the Wukong as well. So some extra frontline plus a potentially, well, not potentially, guaranteed second BIS item for the Syndra. That is the name of the game in stage 2 for players who are trying to go for the Syndra reroll strategy, which are many. We see so many different Rage Blade, I think 4 in total in this stage 2, and we see many Syndras bought as well, 60-second, Canvas, Huanmie, and Zijue as well. Twisted Minds, yesterday, 2-0 defeat. They were playing a lot of Syndra, so something was going wrong in their game plan. Not entirely sure what that was.
No, I feel like in general, I feel like they performed, pretty well. I mean, it was a pretty close series, even though it was a 2-0. You know, we did see the 3-star Syndra by 60-second yesterday in the off stream. I think the problem with that game was that he didn't have any attack speed items, which I think is so crucial on Syndra. As a mage, you normally don't feel like these mages need attack speed, but because of the scaling from Syndra, it's really, really huge.
The win streak potential here. Wet Jungler up against Snowy. 2 very healthy players, 2 very strong boards. Triple item Tristana thanks to the Fairy Crown. Yep. The Crown Guard on the Blitz. We'll see how much that can help with the shielding and the shielding from Blitz himself. Seraphine with a Morello, only 1.5 items essentially in this case compared to the Tristana, and it will be a pretty clean sweep here. The Jax doing so, or the Warwick rather, doing so much with the Gargoyle Stormplate.
And on the other side as well, 60-second also going to be winning as well on the other side, actually slamming the Jeweled Gauntlet as well on these on the Syndra, which is super surprising, to be fair. I mean, is going to keep his win streak as well.
There is a meme in TFT that any Chinese player will, if they have the opportunity, slam Jeweled Gauntlet, and players in the West think that's always a mistake. That's the one thing that we can tease CN for. There's really nothing else because they are usually so good at TFT, and it seems to be the case here. Overall in the meta, players have stopped slamming any kind of damage items on Syndra. They really think that just attack speed is queen in this case, because you really just want to ramp the own scaling ability of Syndra herself into that late game. But in some cases, I think CM players, if it's a tempo move, if you're defending a win streak, you will be slamming a JG.
No, I think that in general, you will slam pretty much many items. I think that even the JG can be pretty flexible as well. It can be used on, still on the Syndra and other units as well, but I think it really depends. We see the picture-in-picture again, 2 of our win streak players trying to see if they can carry it on, as Dark Hydra, as you mentioned, is going for that Kassadin.
Going well here for Twisted Minds, dodging each other to try and get the double win streak coming into stage 3.
Yep.
For Dark Hydra, as you mentioned, doesn't have the strongest augment right now in the early game with the Epitaph. It will scale and become a better augment later in the game. We see he is fully locked into Kassadin. He played a bit of Kassadin yesterday alongside that flexible game he played in game 2. Overall, I think it went okay. For the most part with Kog'Maw Kassadin, it really depends on when you hit. And if you have that triple item tempo slam, we saw from Soju, for example, when they played Carmine Core, he just absolutely dominated that game 1 because he had that triple item Kassadin and an early upgrade to the tempo level.
I think you totally hit the nail on the coffin there. You know, I think the big thing is being able to hit that Kassadin 3 as early as possible. If you hit it too late and if you're not going to be able to get that tempo with Kassadin, which I feel like you need, because 2-star Kassadin is not as stable as like 2-star Syndra, for example. I think you are kind of playing a risk when you're playing Kassadin or Kog'Maw because you need to hit that 3-star to actually hit that spike, which Dark Hydra is going to be looking to get. Does get a few units, does get a few of extra bits of gold as well to start things off, and does get another bow.
And does win against Krugs. You might think it's weird I mentioned this, but I'm going to throw one of our players under the bus here. Enzo from Branching Out did lose to Krugs earlier today on the B stream. Not sure the details, I've just heard rumors, but ideally, you don't want to be doing that in TFT. It will delay the loot you're getting.
We're supposed to be 2 EMEA casters, right? We're supposed to be hyping up our players. You're just shining them down at this point. Come on.
Listen, I'm starting off slow, and then the hype will come in when Carmine Core, is ready to throw in that checkmate, throw in that 2-0 win over one of the favorites to do it as well. Twisted Minds, a very, very strong team. Overall, just a really, really great match. We're seeing a lot of 2-cost reroll game plans starting off. We'll see how that evolves in this stage 3, especially 3-2. That'll be the key point where players level to 6 relatively naturally with the leveling integers and try and make it for that roll down to try and get their 2-cost copies.
Interesting thing here, 60second does have a spatula. Does look like he is also going for the Syndra, so it'd be interesting to see what that spatula can go into. I think in terms of the most popular spatulas that we've seen so far, in terms of emblems, we've seen Witchcraft do incredibly well. Pyro is a possibility, but maybe not with these items. You can go for the likes of Fairy, maybe Eldritch, even though you need 2 spatulas to try and reach that 10 Eldritch, but in general, it's going to be interesting to see what 60second does, but is going to be losing this round, so it's going to lose that big streak.
Snowy as well, a double loss streak, the loss on the loss streaks for the win streaks for both players. And our 3-2 augments coming in online. Cambiz is now with a delayed win streak, trying to keep things, under the radar, making sure no one notices him too much, is now fully in the spotlight. HP leader, 95 HP, and we're seeing 2 healthy. A very, very strong option for a board that naturally plays many 2 costs already. Kwame says, yes, thank you very much. I'll pick that up right now and try and find some stability alongside a very early Nami on level 6.
Early Nami is definitely very crucial. I feel like in general, a lot of players have been using Syndra 2 as kind of this tempo as well as not just playing the reroll, using that Nami as kind of the secondary carry, but also for a little bit of extra stats as well. A lot of players rolling down at 3-2. Dark Hydra also rolling down, really wants to hit that Kassadin 2-star.
Down to 10, no Kassadin 2. Really unfortunate here, especially when you play into a Band of Thieves, you have Epitaph, you say, hey, this is my big spike moment, I hit my upgrade, I'm good to go. But the game says no. No Kassadin 2 for you. Dark Hydra going to have a very hard time stabilizing now, even if he wins a fight or 2, unless he finds that Kassadin upgrade.
I think this might even be tough even just to win this fight as well. He's going to even slam the red buff to try and get a little more damage on the Kalista. But as you mentioned, with that Kassadin not even being upgraded to 2-star, and on the other side, we have the Rage Blade and the Nash's Tooth as well. So Dark Hydra in a really, really tough spot right now. Rolled down, tried to hit Kassadin 2, is already down to below 70 HP. So he's going to be in a really tough spot.
Has to sell an Ashe early. Has to get on the Ashe 3 Dream if he wants to consider his econ in any way going to help him out there, because he's down to under 10 gold at this point in the game. Is very, very tough.
Double also going down to below 10 gold as well. So both the Carmine Corp players are playing super aggressive. They're trying to make sure that they can stabilize their board because they know Cambiz is in a perfect spot right now. Cambiz is on a win streak, looking to try and secure that first place. So now for Carmine Corp, it's about making sure they don't get these bot 4 placements.
And this behavior, I think, is a clear reflection on what Double was saying when he was talking to Ian on the interview, saying we were missing something. I think now we're complete. I think they were missing the idea of playing more actively in stage 3, of playing for higher tempo, of not losing and giving up too much HP, because even if you get really strong in stage 4 and 5, if you've lost too much HP in stage 3, which was the case playing against Milk and Soju and these very tempo-heavy boards, you're going to be in big trouble in 4v4. So that's what is happening here. Unfortunately, the game is saying, we don't care. You're going to still lose if you don't find your upgrade, and that's the case for now.
No, even Cambiz going down to 30 HP, 30 gold as well, but Cambiz using that gold to level up instead. Very aggressive. Level 7 at stage 3, round 3, is going to be hopefully winning this round. I mean, it'll be pretty tough to actually lose this. Actually loses the round, so the streak is gone for Cambiz. Double 61 is pretty low on gold. Dark Hydra is down to 3 gold now as well. I mean, in terms of how this early game is looking so far, EMEA are not looking as strong.
No Kassadin on this carousel as well. There is a cloak on a Callista. If Hydra thinks that's what he needs, it's going to be a BT or a BF sword instead. And right now, 3 players with open spatula, Ziyue, 62nd, and double 61. And there seems to be a little bit of leapfrog when it comes to the win streaks. Cambiz was on a win streak now, solo win streak, takes the loss, and now Ziyue rising up with the 5 win streak now, trying to stay healthy. And with a 2-cost reroll meta, this is where CN really thrives. In past TFT sets coming to champs, the one thing that always benefited CN so much is that they play very high tempo. They're very used to rolling down to 10 gold on 3-2 and playing around 2-cost and 3-cost reroll metas across so many different sets of TFT. That is perfectly reflected right now with Kog'Maw, Syndra, and Kassadin dominating.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like day number 1 was a bit of a mix in terms of the meta, but I feel like now day 1 is kind of over and we're nearly at the end of day 2 now, with this being our last series of the day. Players are starting to adapt to this meta in terms of 4v4 meta. Obviously the meta in terms of Syndra and Kassadin is not changed, but in terms of when to hit your spikes, when to roll your gold, it is going to be so important. What a Morgul's Mail on the other side. You did mention this as well with the Goggle Stone Plate, a really, really strong combo for 60-second to get a little bit more gold as the game goes on.
A little bit later than would be ideal. Obviously at 2-1 you have that much more time to really scale your economy. It really helps you get a massive snowball effect from 2-1 onwards, but we're seeing the effect of this Mogul's Mill now. It was already nerfed after PBE. Still, I think, almost an insta-pick if you have the right setup for it. Wukong, any 2-cost Vanguard as well with the right itemization. With a completed Anvil, you have that extra bit of items to help you out in that case. For Dark Hydra, finally gets 2 wins, so it looks like the investment economically has finally mitigated the bleeding that was happening in Stage 2. That being said, with how heavy of a roll down he had to do for only a Kassadin 2, not Kassadin 3, which we saw some players hitting yesterday, or at 3-2 for example, it means that I think his game plan is already very much stunted in terms of the cap he can hit with this comp, and he might have to switch to that Grief Man tactics of trying to pick up opponents' reroll units, trying to make their opponents' lives more difficult, and with Epitaph trying to get strong in Stage 4, and at the very least, try and scratch a 6 or 7.
Yeah, for sure. I think that in general at the moment, if you look at the leaderboard on the right-hand side, you can see double 61 low on gold. Also, Huanmei as well, we haven't spoke about too much. Already down below 50 HP, which is super surprising to see. Dark Hydra, you mentioned, not a lot of gold, but they're really relying on the likes of Wedge Jungler and Cambiz. But right now, Twisted Minds, Snowy and Ryu also at the top as well, sitting on above 50 gold and also sitting on level 6, potentially level 7 coming up as well, which Huanmei for this time is going to win this round as well, so a little bit of HP that he can try and build back up.
This is where the Pilfer, I think, is hurting Cambiz. We've seen now 2 mirror matchups between his Syndra and Twisted Mind player Syndra's, and he's lost both in this Stage 3. Obviously down a combat like Augment, that makes a little bit of sense. I think few players will be able to hit the Syndra 3 in this game, even with the increased amount of units in that 2-cost pool. We've seen like, what, 4, 5 different Syndra boards for now. I think most of them will be tempo Syndra boards, trying to get to 7, maybe even 8 or 9 with the right setup, and just try and play for placements.
I mean, using the units like the Karma, like the Nami as well, is what we've been seeing quite a lot throughout this tournament. Trying to use that as kind of the secondary carry, using Syndra 2 to stabilize your board throughout the stage. But with 80 plus gold at the moment for 60-second, is going to level 8 already for 60-second. So there's going to be a big roll down here for 60-second, trying to hit some of the units that he wants to try and hit, trying to maybe stabilize his front line a little bit more, trying to at least hit a Syndra 2. That could also be pretty helpful as well. well, but actually going to change things around. With that spatula available, can maybe look to try and use the fairy emblem. Does have the Tear of the Goddess as well, so can make that as an opportunity. So really nice adaptation.
60 second, a lot of items on the item bench. Loses an orb that was in the middle of his board, is facing a teammate, so let's just say calculated from our CN players.
Plans.
They never make any mistakes, of course. He's on to now Kalista as his carry has sold the Syndra off. I wonder if he communicated that to his teammates as well, saying, hey, I'm selling Syndra, start rolling now. But right away, we are seeing a fairy emblem. Could this be a vertical fairy attempt? We're seeing a Kalista being played here. We're seeing a Kalista pair as well, a Rageblade being slammed into what will be a longer fight. Kalista in multi-strikers, the stats kind of say that, hey, you don't want to build Rageblade, but in longer fights with vertical fairy, you might want to. And immediately there is a reroll on the Fairy Crown option. Prismatic Augments enter the game at 4-2, elevating the tempo, adding that many more resources to what is already a pretty crazy matchup here.
I'm not too sure. Hold on. Did 60 seconds just build a Fairy Crown, but then just skipped past, like, build
well, you have to make
emblem?
use of the spatula he had somehow. I think it might just be getting value from it. You might play a 4 fairy board or just 2 fairies for now to get some value from it. It does, of course, work well on Kalista because she attacks so quickly with Rageblade especially.
Yes. I mean, I thought that we could have seen, like you mentioned, like the vertical fairy with like the Fairy Crown potentially being picked up with the Fairy Emblem already being built. I think actually went for the Randuins in the end. Yeah, the double Randuins. I mean, this as well is a very, very strong augment because you can get double the range and also the effect goes up by, I believe, like 70%. So you get so much tankiness for your whole team.
And Clement was warning us on the analyst desk, calling 60 Second a flashy, creative player. That's the case here. 6 Fairy, a comp that not many players are trying to go for. We'll see what 60 Second has been hiding, what kind of tech he has for us in terms of creativity, which is something that I think we've really needed in this tournament when it comes to the current meta. Obviously, a lot of reroll and very hard to build creative boards for now. Isn't working out too much. This Radiant Shojin Syndra, which we know is an absolutely demonic combination, is popping off here for Kambiz, and look at his HP reflecting that.
Oh, it's going to be incredibly tough now for, I believe, some of these players to try and deal with that Spirit Shojin being upgraded to the Radiant version as well. As you see, the picture-in-picture there as well. Tristana 3 being hit there for Snowy, and also trying to go for the Kog'Maw as well. Pretty far away from the Kog'Maw still, but Nunu with that TG as well. Going to be having the trench coat so far, so we're going to be getting multiple Nunus on one board.
And I think either every player hates Kog'Maw, or it's just the most cursed 2 cost in the game because everyone hates their Syndras, even if it's 5-way contested, but Kog'Maw somehow is always with the short end of the stick, never really 3-shot until very late in stage 4 or stage 5. Kali here, DB, I love it. Red buff as well, the extra attack speed, and slowly getting that anti-heal effect onto the units she's targeting. We'll see what this Kassadin can do in this board from Dark Hydra. We talked about he's playing for tempo, he's playing for HP preservation in the stage 4, where Epitaph now is that much more valuable. We had so few copies of Kassadin earlier in the game. He now has Prismatic Ticket to try and shore that weakness, and the Jax is almost been delivered into a 3-star.
Yeah, Jax 3 nearly there. Akali 3 and Kassadin hit was hit by Dark Hydra, but I feel like he's too far behind the tempo. And as you mentioned, I think Dark Hydra at the moment is just trying to make sure that he's not going to go 8th. He's trying to play for his team here. As we look at the carousel, there is a Xerath there if people want to take it. You've got the Diana there as well. But the overview in terms of the comps at the bottom, so many incredibly strong Prismatics with the likes of Giant and Mighty.
Giant and Mighty, especially for double 61. I think the name of the game, I've said it before, in terms of augments, right now in set 12 is combat strength. It's not economy for the most part. It's combat augments that are just polarizingly strong compared to their counterparts, especially in the kind of high variance area of the Prismatic augments particularly. We're seeing the pickup from Dark Hydra was that bow to slam the Nashers, the 3rd Kassadin item finally at this point in 4-5. And the roll down coming through for Snowy, who's also picked up Prismatic tickets. Of course, a shared unit pool means that both Dark Hydra and Snowy will have easier times hitting their 2 costs when they're both rolling for the same tier of units. Kog'Maw, Kassadin, Syndra, and I guess Lilia, you can join the party too.
I mean, Lilia 3-star, I mean, it's all right, to be fair. I know that you have a different opinion about this kind of Lilia Tristana version. Obviously, most of the main carry items are on that Tristana as well. But I think having 3 items on the Tristana and the Kog'Maw, once that Kog'Maw 3 does hit, can definitely make it incredibly powerful.
And a big part of rolling maybe on that turn might have been his player pool. If he sees there's many KC players who says, hey, I want to spike now because I want to deal damage to the players on the opposing team and preserve damage when I face my own teammates. And that's maybe the case here for when players decide to pull the trigger. Also could just be, hey, I feel a lot of pressure, my board's not strong enough. And that does not seem to be the case right now. A big win against Double 61, throwing him down into the 7th place position, guaranteeing that spot. And Dark Hydra, to no one's surprise, considering what his stage 3 looked like, is now down to 20-ish HP.
Yeah, it's a few players at the moment. Still sticking at level 6 as well. We're maybe not seeing as many roll downs at level 6 as maybe what we thought, but we know that some of these players are looking to just try and make sure they're not going to play for the bot 4.
Kog'Maw 3's found for Snowy.
That is pretty big for Snowy as well. Still stuck at level 6, but I feel like with the amount of 3 stars that he has on his board and also having triple items on both of his carries, sometimes we even see triple items on Tristana and 0 items on Kog'Maw, but having both these items, thanks to the portal being a completed item anvil, makes sure that his comp can become incredibly more powerful.
TG on the Galio, another Radiant Shojin, this time from Hwangmi. Well, a battle of Radiant Shojins really between Cambiz and Hwangmi here. The Nami already 2-starred with the Shojin as well, could be massive, but dodges the Syndra on Cambiz's side, so at least some good fortune for the French player. Is it going to be enough though? Syndra now trying to get onto the backline, but hits the wrong side. Great positioning from Hwangmi, wins a fight for Cambiz.
Hwangmi, I feel like with the double Shojin, definitely going to be a lot better than the Morella Nomicon on the other side. I think at sometimes you could just auto-attack 2 times with Syndra, and she could just keep casting over and over again. Obviously, as we know, the more times the Syndra scales, the more times the Syndra casts, the stronger she becomes. And some of these players that have had Syndra since the start of Stage 2, that Syndra now, as we go into Stage 5, is going to be a lot more powerful. Some people even say that like Syndra 2 can be as strong as a 4-cost 2-star.
Or 5-cost, why not?
Hey.
Radiant
can go
Chosen,
even further.
6-cost maybe, the first
6
cost in TFT history. But looking at Cambiz, usually a fast 8. I think the combination of this Radiant Shojin Syndra and the Pilfer means it's a fast 9 angle for Cambiz instead. The healthier player on KC. But look at the bottom side there. It's 3 different players from KC who are not looking good, not just with their current HP, but with their potential game plan as well. Loss streaks all across the board for all 3 players. So it's not just, hey, I'm spiking late into the game, I'm coming back now, I'll start climbing the HP. Everything seems to be going wrong for the EMEA organization. And for CN, it's looking very good in this game 1.
Yeah, I think it's kind of happened all the way back at Stage 3 where, multiple players on the side of Carmine Corp were so low on gold. They were trying to roll down, hit their units, as you mentioned, trying to adapt to their game plan. Unfortunately, couldn't hit the units that they could at Stage 3. And when you're so far behind a temple that early on in terms of gold, then it's really difficult for you to try and push levels.
We're seeing Zero here with the support golem, with the Incanter crown picked up at the very end there for the 4 Incanter board. We have the blue buff Syndra, different variation, but still, still casting a lot, still very strong. We'll see if Cambiz can get this win. He is right now the sole hope of Carmine Core in terms of preserving HP. The Syndra once again onto the wrong side. Will not matter, it seems like, but it does in the end. Barely any HP left, but ZUS Syndra will stay alive, and Dark Hydra will not. I'm going to try and stay surprised, but this was prophesized. The 3-2 roll down to 9 gold without a Kassadin 2 is a spot that any player, I think even of a lower level, can say, hey, this is not looking good.
Yeah, I think you can realize and kind of know the situation as soon as that roll down happens. We knew that his game plan after that 3-2 roll down was to just make sure that he was just trying to make sure he doesn't play for 8th. Unfortunately, he does go 8th, and also the rest of Carmine Corp members are just a step ahead of him as well. So they could go even lower down after this next fight.
And this is the case of HP preservation and why it matters so much. Let's say Wet Jungler and Double somehow both hit a 3-star 5-cost. They become the stronger players in this lobby. Guess what? You're still facing each other, and you have very little HP. You're on 1 life, 5 HP for Wet Jungler, 4 HP for Double 61. It is a very hard thing to do to come back from this position because there's so much more HP to buffer for the CN team for Twisted Minds, and that's going to be, I think, a very dominant win here for Twisted Minds in this very first game. Whatever Double 61 thought they were missing, it seems like they're still missing in this game 1. Could just be, of course, a game of variance in terms of those rolldowns we saw in Stage 3.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there was a little bit unlucky there in terms of the 3-2 roll down. I feel like if the units got hit a little bit earlier, they might have had a little bit more gold to push levels as well. But it's kind of realizing that situation, understanding that, hey, maybe I'm not that strong, maybe I need to roll down. But you can see like Double 61 and Dark Hydra only level 7, so is going to be kind of behind the temple. Whereas the likes of Snowy and Hwangmi, even though they are level 7, they have much more power on their boards.
That being said, this team from Carmine Corp, incredibly experienced players. I had a roundtable interview with them before the tournament started. They seem very mentally composed. They seemed like they could come back from any situation mentally and still perform well. We saw it with Toronto Ultra versus Falcons. Falcons had a clean sweep in Game 2. Didn't matter. Toronto Ultra still won the series. The same can happen here. They can bounce back from this, come back in Game 2, force in Game 3, and again, force a series win and eliminate Twisted Minds in the process. But this game right now looking very, very doomed. It's a great setup from Wet Jungler. It looked like a strong board. Radiant TG on a Fiora. You have Spellblades, Karma with good items, but it seems to not be enough. 3 eliminations, all 3 from Carmine Corp, Wet Jungler, Double 61, and Dark Hydra not able to make it work. Cambiz, the sole hope, but already we know this is a match for Twisted Minds, for the CN team.
And it was actually 2 team kills in the end as well that did it for Carmine Corp, unfortunately. As you mentioned, even though these boards, you do want to try and get them as strong as possible. Unfortunately, they had to play with each other eventually, and as you mentioned, because you lose so much health in the early stages, which is something that we're starting to realize as the tournament goes on, is that players' boards are trying to get a lot stronger in stage 3 to try and preserve HP. If you lose too much HP, by the time stage 4, stage 5 comes around and you start to play against each other, you are going to get team kills, which is exactly what happened. 2 team kills in this game for Carmine Corp, and I feel like this is time for them to kind of relax, to kind of recoup, to go into the next game, because we know the Twisted Minds have won this one, and kind of rethink a different strategy.
Maybe observe, what is this team doing against us that is working so well? And for now, the composition in terms of the team format in general is 2 Syndras, 1 Syndra tempoed into a Kalista board, just a 4-cost flex board really, and 1 Kog'Maw that actually hit thanks to that prismatic ticket pickup at floor 2. Didn't stay in that limbo zone where you don't have enough power, you end up bleeding out. So really, I think if you were to say what is the solved 4-man meta for a tournament like this, it's exactly what Twisted Minds has pulled off here.
No, I mean, it's incredibly, again, that mix of reroll, the mix of tempo. I think when so many players are going for reroll, so many players are going for tempo, so many players are going for one sort of composition in a way in terms of the style that they can play, it's very difficult for them to actually get the same power as a team. Their communication is so important. You can see here Juanmei going for Syndra 2, just using Syndra 2 as tempo, now going to be able to level, already level 8, has the Nami 2 there as well for more utility. On the other side, we did see the Fairy as well, so a lot of nice variation I feel like here for Twisted Minds, as you mentioned with the reroll as well, also in here for the Kog'Maw, thanks to that prismatic ticket. So good balance of both tempo and also reroll.
And a big momentum win for Twisted Minds. No wins yesterday. They needed to finally have a taste of what it feels like to get a victory on the main stage. And they're getting it here against, I think, a very incredible team on paper, Carmine Corp, but hasn't really been able to show up just yet. Still a 3rd loss now in a row when it comes to the tournament. Day 1 and now in this day 2 as well. I do have to say, I think a little bit of augment diff for Twisted Minds. A lot of very strong augments across the board. 2 healthy, for example. We're seeing things like support golems all across the board. Prismatic ticket for a real comp. Perfect to cap out and hit that next spike, for example. All in all, some variance, I think so, but also just, the idea of trying to play very high tempo in stage 3. We saw so many close losses for Cambiz and those Syndra matchups in stage 3. So I think a little bit of luck going in favor of Twisted Minds, but I think also a very clear game plan that they executed so cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twisted Minds, I mean, we do know that in general, like in terms of the stats, Kog'Maw has not really been performing that well. But if you do have the situation, as you mentioned, with the prismatic ticket, I think in general with this game, with the portal being the completed anvil, it means you can have them 2 carries with the Tristana and the Kog'Maw. It's definitely going to be great. You can see here another player. So we actually have only 1 reroll for Twisted Minds and 3 players playing tempo. So it's super surprising to see not a single player on Twisted Minds actually playing Syndra reroll, which I think is super surprising, but it just kind of shows you the power of Syndra. And I think it shows you how Twisted Minds were able to adapt this game. They realized that the likes of Dark Hydra, Double, and Wet Jungler were not as powerful as them. They rolled down, they used so much of their gold. So in the end, they can just, you level up, use that tempo, and use it to try and upgrade their board and get more units there.
And Snowy, I'm sure he has a hand warmer somewhere on the stage, but he says, why use a hand warmer when I can just roll down 40 gold, keep my APM nice and heavy. We're seeing some team comms here as well, which is great to hear from Twisted Minds, and it seems to be they're very calm. They're communicating cleanly. I think in really we haven't heard many team comms yet, and I think it's an essential part of 4v4. When we look at a lot of pro players streaming TFT, they're complaining, they're yapping, they're frustrated, they're entertaining their audience. When it comes to 4v4, there is, I think, no chance to distract your teammates. There's so much information occurring at the same time. There's so much going on your board. You're scouting other players. You're trying to form a team game plan. You have to be very concise with any words that you speak, and that seems to be the case for the CN team.
I feel like in general it's very difficult at the moment to actually get into the situation where the teams actually, as you mentioned, they need to communicate. I think a lot of these players are not used to communicating, not saying that they don't communicate at all. Maybe us gamers, we don't communicate too much, but I think in general, TFT players, most of them like to keep themselves, especially in the CN region. You don't have a lot of groups going around, or a lot of study groups going around, but I feel like this tournament has definitely brought the CN region together, which is also great to see, but it also means that, as you mentioned, there are so many things to think about in one round. You have 30 seconds to talk about 4 different boards, the different charms, the different items, the different units. There are so many things. Yeah, the matchmaking, yeah.
That I think causes the most overload mentally, because you're not used to talking about matchmaking in a team setting where you're thinking about all the different variations of what if I face him? What do I do? Do I position here? Should you position and make a weaker board to not deal damage to me, for example? There's a lot going on in 4v4. It's that extra layer of strategy, and only the absolute brightest mind, not just in TFT, but I think, IQ-wise as well, can pull off the things we're seeing here, the clean play that we're getting as an absolute treat across these 4 days.
And as you mentioned, I think it's about the priority as well. I think that's the big thing, right? Matchmaking, I think, being one of the highest priorities, making sure, especially in the later stages of the game, that you communicate who you're coming up against, maybe figure out who's going to be against the Ghost. That can also be another thing as well, which could be a huge communication. But Campus still alive here, still trying to get that first place. Not too sure if he's going to get it in the end. We might get another team kill. Could be our 3rd team kill of this game, which is not really something we see too much in a game of TFT, especially in this 4 versus 4 format. But I feel like this Radiant Spear of Shojin is just way too strong, and it is going to mean that Ziwei is going to get knocked out in 3rd place. And Campus, even though his team's knocked out, he's like, hey, I still want to get that first place. I still want to get that pride on the line. But again, it's about the communication now for Carmine Corp going into next game.
Campus seems to have been held hostage during this last stage, just saying, well, what am I still doing here? We've already lost this game, but of course you have this chance to talk to your team, to use this time effectively to say, hey, what went wrong? Did we get unlucky? Did something fail in our game plan? Did we not go for the right augments, the right comps? Did we roll down in the wrong times? Did we not hold enough, cogmos or different units? This is a learning moment, especially when you have your back against the wall. This is what could be an elimination, not just series, but match coming up, a game 2 that could be the very last one for Carmine Corp. One thing to note here, Yumi on the right side there in the front line, a little secret tech, she body blocks units. She is filling a space on your board, and despite her obviously quickly going into that Syndra, into a tank later on, she does count as a block unit in terms of the movement pathing for your opponent's board in the start of that round. So actually a key thing to know if you want to really min-max your positioning in TFT in set 12.
Secret text coming here from Panda, but unfortunately for Cambiz and unfortunately for Carmine Corp, there was no secret tech this time around. And Twisted Minds take game number 1 confidently, cleanly and calmly, and you can see all of them. No celebrations yet. They know the job is still not done. They still have one more game potentially to go to try and close out this series and move into that decider match tomorrow.
Except for Snowy, all of these players know what it means to find success in TFT.
Yes.
Carmine Corp, 3 EMEA champions are a part of that team, alongside What Jungler, one of the, I think, best performing rising stars in terms of raw talent across the last 4 or 5 sets in EMEA. They've all been to TFT champs as well, the global tournament held at the end of every set, except for Snowy. Snowy is that unique pickup due to his recent performances in the TOC community tournaments that Clement has been talking about on the analyst desk, and it seems like he's showing up. He's a reroll master. He has finally saved Kog'Maw from the depths of the 6.0 average, getting a little bit of a better result in this game number 1. And all in all, a lot of Syndra dominating again, but I think Twisted Mind showcasing Syndra as an option to level up, to find a tempo game plan and not going for the reroll.
I think one thing that you briefly mentioned as well is in terms of making sure that you actually block away the Kog'Maw. We saw the likes of Dark Hydra and Double 61 going down to below 10 HP. None of them were holding Kog'Maw. None of them were holding Nunu at all.
That being said, the Prismatic ticket at 4-2 completely invalidated that. You have so much extra gold and extra chances to find your 3 stars. That's going to be very close to the end of this game 1. We're going to go into game 2 very shortly, but first, a break. get some snacks, get some drinks, and come back to us because there's a very exciting elimination match coming up for Carmine Corp especially.
Ok, 拿一下，拿一下。
拿下。漂亮漂亮。
nice。
OK。
他发 GG。
Ready, set, go.
We are back as promised. Series number 4 of the day, game number 2 of this series, Carmine Corp versus Twisted Minds. And after this game 1, Carmine Corp has their backs against the blue wall. Wink, wink. We're not on camera, but I hope you caught that one, Stuart. And I hope for the Carmine Corp family, which is I think what this team is in terms of the connection that players like 61 and Canvas have with their org. They've been playing for them for so long. They have a very deep connection with all of the staff and the owners. And as a favorite from EMEA, as a dream team from EMEA, more is expected of them. And this game 2 is their chance to prove it.
I mean, they need to step up. They need to step up absolutely huge. They need to come up with a plan that definitely was different from the previous one. We know that they have the backing of the Carmine Corp community as well. The fans are obviously always going to be supporting them, even through the ups and the downs. We've known that throughout the TFT's lifetime with, you know, 61 and Cambiz. But at the moment, it's one game away. If they lose this next game, their keys will be crushed and they'll be out of the tournament in day number 2.
And a Herculean effort is required from them right now because it's not any team that they're facing. They're facing off against, I would say, one of the favorites from one of the strongest regions in TFT globally, CN. And that's Twisted Minds with an all-star roster. Ziyue, 60-second, Hwamie, and a newcomer, I would say, to the international stage, Snowy, but someone that has already proven in this game 1 that he knows what it takes to execute a reroll game plan. And guess what, Stuart? We're in a reroll meta.
Hey, reroll matters. We all have rerolls, don't we?
I personally do.
Syndra's, Kassadin's. I mean, I know you've definitely been playing a lot of reroll. I've been watching your games. I haven't been backseating because I'm definitely not as good as you, but I've been watching your games and I've been seeing a lot of Syndra, a lot of Kassadin.
And we'll see if that'll be the name of the game coming to this game too as well. If we see any extra creativity, we did see Syndra as a tempo option into a Kalista board, for example.
Yes.
So there are options to use her as a tool to make it to level 8 in a healthy manner, in a, healthy both in HP and in gold potentially. But right away, could we see a little bit of a musical portal coming up? The players, they baited us, they tricked us, they've made us, their #1 enemies. Crabbrave is no longer in the books. It will be the Golden Gala instead. 3 golden augments, and I'm already thinking about a few very strong ones that we saw last game. 2 healthy, Pilfer, Support Golem, Inspiring Epitaph later in 4-2 as well.
I think the big thing that we haven't really seen too much, which I thought we was going to see a lot more, is definitely hero augments. That is a possibility with these gold augments coming around as well. Lights of Sweet Tooth, we did see how well Kog'Maw has done in the previous game. Unfortunately, in terms of the stats, has not been performing very well, but a drop already for Cambis. Maybe this is the luck that they need.
Not just a drop, but the moment that the Syndra was dropped, Cambis started cheering in his player cam. So I think we get a good idea of how this is so strong, especially when you have a BF sword dropped, especially when you have a chance to get a few extra stacks by throwing your Syndra to the not literal wolves, but to the wolves in this case, in stage 1, allowing her to take some damage. And TFT, of course, you get mana for casting, for auto-attacking, and you get mana for taking damage as well. It's how tanks thrive, and cast abilities, really. And in this case, Syndra becomes a tank against weak opposition to cast just a little bit extra in stage 1.
No, exactly, and as we know, the more cast she's able to do, the more she's able to scale as well. So here's a little tip for everyone at home. Cassiopeia as well on the shop if you want to pick that up. Pick up that Incanter to start things up, that Incanter pair. Cassiopeia, I mean, I feel like at the start of this patch and the start of set 12, a lot of people were also trying to reroll Cassiopeia at the same time. Maybe it was a little bit of a bait unit, but I think a lot of players have kind of adapted away from that, use the likes of the Karma and the Nami instead as that secondary carry.
Anytime a low-cost unit can be rerolled and is good with Rage Blades, everyone goes crazy. But Cassiopeia has now been called an 18 gold bot when she becomes 3-star because she doesn't do too much in the late game. She doesn't scale as much, of course, as Syndra does. Right away, for Cambis, we saw 2 great components. We'll see what that ends up becoming. He had a BF sword and a bow, which of course can become a Rage Blade, a Nashor's, and a Shojin that we've seen so much of already with the Syndra reroll game plan. 3 gold augments, of course, for this player and for everyone. Snowy could maybe go once again into a reroll line with Not Today, into Cassadin, or maybe just sleight of hand for a tempo start. Slamming, of course.
Yep.
Feed you into a tempo game plan, which is a little bit dicey because then that 4-2 roll down, if you miss, you're in big trouble when you're playing Karma.
I think Slamming has been picked up by a few players in terms of tempo. Now he's going to be the one that's picked up this time around. Has to obviously slam the items, make sure that you can pick up some use some items very well. Maybe the likes of the Crown Guard can be built. Blue buff can obviously be used later on if you are playing tempo to try and go towards the Karma. So I have to see what Snowy uses in terms of his items, because he needs to use his items to make sure he gets the extra XP.
And of course, it could be blue buff Syndra, not really BIS, but we've seen it before, and especially in the conditions that have to be met here with slamming, that might be the case. So you have to slam something, that's for sure. You only have 3 units, you have 4 item components, so 1 full item has to be completed. In this case, it looks like, I think Snowy is saying, hey, I'm the weaker player, I'm going to let you get the win here, 60-second, and try and mount a win streak in this stage 2 to get that extra gold, which we know is needed. It is going to be blue buff in the end on Syndra. This could indicate it won't be a Syndra reroll. Yes. It might just be Syndra as a tempo option.
No, I think that's definitely the key. I think with slamming, we know that this is going to be tempo play here by Snowy. I think he called it out great there, though, actually making sure that he didn't slam the items earlier. Because he's playing a weaker board, he wants 60-second to go on that huge, massive win streak.
And Wedge Jungler wants to be the hero in this game. Number 2, gonna dip into the Honeymancer line. Gonna have the Kog'Maw very early on, has a potential Shojin as well. Yes, Kog'Maw also wants a Shojin. It seems like it's the same items for most of these units. Shojin's really just only useless for the multi-striker line, but a lot of overlap with Shojins and Rage Blades across so many different rerolls.
Yes.
And of course, Gargoyles. Really you want to help have this 1 mega tank to stall out to help your comp scale into the later stages of the fight.
And does also have the augment as well, which is always gonna help out with the Honeymancer as well, get that little bit of extra damage in the end. Flexible is an augment that we have been seeing quite a bit, to be fair. It has been a bit up and down, I feel like, in terms of the stats. The stats are pretty good overall, but you can low roll a little bit with Flexible. You can maybe hit some of these not so good emblems. I feel like if you hit the likes of these vertical emblems, like the likes of Fairy, Eldritch, Witchcraft, if you can hit them emblems, it can be very, very good. But I feel like for a player like Hwanmei, it's so good for him because he is such a flexible player. We know how strong he is as a player as well. Even though we are this early on into a set, he can adapt to whatever emblem he gets given.
And it seems already we're getting our matchups in terms of this becoming maybe a fighting game. We have 2 Honeymancer players already. Hwanmei going to be facing off against Wet Jungler. We're certainly going to have at least 2 Syndra players on each of these teams. And then we'll see what the rest of our players are cooking up. It's going to be the one flexible player, so that's one player you know is going to be doing some alternate game plan. We've seen it with things like Build Different. We've seen it with things like 4-Cost Flex around Kalista, around Karma, around Fiora in the past as well. And starting off with a win streak by Jungler, Dark Hydra, Hwanmei, 2 wins already. We'll see if anyone can make it into that 5-win streak space. And if the matchmaking favors maybe multiple teams having 2 win streakers all to stage 2.
And Dark Hydra going for Magic Wand as well, prioritizing this Rage Blade. Could potentially pick up another Rage Blade as well. Does have 2 really good components on the bench as well. He's not going to have the carousel priority. Unfortunately, he is going to lose this round. He's not going to get a big carousel priority, but hopefully he can get either a bow or a tier there to try and complete one of the other items. But Snowy going to be able to win this round, so it is on a 2 streak as well. So even with slamming, still going to get more XP.
And Double did purposely open for it and lose many of these rounds because he thinks it's so important with pumping up, with the attack speed you get from it, to try and get the best possible component to finalize an item for the Syndra. Picks up a second bow. He can slam a red buff, or he can wait until Krugs continue the open fort and make the best itemization combination. It could be a Rage Blade plus a Nasher with the bow he just picked up. And if he finds a sword, that's a 3-item Syndra waiting in the wings if he finds the unit, of course.
And it looks like, in general, at the moment, there are 4 Syndras on the boards. Maybe some players not actually going for reroll, because we know that Snowy is also going to go for the power play in terms of the tempo, because of the way slamming works. As you mentioned, with this pumping up at the moment, is going to be prioritizing the bow. Be interesting to see what actually happens here with 61 and what direction he wants to go in as well. But 40 gold to start things off is just going to be sacrificing this entire stage. It's going to be trying to ruin the lose streak, of the likes of Zue as well, because he also is on a 3-loss streak.
A little update, we saw it on the B stream, or I saw it at least, not on the main street, but there was a Fortune Favors the Bull pickup from Travis from Z10 earlier today. And because the opposing team was trying to end that lose streak, we had 2 players open forwarding until 3-5 after the stage 3 carousel. They both ended up on like 30-something HP and then had to try and scramble and make a board on level 8 to stay alive. So it's a game plan that, of course, in the 4v4 you have to make because economy matters, and especially when it matters so much to having the extra gold at 3-2 to roll down on 6 and find the copies of the units you need. We did see Zizue was on the cast in the game plan. It looks like we're seeing him now here, and he has a few components that could lead into that. The QSS can be slammed. We have, of course, the potential Hodge as well. So a few different combinations. I think maybe also with the loss, you're going to be waiting until Krugs to, after he gets the extra item components, then decide what is the BIS, what is the best fight I can make for the cast and the Akali.
And it's really going to depend now what this matchmaking is going to be like for these 2 players, because we know that 61 and Zue also both want to lose this round. So as the portals come on through, as the people come and go, they are not going to be playing against each other. So both these players are potentially going to be lose streaking, or are they? Cambiz actually front-lining the Syndra
not
and
just
trapping
that,
the Warwick.
But putting Warwick in jail. He's been not a good boy, apparently. Warwick.
A bad wolf.
And is this going to work out? It looks like it is. Chem is a masterful game plan. We heard about frontlining Syndra in stage 1, but apparently in stage 2, it's also the tech.
Incredible play there by Cambiz, and that's so big in terms of the communication as well, making sure that, hey, I might not have a streak, but I can ruin someone else's streak. And in this instance, ruin the streak of a reroll player like the Castin as well is so incredible. It's going to eventually move that to the back
Warwick
to the back line.
is a good boy now. He gets upgraded to a 2-star. The front line is looking good for now. Of course, these are 1-cost units, but the temporary front line is there for Cambiz. Might not have to roll down too heavily at 3-2 like we saw from Dark Hydra last game, because he already has a Syndra pair, has just found one now. And we're looking at a unique positioning. Soraka also frontline now, trying to maximize the cast that you get off of your key Syndra on the right there.
Has to make sure that you just keep casting over and over again. The Rage Blade stacking obviously does work during the minion rounds as well, so that's exactly what you're going to be able to do. Just make sure that you keep casting over and over again.
Wants to slam a Shojin. Not the case just yet. Half a Nashor's, half a Shojin potentially there. But the rest of the items looking a little bit awkward. The double sword is something you almost never want unless you have a double tier, and there's one at the very least there.
One tier is definitely a good start here as well. Another emblem coming in for Juan is Witchcraft.
Strong.
Yeah, Witchcraft
Poppy,
we have
Bastion Witchcraft. We could see a vertical Witchcraft game plan. We saw from a few players today. Chusa from Z10 played a Witchcraft game and had a dominant streak in stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, I feel like the big game plan here is now trying to find some tiers. I think that's one thing that you might be a little bit behind here for Wanbei. You do have a few really good items for Fiora. We know that is kind of one of the carries with Witchcraft. We want that Witchcraft emblem on the likes of Karma because of her AoE damage and the way that Witchcraft trait works.
Dark Hydra has also seemingly found a good combination of items for his own Syndra game plan. And I think Carmine Core has learned their lesson. They saw what Twisted Minds was doing in that game number 1 and said, you know what, let's try and emulate this game plan. Use Syndra as a tempo option at the very least in stage 3, especially if we have the right augments and item combination. It seems like all players on Carmine Core have found that.
This could be a situation as well where Dark Hydra, if he wants to, can also use this Syndra as kind of a tempo and try and move it into Callista. We did see it in the previous game as well. Double Rage Blade is pretty good for the Callista because of the way that she just stacks over time. Another gold augment to come up.
One important thing is the speed at which you pick your augment at 3-2. So you have priority on the first few rolls on level 6 on 3-2. This is a speed run category in set 12, buddy.
We're going that far into details now?
Listen,
I mean,
this is a 4v4 Premier global competition. Min-maxing and finding small edges is the name of the game. And that's something that players, I have to assume, are certainly keeping in mind.
And you can see here multiple roll downs on both of our screens here. Double 61 on the left-hand side, trying to find that Syndra 2. Hasn't even found a Syndra pair. Is going to find a Syndra pair now. Is going to be picking up, but is probably going to be rolling down again to 10 gold. But with so many Syndras out the pool, it's so difficult to try and pick that up. Below 10 gold now for Double 61. Unfortunately, still isn't going to be able to find it. Was open forting at the start so he can get more gold in this stage to roll down. But unfortunately, that roll down has just not been good enough.
It's looking a little bit like shades of Dark Hydra. That being said, I think way better scaling into the late game, both pumping up and item collector will only get stronger as 1, more rounds pass and you get more attack speed from pumping up, and 2, you get more items for item collector. He's also on double duty, griefing the Kassadin player Ziyue by holding to a colleague, by holding to Kassadin to making sure he's having a hard time on his roll down.
I think that's one big thing that they didn't really do. I mean, as you mentioned, there was that prismatic ticket for the Cogmore in the end, but I feel like it does make it a little bit harder for the Cogmore to hit, the reroll Cogmore to hit when you are holding some more units as well. But on the other side, we are seeing the Wukong with Gargoyle. Here's something that we have been seeing a few times during today.
Wukong 2, very, very strong at this point in stage 3. We also saw the item collector for 60 seconds, so just a lot of players finding very strong gold augments, really looking at the tippity top when it comes to the stats, when it comes to the performance across the current balance in this set 12 in this first patch. Dark Hydra finds Syndra 2. We see a lot of players haven't found the Syndra 2, understandably so. There's so many players holding at least a few copies.
And this is another big thing now with Carmine Corp. You can see Double 61, 1 gold. 7 loss streak. Hasn't hit anything at the moment yet, unfortunately, so it does seem like, again, it hasn't really been hit for them. But again, 60-second also there on 10 gold, but because he was able to kind of save that little bit of HP during the early stages, he was able to actually get a little bit higher on HP to start things off. Dark Hydra is going to be taking a little bit of a hit. It seems to be a bit of a flip because, as you mentioned, you know, I feel like Double 61 does seem like at the moment is kind of mirroring what Double 61 was mirroring what Dark Hydra was doing in game number 1. But with this carousel coming up as well, nothing really too crazy. We are going to be seeing a few bows and a few tiers being picked up.
One good thing is that the KC cousins, Cambis and Double 61, do have that first pick priority. They can either A, instantly pick whatever they think is best, or try and stall out, wait for their next teammate in the pecking order to try and pick up the right components for them and defend from the opposing side. If they feel pressure, they'll pick it up themselves. That's the case for Cambis picking up the Tom Kench with a tier. And all of a sudden, Double 61 especially, you have to be looking at someone like him when he had 50 gold at the end of stage 2. All that gold has evaporated, and it really hasn't translated to much on his current board. He is going to be in Grief Man mode for this game, holding 3 Kassadins, holding 2 Akalis, making Ziyue's life more difficult, someone who's also on the lower end of the HP standings. But Wet Jungler is a player that I want to talk about, Stuart, because there's something you saw, you pointed out.
Yep.
Bit of a sweet tooth.
Yeah, bit of a sweet tooth indeed. Something that I love to see as well. As you can see there, sweet tooth being picked up with the Honeymancy, the augment as well, being able to get picked up as well. So you got more beasts, you got more chomp noms from Nunu, you got scaling from Nunu, and you also have the backline carries as well. Unfortunately, hasn't picked up the Kog'Maw 2-star just yet, but Wet Jungler still sitting on 40 gold. Hasn't rolled down as aggressively as some of these other players, but I feel like with this Nunu scaling, even if he loses a few of these rounds, Wet Jungler definitely looks like he's in a very, very positive spot.
And Wet Jungler, you know, taking up the challenge of being griefed on Kog'Maw because he is fully locked in. Double augments where he has nowhere else to go. The Kog'Maw is his only way out. And the Sweet Tooth Nunu is a very strong augment in solo queue when you're playing individually. No one in your lobby is usually trying to terrorize you by picking up all your units every single game. In a 4v4 format, it's much trickier because everyone now knows, hey, a lot of the strength of the augment he's picked up is locked into finding a 3-star because he is trying to play a hero unit on his board, a Nunu in this case. And now with a Sweet Tooth, he's going to become really a tank carry who scales off of the extra HP.
And we can already see as well on the bench, more Nunus being picked up as well. So this game feels a lot different to the previous one. It feels like there's a few more rerolls this time around, and there's a few more players actually keeping units on the bench. We didn't see it too much in the previous game, but we have Nunus on the bench, we have Custom 2s on the bench, and so much more.
And Ziggy, a little tech there, we saw a white orb on the top left of his board, and you might be thinking, why is he not picking that up? These are resources he can be using. It's because he picked up a Team Builder augment, and he wants to keep his item bench clear. When it comes to extra charms, extra components coming in, there are cases where sometimes you have too much going on, and you want to have the clarity on your item bench, the extra slots. There is a limit, of course. So knowing that those Team Builders are there, you can just leave them until you need them, and pick them up later in the game.
We've got tips coming from everywhere this series. I feel like there's so many things.
I'm helping our viewers rank up, Stuart.
Hey.
I'm doing an important task here.
You make some guides, make some videos.
That's
Come
too
on.
much effort. I'd just rather just cast and enjoy TFT at the highest level while helping out where I can.
Hey, that's a great thing. Panda always helping out everyone. That's always great to see. I mean, Carmine Corp at the moment have to definitely help out each other as well with Double 61 and Cambiz near the bottom, but we do have Dark Hydra and Wet Jungler near the top as well. So there is a bit of a split at the moment in this game. So the big thing is the likes of Double 61 trying to hit the units and trying to deny units away with that big, massive 10-loss streak.
Eyes on Huamie, what's next in the gift box? What's the extra surprise? First it was Bastion, then it was Witchcraft, and now we're seeing a Blaster emblem. So hey, Tristana, great job, buddy. You're gonna do a lot more damage once the Varus comes onto your board.
Maybe we're hoping for something a little bit more. I feel like definitely this is still going to go towards that Witchcraft line here, because we do have that Witchcraft on the board, that emblem that can work so well. But again, just kind of adapting to what emblems he was able to get is really, really nice. You can see here, level 7, 60 gold in 4-1. Maybe going to even level up in the next round, try and level up even more to go to level 8 and try and roll down and hit some of these really, really huge 4-cost units that have been performing well throughout the last few days.
And there are players in TFT that have very different playstyles. They excel at different things. They have different skill sets. Someone like Kyun, for example, for Fnatic had been playing really well in this tournament, and he's someone that is really well suited to a reroll meta, for example. Players like Double and Huamie are players that I would say are extremely creative. This is where their GOAT status claim comes from. They've been so good at TFT for so long in so many different situations. So an augment like Flexible is right up Huamie's alley. And we'll see what the other options will be for this final augment pick of Game 2, Series number 4, Carmine Corp, Twisted Minds.
Few options here. Reinforcement, Unified. It's going to go for the support Anvil, though. Few decent options here. Aegis could be good. Obviously, Banshees is really good if you want to go for the...
Ooh, Obsidian Cleaver. Very interesting.
Yeah, I was going to say Banshees is really good if you want to go casting reroll, which is not going to be able to. But wants that extra bit of shred, wants that extra bit of damage to come through here from his team.
Huamie said, my game is not difficult enough. Let's add a support item into the mix. Let's add an extra lever to pull and try and find the right optimization. Hey, talking about blasters, Smolder maybe come onto the board. I hope. Give the little dragon some love.
I mean, we have been seeing a few Smolders throughout the tournament, especially with Pyro
he didn't
as well.
The cut, Stuart. I'm sorry.
I think he's going to make the cut eventually, right? Like, look at it. Look, he looks so
You have to hope. He's a 5-cost. He should, and he's a really cool-looking 5-cost as well.
So cute.
Another little panda tip. If you want to play Smolder on your board with chances of winning the rounds, I recommend playing him with a multi-striker as a multi-striker cap with a pyro emblem and a multi-striker emblem and 7 multis. You've seen it in action.
I've seen it, yeah.
Magic.
I mean,
it's a beautiful sight to see.
I've seen this plenty of times. You know, the casting reroll, nah, nothing, not about the casting reroll. The tempo into Smolder with multi-striker and pyro, that's where it's at for Panda. That's where the memes come in for Panda. But yeah, I've seen you play it plenty of times there. It's a really, really cool cap as well. But oh, the selling is coming through. Maybe the Smolder power spike is going to come on in.
And Double 61 was not able to stabilize this game. It will be an 8th place for the Carmine Corp player, which is, again, sad to see, but similar to Dark Hydra, it's almost a reflection of the spot he had in Stage 3. It looked very, very difficult to come back from. And already we're seeing 60-second, a very, very strong level up. A Wukong 3 has been found, triple item collector as well. The item grab bag really helping making it to this point, and I have to wonder, did the Carmine Corp players hold Wukongs on their bench? Because this is a super strong upgrade you really want to try and deny.
And I feel like it's not that hard to deny as well at the same time in terms of 3 costs. You know, we did see the likes of Double 61 on the bench actually holding the Kassadins in the way, but maybe not realizing, maybe not scouting enough, and maybe not communicating enough that Wukong could also be another opportunity for a 3-star to come in. And as you mentioned, with Double 61 going down to 4-3, which is super early on. We know he was in a really rough spot. He was trying to deny some away, but for now we're going to be seeing the overview of all of the compositions. Bastion Emblem being picked up as well by Wed Jungler. The Nunu 3-star has been hit as well, but he hasn't hit any of the other 3-stars just yet. So Wed Jungler does have a possibility to try and go on up there.
Does he want to pick up a belt? No, he wants to go for an offensive component instead of going for a 3rd Nunu item. In this case, we're looking at Canvas, picked up Martyr, a great item, a great augment rather, that scales similar to Epitaph, much better into the late game because you just have more units that can proc that effect. It's not an augment that says this only works for the first 3 or 4 units to die. There's no limit, so the more units you can put onto your board, the better. And Wed Jungler on the ultimate Grief Man mode duties, he signed up and he never left the job. 6 Kassadins on his bench, making sure that Ziyue has a hard time. Still for Ziyue, it's 56 HP, so the tempo game plan has worked to some extent. He's still alive at the very least at this point in Stage 4, but it is a loss streak. It is maybe a projection towards a downwards trend.
And you're kind of seeing the struggle here from Snowy that we were talking about how tempo can perform very, very well, especially with slamming. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, when you don't hit that roll down at 4-2 at level 8, it can be very difficult, especially when the Karma doesn't get hit. But we're seeing 62nd at the moment, currently on a 7-win streak, sitting up the top of the standings. Both Syndras on either side, but the Syndra at the moment on the other side for Campus is really struggling to break through the Wukong. The denial is starting to hurt Carmine Corp ever so slightly, and the players of Carmine Corp are going slower and slowly down the rankings, and 62nd keeps the win streak, and Juanmei moves up to 2nd.
8-win streak, Wukong 3, a Morgana on 7. A very, very strong spot for Juanmei. I think it definitely wasn't from the carousel, considering that Carmine Corp players would definitely deny that in this case. We're looking now at Dark Hydra's board. Has switched rerolls, no longer on Kassadin, is going to be on the Syndra for this game. Has a duplicator, has a Karma pair, but really I think is going to be looking for the Syndra 3 in this case to find that own way to cap this board. Item still on Blitz, meaning that he hasn't really found the right upgrades when it comes to the higher cost Vanguards, like the Mordekaiser, to switch those items over.
I think the big thing that has been happening as well when you are rolling down for these Syndras, sometimes you do get lucky and sometimes you hit the Vanguards as well at the same time. We've been seeing Rumble free, we've been seeing Mordekaiser 3-star, as you mentioned, hasn't been hit yet, so he's not going to move them items over from the Blitzcrank. On the other side, you're seeing 6 Kassadins so far, so it's pretty close to the Kassadin, and it's 1 away from Akali, 3 here for the side of Ziyue. So it's going to be potentially losing this round, even though there are so many Kassadins out of the board, and so many times that we've seen Carmine Corp deny away the Kassadin. Dark Hydra is losing more and more health, down to 18 HP, so we could be seeing pretty much a repeat of game number 1.
And if your Dark Hydra gets eliminated in 7th place, that means that the other 2 players on Carmine Corp must go 1st and 2nd specifically to try and bounce back, to try and have their team claw back and force a game 3 to stay alive, not just in the series, but in the tournament.
No, definitely. I feel like it's definitely really, really huge here to make sure that, for Carmine Corp at the moment, that they try and bounce back, and they need to bounce back right here, right now, because if they don't bounce back, then that's it for them. They're completely gone.
Potentially a big roll down coming through for 62nd, or maybe just with a 9-win streak and, the flames all around his HP total, he says, you know what? It's a fast 9 angle. Wukong 3 is enough to get me online. And for Wet Jungler, similarly so, he's going to try and 3-star every 2 cost in the game. He has the Nunu 3, he has the Kog'Maw 3, Tristana a few copies off, and finally sells the Cassidins. I have to imagine that means that ZUA has hit himself, and Wet Jungler has said, okay, I'm clocking off, my job here is done.
It might not even be that he's been hit. You know, we haven't actually seen, oh, okay, he has hit.
He was one off with a team builder, so I mean, I have to imagine.
I mean, I was expecting kind of maybe he hasn't hit it, but he had one Kog'Maw in his bench, so he had to sell them off in the end. We'll have to wait, you know, maybe that could have been the case as well, but we're seeing both the Twisted Mind members coming up head-to-head at the moment. ZUA with the multi-strikers with that static shield on the back line as well. The Kassadin is struggling to break through this Wukong, and I think Wukong in general has been a super underrated unit throughout the entire tournament so far, with so many times the Wukong being super tanky in the front line and allowing the likes of Syndra and Karma to scale as the fight goes on.
The Giga Nasus is here trying to fight for Snowy, the Karma. So it's going to be with the Slammin first augment that we saw. We have already kind of expected that tempo game plan that is online here. And for Dark Hydra, double Rage Bait Syndra, maybe not strong enough. 4 HP right now. Blitz 3, do you make the cut? Let's see. The Smolder has made the cut, so I'm very excited about that. And the Rumble is living his best life. Chrono, Witchcraft, Bastion, Rumble. Possibly the first time ever seen in Set 12 history.
I mean, there's so many different ways in which you can use these emblems, right?
Nasus coming in, the Nasus as well, so just a lot of 2-stars coming online.
You know what's better than one Smolder? It's 2 Smolders, baby. 2 Smolders online. The flights are going to be commencing, but again, it's going to be really struggling against this Wukong 3, this Gargle Stone play in the front line. The shields are coming in after every single cast. Hey, you might be a fan of Smolder, but I think the fan is definitely going to be coming on through for Wukong here. Just shredding through the entire board here. Not a single unit dying this time around.
That was the inauguration of Smolder Airlines. Unfortunately, the first and last flights, Monkey has taken both of those planes down, and there will be no more Smolders in the Sky area for now, at the very least. Again, very tough for Smolder to get through that. Wukong, just so tanky, the Wukong 3 with perfect itemization.
And I think at this point, it's very difficult for any carry to really go through the Wukong. You know, we're seeing Syndra struggling. Obviously, we know Karma doesn't really do a lot of single target damage, does a lot of AoE damage. Smolder is definitely going to struggle as well. We do actually see the items being popped off of the Smolder here, maybe you trying to use Varus as a carry instead.
Hwami, I think, taking my request a bit too seriously. I asked for Smolder, he plays 2. I say Smolder's not so strong, he takes the items off of him. Hwami, play your own game, buddy. You can definitely play TFT much better than my request will make you indicate. But the Nunu will see what he can do here for Wet Jungler. Dark Hydra also won his last fight. He has to win this one as well to stay alive, to make it a little bit easier for Carmine Corp to try and come back into this game. Can the Nunu do it? Can the Nunu chew through the Smolder? He can. He goes onto the way. He moves down to the main carry, the Varus. He can't get him in one chomp, but the ult does not take him down. The Nasus versus the Nunu. The Nunu reigns supreme. Tristana, you're trying your best, but it's not going to be good enough. 180 stacks on the Archangel. And for Dark Hydra, it's an elimination station. Hwami and ZUA as well. So all of a sudden, a very, very, very scary round just occurred.
And the big thing now is that with this situation, Campus and Wet Jungler need to go top 2 to keep their dreams alive in this tournament. The problem is they have the beast that is 60 seconds sitting at the top. I mean, he's definitely been going to be surviving a lot more than 60 seconds this time around. 12 win streak, 80 HP. There is such a big difference between 60 second and Campus.
Who's the beast? Is it 60 second or is it that Wukong 3 that has been preserving so much HP? Once it was hit, not a single loss has come through. Not a single player has been able to build a board that can take down that unit. Snowy has the option for a Camille 2 with the TG right now online and the BT as well. You can go for a double BT Nasus. You can pop off the TG as well by slamming the BT on the Camille, but not going to be the option that Snowy wants to go for.
I think keeping that TG is totally fine. I think especially if you want more items on the Camille, but we can see both the fights going on either side. The Nunu 3-star, again, really, really big fight here for Wet Jungler on the right-hand side, coming up against the beast that is 60 second. Can do it. Nunu chomp through the Wukong, he cannot. And that means the 60 second is going to win another fight, 13 rounds in a row. And Carmine Corp are probably going to be having nightmares of the Wukong spinning around and around. And on the other side, Snowy is actually beating Cambiz as well. So it's full steam ahead for the Twisted Minds members.
Snowy and 60 Second, known as the mechanical god from CN, a high APM player, a veteran presence in the CN community. Snowy, more of a newcomer, but back-to-back games, showing up when it matters most, giving Twisted Minds a massive edge coming into the final few fights, coming to the stage 6, maybe even just this stage number 5, the last fight. If Wet Jungler is taken down, he's only on 4 HP, that's GG, no re, game over for Carmine Corp.
The real struggle here is trying to make sure that you can try and break through the Wukong. But for this time, it's a different beast for Wet Jungler. You have to try and break through the Nasus. The Nunu's actually targeting the dummy in the end, which is not something that Wet Jungler would want to see. But now it's straight onto the Nasus. But with that double BT, is going to have a lot of healing in the end as well. The Camille jumping in onto the Nunu as well. The single target is there. The AoE damage from the Karma as well means that the Kog'Maw is going to be taking a lot of damage. And I think this is going to be it.
We're hearing the comms for Twisted Minds. We're seeing their reactions. They know they've done the math, but a desperate plea has been picked up. Wet Jungler praying to the gods above, trying his best to stay in the game, trying his best with the Nunu to scale just that tiny bit more, with the sweet tooth to be satisfied for maybe a win to come through. And Cambiz now also on elimination station, down to 11 HP, did not win that last fight. 2 losses for Cambiz and for Wet Jungler. The projection is not looking good. A miracle will be needed for Carmine Corp to stay alive in this game, in this series, and in this tournament.
I feel like, in general, I feel that's just kind of denying the inevitable, really, and really delaying the inevitable here for Wet Jungler. It's going to be having a lot of gold. He's actually going to level up here to level 8 for Wet Jungler, so he's going to be trying to put in another unit on his board to try and see if he can hit that spike. But this game has all been about 60 seconds. It's all been about this Wukong 3.
A misstep. Itemizing the Karma before popping the Artifact Anvil means that you could have picked up a Blighting Jewel. It will be the Eternal Winter on the Rakan instead. Wukong placed on the bench, back on the board, trying to trick, I don't know if his teammates or if Carmine Corp, but we'll see as the fight loads in. It is Cambiz versus Wet Jungler. Cambiz has to make his board weak enough. He's done so by placing the Karma in the front, giving the Nunu a tasty little snack. And Nunu can now scale a little bit faster into maybe a long fight. We're going to have to hope the Syndra isn't enough. It shouldn't be, considering that one of the secondary carry for Cambiz has been taken down. The Syndra is locked onto the Nunu, but the Nunu is now coming towards her, and that means that Cambiz, does he have said Desperate Plea as well? Surely not. That will be Cambiz. He is still alive. It is a second Desperate Plea. Once again, the prayers have been answered. Replay showed everyone how it was done earlier today in Game 1 of their series versus Falcons, and Carmine Corp, with their notebooks out, they have the tech online, back-to-back. Oh my goodness.
The tech is to roll down, trying to find as many Desperate Pleas as possible.
They have to chew through 80 HP. They have to find more Desperate Pleas. I'm not even sure if you can buy 2 Desperate Pleas in one game. I'm not sure if you're locked out. Someone please give me the information.
I mean, the only information that Cambiz and Wet Jungler need right now is they need to somehow beat 60 Second, and it's Nunu again. Round 2, Nunu versus the Wukong. Has the Nunu scaled up enough to try and go through the Wukong? This is actually really big. It can actually chew through the Wukong this time
Zillion
around,
is so big as well. Stunning the Nunu. The Nunu's making it in. He's chewing. He's gaining HP, but it's not going to be enough. Wet Jungler taken down. Cambiz taken down. Wukong too strong. 60 Second too strong. Twisted Minds too strong. One of the favorites for the entire tournament. They had a misstep yesterday, losing 2-0 to MSJ, but they've come back and eliminated one of the stronger teams from EMEA, the dream team from EMEA, the combination of the best players from France and Germany. Double 61, Cambiz, Dark Hydra, and Wet Jungler, they tried their absolute best. They faced incredibly strong competition in what I think is the Group B, Group of Death. First Vitality, now Twisted Minds. Unfortunately, the end of the road for the French organization.
And we are going to be seeing Twisted Minds again tomorrow as well in that decider, which I think is going to be such a huge game for them to try and bounce back, to try and make sure that they can get to that point where they feel like they are strong enough. I think this is a great comeback for them. This is a great comeback for this team. I think Juan May stepped up. Snowy as well is a player that, hey, we didn't know too much about coming into this tournament, but I think he's definitely proven himself as well. Whether it's on the reroll, whether it's on the flexible line, whether it's on the slamming line as well, which we saw in this game as well. But as we take a look back at the highlights, again, it was kind of Carmine Corp trying to roll down at stage 3 again, but unfortunately, when that roll down came on through, it was enough, and a Nunu was enough to break the Wukong down.
This team from Twisted Minds, they're just getting started. Job not done. They lost their first series yesterday, which means they have to continue their comeback in the group stage. They have one more match to decide if they'll be making playoffs or not. That'll be against the loser of the match happening currently on the B stream, Vitality versus MSJ, the two victors yesterday in this Group B, the two victors that had the 2-0 wins as well. So we'll see where the momentum is right now. For Twisted Minds, they just had a very strong, dominant victory against a very strong team. I have to imagine their mental is in a great state, and I think their game plans were really impolite. They were absolutely fantastic. Syndra's in game 1 dominating. In this game, of playing around flexible, playing around Wukong, playing around these more niche strategies, but still finding a lot of success.
I think the big thing is today has been a kind of a day of comebacks, right? We saw GK at the start of today. We saw Twisted Minds there as well. For the teams that had a bad day one, they've had that time to actually adapt and make sure that they can adjust their game plans. And that's exactly what they were able to do. Twisted Minds, a very dominant 2-0 victory in the end. Carmine Corp, unfortunately, going to be out, and we're going to be seeing their keys crushed right at the end.
And a day 2 of surprises, really.
Yes.
We're looking at Fnatic, one of the dream teams from North America, not there. Carmine Corp as well eliminated. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back with a deep analysis of this series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I have Hwang Mie from Team Twisted Minds with me after a quick 2-0 against Carmine Corp. But before we start this interview, we have Double here from Carmine Corp to hand over the key for it to be crushed later on. So please, can you hand over the key to the player? All right, thank you so much, Double, for playing on this tournament. But now we have also our interpreter joining us for this interview to help translate the questions. So first of all, I do want to ask you about the bootcamp that you guys spent in Riyadh, because you came in before anybody else. And I just want to know, how did that help you prepare coming into this tournament?
他问你们已经来了这边1个多星期了，你们来的最早，然后这个1个2个星期对你们来有帮助吗？
我感觉利雅得这边环境非常好，然后我们住的也比较习惯，主办方的待遇也很好。然后我们昨天可能只是因为之前太顺利了，所以玩的有点松懈，现在只是调整的挺好的。
So we came to Riyadh, we had a great time here, the food was great, the facilities and all the teams are great. And about the yesterday, we didn't play well, maybe we were overconfident, that could be the reason, but we improved.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you for the next question, because yesterday you guys went 0-2 and then now you're going 2-0 against one of the favorite teams to win the whole thing. So how did you able to reset your mentality coming into this match?
他问你的是昨天的话，昨天你们是2比0，然后今天的话是你们0比2，都是你们怎么改变的？就是今天玩的那么好。
我们昨天一是有点大意，因为我们训练打的都特别好。然后其实我们昨天输的局都是决赛圈的一点那种小小的奇迹团，以及自己玩的有点松懈，细节做的没那么好出的。然后今天调整过来之后，都还是比较碾压的取得胜利。
So about yesterday, actually we played a lot, so that maybe we are overconfident. But today we had a good team. I mean, we have the interview with the team, and we have the good practice together, and we reset the team, and this is how we play today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, your practice have definitely paid off. So again, congratulations on winning this match, and hopefully we'll see you on the next one. But for now, this is it for us on stage. We've finished all matches tonight, and 3 keys have been crushed. But now it is time for the studio to break down the game and for us to say goodbye to you and see you tomorrow.
The day of the underdogs ends with Twisted Mind getting a 2-0 victory against Carmine Corp. Coming into this, on the desk, you were like, you know what, Twisted Mind has got this, and you were right.
I was super confident in them because they figured out the meta. They really had the tempo advantage throughout most of the game. We saw in Game 1, crushing defeat, blowout, and then in Game 2, they had KC double 61, the ace of the other team, on 8th place, and it was very clear that you already had 62nd was going to winning out. So there was just way too much pressure and tempo on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, double Syndra contested in the same team, so both of them going for tempo. Clement, you were talking about rolling on stage 3. They tried a different thing. Before they went doing this, they were going for the cap out, but now they roll a lot. The game, the variance didn't go on their side, Genie, so it wasn't enough. So regretfully, doing the meta in this case didn't work for them. In the other side, Twisted Mind, they play differently. They play Avarus, for example, 6 blaster, not very common. 6 plays, good enough because you're taking away a different composition, a different meta that actually worked for them. So great victory and solid finish for Twisted Mind.
Is there a Group E where Fnatic and KC play again? Where is that group?
No,
we have that one?
no, unfortunately, their keys are crushed.
Oh.
You know, they're out of the tournament, unfortunately, to be completely honest. Both of these teams that are being sent home today, I mean, they have phenomenal rosters, and we had a lot of expectations on them. Haven't really necessarily had the chance to meet them, but I want to look at Twisted Mind particularly because they've had that opportunity to boot camp, they've had the opportunity to get used to the time zone, they've had the opportunity to play here on Saudi soil and kind of get familiar with the environment, and it does also play and have an impact in how confidently you show up on the stage.
Yeah, we saw it with Twisted Mind getting here early to Riyadh, 1 week and a half earlier to do that bootcamp. The same will happen with Toronto. Toronto made the upset against Falcons, and they did the same. They did a 2-week bootcamp, and that's making the difference, Clement. The 4v4 is not only about individual strengths, it's actually about communication and actually achieving the win condition.
We heard Juanmi in the interview there. He was actually very mad at himself because he said, we actually let down our guard. We were crushing all of these scrims. I was watching a lot of those scrims as well, and they were just dominating team after team. So once they know that they have to play to their competition, everyone is taking it seriously, I think they're going to be in a good shape. They're going to be stepping it up.
I mean, they've stepped it up so far today, and I think they should be very proud of themselves. And I want to come back to the point that you were mentioning about it no longer being about individual play, but being about that teamwork and that communication. And I felt like those were the teams that have nailed that down, were the ones today that did really well.
Yeah, you see a more organized play. You see only one contesting the Syndra from the other, and normally you get the Kog'Maw, you get the rest. So the meta is very focused and balanced, but then you actually need to see what's the role of the rest of the players. So there's always the hero that we've been talking so much about, the one who really has a win condition, and it doesn't have to be the Syndra. Syndra normally is only 2-star, it's a tempo play, you negate the win condition from the other game, and then you avoid an 8th play. So that's the normal play that we've been seeing, and that has been what has been working. But for that to work, you need to communicate a lot and do in the same path, like tempo, for example, buy now meant buying in the same time and punishing the lobby. So win conditions are so important here, and the variance is more than ever.
Let's also talk about the individual play here that really stood out. The MVP of the series of Twisted Mind going up against KC, and the player that has allowed them to shine the most. Looking at the MVP though this time around, I want to kind of talk about their performance so far when we're looking at it, and I want to, before we show it, give us a little prediction. Who do you think it's going to be?
It has to be 60 seconds for me, because I feel like he capped out that board really, really well. The Wukong spin to win. Nobody just blocking that out. It hasn't worked in this tournament because 3 costs are so easy to deny, but 60 seconds, like we said in the pregame, it is the ace of the team, typically scores the highest, and he brought it home for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I have to agree here. That Wukong look amazing for him, and this is the big streamer of the Chinese region. He's very funny to watch. Actually, I don't understand what he's saying, but I watched his stream.
I have translated for you.
You helped me, Clement, for sure. And it's great to see. It's great to see because China has been the forefront of the meta normally, being studied so far, and having 60 Second and Huami getting this huge win for the Chinese region is amazing. So great for Twisted Mind.
But it is going to be Canbiz from KC that comes out on top as the MVP. And I think once again, this kind of highlights that even though teamwork and team play for the side of Twisted Mind was on the table, and they have those stellar performances, when it came to KC, when it came to one player really trying to be that shining light in these moments that mattered, it was Canbiz.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like a little bit of a hollow victory because in both games they had KC double players in 8th and 7th. So even though a player was really high up, a lot of times it was because honestly, you know, Twisted Minds didn't have a lot to play for, but I really think Canbiz did pilot his lines very well. He did his job on the team. He was the win-out condition. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to salvage the bomb.
Yeah, and also in rounds, he had a good win streak. He was actually amazing in that, so I think it's well-deserved.
Well, he did get the MVP, but unfortunately the key will still get crushed. But when we're looking at the STC play predictions in terms of the teams that you at home were thinking would be the ones to win away with this, it was 53% for Twisted Mind. This is the closest one, 47 for KC. This is genuinely the closest we've had today, and I mean also the first time that the public was right. Twisted Mind won!
First time?
Yes!
What are you guys doing?
I don't know, ask them at home. What are you guys doing?
No, they did great, actually. And it was actually a close series. Obviously, Carmine Corp, with being the first seed of EMEA, has a lot of fans. So there's also that inclusiveness. You can be subjective in this kind of voting, but it was close. It wasn't a close city in the end, but they actually made it perfectly. So we lose Carmine Corp, and now the possibility for tomorrow to know who else is going to the playoff and actually achieve the potential victory for the rest of the matches.
And with Twisted Minds staying alive in this lower bracket, they also get the KC key joined into their pocket, and they get the right to crush it. We've seen a couple of key crushes already today, but this is the third one here on the mainstream that we're going to be having a look at. And they're going to be carrying it proudly because you know what? They earned that victory, especially after the dominant performance that we've seen in Game 1.
Finally bouncing back here. 62nd going to be the one to place the key in. I believe they took it from Double 61, the player with a championship on the other side. Just adding it to them, you know, that's going to be, you know, 2 world championships potentially on their team if you're considering Carmine there.
Yeah, and you also see the spirit. They kept the smile, they kept the happiness that they've been showing throughout all the whole series. And maybe that's other element that transferred in the condition with KC Corp. They were actually very serious. They were communicating, so that's good. But as we were seeing, the teams that are smiling and actually talking with themselves are the one performing better, Gini.
Yeah, communication here seems to be key, and for Twisted Minds, there's the one to be coming out on top today. And when we're looking at the group bracket, unfortunately, Carmine Corp is going to be heading home. We have Vitality up against Mirai and Seong. It's currently 1-0. I mean, how are we expecting that to play out?
I would say Vitality has just shocked me because how swiftly they also dispatched of KC. I think they are the favorites there, but I would like to see Twisted Mind get revenge on MSJ. They knocked them into the lower bracket as well. That would be very exciting.
Wolves is also qualified, so they're basically chilling and they don't really have much to worry about, but it's GK against Branching Out. And for that one particularly, I feel like GK this time around, when we're looking at it, they have kind of stepped up from yesterday, but the question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, they stepped up with a 2-0. That's amazing. And then Metal totally reset it. They got late. Difference to Twisted Mind, they got late to Riyadh because of problems with the flight, and now they're able to pop in enough. Now Group D, Falcons, a big upset against Ultra. Ultra performing amazing now with the 2-0 and going to the lower bracket, so they will be facing Natum Viseri, Navi. Great match. Falcons are absolutely the favorites here.
Absolutely, and you guys have to tune in tomorrow. We're going to be starting things off with Weibo Gaming up against Zero Tenacity. I think Weibo as well is a team that has been doing really well. Just a couple of mistakes here and there, but they took down Fnatic.
Big thing here is both of them actually took down Fnatic in the group of death, Group C right there. And I have to say, you know, coming into it, Weibo Gaming might still be the favorite, but Z10, we saw the super exciting style, always going for the highest variance lines for everyone, is going to potentially keep catch them off guard.
Yeah, I think it's important that will be the first 2 matches that we have confirmed, and the rest will be according to the results of tomorrow. So tomorrow, day 3, will be big. It will be the moment that we will have the definition of who will go to quarterfinals in the end, and of course have the chance to go to the finals and achieve this $5,000 in prize, plus $50,000 for the MVP. Let's not forget that. So it's amazing. It has been a party, it has been a celebration so far.
We also have the Kiria Play of the Day ready to highlight how the performance here has been over the last couple of matches. And honestly, all I'm going to ask guys is to talk me through it and why exactly was this the Play of the Day out of all the phenomenal performances that we've seen.
Okay, now we're seeing here, let's take a look here, multi-striker for Replay, and now going us against this Kassadin. And let's see the end. Replay needed to win. He needed to not go out. So now he's buying the Auman. I believe this is the one. So the Blessing enables him to go for that Shaho in the raid, going up against Relic. This is the huge victory for them. And then, even though they should have died in that round, Genie, because of the charm, he got alive. So it was perfect. He did it amazingly. A little luck, yes, but it's part of the game, so perfect.
It is what it is, right? And I think as well, it's very fitting for it to be a Player of the Day when it was Toronto Ultra going up against Falcons, considering the strength that Falcons had and the expectations. I mean, you know, they're favorites in all regards. So the fact that it's Player of the Day from Toronto Ultra against Falcons, for me, it's a little poetic.
Replay was absolutely giggling in that post-game interview. He was like, well, I guess I hit Dragon Charm and Desperate Play, you know, 2 in a row. Kind of stole that victory away from Team Falcon, but as you said, very well deserved. That was the only out that they had in that situation, and they made the most use of it.
It's an amazing charm. It only costs 5 gold. We saw Carmine Corp using it twice in this series, but it wasn't enough because you can use it for only 1 round. You cannot get it twice. Different players could get it. So for Toronto, it worked because they only needed that 1 out, and it was perfect perfect for them, but you still need to win the game.
And they did win the game for them, but we also have a lot of action happening over on the B stream. So if you're wondering what exactly has been going on in the land of TFT EWC on the B stream, let's head over to Ian because he has a quick little check-in for us.
Just a brief update here on stream. We've still got a game ongoing. I will get to that shortly, but here's what you may well have missed. EMEA hopes are not looking good at the moment because Onse Park versus Na'Vi is complete. Na'Vi won that series 2-0, which means another EMEA team dropping out alongside Carmine Corp here. Na'Vi will now face Falcons next for a potential spot in our playoffs. Behind me, Team Vitality versus MSJ is still ongoing. Looks like we will be going to a third and final game to decide which of these two will get a spot in the quarterfinals.
All right, they still have to play one game to decide who's going to be heading over to the quarterfinals. You guys want to throw in your bets, your predictions? How you expecting it to play out?
You know, I did say that Vitality was likely the favorites here, but I want to say MSJ is really underrated. We actually played this team a lot. They've been a team for a very, very long time, even before this event. And the Korean esports culture that they have just means their communication is extremely smooth. They scrim with T1 a bunch. So this is a huge dark horse in the event. I wouldn't be too surprised, even if the favorites Vitality are knocked out.
I want to disagree with Clement. I don't know why. I feel it's
let's go.
This is the only reason. So a little disagreement with you. I want to go to Vitality. They have been playing great. They're also underdogs because they're also content creators. So this is not the normal stage for them, but they are tryhards in heart. So Mil has been doing amazing. Soju has been doing amazing, and he plays so much volume of games that he actually got a sense not only of the meta, of also other possibilities. So Vitality is performing amazing. Obviously, they also have Setsuko. It's amazing play for them, and I'm really glad that they're actually performing in the big stage.
Well, you guys are really hyping up the match that is currently happening on the B stream. So I'm going to say that you guys have to go check that one out because we are done here for today. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining. It was an absolute pleasure. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place, and you don't want to miss it. Head over to that B stream, check in, and vote for your favorite team, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Vamos!
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?